Chapter 1. The Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. As for my hobbies, well, I dislike discussing them, so let's leave it at that. Leaning lazily against the railing, the elite Jonin of Konoha, Kakashi, spoke in a nonchalant manner. Upon hearing this, the two boys and one girl seated on the opposite steps rolled their eyes in disbelief, rendered speechless. What kind of absurd self-introduction was that? He'll go first. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my favorite food is ramen. What I detest is waiting 3 minutes for the ramen to cook. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and have everyone in the village acknowledge my existence. With his spiky blonde hair, Naruto passionately declared while touching the hard-earned forehead protector on his head, his spirit soaring. His enthusiasm was palpable, radiating an undeniable force. My name is Haruno Sakura. As for my preferences, I suppose I should say I have someone I admire. Following suit, the pink-haired Sakura spoke, her demeanor resembling that of a love-struck girl. Her cheeks flushed and her sparkling eyes glimmered with shyness as she glanced nervously at the dark-haired boy beside her. This ignited a burning jealousy within Naruto, his eyes bulging in a fiery rage. Sakura was the girl he liked. Now, the last one. Observing Sakura's infatuated expression, Kakashi sighed, then turned his gaze. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. Whether I like or dislike something, or what my interests are, does not matter. What is significant is that I possess an ambition and a dream. I will kill that man, and then become Hokage, restoring the Uchiha name. Sasuke declared, resting his chin on his hands, his gaze intense and profound. As his words echoed, a gentle breeze brushed against him. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing a strikingly handsome face. So handsome. Sakura, already smitten, gazed dreamily at his chiseled profile, her heart fluttering. Become Hokage. Kakashi's right eye narrowed, his breath hitching. In an instant, he felt as if he were witnessing that familiar young boy shouting at him. Damn it, Sasuke. Your dream is to become Hokage too. Why? Why must your dream mirror mine? I don't care whom you intend to kill. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge you as Hokage. Naruto sprang up, fuming, his expression one of utter indignation. The fact that Sakura liked Sasuke was already difficult for him to bear, but now he had to contend with Sasuke stealing his dream. How could he, Uzumaki Naruto, accept such a cruel reality? Why can't I aspire to be Hokage? Dreams are equal for everyone. Besides, Naruto, we are merely rivals competing against each other. Or are you afraid you can't keep up with me? If that's the case, I suggest you change your dream while you still can. Sasuke looked up at Naruto earnestly, his eyes sharp and resolute. As a transmigrator, he refused to be second to anyone. Indeed, this Sasuke was from another world. After his transmigration last night, following a night of deep contemplation, he ultimately resolved to pursue the path of Hokage. As the saying goes, those who do not heed the advice of the wise will suffer the consequences. His previous ordinary life made it nearly impossible for him to stand out. All his struggles and resistance could not escape the brutal grip of reality. Having transmigrated and acquired a fortune he had only dreamed of in his past life. Why should he, Uchiha Sasuke, betray Konoha, who said that a transmigrated Sasuke must turn against his village for revenge? What about the side characters? What about the antagonists? What about those from other villages? His identity was granted by his transmigration, but his life should be lived by his own choices. Why should his transmigrated life be shackled by predetermined narratives? In this life, Itachi had borne all burdens to pave the way for him. According to Itachi's plan, Sasuke only needed to harbor hatred and steadily become a Jonin of Konoha. As a ninja of Konoha, he would kill the Shrank Rogue Ninja and awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. He would then receive Itachi's final gift, advancing to the eternal Mangeki and achieving both fame and fortune. In an era without Hashirama Senju, Sasuke would be the second Uchiha Madara. He would stand atop the ninja world, a force rivaling even the Kage, even against the Rinnegan. He would not be without means to fight back. Though Itachi's goal included protecting Konoha, what of it? As long as he became Hokage, that objective would pose no conflict. It was a surefire path to immense wealth and power. Throughout history, few have been willing to sacrifice everything for their brothers, bearing suffering alone. Yet, Uchiha Itachi achieved this. This was not merely a target of revenge, he was, in fact, a selfless and devoted older brother. Moreover, the destruction of their clan and the death of their parents were choices made by their father, Fugaku. If he truly wished to resist, how could Itachi, who had just awakened the Mangeki, possibly stand against Fugaku's Mangeki? Even with Obito's presence, Fugaku still had a slim chance of victory. Yet he chose to surrender, embracing Itachi's decision alongside their mother, both meeting their fate together. Such familial piety. Now, would Sasuke seek revenge on them? What a joke. Instead of that, it would be better to have more children to honor his uncle and grandparents with offerings. Thus, Sasuke found no reason to betray Konoha. In the later stages, even Orochimaru returned to Konoha, what was left for him to do outside, to endure more societal cruelty and seek hardship, to be toyed with by Itachi and Obito, only to return and assist the Seventh Hokage, Naruto, to play the role of a babysitter for Boruto in a narrative that kills? What nonsense! With the Sage of Six Paths backing him, he could simply drag Naruto along and take the plunge together. He had no intention of ruining such a splendid beginning. In this life, he would follow the script of the devoted older brother surely that would be more rewarding. Why should he, Sasuke, not enjoy the peace of Konoha, which was earned through the sacrifice of his clan? Konoha owes the Uchiha Hokage. The position of the Sixth Hokage is rightfully his. If it's not given, then he would take it by force. The only drawback was the troublesome Boruto saga, where Sasuke ultimately gets swallowed by the divine tree and meets his end. This ending must be changed. Thus, becoming Hokage and leveraging the power of Konoha is imperative. Notification. Detecting the host's ambition to become Hokage, the system is activated. As the saying goes, heed advice and you'll be well fed. The host will receive rewards for listening to suggestions, with malicious suggestion rewards potentially doubling. The sole mission issued. I am the Sixth Hokage. The higher the host's ninja rank, the greater the rewards triggered. Abruptly, as Sasuke's thoughts raced, three mechanical voices resonated in his mind. This made Sasuke's pupils constrict suddenly, and his breath became erratic. The golden finger has arrived. Initially, he worried about failing to awaken the Mangeki due to Itachi's demise and the impending crisis of the Boruto saga. Now, with the support of the system, he felt secure. He was far ahead. I'm not afraid of you. Becoming Hokage is my dream, and I will not give it up. From today onward, Sasuke, we shall be rivals. I absolutely refuse to lose to you. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Naruto suddenly locked eyes with him, shouting passionately. His azure pupils sparkled with excitement and indescribable emotional turmoil. Finally, aside from Iruka Sensei, he had someone else who acknowledged him. Even if it was merely as a rival, Sasuke did not disregard his existence. On the contrary, he regarded him as a competitor. This was even more motivating for the underperforming Naruto. I feel the same way, Naruto. Sasuke suppressed his own excitement and met Naruto's gaze earnestly. Now, he too had a reason to become Hokage. Sasuke-kin is so cool he will definitely defeat Naruto and become Hokage. Sakura gazed at Sasuke with a blushing face, her smile radiant, fully supportive of his aspirations. Hey Sakura, don't underestimate me. Keeping my word is my ninja way. I will definitely surpass Sasuke and become Hokage. Upon hearing Sakura's admiration, Naruto turned his head, fists clenched in determination. Though he knew he wasn't as talented as Sasuke, this was not the time to retreat. Wow, you three seem quite motivated. However, becoming Hokage is not such a simple task. So, gather at the third training ground at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to bring your ninja tools. This is a test with an elimination rate exceeding 66. Don't cry about wanting to be Hokage if you can't even pass the Genin test. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up. Kakashi observed the sparks flying between Sasuke and Naruto, his gaze deep and teasing. Before the three could react, he poofed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Simultaneously, another system notification appeared in Sasuke's mind. Detected Kakashi's malicious suggestion, triggering a 10-fold grade reward. Task: Eat breakfast, tomorrow reward. 100,000 Rio. 100,000 Rio. Upon hearing the system's reward, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Although the initial reward was money, it held little significance for his strength. The key was that the task was simple. Furthermore, in the ninja world, wealth can indeed grant one the freedom to act as one pleases. With 100,000 Rio, one could commission a crank mission. Even when it comes to purchasing weapons and equipment, one could acquire over 300 explosive tags. When impoverished, one resorts to tactical maneuvers. When affluent, one employs overwhelming firepower. This, at this juncture, serves as a formidable trump card for Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, shall we dine together to discuss our strategy? I believe this might enhance our chances of passing the assessment tomorrow. Sakura suggested timidly, her eyes glimmering with affection as she gazed upon Sasuke's handsome visage. This was an exquisite opportunity for a date with Sasuke. She certainly did not want to miss it. Dine together? Sure, Sakura. That arrogant fellow Sasuke will certainly decline. We can strategize together. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, puffing out his chest. Given Sasuke's personality, he would undoubtedly refuse. This meant he could enjoy a private date with Sakura. What thrilling anticipation! Upon detecting Sakura's proposal, the system triggered an rank reward. Task: Dine together reward. Shadow Clone Technique 1. Simultaneously, detecting Naruto's mischievous suggestion, the system activated a 5-fold drank reward. Task: Dine together reward. 0.1 Chakra. Listening to the series of notifications echoing in his ears, Sasuke's gaze sharpened and a smile crept onto his lips. It was time to grow stronger, starting now. Then let us go. Sasuke replied with a nod and a faint smile, turning slightly to face Sakura, who was taken aback by his charm. His handsome features and smile caused Sakura's heart to flutter once more. He agreed. Sasuke-kun actually accepted her invitation for a date. How blissful. Ramen. I want to eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto muttered with a sulky expression, his frustration evident. Yet, amidst his displeasure, an unfamiliar sense of camaraderie began to blossom within him. So, this is what it means to have companions. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, to become Hokage, Sasuke has shown remarkable growth in character. My previous concerns were indeed unfounded. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sighed in relief as he observed Sasuke through the crystal ball. In this manner, he could at least account for Itachi. As for those three, I find myself oddly anticipating tomorrow's assessment, Kakashi remarked, his gaze flickering as he watched the trio dine together. It appeared they had begun to grasp the essence of teamwork. Kakashi, I appointed you as the instructor for Team 7 for a reason. You should understand the significance of both Sasuke's Sharingan and Naruto's unique chakra. They are invaluable assets to Konoha. Only you possess the capability to guide Sasuke in mastering his Sharingan, while simultaneously ensuring Naruto's safety. Therefore, I hope you will show some leniency during tomorrow's assessment. Hiruzen said, adjusting his Hokage hat as he spoke gravely, noting Kakashi's interest. Should the assessment fail tomorrow, he would have quite the headache. There truly was no one more suitable than Kakashi to mentor Team 7. Ultimately, it would depend on their performance tomorrow. Kakashi replied ambiguously, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, offering no definitive answer. This caused Hiruzen's lips to twitch, 2 lines of annoyance appearing on his forehead. Must Kakashi remain so stringent? However, Kakashi's strictness was not necessarily a bad thing for Naruto and Sasuke. At Ichiraku Ramen. Then it is settled. Naruto, Sakura, remember to act together tomorrow. After their meal, Sasuke set down his bowl and, with a calm smile, rose to depart. He offered neither of them a chance to plead for him to stay. The gathering had concluded, and it was time to claim his rewards. Task complete, rewards received. Shadow Clone Technique. Task complete, rewards received. 0.1 Chakra. As he stepped out the door, 2 system notifications chimed in his ears. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke felt his chakra surge dramatically. In less than a breath, his chakra levels increased by nearly 50%. Meanwhile, Sakura's mastery of the Shadow Clone Technique experienced a profound enhancement. Initially, Sasuke had considered the reward for the Shadow Clone Technique to be trivial, as he was already familiar with this fundamental ninjutsu. However, upon receiving the reward, he was pleasantly surprised. The system's enhancement of Sakura's technique perfectly complemented his own, allowing him to execute the technique with only 3 hand seals instead of 5. This was not merely a case of 1 plus 1 equaling 2. Subsequently, Sasuke felt a spark of inspiration. He silently accessed his attribute panel. Host, Uchiha Sasuke, age 12. Strength, elite Genin identity. Konoha shinobi incarnation of Indra's Chakra. Attributes, fire, lightning bloodline. Single tomo Sharingan hidden. Chakra, 0.3 quart de Jutsu, Uchiha throwing technique donc. Manipulating shuriken technique donc. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique, E-rank. Escape technique, E-rank. Fire release. Great fireball technique, crank. Gazing at the straightforward and concise attribute panel, Sasuke couldn't help but feel exasperated. This level of strength was rather disappointing. Having a single tomo Sharingan was one thing, but to be in a dormant, inactive state? The most crucial chakra of a ninja is, lamentably, a mere 0.3 points. This is the outcome even after the enhancement from rewards at a sight truly pitiful. The following morning, Sasuke rose from his slumber, invigorated and refreshed, and proceeded to wash up leisurely before stepping out of his apartment. Indeed, it is an apartment. Sasuke's residence is not situated within the Uchiha clan's territory, but rather in a luxurious apartment located in the heart of Konoha. Not far from Naruto's home, in the memories of his predecessor, the Uchiha clan's estate had been designated a forbidden zone by the Third Hokage after the clan's annihilation. Sasuke was thus assigned to this opulent apartment, where he would receive a stipend each month until his graduation as for the vast Uchiha assets. According to the Third Hokage, they have been sealed and are under Konoha's supervision to be returned to Sasuke upon his coming of age. The implications of this are, of course, self-evident. Boss, a serving of pancakes, please, Sasuke mused as his thoughts wandered, soon passing by a breakfast shop that, it's Sasuke-kun. It will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment, the shop's attendant exclaimed upon recognizing the handsome Sasuke. Promptly beginning to prepare his pancakes with deft movements that, in less than 2 minutes. A steaming hot pancake was placed in Sasuke's hands. As he took a bite, the crispy and fragrant flavor enveloped him. Delicious, he complimented the shop attendant before turning to stroll leisurely toward Training Ground 3, leaving the attendant in a daze, utterly captivated by his striking appearance. With the completion of his task, a reward of 100,000 Ryo was bestowed upon him as Sasuke stepped into the training ground. The final bite of pancake disappeared into his stomach, and the system's reward arrived as promised. He felt a slight weight on his shoulder as 100,000 Ryo suddenly appeared in his backpack. Damn it, Sasuke! How could you be so late? Naruto shouted, having waited for 3 long hours since the crack of dawn. Sorry, I overslept, Sasuke replied, nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. You fool, Naruto! Kakashi-sensei hasn't arrived yet. This hardly counts as being late, Sakura chimed in, having waited just as long, immediately coming to Sasuke's defense. As she stepped forward to help him remove his backpack, her face radiated happiness as she placed it beside her own. Sakura, Naruto observed, his composure crumbling as he sat on the ground, drawing circles in the dirt with a forlorn expression. Sakura is quite remarkable as a wife, he thought, gazing at her graceful figure, to be fair. From Naruto's perspective, Sakura might not measure up, but from Sasuke's view, she was undoubtedly a suitable partner. Obedient, nurturing, and steadfast. These are the shining qualities that define Sakura as a wife. Moreover, her beauty was undeniably striking. And most importantly, she had come to him without any effort on his part. How could Sasuke overlook a partner so effortlessly obtained? Sasuke, Sakura noted, her cheeks flushing crimson upon catching Sasuke's unusual gaze. Her heart racing as she silently celebrated her triumph in love. This caused Sasuke to frown slightly, redirecting his attention to Naruto. Sakura is far too infatuated at the moment. I must think of ways to coax more suggestions from Naruto and take advantage of him. He possesses quite a few valuable resources. 2 hours later, good morning to the 3 of you, Kakashi greeted lazily, waving his hand as he arrived late, the sun already high in the sky. This casual demeanor instantly provided an outlet for Naruto and Sakura, who had been waiting the longest. That you're too slow, Kakashi-sensei. Both Sakura and Naruto exclaimed in unison, pointing accusatorily at him. Apologies, I had a little incident. Kakashi replied, his eyes half closed as he fabricated an excuse, casually placing his backpack down and retrieving an alarm clock to set on a nearby stump. Now, let me explain the exercise. Your task is to seize these 2 bells before noon. Those who fail to obtain a bell will go without lunch. Remember, you may use any means necessary and must approach this with a determination to eliminate me. Kakashi outlined the assessment. Both Sakura and Naruto exchanged bewildered glances, their stomachs grumbling from hunger as they glared at Kakashi with indignation. So, this is why we weren't allowed to eat breakfast, Sakura exclaimed, suppressing her anger as she feigned politeness. Is this really a survival exercise? What does skipping lunch even matter? Ah, I see you're quite perceptive, Sakura. So, let me announce the final rule. Only those who obtain a bell may pass the assessment and become genin. As you can see, there are only 2 bells in other words, only 2 of you can succeed, Kakashi explained, his eyes narrowing. The implications of his words left both Sakura and Naruto in shock. Damn it. This means the strategy we discussed last night is completely unworkable. I refuse to be eliminated here. Naruto was the first to react, immediately dismissing the idea of teamwork. With only 2 bells, he was determined to secure one for himself. I won't let Sasuke-kun and I be separated now that we're on the same team. I'm sorry, Naruto, Sakura quickly realized, instantly excluding him from her considerations. That Sasuke couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief, shaking his head inwardly. These 2 were so easily swayed by Kakashi. How exhausting. Let the exercise begin, Kakashi declared, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes as he waved his hand. As soon as the words left his lips, Sasuke and Sakura sprang into action, swiftly vanishing to conceal themselves. Only Naruto remained, standing boldly without a hint of stealth. Naruto, what are you doing? A ninja must hide their presence and wait for the right moment to strike. Are you being foolish or simply brainless? Kakashi scolded, lowering his opinion of Naruto once again. This fool had inherited none of Minato-sensei's ninja qualities. Humph, I don't care about that, Kakashi-sensei. Let's settle this in a fair fight. Naruto retorted defiantly, arms crossed, his gaze fixated on the 2 bells at Kakashi's waist. Idiot, Kakashi sighed helplessly. Ignoring Naruto's intense stare, he pulled out a small red book and began to read. Don't underestimate me, Naruto shouted angrily, rolling up his sleeves and charging forward. But as a mere genin, he was no match for Kakashi, who easily countered his every move. That a ninja must never expose their back to an enemy. He shouted, attempting a secret technique, the Leaf Village's legendary body technique. 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi swiftly dodged, crouching behind Naruto, hands forming the tiger seal, his voice cold and commanding. Just as the unexpected sound reached Naruto, his hair stood on end, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. In the next instant, amidst the varied gazes of Naruto's panic, Sakura's embarrassment, and Sasuke's amusement, Kakashi executed a devastating 1,000 years of pain, sending Naruto soaring into the air. Naruto cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face, a scene that would break the hearts of those who heard it. Now was the moment, concealed in the bushes by the riverbank. Sasuke formed hand seals as Naruto splashed into the water. Transformation technique. Utilizing the cover of the bushes, Sasuke submerged himself in the river and activated the Jutsu. With a poof, he transformed into Naruto's likeness. Simultaneously, the real Naruto initiated the shadow clone technique. As the river filled with smoke, the transformed Sasuke seamlessly blended in. Oblivious, Naruto began assigning tasks to his clones, one emerging from the side to launch a surprise attack, while the others distracted the enemy head-on. Moments later, no matter what, I must seize the bells and become a ninja. I absolutely cannot fail here. With a resounding shout, the calm surface of the river erupted, revealing 7 Narutos leaping forth, leaving both Sakura and Kakashi in stunned disbelief. Haha, you've fallen for it. This is my signature technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed with pride, charging towards Kakashi alongside his 7 clones, forming a formidable front. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Is that the forbidden technique that Mizuki attempted to steal that night? Kakashi, observing the 8 Narutos, understood the situation and retracted his little red book. Faced with 8 Narutos, he realized he needed to take this seriously. Now's the time. Noticing the opening behind Kakashi, Naruto raised his arm, signaling the ambushing clone strike. What? Kakashi, fixated on the front, was suddenly caught off guard as a Naruto clone leaped at him in surprise. Aha! A ninja must never expose their back to the enemy, Naruto declared triumphantly, ready to explain his strategy. Amidst the crowd, Sasuke, transformed into Naruto, quickly formed hand seals using his clone for cover. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Completing the seals with impressive speed. Sasuke unleashed the ninjutsu without hesitation. He opened his mouth, spewing forth a blazing stream of fire that coalesced into a sphere, hurtling towards the front. What? The fireball jutsu? How is this possible? At the same moment, Naruto, Kakashi, and even the concealed Sakura were all left in astonishment. Naruto was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how a clone could wield a technique he himself had yet to master. With no choice left, Kakashi, held by Naruto's clone, saw the fireball approaching and forcefully broke free from the clone's grasp. His chakra surged beneath him as he leaped away from the spot. Don't think you can escape. Sasuke, having anticipated this, swiftly launched shurikens. 3 shurikens arced through the air, aimed directly at the bells tied to Kakashi's waist. Good reflexes, Kakashi acknowledged with a hint of admiration, casually catching the 3 shurikens between his fingers. In an instant, his figure vanished. The next moment, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Sasuke, right? A kunai pressed against Sasuke's neck as Kakashi's voice emerged. Oh, what if you guessed correctly? Sasuke's eyes glinted with determination as a puff of smoke revealed his true form. How infuriating! I wondered how that clone could use fire style and such exquisite shuriken techniques. It turns out to be you. Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Sasuke in indignation, prompting Kakashi to instinctively glance at Naruto. Bang! Just then, Sasuke's body suddenly transformed into a Naruto clone with a loud puff, a substitution technique. When did that happen? Seeing Naruto appear, Kakashi's pupils constricted as he instinctively shouted. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Sasuke deftly grasped 2 of the bells. Got it! Well done, Sasuke! Naruto and Sakura shouted in disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. Bang! At that critical juncture, Kakashi switched places with Naruto's clone in an instant. This is bad. Sasuke's expression changed, and he quickly vacated the area. In the next moment, a hand reached out from where he had just stood, grasping at nothing. What remarkable battle instincts! Both in seizing opportunities and in terms of strength, they had reached a level befitting a genin. Truly deserving of this year's top student, Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi mused. Emerging from the ground to gaze appreciatively at Sasuke, who was several meters away. Unfortunately, I still missed my chance. Sasuke feigned dissatisfaction, his gaze sharpening as he prepared for a performance as a time traveler. He understood the essence of the test. Everything that had just transpired was merely a facade adhering to his character design, meant to avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. Naruto, Sakura, you've seen it too. Even as the top student, I couldn't seize the bells through a sudden attack. You are even less likely to succeed, so you haven't forgotten our cooperation from last night, have you? Sasuke retreated to stand beside Naruto, beginning to guide them gently. But there are only 2 bells for 3 of us. Even if we cooperate to get the bells, how will we divide them? Sakura interjected, emerging from the bushes with a tremor in her voice. If not for this predicament, they would not be fighting amongst themselves in the first place. Exactly. With only 2 bells, one of us must withdraw. I worked hard to earn my forehead protector. I refuse to return to the Ninja Academy. Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists, worried that after cooperating, Sasuke would kick him out. Sakura supported Sasuke, and with Sasuke being the top student, he feared that he would be the one to be eliminated. Haha. You haven't even obtained the bells, and you're already pondering the subsequent issues. So, what if I were to forfeit? Sasuke smirked, ready to put on a real show. Aren't we supposed to showcase teamwork? Then let Kakashi see it in full force. Forfeit? That is unacceptable. Sasuke-kun, how can you give up? You are the top student. If you do that, I will forfeit as well. I must stand with Sasuke-kun through thick and thin. Sakura immediately declared, unwilling to leave Sasuke's side and join Naruto's team. Naruto, if Sakura also forfeits, you will have 2 bells. Then you can surely become a ninja. Wouldn't that mean we could cooperate? Sasuke turned his gaze toward the trembling Naruto, pressing him further. How could this be? How could you all just give up like that? Sasuke, didn't you keep saying you would compete with me for Hokage? How can you just forfeit and let me become a ninja? What is the point of this cooperation then? Naruto, trembling and wide-eyed, asked excitedly, unable to grasp Sasuke's intentions. Point? Foolish Naruto, perhaps this is Sasuke's scheme. If I were him, after obtaining the bells, I would definitely go back on my word. To that point, you would be at a disadvantage. Naruto. So, what will your answer be? Sasuke's gaze was intense and serious as he locked eyes with Naruto. Dead last. How dare you look down on me? Sasuke, I will not accept your pity. I won't abandon my comrades just to become a Genin. If you can forfeit the bells, then so can I. Uzumaki Naruto. This exam is fundamentally an unreasonable evaluation. Let us cooperate and expose his weaknesses. Even if I don't get the bells afterward, I still want to prove my strength. I want this white-haired teacher to know our prowess. The straightforward Naruto was instantly filled with fervor, vehemently countering. In an instant, he cast aside Kakashi's manipulations. Though he desperately longed to become a Genin, he refused to pass the exam through such means. If he accepted Sasuke's pity, how could he hold his head high in front of Sasuke and Sakura in the future? Exactly. I feel the same way. After we return to school, we will train together. And next year we will surely pass. Sakura quickly chimed in, already fantasizing about the blissful times of training alongside Sasuke. Becoming a Genin paled in comparison to the allure of growing together with Sasuke. Weakness? White-haired teacher. Watching the 3 of them band together, Kakashi, who had intended to announce the test's conclusion, twitched his lips in disbelief as he observed their camaraderie. How did he become the villain in this scenario? The task is complete, and the reward is the awakening of the Sharingan. In the midst of Kakashi's silence, a system notification echoed in Sasuke's ears. Naruto, Sakura, let him witness the strength of our Team 7. Sasuke proclaimed loudly, his pupils suddenly radiating with a surge of power. Under Kakashi's astonished gaze, his once jet-black eyes transformed into the crimson of a single Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke felt an unprecedented clarity in his vision. His perceptive abilities elevated to a remarkable degree. Sharingan, Kakashi mused, recalling the moment when Obito awakened his own Sharingan to protect his comrades. Now, Sasuke, too, awakened his powers for the sake of his companions. Simultaneously, the third Hokage and Iruka, observing through the crystal ball, were left in shock. They had not anticipated that a mere Genin test would lead to Sasuke's awakening of the Sharingan. Hey, Sasuke, why are your eyes red? Naruto exclaimed, turning to stare at Sasuke in disbelief upon hearing Kakashi's surprise. This the Uchiha Sharingan. Sasuke-kun, how cool. At the same time, Sakura's eyes sparkled with admiration upon seeing Sasuke's dual Tomo. It's just a single Tomo Sharingan. There's no need to overreact, Sasuke replied with a calm smile, not overly excited. After all, it was merely a single Tomo, not a double or triple. His previous self had already awakened the single Tomo. He only needed a catalyst to unlock the Sharingan. There's little to boast about that you're quite confident, aren't you 3? You have 5 minutes to devise a strategy, Kakashi said, a glimmer of curiosity and amusement flashing in his eyes as he stepped back 10 meters. He was eager to witness both the weakness Sasuke spoke of and the capabilities of that Sharingan. 1 minute is all I need. Naruto, Sasuke declared, leaning closer to Naruto's ear to whisper his plan. What? Is that really how it is? Sasuke, I didn't expect you to be like this. Naruto chuckled mischievously, his eyes narrowing, appearing as if he had found a kindred spirit. You fool. I told you this is a tactic. Sasuke rolled his eyes, dismissing Naruto's interpretation. What on earth are you 2 talking about? Sakura interjected, clenching her fists in annoyance as she observed their banter. Sakura, you and I will cover Naruto. Let the battle begin. Sasuke stated with a serious expression, drawing a shuriken and launching it at Kakashi. Here it comes, Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he swiftly dodged Sasuke's shuriken. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Sasuke launched another kunai, which intercepted the first and altered its trajectory, effectively sealing off 2 escape routes. Uchiha throwing technique. Kakashi realized in that moment that his assessment of Sasuke had escalated. The fact that he could execute such a technique immediately after awakening the Sharingan demonstrated Sasuke's exceptional throwing skills. Sakura quickly joined forces with Sasuke, throwing her own shuriken to block another escape route, cornering Kakashi into a dead end. Shadow, clone technique. Naruto grinned, dashing towards Kakashi while forming hand seals and shouting. With a puff of smoke, hundreds of shadow clones of Naruto appeared, surrounding Kakashi at a tactic relying on sheer numbers. Do you really think that could defeat a Genin? Kakashi observed the multitude of Narutos, feeling a wave of disappointment. He had expected something more formidable. Transformation. Just as Kakashi's disappointment peaked, all the Narutos suddenly performed hand seals and shouted in unison. With another cloud of smoke, the alluring figure of Miss Naruto emerged. Kakashi-sensei, utilizing the smoke for cover, the enchanting naked Naruto radiated an irresistible charm, a blend of innocence and maturity that captivated all. Ah! Kakashi's eyes widened, and a crimson hue graced the black mask over his nose. In that fleeting moment, his composure faltered completely. Simultaneously, Sasuke activated the body replacement technique, swiftly swapping places with the nearest Naruto and deftly snatching a bell, hurling away that "oh no." Kakashi, realizing the situation, attempted to pursue, only to be intercepted by Sasuke. He, white-haired teacher, you truly are a repressed pervert, Naruto exclaimed, swiftly collecting the 2 bells and, upon dispelling his clones, sneered at Kakashi. Behind him, Sakura belatedly registered the scene, her face flushed with embarrassment and confusion as she turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, how could you do that? You must have been influenced by Naruto. Ahem, now it's time for you to make a decision. Will you all return to the Ninja Academy together, or will one of you become a genin to undertake a mission? Kakashi cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, initiating his final test. All previous discussions were mere uncertainties. Now, it was a tangible temptation of becoming a genin. Of course, we're going back to the Ninja Academy. I refuse to be under the command of a perverted, repressed teacher like you, Naruto interjected, casting a lingering glance at the bells before tossing them to Sasuke. Naruto is right, Sakura chimed in, casting a wary glance at Kakashi. The thought of serving under him alongside Naruto was simply unimaginable. And you, Sasuke? Kakashi inquired, satisfied with their responses. Naturally, I'm going back to eat, Sasuke replied, glancing at Naruto and Sakura. You must be starving since you haven't had breakfast yet. My treat. Let us have barbecue. He tossed the bells back to Kakashi and turned to the other 2. Barbecue? Yay, Sasuke, for the first time. I feel like we really connect. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement, saliva practically dripping as he eagerly anticipated the feast. A barbecue feast was something he had longed for, but had never indulged in due to financial constraints, resorting instead to fishing or foraging for wild game. The flavor of that food paled in comparison to that of a barbecue restaurant. Sasuke-kun, I'm ready. Let us go, Sakura exclaimed, happily picking up her and Sasuke's backpack, thrilled at the prospect of dining together and deepening their bond. Naruto immediately followed suit, offering to carry Sasuke's backpack. Sasuke had no objections and exchanged a knowing glance with Kakashi to let him comprehend the situation. Turning, the trio departed. I say, do you 3 even regard me as your teacher? Kakashi lamented, rubbing his forehead as he watched their retreating figures with a sense of helplessness. Though he was pleased with their performance, he couldn't shake off the feeling of dissatisfaction. The result is clearly a failure. We've known that all along. Do as you please, just don't disturb us while we enjoy our barbecue, Naruto called back without turning, unbothered. Hey, Naruto, when did I say you all failed the test? Kakashi scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on, which caused the 3 to halt in their tracks. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura turned, her expression one of confusion. She was on the verge of having lunch with Sasuke to enhance their relationship. What I mean is, you all passed. From this moment on, Team 7, Kakashi Squad is officially formed. You are now all officially genin, Kakashi declared, raising his thumb and exclaiming loudly, eliciting joyous reactions from both Naruto and Sakura. Congratulations, host! You have become an official Genin, unlocking C-rank reward privileges. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Sasuke's mind, the C-rank reward privileges. So that's the secret behind higher ninja ranks yielding greater rewards. No wonder all the previously triggered rewards were of D rank. The lower ninja privileges correspond to the D and C level system rewards that, in a moment of clarity, Sasuke's thoughts shifted, and he realized the path that lay ahead of him in the upcoming Chunin exam. He must advance to the rank of Chunin in Konoha. However, sensei, why did everyone suddenly pass? Wasn't it stated that only 2 individuals could succeed? After the initial surprise, Naruto scratched his head in confusion and inquired. Because that is the true essence of the assessment. Follow me, Kakashi beckoned, leading them toward the nearby memorial stone in the world of ninjas, fraught with peril, unexpected events, and choices. Each time we embark on a mission, we face a myriad of situations and challenges, including critical decisions regarding our comrades and the tasks at hand. At such moments, do we adhere to the rules and prioritize the mission, or do we break the rules to save our allies? Those who participated in the exam before you chose to abide by the regulations that a team that sacrifices its partners or is willing to be sacrificed is not one I aspire to. Indeed, we often label those who break the rules as worthless. Yet, those who do not cherish their comrades are the most worthless of all. This memorial stone bears the names of several of my friends. I do not wish for your names to be inscribed upon it in the future. Therefore, teamwork is the very core of our 7th squad. You 3, despite having your own reasons for wanting to withdraw, chose to sacrifice your personal interests for the sake of collective progress. You are true ninjas who value your comrades, that I acknowledge your existence, Kakashi explained, gazing at the names etched on the memorial stone. Heavy-hearted yet relieved, Naruto and Sakura were once again engulfed in a mix of excitement and silence, staring absent-mindedly at the memorial stone. This evoked a sense of nostalgia within Sasuke. If only Kakashi knew that the dear friends he mourned for years were stirring up chaos in the ninja world. Forsaking everything for the QB incident, would he not unleash his Mangeki Sharingan in fury? Alright, aren't you all hungry? I prepared lunchboxes for you in advance. They're in that backpack. Naruto, go fetch them. Kakashi suddenly changed his expression to one of warmth and gestured. This snapped the silent trio back to reality. Lunchboxes? No way. I refuse to eat lunchboxes. Sasuke was about to take us out for barbecue. Kakashi-sensei, serving us lunchboxes is simply too lame. Naruto immediately waved his hands in rejection, his gaze fixed longingly on Sasuke. His intentions crystal clear. We must continue our barbecue feast. Well, I don't have that much money. It would be a stretch for the 3 of us, but adding one more would bankrupt me. Speaking of which, we still need to cooperate as a team. We can't just go eat barbecue while leaving someone behind to eat lunchboxes. Sasuke shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eyes, unwilling to let Kakashi off so easily. Exactly. That unscrupulous teacher has us spinning in circles without even offering to treat us to a meal to boost team spirit. Sakura immediately understood, her eyes darting toward Kakashi in unison. Yes, that's right. Kakashi-sensei, you should treat us to a grand barbecue feast. Otherwise, I'll inform everyone about your little nosebleed incident from earlier. Naruto, belatedly realizing the situation, squinted his eyes and threatened that, Kakashi twitched at the corner of his mouth, left speechless. Your idea of teamwork to collectively conspire against your teacher? Then let us go have barbecue. However, Naruto, don't go spreading rumors. I did not have a nosebleed. And Sasuke, how did you come up with that strategy? Under the disdainful gazes of Naruto and Sakura, Kakashi shamelessly agreed and casually inquired, as soon as the words left his mouth. Sakura immediately turned to Sasuke. She too was eager to know why. A person brazenly carrying around inappropriate literature cannot merely be a reserved pervert. Could he actually be a paragon of virtue critiquing vice? Sasuke replied nonchalantly, once again casting a scornful look at Kakashi. The next day, in the Hokage building's mission hall. First of all, congratulations to all of you for officially becoming ninjas. From today onward, you are independent lower ninjas of Konoha. Now, the first mission for Team 7 is the 3rd Hokage gazed at Sasuke and the others as he spoke, lowering his head to check the mission scroll. Hey Sasuke, what do you think our first mission will be? Protecting a feudal lordess princess? Or escorting important intelligence? Perhaps even eliminating a band of robbers? As he watched the scroll being flipped, Naruto turned to whisper excitedly that you're dreaming. Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes, replying nonchalantly, you think you can take down the Demon King right out of the starting village? What a joke. This is it. Your mission is to help the villagers drive away wild boars. It's a D-rank task. This will also help you hone your team spirit. The third Hokage finally found a task amidst the chaos, revealing it. Yes, Hokage-sama, Team 7, let us set off to carry out the mission. Kakashi stepped forward, took the mission assignment, and beckoned the three to head to the destination. What is this? I thought it would be some thrilling mission. Instead, it's just driving away wild boars. Naruto followed closely behind, his face sulking disappointment palpable. Honestly, this is already beyond my expectations. It's certainly much better than weeding, babysitting, or dog walking, Sasuke commented, hands in pockets, his gaze shifting between Kakashi and Naruto. It wouldn't be unreasonable to earn some reward from executing the mission through these two. Huh? We still have to weed, babysit, and walk dogs? How infuriating. What kind of ninja is this, Kakashi-sensei? There can't possibly be such boring missions, right? Naruto halted, calling out, his voice raised in inquiry. Well, Sasuke is right that as ninjas, we must execute the tasks as per the employer's requests. Dante say that even more absurd tasks exist. Kakashi continued walking, shattering Naruto's idealized notion of being a ninja. At the same time, he discreetly glanced at Sasuke, appreciating him once more. Sasuke, as expected of a scion of the Uchiha clan. His insight and temperament are certainly superior to Naruto's. Truly, Sasuke-kun, you know so much, Sakura chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. How disappointing! I never expected that becoming a ninja would entail such mundane tasks. Upon receiving a definite answer, Naruto's enthusiasm for his first mission rapidly waned. Before long, the four of them arrived at a corner of the village, as indicated by the mission scroll. Finally, you ninjas have arrived. My fields are located at the village's edge, and wild boars frequently trample my rice paddies. Recently, it has become catastrophic, with at least a dozen wild boars forming a group to invade us, so I implore you to drive away all the wild boars in the vicinity. The client said, his face contorted in desperation upon seeing Kakashi and the others. If this drags on, this year's harvest will be ruined. That's so. It seems there is at least one group of wild boars. Kakashi nodded, analyzing the situation before shifting his gaze to Sasuke and the others. Now, it's time for you to practice collecting intelligence. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you three will gather information regarding the number of wild boars and their locations within a 2-kilometer radius. I will remain here to prevent the wild boars from trampling the fields again. Remember, this is about intelligence gathering, not driving them away. Be sure not to alert the wild boars, causing them to scatter and complicate matters. Kakashi commanded sternly, altering the atmosphere on site. Gathering intelligence. This is my forte, Naruto exclaimed, his enthusiasm reignited as he performed the hand seals with vigor. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Naruto clones appeared in a puff of smoke. With so many, this looks quite reliable. The client beamed with delight, affirming their capabilities. Of course, I'm a ninja. Sasuke, Sakura, watch this today. Naruto, basking in the praise, puffed out his chest, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were the king of the world. You fool, why did you create so many clones at once? With your chakra, they can only last a minute. This is utterly impractical. Before Sasuke and Sakura could voice their thoughts, Kakashi scolded Naruto sternly. This left the client's expression changing dramatically a minute. What can such useless clones accomplish? No matter how many there are, I should have never placed my trust in this brat. The client spoke with merciless candor, showing no regard for Naruto's dignity. This left Naruto, chastised by Kakashi, visibly disheartened and demoralized. Indeed, it seemed that Naruto's charm could not withstand the test of time, unlike me, who could effortlessly maintain my allure for a lifetime. Sasuke sighed inwardly and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, do you have any experience or advice to share? He inquired, his gaze intense, probing the boundaries of the system, that if suggestions could be hinted at, he would not hesitate to disregard any code of conduct. Experience or advice? Well, Kakashi's face stiffened at the question, awkwardly scratching his nose with a sheepish grin. Is it really that complicated to be a guiding jonin? Back in my day, things were much simpler. Well, my suggestion is to refrain from voicing opinions and to obey orders. Now, let us set off, everyone, and reconvene at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Under Sasuke's eager gaze, Kakashi pondered for a moment before shamelessly delivering his counsel. Instantly, the trio of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura collectively slumped in disappointment. This teacher, as expected, was utterly unreliable. Warning: the host's hints or inducements for others to offer suggestions will not trigger system tasks. At the same time, a system alert rang in Sasuke's ears, prompting him to curl his lip in disdain. This was no fun at all, System-kun. Come on, let us charge ahead and complete the task, Naruto exclaimed, slapping his palms together with a mocking bravado. After declaring this, he sprang forward into the forest, commencing his mission. Detecting Naruto's malicious suggestion triggered a tenfold D-grade reward. Task: slap Naruto's face. Reward: 0.2 chakra. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression transformed from gloom to brightness. Naruto turned out to be a veritable bringer of fortune. With this 0.2 chakra, his chakra reserves would be equivalent to half of Kakashi's. Humph, intelligence gathering is not a place for your arrogance. Sasuke sneered, activating his Sharingan, his eyes turning crimson as he darted forward like an arrow. Seeing Sasuke activate his Sharingan, Sakura shook her head and hastily followed suit. Enhancing his perception with the Sharingan to swiftly gather intelligence was indeed a clever strategy, yet the chakra of a low-ranked ninja could only sustain this for about 5 minutes. It was still too naive, Kakashi murmured as he observed the trio's retreating figures, smoothly extracting his little red book to savor its contents. Under the blazing sun amidst the layered hills of the primeval forest, Sasuke deftly maneuvered between the winding branches, his crimson Sharingan continuously whirring to capture images in terms of intelligence gathering. The Byakugan was undeniably superior. Once activated, it could instantly collect all real-time images within a kilometer radius. While my Sharingan allows me to retain memories and analyze traces in an instant, the field of view does not significantly improve. With my current chakra, I can only utilize it for a dozen minutes at most. And even less in combat. It seems I must seek out Hinata or Niji for further exchanges to see if I can awaken the Byakugan. If I had the Byakugan, gathering intelligence or providing early warnings about enemy movements would be effortless. Feeling his dwindling chakra, Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and halted. Thus far, he had only found the tracks of a wild boar. It was far from sufficient to slap Naruto's face and claim the reward. No, I must outwit them. At this rate, if I don't locate the boar herd, I'll be the one who is done for. I certainly don't possess Naruto's vast chakra reserves to squander. Sasuke struck the tree trunk with force, slightly out of breath as he spoke. Just as Sasuke pondered how to outsmart the situation, a pine cone dropped before him. He glanced sideways and saw that he was standing beside a lush green pine tree. Nearby, dozens of pine trees thrived in the forest, their branches abundant with foliage. This is it. The wild boar is particularly fond of the scent of pine oil. Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he leaped back and formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In midair, he swiftly completed the seals, unleashing a fireball that hurtled towards the pine tree. Being a tree rich in oils, it ignited instantaneously upon impact with a resounding boom. Immediately, the flames released an intensified aroma of pine oil into the air. Within 2 seconds, Sasuke could distinctly smell the fragrance of pine oil wafting around him. Wild boars possess a sense of smell twice as keen as dogs. So surely they would arrive soon. Now, all I need to do is amplify the scent and wait in ambush. Sasuke smiled confidently, stepping lightly to the ground and forming seals as he dashed towards other pine trees. To prevent a forest fire, he selected only the more open pine trees to ignite. Moments later, the verdant forest was adorned with around 10 flaming trees, their pine scent mingling with the thick smoke wafting in all directions. Who is so bored as to start a fire in the woods? Regardless, I've already made my declaration. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by Sasuke. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Seeing the smoke, Naruto disregarded it. Once again splitting off shadow clones to search for wild boar tracks, at the same time. Sakura frowned at the sight of the smoke, then continued to follow the boar tracks, tracing the scent. An hour later, I see. Using the scent to lure the boars to you. Is this your plan, Sasuke? However, my request was for intelligence gathering. How does this method enhance your ability to collect information? As Sasuke leaned against a tree to recover his chakra. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared, lazily remarking, "You said ninja exist to break the rules, didn't you? Our ultimate goal is to drive away the wild boars. Intelligence gathering is merely a means to that end. Besides, I made no effort to conceal my presence. These wild boars are completely unaware of me. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here?" Sasuke brushed off the fallen leaves and stood up, showing no awareness of breaking any rules. "It's because of the flaming trees you created that I worried you might accidentally set the entire forest ablaze. These trees are precious resources for the villagers nearby," Kakashi replied with a deadpan expression, retracting his little red book with a look of resignation. Had he known Sasuke was burning them in such a controlled manner, he wouldn't have bothered to come at all. With most of the nearby wild boars gathered now, it was the perfect time to drive them away. "Kakashi-sensei, shall we act now?" Sasuke suggested, his eyes glinting as he observed the herd below. Slapping Naruto's face would be far more convincing than merely completing the task. "Well, it seems we have no choice. If we don't act now, it will be much harder to gather them again next time," Kakashi conceded with a resigned nod, realizing this task had already lost its value in training Team 7. It was time to wrap things up. "Then let us begin." Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile as he dramatically drew his shuriken and charged towards the wild boar herd. "Awooh!" Oink! The boars erupted into chaos as Sasuke launched 3 shuriken at high speed, scattering in all directions. "How impatient! I haven't even directed them yet." "This is troublesome," Kakashi remarked with a wry smile, swiftly forming hand seals. Ninja art. Shadow clone technique. With a puff, 2 clones shot out to the left and right, sealing off 2 escape routes. "Drive them all westward, 10 kilometers away. There's a wild habitat over there," Kakashi instructed, blocking another direction with a swift movement point 10 kilometers. Sasuke murmured, quickly picking up a nearby branch and tossing it. At 3:30 in the afternoon. What is going on? Why is even Kakashi-sensei missing? Exactly. Sasuke-kun is nowhere to be seen either. Humph. Sasuke is definitely too scared to return because he didn't find any wild boars. Even I, with the help of my shadow clones, only found 2 piglets. Naruto, don't speak ill of Sasuke-kun behind his back. He wouldn't be unable to find the herd. But how did you manage to bring back these 2 piglets? Since there were no big boars around, what is the harm in bringing them back? This is proof that I've surpassed Sasuke. In the fields, Naruto and Sakura stood by the ridge, singing in unison with high spirits. Beside them, the client looked on with dismay, feeling his mood plummet. This ninja team was indeed one more unreliable than the last. "I apologize, Naruto, but you cannot surpass me." Suddenly, Sasuke's voice resonated behind the 2. This elicited varied expressions from Naruto and Sakura, who simultaneously turned to look. "Humph. I have discovered 2 wild piglets and a wild boar's den that if we go there, we are sure to find those detestable wild boar groups." "What have you found, Sasuke?" Naruto immediately raised the wild piglet at his feet, his face beaming with pride. "Naruto, well done, but I'm afraid the mission has concluded. Sasuke has nearly gathered all the wild boars. We have driven them 10 kilometers away." Kakashi, trailing behind Sasuke, laid the facts bare, leaving Naruto and the client astonished. Especially Naruto, whose smile was abruptly replaced by shock at this sudden cruel reality. Looking at the 2 wild piglets in his hands, Naruto felt a sting of humiliation on his face. Sasuke-kun is so cool, simply amazing. With Sakura's adoring and bashful tone, a reward notification also reached Sasuke's ears. Damn it, that guy Sasuke actually completed the mission alone in secret. "Kakashi-sensei, that's cheating. I refuse to accept this." As the sun began to set, Naruto, following closely behind Sasuke, widened his eyes in indignation. "The mission is already complete, so stop whining." Naruto, by the way, capturing 2 wild piglets also constitutes a violation of the rules. Even if you intended to leave them for the client, The fact remains that you disobeyed orders. Sakura, who followed closely, immediately raised her fist in defense, resolutely standing up for her idol. Sasuke, Sakura is right. Naruto, you have also broken the rules. There's nothing we can do about it. Missing that opportunity might lead to a long delay. You want to spend the night in the forest chasing wild boars? Kakashi, without looking back, delivered another blow, causing Sakura to raise her hands in agreement. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, the aggressive Naruto, immediately deflated, losing his moral high ground. You brought this upon yourself, fool, Sasuke remarked with a sidelong glance at Naruto. Beginning to contemplate the enhancement of his Chakra 0.5 cards may seem insignificant, yet it already reaches the level of a Chunin. What's lacking is the application of ninjutsu and genjutsu. With this thought, Sasuke couldn't help but went slightly in the memories of his former self. After the Uchiha clan's demise, he retained only a fire release scroll. Within it, there are merely 3 techniques: C-rank fire release, Phoenix fire technique, C-rank fire release, Dragon fire technique, and B-rank fire release, Great Dragon fire technique. The only C-rank technique he has mastered, the Great Fireball, was taught to him by Fugaku while he was still alive. The Uchiha's pride, the Sharingan Genjutsu, he has not acquired even a single one. This is rather awkward. No, I cannot place all my hopes on the uncertain system reward that I must proactively learn some ninjutsu and genjutsu to enhance my strength, lest I suffer a setback due to the butterfly effect. Therefore, it must be you, the man who has copied thousands of ninjutsu. Kakashi with the Sharingan. The bond severed by a Beto, I shall inherit. Sasuke gazed at Kakashi's leisurely back, his eyes narrowing as he made a resolute decision that in the original plot, Kakashi had regarded Sasuke with a different perspective due to his bond with Obito. He generously imparted his ultimate move, the Chidori. Now, if he takes the initiative, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Well, that will suffice. That I will go report the mission to Lord Hokage. You may disperse here. Remember to gather tomorrow morning. Dismissed. As they entered the commercial district of Konoha, Kakashi halted and declared. With a whoosh, he vanished, heading towards the Hokage Tower. Finally, it's over. Sasuke and Naruto, I'll head home first, Sakura exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she greeted them and turned to leave. Damn it. If it weren't for the stench from tracking the wild boars, I wouldn't be returning right now. I've missed the opportunity for a celebratory dinner to commemorate the successful completion of our first mission. Boo-hoo. I'll just have to wait for next time. I don't want Sasuke-kun to smell the odor on me and ruin the image of a charming girl he has in his mind. Sakura lamented silently, quickening her pace, which was also the reason she deliberately lagged behind Naruto. What's wrong with Sakura? Naruto watched as she ran faster, scratching his head in confusion. Who knows, Naruto? Want to go eat ramen together? After all, we're both heading home alone. Sasuke shrugged nonchalantly, his thoughts shifting as he extended the invitation. The premise of accepting suggestions is communication. Since I cannot hint, I might as well increase the chances by interacting more. Cultivating skills and relying on a lucky break must go hand in hand. Ramen, you actually have the heart to treat me? I don't have money to buy you dinner, Naruto exclaimed, his initial surprise quickly morphing into skepticism. Thinking about his earlier taunts toward Sasuke only reinforced this notion. Sasuke is definitely trying to trick him into treating him to ramen for a laugh. Fool, come if you wish, Sasuke replied, a dark line appearing on his forehead as he scoffed. Turning towards Ichiraku Ramen. This guy, while he claims to be a friend one can rely on, can truly be infuriating. This made Sasuke recall some of his former disciples. He wondered how many of those fools were crying now. If they knew he had traversed this world, would they not be consumed with envy and jealousy? Is this not a trap? Seeing Sasuke so decisively move, Naruto murmured in doubt, feeling a bit awkward. If Sasuke was genuinely inviting him, then he would miss out on a chance to eat for free. No, it was an opportunity to strengthen their friendship. Bonds, he was sorely lacking in those. Wait for me. Sasuke, with that thought, Naruto hurriedly called out, quickening his pace to catch up. That evening at Kakashi's home. Sasuke, how did you find this place? Kakashi, dressed casually, opened the door, surprised to see the young man before him. He certainly hadn't informed Sasuke of his address. If he didn't even know his teacher's home, what kind of student would he be? Kakashi-sensei, I wish to learn the Jinjutsu of Sharingan. Sasuke wasted no time, directly revealing his intentions as he opened his Sharingan. Jinjutsu of the Sharingan? How did you know I possess the Sharingan? Seeing the serious expression on Sasuke's face, Kakashi's breath hitched in surprise. Questioning him as he welcomed Sasuke into his home. The copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi with the Sharingan, was a name I once heard my father mention. One of the heroes born from the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge. He is the only foreign ninja capable of skillfully using the Sharingan, and he's the teacher I can consult at present. Therefore, please, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke entered the house, speaking earnestly, his demeanor utterly sincere. After all, no one could verify his words. Whatever he said was the truth. He couldn't believe Kakashi would refuse to give a Beto face. Upon hearing the mention of the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge again, the indifferent Kakashi visibly trembled. His expression turning grave. In that instant, Obito and Rin's faces flickered in his mind, along with the painful memories he wished to forget. That's so. I never expected Fugaka-senpai to mention me. Back then, he agreed to let me inherit a Beto's Sharingan, which could be considered a favor owed to the Uchiha. After a moment of silence, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye with its 3 tomo. Exhaling a sigh of resignation. The third Hokage had arranged for him to be Sasuke's instructor precisely due to the Sharingan. Now that Sasuke had approached him, it was not a bother. It's just that, with Sasuke's current strength as a Genin, learning ninjutsu and jinjutsu would be a waste of time. At this stage, what Sasuke truly needs is to refine and enhance his chakra and undergo physical training. I am afraid, Sasuke, with your single tomo Sharingan, learning jinjutsu would be quite strenuous for you at the moment. The cultivation of ninjutsu and jinjutsu is not suitable right now. Of course, as your teacher, I will guide you in your training. So, let us start from tomorrow. You'll train with Naruto and Sakura, beginning with the fundamentals of chakra control that I will observe your growth and teach you jinjutsu and ninjutsu at the appropriate time. Kakashi offered suggestion, gently declining as he noticed the hopeful expression on Sasuke's face. This instantly left the confident Sasuke feeling a bit bewildered. Is he really not giving face to Fugaku and Obito? Detecting Kakashi's suggestion triggered a C-rank reward. Task: acknowledgement of Kakashi's talent. Reward: lightning release. Lightning bolt arrow. The following day, beside the 3rd training ground, on a small bridge. How boring. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei arrived yet? Sakura stood at the railing of the bridge, looking up at the bright sky, voicing her discontent. Exactly. I woke up early just for this. Naruto leaned against the railing, yawning incessantly, his enthusiasm clearly waning. Knowing his penchant for tardiness yet arriving so early was a self-inflicted predicament. Sasuke, resting against the railing, casually remarked, as he began to anticipate today's training, that if he could earn Kakashi's approval, then that unexpected acquisition of C-rank lightning release from the previous night would be his. It would perfectly fill the gaps in his mastery of lightning release. What do you know? Today, Kakashi-sensei is coming to settle the payment for yesterday's mission. This is my very first mission reward. How could I not be excited? I wonder how much it will be. Perhaps a few thousand ryo? Naruto instantly perked up, his movements animated, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Immediately, Sakura beside him was also inspired, her eyes sparkling with dreams of wealth. With money, she could buy beautiful clothes and even invite Sasuke-kun for a meal or a date. How delightful. Good morning, everyone. Just as the two exhibited their avaricious expressions, Kakashi's figure gradually came into view. Kakashi-sensei handed over. Both Naruto and Sakura, caught in their fantasies of wealth, eagerly extended their hands, exclaiming with excitement. What is going on? Kakashi, bemused by their unabashed greed, scratched his head. Utterly perplexed, he had no idea what he owed them. Money. We're talking about the payment for yesterday's mission. Sasuke interjected helplessly, stepping closer to the 2.0. Is that what this is about? I thought it was something else. Kakashi finally understood, and, under the eager gazes of Naruto and Sakura, he reached into his pocket. Here, one for each of you. In no time, Kakashi produced 3 bills from his bag and handed them over. The expressions of the 3 varied as they quickly snatched the bills. 500 ryo? Is that all? Naruto's face fell, questioning Kakashi-sensei with a look of disbelief. "You're not embezzling, are you?" Sakura wore a similar expression of disappointment. The sum far below her expectations. "You two fools, it was merely a D-rank mission. What more compensation did you expect?" Kakashi said, a vein popping on his forehead, pointing an irritated finger at them. "All right, I'll explain the ninja payment mechanism to you, so that you won't be caught off guard in the future." Seeing Naruto and Sakura's dejected faces, Kakashi took a deep breath and continued. This sparked renewed interest in the trio. The mission rewards in Konoha are generally divided into 5 tiers, D-rank missions. Like the one we completed yesterday, yield rewards ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 Ryo, determined by the difficulty as discussed between the Hokage and the client. C-rank missions offer reward between 30,000 and 100,000 Ryo. B-rank varies from 80,000 to 200,000 Ryo. As for A and S-rank missions, it's of little use for you to know right now, so I won't elaborate. However, these mission rewards do not equate to the actual payment received. For every mission, the village takes a certain percentage, and on top of that, the supervising teacher also takes a share, as we forfeit the time to undertake other higher-tier missions that, of course, exceptions apply. Do you understand? For instance, if the D-rank mission yielded 5,000 Ryo, you 3 would divide 1,500 Ryo, with the village taking 500 Ryo, leaving 3,000 Ryo as my share for leading you. As Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened once more. The cut for Jonin so severe. He takes 60% for himself. Enough, Sakura. Naruto, Sasuke interjected, wanted to put an end to this tedious topic. The 60% cut for the supervising Jonin is actually quite reasonable. For a D-rank mission yielding 3,000 Ryo, we might only execute a handful of such missions in a month. Even if we assume 10 missions in a month, that barely adds up to 30,000 Ryo. In a month's time. A Jonin executing a single B-rank mission would easily earn over 50,000 Ryo. 60% is quite generous, Kakashi-sensei. What is our task for today? Sasuke, using logic to silence the others, shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. He was eager to complete today's mission and resume training to earn system rewards. Well, today you don't have a mission. Follow me. It's a perfect opportunity to guide you in training, Kakashi said, giving Sasuke an approving glance before turning to lead the way into the nearby woods. As Sasuke had surmised, being a guiding teacher for a Jonin was indeed a losing venture. His understanding of others demonstrated why he was truly the inheritor of the will of fire. Today's training session would focus on chakra control. Arriving before a towering tree, Kakashi gazed up at its trunk and spoke slowly. The moment he finished, Naruto and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances. Chakra control? What kind of training is this? Are we climbing trees? Sasuke, however, felt a flicker of intrigue, finding no surprise in the task. This was preferable. With guidance, he need not engage in aimless training. Looking at your expressions, it's evident you haven't truly grasped chakra control. Watch closely, the 3 of you. Kakashi casually observed, then, to Naruto and Sakura's astonishment, lifted his leg and pressed it against the tree. "Don't," Sakura instinctively cried out, fearing Kakashi would fall. Yet in the next instant he defied the force of gravity, walking up the tree as if it were level ground. How? How is that possible? Both Naruto and Sakura were utterly flabbergasted, their faces awash with disbelief. Do this. Concentrate a certain amount of chakra at the soles of your feet, using it to adhere to the tree trunk as you climb, Kakashi explained, perched on a branch. Just as in the original narrative, articulating the technique and purpose of tree climbing training. "Let us begin," Sasuke declared, simultaneously forming hand seals and channeling chakra into his feet. In a breath's time, a gust of chakra surged from beneath him, stirring up dust. With a powerful surge, he propelled himself towards the tree, eager to ascertain if his training abilities had been enhanced since his arrival in this world. With an accelerating dive, Sasuke soared up to a height of 7 or 8 meters before feeling his momentum wane. He etched a mark on the tree trunk and executed a graceful backflip to land on the ground. That all? Sasuke frowned at the modest height, feeling it fell short of his aspirations. "You're so cunning, Sasuke, getting a head start. I won't let you win." Naruto immediately reacted, forming seals and launching himself toward another tree. The fleeting surge of chakra from him made Kakashi's pupils dilate. What an astonishing amount of chakra! Naruto's latent chakra now exceeds mine, and Sasuke's chakra has reached the level of an elite Chunin. Are these two truly geniuses? Hey, this isn't so hard. Suddenly, Sakura's voice rang out from atop another tree. The trio turned to see her comfortably seated on a thick branch. "Sakura, you're amazing," Naruto exclaimed, his face contorting in disbelief, though a pang of jealousy stirred within him. Being surpassed by the girl he liked felt more disheartening than being outdone by Sasuke. "Well done, Sakura," Sasuke remarked, his demeanor unaffected by the outcome. Demonstrating his understanding of the narrative, it seemed that Sakura truly possessed a natural talent. "Great job, Sakura," Kakashi praised, though internally he disagreed. The chakra levels of Naruto and Sasuke far surpassed Sakura's. Naturally, it would be more challenging for them to adapt to this training. However, Sakura's talent for chakra control was indeed impressive. "Well, you all can continue your training here. I'll return in the afternoon to check your progress and point out any issues," Kakashi lazily remarked, pulling out his little red book and disappearing in an instant. Within the confines of Konoha, there was no need to worry about their safety. He would seek a comfortable spot to relax and enjoy some reading. "Sasuke-kun, I have some insights about training. Would you like to hear them?" Sakura, emboldened by the trio's praise, stepped forward to address Sasuke gently. Unbeknownst to her, this action ignited a fiery gaze from Naruto beside her. Upon detecting Sakura's suggestion, a D-rank reward was triggered. Task: listen to experiences and insights. Reward: doubling the effectiveness of tree climbing training. Upon hearing the prompt, Sasuke smirked, nodding in tacit agreement under Sakura's delighted gaze. He had accepted. How splendid. This marked the beginning of a romantic endeavor. Sakura's heart surged with excitement, a tempest of emotions welling within her as she prepared to speak. "I want to join too." "Sakura, you mustn't show favoritism," Naruto exclaimed, stepping forward, burning with jealousy and determined not to let their relationship progress any further. "All right, fine," Sasuke replied, and despite her reluctance, Sakura forced a smile and acquiesced. She couldn't allow the budding affection to be disrupted by Naruto. Moments later, the task was completed, yielding the reward. Tree climbing training effectiveness doubled. As another prompt sounded, Sasuke once again concentrated his chakra and propelled himself toward the towering tree. Thud, thud, thud. This time he ascended to a height that brought him closer to Sakura. How is this possible? Naruto gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, roaring in frustration as he summoned his chakra to chase after the tree. "No way. I can't let Sasuke catch up. I need to accumulate more experience to get closer to him." Equally startled, Sakura's expression hardened as she focused her chakra beneath her feet. In an instant, the forest echoed with their fervent shouts. The afternoon slipped by swiftly. "Oh dear, everyone seems so invigorated. How are your results so far?" Kakashi appeared lazily, nodding in satisfaction at the trio, who were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. It seemed these three had not been slacking off. However, what was with the bumps on Naruto's head? "Kakashi-sensei, I've already reached the top of the tree," Sakura exclaimed, leaping up the trunk and effortlessly reaching the summit. This surprised Kakashi slightly, though it was not entirely unexpected, given Sakura's talent and limited chakra. Completing the task in half a day was quite feasible. "Kakashi-sensei, what will our next training entail?" As Sakura spoke, Sasuke flashed to a branch overhead. This action caused Kakashi's pupils to constrict in astonishment. He had anticipated Sakura's swift completion, but Sasuke had also finished the tree climbing exercise remarkably quickly. It was known that Sasuke's chakra control was not as refined as Sakura's, yet his chakra volume was several times greater. The disparity in their training was evident. This fellow was indeed a genuine Uchiha prodigy. "And what about you, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, glancing at Naruto with a glimmer of hope. If Naruto had also completed the tree climbing exercise, he would need to reassess the trio's potential. I'll be reaching the top in no time. I won't lose to either Sasuke or Sakura." Naruto huffed defiantly, shaking his head, his obstinate demeanor causing Kakashi to furrow his brow in exasperation. "Well then, I'll grant you 2 more days for training. Sakura, you'll assist Naruto with his tree climbing practice," Sasuke, come with me, Kakashi instructed, waving his hand as he beckoned Sasuke to follow him to another area. Sakura, I'm counting on you, Naruto said, his face lighting up with joy as he looked at Sakura. This was a rare opportunity for a two-person world. How unfair. Why must I stay and help Naruto train? Sakura's face fell, watching Kakashi walk away. Her fists clenched in frustration. 2 days would have been the perfect opportunity for a date with Sasuke. Sasuke, here is a chakra test paper. Let me see your chakra attributes. Just channel your chakra into it. Upon reaching a nearby thicket, Kakashi pulled a sheet of paper from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Sasuke. Like this? A flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's eyes as he accepted the paper, immediately channeling his chakra into it. In the next moment, under Kakashi's astonished gaze, the paper crumpled and ignited into flames, turning to ash. Thunder and fire dual attribute chakra, Kakashi murmured instinctively, his gaze towards Sasuke filled with increasing satisfaction. He had fully recognized this intelligent, responsible, and exceptionally gifted disciple. Just as Sasuke had stated, he was the only one in Konoha capable of guiding him in training. Conversely, Sasuke was also Kakashi's only suitable disciple in Konoha. Especially with his lightning affinity, his Chidori required both the Sharingan and lightning attributes to inherit. This must be fate. Task completed, reward received. Lightning release. Thunderbolt arrow. As Kakashi acknowledged Sasuke internally, the system reward echoed in Sasuke's ears. In an instant, the hand signs and application for the C-rank lightning release. Thunderbolt arrow resonated within him. Even without any prior training experience, Sasuke could seamlessly and skillfully perform the hand seals to cast the jutsu. Sasuke, you've worked hard today. Go rest. Tomorrow, I will teach you a new ninjutsu, Kakashi said, pulling back his thoughts to assess what jutsu would suit Sasuke at this stage. Understood, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke replied with a contented nod, not objecting in the least. Having learned to climb trees today, and now possessing the C-rank Thunderbolt arrow, what more could he desire? In the evening, after washing up on the streets of Konoha, Sasuke ambled about with damp, tousled hair. Remaining at home would not trigger any tasks. With the tree climbing training complete, the next step was water stepping. However, both tasks were merely applications of chakra control, for now. Tree climbing was sufficient. Rather than waste time on water stepping, it would be better to learn the B-rank fire release, Great Fireball, especially since the impending ice release. White would prove to be quite troublesome. Observing the bustling crowd, Sasuke's eyes flickered as he contemplated. With his current chakra, quality trumped quantity. Armed with the Great Fireball and Thunderbolt arrow, having a B-rank fire release as a trump card would suffice for the time being. Moreover, Kakashi was set to impart an unknown ninjutsu the following day. Sasuke. Suddenly, a sweet yet innocent voice called from the nearby street. This made Sasuke pause, turning to look at Sasuke-kun. Is that really you? Would you like to go on a date? Just the two of us? A slender girl in purple attire with golden hair boldly wrapped her arms around Sasuke's, extending an enthusiastic invitation. The light yellow ponytail swayed in the breeze, and a faint scent of youthful fragrance wafted into Sasuke's nostrils. Your enthusiasm remains unabated, Ino, Sasuke replied with a subtle smile. Feeling the warmth of her touch, though his heart sank slightly, it seemed that a simple invitation did not equate to a suggestion. Sakura's earlier invitation was likely due to strategizing. It had a concrete proposal at its core. As he spoke, Sasuke's gaze shifted to two boys nearby. What a surprise to encounter you here, Shikamo. Choji, Sasuke greeted, a smile gracing his features. It wouldn't be problematic to make friends. As he couldn't influence the rewards subjectively. Sasuke, you actually initiated a greeting with us? Shikamaru exclaimed, astonished, while Choji, munching on food, nodded vigorously. Sasuke has always kept to himself during our time in the Ninja Academy. He has quite the aloof presence. Sasuke, forget about those two. How about we go eat together? I'm starving. Seeing Sasuke's agreeable demeanor today, Ino eagerly chimed in that case, Shikamaru, Choji, you should join us too. Sasuke felt a stir within. Seizing the opportunity to extend the invitation to Shikamaru and Choji, engaging with friends could only yield positive outcomes, especially since he wouldn't have to spend any money. Eating? Sounds good. Where shall we go? Before Shikamaru and Choji could respond, the ever-hungry Choji exclaimed excitedly. Refusing any invitation to dine out was ingrained in the Akimichi clan's ethos. What a hassle. Now you've got my appetite stirred up, Shikamaru remarked, scratching his head in resignation, casting a look at Ino that seemed to say, good luck with this. That Choji's appetite was no trifling matter. Ah? How could it come to this? Ino felt overwhelmed, clutching her head in frustration. Yet, she could neither scold Sasuke nor allow this precious opportunity of dining with him to slip away. Thus, she resolved, let us go, Sasuke can, along with you, Shikamaru and Choji, suppressing her inner discontent. Ino forced a smile as she wrapped her arm around Sasuke's. However, when she mentioned Shikamaru and Choji's names, her teeth clenched in irritation. Soon enough, the quartet entered a nearby restaurant. Sasuke, I now acknowledge your existence, Choji earnestly declared while eagerly handing the menu to the shop owner. Please bring us the complete menu, sir. Sasuke? Ino? Sasuke, I am uncertain of the reasons behind your transformation. Perhaps it is a consequence of your growth as a ninja. However, this version of you makes me feel more like we are comrades. I hope you maintain this, and do not revert to your former aloof and cold demeanor, Shikamaru remarked, casting a serious glance at Sasuke before lowering his head to order. Shikamaru, what are you trying to preach? Ino interjected anxiously, concerned that her words might provoke Sasuke's displeasure and cause him to leave. If that were to happen, she would suffer a double loss. Sasuke's departure would also mean treating Choji. How dreadful! Not at all, Ino. Quite the contrary. I believe Shikamaru's words hold merit. If you can get in touch with Shino, Hinata, and Kiba, we could organize a reunion dinner, Sasuke said with a hint of smile, causing Ino and Shikamaru to glance at him in surprise. They had not anticipated that Sasuke would entertain such an idea. Are you serious, Sasuke? Ino asked, noticing the sincerity in his expression that, of course, Sasuke affirmed with a smile, indicating his earnestness. Just moments prior, when Shikamaru proposed the idea, a system notification had echoed in his ears, detected Shikamaru's suggestion, triggering D-rank reward. Task: alter the impression of comrades. Reward: 10,000 Ryo. The monetary reward was of little concern to Sasuke. What truly mattered to him was the opportunity to forge friendships and increase the likelihood of triggering rewards. He welcomed all rewards with open arms. Then it is settled. I shall reach out to Hinata and the others to see if they are available tomorrow evening. After all, we are all graduates of the same class, and it is indeed fitting to hold a reunion, Ino declared, her enthusiasm palpable. There are 9 of us from our graduating class, and I wholeheartedly support this idea. Shikamaru concurred. Even if he was averse to complications, he did not perceive this as troublesome. Splendid. Tomorrow promises another feast, Choji exclaimed, thumping the table in excitement, leaving the others momentarily speechless, especially Sasuke, who secretly worried whether the reward would suffice. The following day in the small grove, Sasuke, you have now mastered the fire release. Great fireball technique. For now, let us set aside fire release, and I will teach you a lightning release technique. Lightning Snake. Although this technique is classified as C rank, it possesses 2 distinct offensive methods. You can either condense lightning chakra for close-range attacks or transform the lightning nature into a lightning snake for short-range assaults. The sequence of hand seals is serpent, rooster, monkey, Kakashi instructed, standing before Sasuke and meticulously sharing his training experiences. This C-rank lightning release was a carefully selected technique that would make learning the advanced lightning release. Chidori, a natural progression for Sasuke. Activate your Sharingan. I will demonstrate, Kakashi continued, as he began forming the hand seals. The single Tomo Sharingan, while unable to replicate techniques, could enhance perception and assist in training. After explaining the theory, Kakashi swiftly completed the hand seals. Kakashi-sensei is quite reliable, Sasuke thought to himself, acknowledging Kakashi's dedication, second only to Orochimaru when it came to pouring his heart into Sasuke's training. With this, mastering Chidori would become significantly more straightforward, perfectly complementing the long-range lightning release, Lightning Arrow. Encompassing all ranges of attack, as Kakashi manifested the lightning release, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson. Activate Sharingan. Lightning release. Lightning Snake. Under Sasuke's Sharingan, Kakashi meticulously completed the hand seals and proclaimed in a low voice. In an instant, a blue arc of lightning materialized in Kakashi's right hand. Through the lens of the Sharingan, Sasuke clearly observed the reality beneath the lightning glow, a snake-like form coiled and shimmering with arcs of electricity at the center of his palm. This is the first offensive method, Kakashi explained, shaking the lightning snake, and then suddenly opening his palm. With a crackling sound, the coiled lightning snake erupted towards Sasuke. Instinctively, Sasuke activated his chakra and retreated several meters. Finally landing 10 meters away, the lightning snake, having extended 8 meters, struck the ground, leaving a charred line in its wake. Essentially, this is how it works. The strength and length of the lightning snake will vary based on the user's chakra, but the essence remains unchanged. Now it is your turn, Sasuke, Kakashi remarked, his serious demeanor shifting back to his usual laid-back attitude as he prepared to leave. How infuriating! Kakashi-sensei is secretly giving Sasuke special training. This is too much. Just then, Naruto burst onto the scene, shouting in frustration. His azure eyes glimmered with unshed tears, nearly spilling over. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I tried to stop Naruto from coming, but I couldn't. Sakura interjected, waving her hands in apology, her gaze fixed on Sasuke with admiration. Truly, he was the man she had her sights set on, already learning a new technique. Yet, a tinge of envy lingered within her. I've been found out, Kakashi chuckled sheepishly, shifting his gaze to Naruto and Sakura. You two need not feel that I'm favoring Sasuke. Sakura, your chakra is currently insufficient for training in ninjutsu. Naruto, have you completed your tree climbing training? Once you finish that, we can discuss learning ninjutsu. Kakashi casually offered an excuse before vanishing in an instant. He escaped again. How infuriating. I shall start training diligently. I must master tree climbing swiftly so that Kakashi-sensei will teach me new techniques. I will definitely catch up to you, Sasuke. Naruto shouted, gritting his teeth as he glared at Sasuke before racing toward a nearby tree. What a hot-headed fool, Sasuke shrugged, unable to suppress his sarcasm, as he began forming hand seals for training. Naruto learning ninjutsu? What a joke. He was just a reckless ball of energy. So cool. Sasuke. As arcs of electricity flickered from Sasuke's palm, Sakura swooned, resting her chin on her hands, utterly captivated. As evening approached, both Naruto and Sasuke found themselves utterly exhausted. They had spent the entire day training fervently, with Sakura responsible for their lunch. Yet, neither had completed their training in tree climbing or lightning release. So you were all here training. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto heard a voice call out from beyond the grove just as they prepared to return home for some rest. Turning, they saw Kiba racing toward them, accompanied by Akamaru. Following closely behind were Hinata and Shino from Team 8, with Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino from Team 10 trailing behind them. Kiba, what brings you here? Naruto asked, perking up at the sight of his friends. Did Sasuke not tell you? He invited us to a reunion dinner. What? Naruto? Were you not included in the invitation? But I can understand why, considering you are merely the useless deadweight, Kiba boasted, his words dripping with mockery. How dare you? Who are you calling useless deadweight? Do you want to fight? Naruto erupted in anger, rolling up his sleeves and glaring at Kiba. Please don't do that. We are all comrades, Kiba, Naruto-kun. Hinata interjected, her shy yet courageous demeanor leaving Sasuke speechless. Hinata, you are far too timid. Will you ever be able to take the initiative to make suggestions? Perhaps you should seek out the genius Niji? Foolish Naruto, what are you doing? Everyone is here to share a meal together, so don't cause any trouble. Ino exclaimed, swiftly stepping between the two before turning to face Sasuke, her eyes crescent-shaped with a teasing smile. Sasuke-kun, didn't you mention last night that you wanted to hold a class reunion? I've already arranged it with Hinata and the others. Where shall we dine? How about the hot pot restaurant near my family's flower shop? Reunion date. Before Sasuke could respond, Sakura clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with intensity. She had been careless, too naive to think that being on the same team with Sasuke meant she could relax her guard. How could Ino have the audacity to secretly arrange a date with Sasuke? The fact that Sasuke had agreed was utterly unacceptable to her. Ino, you need not worry about that. Sasuke and I have already discussed the reunion. It will be at the Yoshinoya barbecue restaurant. As thoughts raced through her mind, Sakura immediately claimed Sasuke's arm, asserting her territory. She could not allow Ino to gain the upper hand. That's so. Sasuke-kun, Ino's eyes widened in surprise, her forced smile faltering as alarm bells rang in her mind. This was not what she had anticipated. Sakura's relationship with Sasuke had progressed far too rapidly since they became teammates. Damn it, Sasuke, what does this mean? You discussed things with Sakura without informing me. Haven't you acknowledged my presence? Why wasn't I invited? Just as Sasuke was taken aback by Sakura's dramatic flair, Naruto suddenly shouted in an emotional uproar. This drew everyone's attention to Sasuke to their astonishment. Sasuke seemed to have accepted the presence of the underdog, Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt as if a stampede of tailed beasts was surging through his mind. Why was Naruto stirring up chaos, as if he were being abandoned? With the rivalry between Sakura and Ino intensifying, Sasuke felt an illusion of three women vying for his affection. Puffed. What three women vying for one man? I am as straight as they come. He quickly dismissed that peculiar thought, clearing his throat to regain composure. Fool, you were so engrossed in training that you didn't even notice. I said reunion. Are you not a classmate? Sasuke replied disdainfully, causing Naruto's expression to shift from gloomy to ecstatic in an instant. Let's go. Everyone. Destination. Yoshinoya Barbecue Restaurant. With a deep breath, Sasuke turned to cast a reassuring glance at a nervous Sakura, before raising his voice to declare, "All right, Sasuke-kun." Upon hearing this, Sakura's fluttering heart finally found solace as she tightly clung to Sasuke's arm, sweetly affirming that he was indeed on her side. Ino, you are bound to lose. Stop clinging so tightly to Sasuke-kun. Sakura. Ino, witnessing this, was filled with fury and rushed forward to pull Sakura away from Sasuke. Her azure eyes sparkled with fierce determination, refusing to yield. Sakura, naturally, was equally unwilling to back down, confidently closing the distance to Sasuke. Ugh, I knew it would come to this. How troublesome, Shikamaru sighed, stepping forward to stand beside Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto quickly darted to Sasuke's left side, blocking Sakura and Ino's last hope. Observing the dynamics around him, Sasuke was struck with an ambiguous realization. Under the clear blue sky of Konoha, Sasuke reported into his earpiece, Sasuke, arriving at point B. Ino, arriving at point C. Naruto, arriving at point A. Soon, the positions of Sakura and Naruto echoed in his earpiece. Naruto, you're too slow. You've already missed the optimal moment. The target has moved. All units, move out, pursue. With Kakashi's command crackling through the earpiece, Sasuke unleashed his chakra and swiftly dashed toward the target. Meow, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Sasuke seized the kitten's neck with a firm grip. Sasuke-kun, you look so cool, Sakura exclaimed, appearing shortly after, her voice laced with adoration, showcasing her flair for theatrics. Finally caught you, little kitty. Naruto swooped in beside Sasuke, snatching the kitten with a triumphant grin. Then I'll leave it to you, Naruto, Sasuke said, pleased with the turn of events, releasing the kitten into Naruto's care. He pressed his earpiece, relaying brown fur, a kingly black mark on the forehead, and a red bow on the right ear, confirming the target is me, the little tiger. Indeed, Sasuke and his companions were currently undertaking the renowned mission of capturing the lost little tiger in the Land of Fire. It had been nearly a month since their last gathering, and, as anticipated, no new rewards had been triggered. Sasuke had temporarily set aside his interest in Hinata after a brief interaction, for she had grown even more introverted and self-conscious since the Chunin exams. Even if she had any effective suggestions, her current disposition rendered her unable to voice them. Hence, Sasuke shifted his focus to Niji.in this month, aside from accumulating 20,000 Ryo and a mere 0. 1 chakra. Sasuke had received no further rewards. However, he had mastered the lightning release, lightning serpent, and fire release. Great dragon fire techniques. Additionally, he had sporadically completed 6 rank missions to AT the Hokage building. Little tiger, my adorable little tiger. I finally found you. I was so worried. The lady of the feudal lord embraced me, showering the kitten with affection, leaving Sasuke and his teammates wide-eyed in astonishment. Even Sasuke, who was well aware of the plot, felt a chill run down his spine. Knowing the script and witnessing it live were entirely different experiences. Mission accomplished. Lost little tiger, D-rank task completed. Now, what is Kakashi's team's next mission? After the lady departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen began rifling through the next tasks. Muttering about those tedious D-rank missions, Naruto clenched his fists, ready to spring into action. In no way. I refuse to do any more of these boring, non-challenging tasks. Are there no other missions? I want to undertake higher-level tasks that are more challenging and thrilling. Anticipating this outburst, Sasuke couldn't help but sigh inwardly as Naruto's fervor escalated. Hiruzen's expression grew solemn. The prospect of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leaving the village was inherently a perilous endeavor. Yet, since he had allowed Naruto to graduate as a ninja, he had long prepared for this day. During this time, he had witnessed the rapid growth of both Sasuke and Naruto, particularly Sasuke, who had already attained the strength of an elite Chunin. "All right, it is time," Hiruzen declared, turning to call out, "Dasna-sen." With a swish, the door swung open, and a wave of alcohol-laden air engulfed the room. "Who is this drunken old man?" Naruto exclaimed, fanning away the heavy scent as Dasna made his entrance. "This is your mission's client, Dasna-sen." "Naruto, this is a C-rank protection mission. It is now in your hands." Kakashi, Hiruzen briefly introduced, giving Kakashi a discreet yet significant glance. Kakashi understood the implication regarding the Nine-Tails and nodded in silent acknowledgement. "What? You want them to safeguard me? Just a bunch of kids? Especially that short and dim-witted one. Can he even be considered a ninja?" Dasna, reeking of alcohol, began to critique Sasuke and his comrades, fully aware of his own precarious situation. His words riled Naruto, who shouted in indignation, only to be ruthlessly silenced by Kakashi. "I am Dasna, the renowned bridge builder of the Land of Waves. Until my bridge is complete, I entrust my safety to you all." After a brief moment, Dasna took a large swig of liquor and lamented. Having resigned himself to his fate, he had no funds to elevate the mission's rank, so he could only hope for the best with a living horse as a substitute for a dead one. "Fear not, Mr. Dasna. Although they are young, they are all elite ninjas of Konoha, and with me, a Genin, by your side, there is nothing to worry about." Kakashi, in his usual languid manner, reassured him, feeling no sense of impending danger. This perception startled Dasna into a moment of quiet delight. Hiring a Genin for the cost of C-rank mission was a lucrative deal. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, return now to gather weapons and supplies, and assemble at the village entrance in half an hour, Kakashi said, as he exited the Hokage building, turning to address everyone. With a flicker, he vanished from sight. "Now, it's my time to shine," Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically after Kakashi's departure, dashing towards home without looking back. "Let us go, Sakura," Sasuke said with a resigned smile, beckoning her as he turned in the direction of his home. However, Sasuke did not head straight home. Instead, he took a detour to a weapons shop. To be prudent, he felt the need to prepare some trump cards just in case. Half an hour later, the Kakashi team gathered once more at the village entrance, reuniting with their client. "Dasna, let us depart." "Everyone," Naruto exclaimed excitedly as all members were present. Pointing ahead, IT was his first time leaving the village. "Let us go," Sasuke echoed, sharing a similar expression, equally eager for the journey beyond, though his anticipation was primarily for the battles that lay ahead. Kakashi observed Naruto and Sasuke, who were taking charge, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the absurdity of their command. By the way, "Mr. Dasna, you mentioned you are from the Land of Waves. Does that land have ninjas?" Sakura, feeling curious, asked. "Not typically, Sakura, but in general, small nations like the Land of Waves do not possess ninjas," Kakashi interjected, aiming to alleviate the tedium of their journey. "However, not all small nations lack ninja villages. On this continent, only the 5 great nations boast true ninja villages: the Land of Wind with Sunagakure, the Land of Lightning with Kimogakure, the Land of Earth with Awagakure, the Land of Water with Kirigakure, and our own Land of Fire with Konoha." He continued, detailing the ninja world as structure as Sakura and Naruto listened with wide eyes, gaining their first insight into the reality of their world. Sasuke, already well acquainted with this knowledge, remained unfazed. As their laughter and conversation continued, noon approached swiftly. Suddenly, Sasuke's pace slowed slightly, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a puddle by the roadside, before he discreetly glanced at the clear, blue-skied ITS here. Realizing the impending threat, Sasuke adjusted his posture, hands forming seals. This motion caused Kakashi, who had also sensed something amiss, to gasp in shock. "Sasuke, have you already noticed?" In the very next moment, as Kakashi stepped over the puddle, two figures surged forth, slicing through the water towards him. As Naruto and Sakura turned, startled by the sound of slicing air, they witnessed Kakashi being cleaved in half. "Kakashi-sensei!" They cried in unison, instinctively rushing to shield Dazna behind them. First one, the demon brothers called coldly, their eyes gleaming as they charged towards the nearest target, Naruto. Upon seeing this, Naruto's pupils dilated, paralyzed in fear, feeling for the first time the chill of death creeping near. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In a split second, Sasuke's voice erupted as a 5-meter-wide fireball hurtled past Naruto, colliding fiercely with the advancing demon brothers. Caught unawares, the brothers were engulfed by the sudden inferno. In the face of this emergency, they hastily summoned Chakra to retreat. Shuriken flew from the blazing fireball, hurtling towards them in an instant. One of the brothers, with a fierce glint in his eye, pushed his companion forward as a shield, propelling himself backward with the momentum, but the mist ninja was consumed by the searing heat of the fireball. "Nanny! That guy!" Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in shock, witnessing their enemy reduced to cinders. In that moment, they grasped the brutal reality of being a ninja. The concept of camaraderie could be so easily discarded when faced with life and death. Instantly, they understood the true meaning behind Kakashi's graduation test. "Run!" As the two were still in shock, the surviving brother turned and fled without hesitation. This team is too dangerous, just as Sasuke prepared to pursue. Kakashi appeared, striking the fleeing man at the nape of his neck, knocking him unconscious. "Kakashi-sensei, you're alive!" Naruto exclaimed joyfully, his face lighting up upon seeing Kakashi seemingly resurrected. "It was a substitution jutsu," Sakura deduced, spotting the wooden logs nearby. "Sasuke, you perform admirably. And Sakura, you did well to protect our client." Kakashi praised them before shifting his gaze to Naruto. "And you, the aspiring Hokage, seemed rather paralyzed by fear just now." It appears Sasuke is edging closer to the title of Hokage. Kakashi teased flamboyantly, causing Naruto's face to flush with embarrassment, but a mix of shame and determination welled up within him. Why was Sasuke so decisive and brave while he faltered? Was this the gap between them? "That was a poor performance," Sasuke remarked, rolling his eyes as he stepped closer to Naruto. "Hey, are you okay, coward?" he said lightly, turning away as Naruto glowered at him. How could he be so arrogant after all that? Naruto thought angrily, vowing not to be outdone by Sasuke next time. "Mr. Dazna, it seems you've concealed some truth from us. The current situation clearly exceeds the mission's stated rank," Kakashi said, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto Dazna, having discerned the target of the demon brothers' assault. "This," Dazna stammered, his face paling as he realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. With Sasuke not participating in the conversation, Naruto unleashed his frustration as per the original plot. The mission continues. Following the assassination attempt by the demon brothers, their journey progressed smoothly, and the group set foot on the soil of the land of waves the following morning. Along the way, they learned of the existence of Gato, enemy. Suddenly, Naruto, leading the way, hurled a kunai with force, shouting loudly. The tension in the air thickened as everyone's expression shifted. "Naruto, please don't be foolish. Look what you've done." Sakura exclaimed in irritation upon discovering that the kunai had struck a white rabbit. "A rabbit. I'm so sorry. That was unintentional," Naruto stammered, his face falling as he awkwardly apologized while holding the rabbit. "They're here." Sasuke, disregarding Naruto's antics, felt an alarm bell ringing in his mind, his body tensing in readiness. At the same moment, Kakashi regarded the rabbit with a contemplative expression, his demeanor serious. "Get down." Suddenly, Kakashi's warning exploded in their ears. Prepared, Sasuke swiftly tripped Dazna, while Naruto and Sakura ducked down in the next instant. A sharp blade whizzed by, striking a nearby tree with a resounding thud. With a whoosh, a figure appeared, standing menacingly by the hilt of the blade. Well, who do we have here?" Originally, it was the fugitive ninja of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, who upon noticing the approaching figure, made a deliberate show of composure as Kakashi's pupils constricted. Though he jested, he swiftly raised his forehead protector to reveal his crimson left eye. The Sharingan. It became clear why the Brothers of the Demon failed in their assassination attempt. Unexpectedly, this mission involved the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi, as an escort. Upon seeing the scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, Zabuza's gaze grew colder, and he spoke in a chilling tone that a battle was imminent. The Sharingan. Isn't that Sasuke's eye? How could Kakashi-sensei possess it? Could it be a technique that can be trained? The oblivious Naruto exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Kakashi's left eye. The clumsy Naruto inadvertently exposed Sasuke's information. That little brat? So he is indeed the rumored descendant of the tragic Uchiha clan. Zabuza's eyes narrowed sharply at the mention, his murderous intent surging. The value of the Sharingan far exceeded that of an A-rank mission. Kakashi's strength made it impossible for him to seize that Sharingan. But surely, the eye of a mere genin was not beyond reach. In that case, whether for personal use or to sell, it would be an excellent choice. Naruto, are you truly foolish or merely ignorant? The intelligence of a ninja must never be carelessly divulged. Do you wish to endanger Sasuke with your actions? Kakashi felt a pang of alarm at Zabuza's murderous intent, unable to suppress his exasperation. Such a foolish teammate could be more dangerous than one lacking in team spirit. Who knows if, during the fight, he might inadvertently reveal his trump card, turning the tide against them. No, it can't be that exaggerated. Naruto, chastised by Kakashi, stiffened momentarily, finally realizing his blunder and awkwardly responding. Idiot Naruto! If anything were to happen to Sasuke-kun, I will not forgive you. Sakura clenched her fists, shouting angrily as she swiftly moved to stand beside Sasuke. Her gaze fixed anxiously on Zabuza. I won't let him harm you, Sasuke. Though her body trembled in fear, Sakura stood her ground. Gritting her teeth, Sakura, Sasuke murmured, his pupils slightly contracting, experiencing for the first time a sense of acknowledgement toward her. It was not based on the original character's recognition, but rather on genuine personal emotion. In the face of life and death, great terror exists. Yet, in adversity, true feelings can also be revealed. How infuriating, Sakura, do not underestimate me. That eyebrowless guy shall not harm Sasuke in my presence. Suddenly, Naruto, having endured a barrage of reprimands, bellowed in fury. With a loud bang, he created several shadow clones, charging towards Zabuza. Foolish one, do not be so impulsive. Kakashi hurriedly intervened, rushing forward to confront Zabuza as a precaution. Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna. Observing Naruto's actions, a faint smile crept across Sasuke's lips as he leaped past Sakura, fingers flying to form seals. This is what they call a bond. Isn't it? Boom! As Sasuke charged forward, Kakashi took the initiative, clashing with Zabuza in a single move. Utilizing the collision to block, Zabuza executed a swift roll, seizing his decapitating sword and swinging it carelessly. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's clones were shattered as if made of paper, instantly obliterated. Fire style, fireball, jutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke unleashed a fierce attack, an orange-red fireball roaring forth in an instant. Not bad, Uchiha brat. Zabuza scoffed, quickly dodging the fireball. The warm-up was over. The real battle was about to begin. Water style. Hidden mist technique. As he evaded, Zabuza's cold gaze fixed upon his opponents, hands forming seals to initiate the jutsu. In an instant. The previously clear woods transformed into an impenetrable fog, rendering visibility non-existent. Kakashi's expression changed dramatically as he rapidly positioned himself in front of Sasuke. You three form a protection formation to shield Mr. Tazuna and yourselves. Hearing Kakashi's command, Sasuke immediately moved beside Sakura, on guard. Naruto followed suit. Kakashi-sensei, who exactly is that guy? Sakura asked nervously, gazing into the thick fog, eager to gather intelligence on their enemy. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Zabuza Momochi. The enemy is a formidable opponent, highly skilled in silent assassination techniques. Just like now, he is utilizing the cover of the fog to strike with deadly precision. You must remain entirely alert. Kakashi, fully activating his Sharingan, scanned the surroundings, intensifying Naruto and Sakura's anxiety. Just as Kakashi spoke, the mist thickened, further obscuring their vision. The throat, carotid artery, lungs, liver, spine, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Where shall I choose to strike? Amidst this tense atmosphere, Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions. Accompanied by that menacing voice, a wave of terrifying, murderous intent surged forth from the mist, pressing down upon the trio. Instantly, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura felt ensnared in an endless terror. Their spirits were so suppressed that they could hardly breathe. This is the power of a Genin. My body, I cannot move. Naruto and Sakura murmured in tremulous voices, their bodies uncontrollably shaking. This is the murderous intent of an elite Genin. Their bodies and heartbeats trembled involuntarily. Their spirits ensnared and subdued, feeling as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Sasuke, experiencing the same sensation, felt his pupils constrict violently, his heart racing in alarm. If an elite Genin can exert such pressure, how terrifying must Orochimaru or the tailed beast be? Contemplating such beings, Sasuke's mental strain diminished significantly as, oh, this is the essence of murderous intent, a clash of will and spirit. Sharingan, activate, gaining a moment to breathe. Sasuke pondered briefly as his dark pupils transformed into the scarlet single tomo. His insight sharpened, and he regained control over his body. The Sharingan, inherently aligned with in release, possesses a remarkable resistance to murderous intent. Sakura, Naruto, I will not allow you to perish here. Gazing at the terrified expressions of his companions, Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai, steadying his resolve to protect others is also to redeem oneself. It allows him to attain rebirth in this unfamiliar world. Sasuke was correct. I will fight to the death to protect you. That I absolutely refuse to let my comrades be slain, Kakashi echoed, unleashing his own murderous intent to clash against Zabuza's. Alleviating some of the pressure on the trio. Is that so? Suddenly, Zabuza's voice whispered in Sasuke's ear. Almost simultaneously, a sharp, decapitating sword descended towards Sasuke. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly swung his kunai to block. Bang! At the critical moment, Kakashi intervened, deflecting the attack just before it reached Sasuke. The fierce kunai pierced through Zabuza's abdomen. This is a water clone. Both Kakashi and Sasuke's expressions changed dramatically as they realized the kunai was met with a trickle of water. Stay alert, Kakashi warned, attempting to retreat from his position. But in that fleeting instant, too slow, Zabuza suddenly reappeared, delivering a lethal strike that cleaved Kakashi in half. It is over. Zabuza's eyes gleamed with malice as he turned his gaze towards Sasuke and the others. Is this the extent of your fear? You three brats believe that simply wearing a forehead protector makes you ninjas, that a true ninja must possess the courage to face death, an unwavering fighting spirit, and the willingness to sacrifice. You three are utterly unworthy of being called ninjas. Zabuza lectured. Sasuke's mind echoed with a system notification. Malicious intent detected from Zabuza, triggering a 10x rank reward. Mission: slap Zabuza's face. Reward: hidden mist, silent killing technique. Almost simultaneously, it was the Ian. As Zabuza's words fell, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind him, but at the same time, the Kakashi severed by Zabuza transformed into a splash of water, a water clone. To replicate my technique, even in this thick mist. Truly deserving of being the Sharingan Kakashi. Observing the kunai at his throat, Zabuza remained unfazed, slightly impressed. This calm demeanor caused Kakashi to furrow his brow. Could this guy be? In the next moment, Zabuza's body collapsed into a cascade of water, falling to the ground. That guy's also a water clone. With a look of astonishment, Naruto's expression swiftly transformed as he exclaimed loudly, "Water release. Water prison technique," just as Kakashi evaded to the side of the water surface. Zabuza's voice echoed once more. In the blink of an eye, torrents of water rapidly coalesced around Kakashi, ensnaring him in a water sphere. The speed was so remarkable that Sasuke, poised to intervene, was rendered unable to act in time. You all must flee. He is attempting to control the water prison technique. We cannot leave. Now is our only chance. Realizing the dire straits, Kakashi urgently implored. Escape? That is an impossibility, while you are bound by the water prison. We have already lost hope of fleeing. Even a temporary retreat would not shield us from Zabuza's relentless pursuit. In the end, we would face total annihilation. Moreover, I have no intention of abandoning my comrades. The principle of Team 7 is precisely this, to not abandon, to not give up. Therefore, our only option now is to fight. Helping our teacher escape the water prison is our sole opportunity to turn the tide. Sasuke, having swiftly moved to Naruto's side, shouted, simultaneously spurring Naruto to overcome his fear. Sasuke. Within the confines of the water prison, Kakashi's body trembled slightly upon hearing Sasuke's words about not abandoning comrades, casting a more approving glance at him. Sasuke was truly another Obito. Indeed, a more talented Obito. Damn it, I want to lose to you? Naruto, already dissatisfied with his earlier performance, erupted upon hearing Sasuke's words. The fear of Zabuza was swiftly overshadowed by the desire to surpass Sasuke. Do you remember our previous strategy? Sasuke thought, feeling reassured, as he formed hand seals and issued commands. I see. Naruto, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's words, then revealed a peculiar smile as he formed seals and shouted. Shadow Clone Technique. With Naruto's outburst, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted, obscuring Zabuza's line of sight. Another mundane clone technique. The brat truly learns nothing from past lessons. Zabuza scoffed disdainfully at the sight of dozens of Naruto clones, conjuring a water clone before him. Although the water clone possessed only 1/10 of his strength, it was more than sufficient to deal with a mere nuisance like Naruto. Charge! The multitude of Narutos surged forward simultaneously. No matter how many there are, it won't change the fact that you are worthless. Zabuza confidently brandished his blade, fixating on the Naruto clones, poised for an attack. Behold my ultimate technique. Suddenly, all the Narutos simultaneously formed hand seals and shouted loudly. This action instantly captured Zabuza's and the water clone's attention. What could this be? Kakashi's forehead twitched at the sight of this familiar scene. This fool is actually using that technique in such a situation. Zabuza was not the type to fall for such tricks neither will I. Transformation. As Kakashi's concerns mounted, all the Naruto clones shouted in unison. Another massive cloud of white smoke billowed forth in the next moment. Dozens of scantily clad Narutos appeared, rushing towards Zabuza amid Sakura's astonished gaze. Is this a joke, Naruto? Sakura bellowed in fury, vehemently rejecting this ploy. That little brat is surprisingly capable. Dazna's face flushed, witnessing a spectacle he had never seen before. For the first time, he acknowledged Naruto's existence. I will not be fooled by such trivial antics. I am Zabuza, the demon of the mist. As Sakura and Dazna spoke, Zabuza's expression twisted in rage as he was besieged by the pink-clad Narutos. With a swift swing of his blade, he mercilessly struck down the foremost clones. Boom! 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 The fragile Naruto clones shattered upon contact. As expected, in mere moments, he swiftly dispatched nearly all the clones. This ends here. Ignoring the fear reflected in Naruto's eyes, Zabuza lunged towards the approaching Sasuke. With fingers poised like lightning, he aimed to gouge out Sasuke's Sharingan. Sasuke! Sakura cried out desperately, unleashing Chakra to intervene without hesitation. However, in the midst of their shock, Sasuke suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. This is bad. His target is Zabuza's clone's expression shifted as he reacted swiftly, glancing back. Lightning release. Lightning serpent, just as Zabuza's main body was about to act. The river beneath him exploded. Armed with lightning, Sasuke opened his crimson, single-tomo Sharingan and charged ferociously towards Zabuza's chest. You think you could succeed with that? You're too naive, Zabuza sneered, his mind racing as he observed the imminent attack. Slightly shifting his body to alter his stance, in an instant, his right foot aimed to kick Sasuke away. I've seen it. Sasuke's pupil spun rapidly as he thought, evading the swift kick at the same time. He violently swung the lightning serpent, which elongated into a lightning-infused serpent, biting down on the arm, controlling the water prison. ZZZZ. Zabuza's arm crackled with electricity as the water prison technique shattered instantly. What? Zabuza's face changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he retreated explosively. The paralysis in his right arm temporarily robbed him of the ability to form seals, and he was too close to Kakashi. Far too dangerous. Excellent teamwork. Well done, Sasuke and Naruto. From here on, I'll take over. Kakashi, having regained his freedom, praised them without reservation, his crimson Sharingan fixated intently on Zabuza. This time, he would not be careless. Using the clones and transformation for misdirection, allowing my clone to take on Sasuke's form. The purpose of this seduction technique was merely to divert Zabuza's attention. The true trump card was Sasuke's stealth attack. This is the reverse harem assassination technique. Delighted by Kakashi's praise, Naruto beamed with pride, causing Sakura and Dasna to finally grasp the situation. Indeed, that was a commendable collaboration that I admit I underestimated you two brats. Your names now deserve a place in my records. But only if you survive this mission. Zabuza growled menacingly, buying himself a moment to recuperate his arm. Mission accomplished, reward received. Mist hidden, silent killing technique. As Zabuza spoke, a reward prompt echoed in Sasuke's ears. Face slap completed. Utilizing the moment of speech to stall for time, did he hope for his numbed right hand to recover swiftly? I've seen through you, Zabuza! Kakashi's crimson left eye bore into Zabuza coldly as he hurled several shuriken, sealing off all possible escape routes for him. His body shot forward like an arrow, targeting Zabuza. Oh, you think this will defeat me? Zabuza scoffed, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he evaded the shuriken attack with remarkable speed. This is the mist hidden, silent killing technique. Simultaneously, Sasuke, receiving the reward, narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had initially believed the so-called silent killing technique was merely a simple physical skill. However, the reality was quite different. The mist-hidden, silent killing technique is a ninjutsu that concentrates chakra throughout the body, explosively releasing it to create a sound-dampening and acceleration effect for swift movement. The silent killing effect of the mist technique made it all the more unpredictable. The high-speed movement Zabuza had just executed was enhanced by the silent killing technique. Kakashi, you're still too slow to react. Let me finish you all at once. Rat, snake, boar, dog, and pig. Zabuza's figure flickered and reappeared, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, preparing his ultimate move that I told you. I've seen through you. Rat, snake, boar, dog, pig. Kakashi's left eye twitched as the Sharingan spun rapidly, his hands synchronizing to form seals in that instant. Zabuza was taken aback. A brief pause allowed Kakashi to catch up to Zabuza's sealing speed at 44 seals for the Water Dragon Bullet. These two brats are indeed talented. With that much time, I could have killed 7 times over. Kakashi, ever the strategist, could have used Chidori to eliminate his opponent instantly, yet he chose to engage with the same ninjutsu, delivering both a physical and psychological blow. The act of killing is a matter of both flesh and spirit. Sasuke watched the two engage in their dramatic confrontation, quietly scoffing yet unable to suppress his envy and longing. The allure of being a ninja lies in the clash of ninjutsu, and it was a pity that he could not partake in such a magnificent moment. Amidst the concerns of the onlookers, Kakashi and Zabuza simultaneously erupted with a roar that, in an instant, 2 fierce water dragons, each spanning several meters, roared forth, colliding and tearing at each other. The fierce movements stirred the river, generating waves of water. This is ninjutsu. Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in awe, witnessing firsthand the essence of a ninja's battle. Meanwhile, Zabuza, the one in the thick of it, had lost all sense of judgment. Yet another round of psychological warfare unfolded. Zabuza's expression shifted, his defenses shattered, and his spirit faltered. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Kakashi seized the moment, launching his attack. The river beneath him surged violently, transforming into a raging torrent directed towards the dumbfounded Zabuza. With his mental defenses breached, Zabuza offered no resistance as he was swept away by the water's force. Instantly, this display of water ninjutsu elicited further gasps of surprise from Naruto and Sakura. With a resounding crash, Zabuza collided violently with a massive tree, coming to an abrupt halt that you can see the future. Zabuza's pupils widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi, his mind a tempest of confusion. Indeed, your future only holds death. Kakashi replied coolly, eyeing the shaken Zabuza before drawing a kunai, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, 3 shurikens sliced through the air and embedded themselves deep into Zabuza's neck. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment, and his head tilted as he collapsed. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, a youth clad in a mist umbu mask appeared in an instant. "He is dead. He is actually dead," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he instinctively turned to the newcomer. Kakashi also glanced over, promptly moving to inspect the body. "Finally, he has arrived." "Haku," Sasuke mused quietly. Choosing not to expose this clumsy act was not that he wished to eliminate the two himself or harbored any special feelings towards Haku. Rather, he simply did not want to create a situation where both sides would be utterly destroyed. Kakashi, at this point, must have reached his limit. With his current strength, he was not a match for Haku or Zabuza. It was the perfect time to bolster his own ability for the next encounter. "Then I shall take this person away." As Sasuke spoke, Haku effortlessly whisked Zabuza away, vanishing in an instant, leaving Naruto and Sasuke with expressions of frustration. What on earth just happened? That incredibly powerful Zabuza was defeated so easily. Naruto shouted, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at Haku's retreating figure. This caused Sasuke's lips to twitch in annoyance. "You, reincarnated Ajura and Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, dare to say such things about others. In just 4 years since graduation, you have ascended from a mere genin to the pinnacle of the ninja world. How are others supposed to survive?" "Well, he is indeed quite impressive," Kakashi sighed, attempting to console them, which left Sasuke speechless once more. "Mediocrity. Do you have some misunderstanding about what mediocrity means? Is there anyone in our team, 7, who can be considered mediocre?" "Naruto, don't you think that makes it all the more interesting? Defeating the enemy also means surpassing oneself. If you are unwilling to accept it, then double your training," Sasuke declared, closing his Sharingan, igniting Naruto's fighting spirit anew. "Indeed, I will not lose to them. Kakashi-sensei, you promised me we would continue my ninjutsu training. This time, I will train even harder." Rejuvenated and filled with fervor, Naruto shouted, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. "This guy has changed too quickly. And I too, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura chimed in promptly, determined to strengthen herself and keep pace with Sasuke. "All right, let us continue onward." Kakashi nodded seriously in response to the three, realizing that this time he could not afford to slack off. However, the thought of Naruto's exasperating ninjutsu talent sent shivers down Kakashi's spine. Previously, it was not that he refrained from teaching Naruto ninjutsu after he mastered tree climbing, but rather, it was a long story to AS for Sakura. Her chakra was simply too weak to engage in such practices. With a sudden bang, as Kakashi took a step forward, he predictably collapsed. Prepared for this, Sasuke swiftly appeared before Kakashi, bracing him with his shoulder. Has the Sharingan been overused? Kakashi thought as he caught a glimpse of Sasuke's profile. His consciousness fading. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing Kakashi faint, Naruto rushed to Sasuke's side to check on him, with Sakura and Tizuna following closely behind. "Don't worry, it's just the after effects of using the Sharingan, but he'll be fine after a few days of rest." Sasuke reassured the anxious trio, instantly alleviating their concerns. By the way, why does Kakashi-sensei have a Sharingan? That I was truly impressive. Can I also learn that secret technique? Naruto suddenly realized, looking at Sasuke with eager anticipation. He had thought Sasuke's Sharingan was a personal ability. Now, seeing Kakashi's Sharingan, he could not help but speculate wildly. "You idiot! Naruto, there's no way you can cultivate the power of the Sharingan." Sakura exclaimed, exasperated, unable to believe such a foolish question could come from him. "Huh? Then how does Kakashi-sensei have it?" Naruto scratched his head, presenting the facts straightforwardly. This left the confident Sakura momentarily at a loss for words. "How should I know that? Sasuke, do you know why? Why can't I have a Sharingan?" Naruto, seeing Sakura ignore him, leaned towards Sasuke with curiosity in his eyes. That earnest and inquisitive gaze left Sasuke momentarily speechless. Is this guy really a native ninja? Naruto, did you not hear a single word in ninja school? It's utterly embarrassing. Listen well, the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan, a bloodline family, with Sakura taking the initiative to clarify. The two engage in a back-and-forth exchange amidst her growing frustration. Eventually, the group returns safely to Tizuna's home. The next day, Tizuna's daughter, Tsunami, suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, Kakashi-sensei has awakened," causing Sasuke and the others, who were resting, to spring awake. "Kakashi-sensei, you're awake." "Yes, I'm sorry to have worried you," Kakashi replied, relieved to see the trio, knowing nothing untoward had occurred after his fainting spell. "That's wonderful. Now everyone is fine," Tizuna, arriving late, joyfully declared, easing the atmosphere in the room. "Now is not the time for celebration. I suspect Zabuza may not be dead." Sasuke interjected, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he made an astonishing declaration. "Enough with your idle chatter." "Huh. Sasuke, what are you talking about? We all witnessed Zabuza being slain by that mist boy." Naruto jumped up, incredulous as he stared at Sasuke in disbelief. "How could that be?" Sakura echoed, also unable to accept Sasuke's assertion. "Have you already figured it out?" Sasuke, Kakashi, who had been somewhat skeptical, suddenly realized, turning to Sasuke with a hint of alarm. "This guy, does he possess such terrifying talent as a ninja?" "Huh? Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean? You already checked Zabuza's corpse, didn't you?" Naruto asked, clutching his head anxiously as he looked at Kakashi's approving expression. "That is indeed the case, but I overlooked one crucial detail. Why would that mist umbu go to such lengths to carry the entire body away? In order to prevent the leakage of intelligence, it is sufficient for Ming Ming to merely take away the head. Moreover, the method by which he killed Zabuza left the languid Kakashi solemnly explaining, leaving Naruto, Sakura, and Dazna in a state of astonishment. Thus, that member of the Mist Umbu is actually Zabuza's accomplice. What we are about to face are two adversaries, Sasuke remarked, nodding at the listless Kakashi, directly getting to the point. Indeed, that is the case. You have all witnessed the strength of the masked mist ninja. From now on, I shall impose stricter training upon you, Kakashi affirmed, nodding in agreement. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure that I see now. That fellow is actually Zabuza's companion. Next time, I will surely make him aware of my prowess." Naruto exclaimed, suddenly coming to a realization, his fists clenched and his spirit ignited with excitement. "Humph, to hear that Zabuza is still alive and be so exhilarated, then we shall commence training this afternoon," Kakashi said, momentarily taken aback before regarding Naruto with satisfaction. Naruto has indeed grown rapidly. However, to deal with that mist youth, we must rely on Sasuke. In the nearby forest during the afternoon, Kakashi addressed Sasuke, stating that given his current condition, his ninjutsu is sufficient for the time being, that if he wishes to swiftly enhance his combat capabilities, he should practice water walking on his own. This principle is akin to tree climbing, except that the trees are replaced with the more uncontrollable currents of water. Leaning on his crutches, Kakashi regarded Sasuke earnestly, having no intention of further imparting ninjutsu. "Water walking. Is that the technique you used while standing on the river during your battle with Zabuza?" Naruto interjected, suddenly enlightened, yearning for that impressive maneuver. "Precisely," Kakashi replied with a slight hum, gesturing for Sasuke to train independently. With Sasuke's chakra and foundational ninjutsu, mastering this technique will lead to a remarkable improvement in strength. This is far more beneficial than wasting time learning another ninjutsu. "Understood," Sasuke acknowledged, recognizing Kakashi's deeper intent, and turned to leave without hesitation. As Kakashi spoke, he had also received a system suggestion. Practicing water walking now would yield double the effect. This is a perfect opportunity to integrate the silent killing technique. Kakashi-sensei, don't we need to practice water walking?" Seeing Sasuke depart, Naruto could no longer contain his eagerness and hurriedly inquired, but he did not wish to fall too far behind Sasuke. Sakura, though silent, bore a similar expression. "You are not like Sasuke. What you lack now is ninjutsu. Naruto, you haven't forgotten the basics of wind release I taught you earlier, have you? Go wait over there. This time, I will guide you through training step by step," Kakashi said, feeling a headache coming on as he wondered if his direct instruction would enable Naruto to grasp the technique. You mean the wind release? Great breakthrough? But sensei, why must I learn this wind release that complements Sasuke's fire release? I want to learn a more powerful offensive ninjutsu. Naruto pouted, crossing his arms in frustration, still brooding over this matter. Fool, your chakra is primarily wind release, and when combined with Sasuke's fire release, it creates a synergistic ninjutsu that maximizes both of your strengths. Furthermore, you have yet to master this C-rank ninjutsu. How can you even mention learning a stronger wind release ninjutsu? Kakashi retorted sharply, irked. He had chosen this technique to optimize their combined power. Moreover, with Naruto's chakra, even the great breakthrough as a standalone ninjutsu is a formidable wind release attack. Ugh, seeing Kakashi lose his temper and recalling his previous dismal training experiences, Naruto immediately deflated, scurrying away in despair. Sakura, I remember your chakra is of the water attribute, right? With Naruto obediently leaving, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and turned to Sakura. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura eagerly nodded, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she looked at Kakashi, imagining what ninjutsu she might learn. After their earlier tree-climbing training, she had tested her chakra nature alongside Naruto. Naruto possessed wind attributes, while she had water attributes. To be frank, given your current chakra, you are not yet suited for learning ninjutsu. This is why I had not taught you any previously. The more excited Sakura became, the more her expression fell. What does this mean? Is she really inferior to that guy, Naruto? However, times have changed, and there is no time left for your growth that I do not require you to engage in battle. Just ensure that you protect yourself and Mr. Dazna during the conflict. Therefore, do your best, Sakura. The ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is the C-rank water release, water needle. This technique allows you to condense sharp water needles in your mouth to assassinate enemies. As it relies on saliva, it does not necessitate a great deal of chakra. However, it does require strong chakra control, making this technique particularly suitable for you at this moment, Sakura, as Kakashi explained the situation. Sakura's expression grew increasingly dark. Her anticipation for ninjutsu was replaced by displeasure and anger. This sharp-tongued teacher, does he even know how to speak properly? Meanwhile, as Sakura begrudgingly learned water release on Sasuke's side. Splash! Another sound of falling into the water echoed as Sasuke stumbled, his foot slipping and plunging into the depths. Water walking was indeed challenging to control, and even with the reward enhancement, it proved somewhat difficult. It seems this training requires a more serious approach. Observing the turbulent river, Sasuke frowned and murmured under his breath, stepping onto the shore to remove his clothing. Practicing water walking while fully clothed is simply unwise. Even though he chose to train in a shallow area knee-deep in water, the splashes would inevitably dampen his clothes. Then, let us give this a try. Bare-chested and clad in only shorts, Sasuke suddenly had a thought. Standing still with his hands forming seals, in the next moment, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and his chakra erupted to a visible degree. Blue chakra spiraled around him, transforming into a purplish-blue chakra flow. Sasuke felt the air resistance around him nearly vanish, and he became as light as a feather in an instant. Whoosh! With a single push from his feet, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Silently and swiftly, he found himself dozens of meters away. He had accelerated to nearly 5 times his usual speed. This was simply astonishing. Sasuke's pupils constricted in awe, not disheartened by merely achieving a 5-fold increase in speed. While it may appear that he had only accelerated 5 times. Sasuke's chakra was merely at the level of an elite Chunin that if he possessed stronger chakra, he could achieve even greater speed. Moreover, this was a silent and rapid movement. Such an advantage over non-taijutsu ninja of the same level was overwhelmingly significant. It was akin to Sasuke's initial encounter with Lee in the original storyline. Helpless? No, I must double my training. With the chakra control afforded by water walking, this technique should be further enhanced, reflecting on Lee's terrifying speed. Sasuke suppressed his restless heart and immersed himself in training once more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Naruto, are you not diligently practicing your hand seals? The great breakthrough in wind release requires only the dog, horse, and monkey seals. How can you still not proficiently execute them? Kakashi gazed at Naruto with exasperation, hardly believing his eyes. Those 3 simple seals took Naruto 5 to 6 seconds to perform. How could one possibly execute a ninjutsu like this? Ugh, it's so frustrating. This technique must be completed in under a second, while simultaneously controlling the flow of chakra to transform it into a fierce gale. It truly is challenging. Kakashi-sensei, don't you have any simpler ninjutsu? The legendary copy ninja, who has replicated over 1,000 techniques, surely possesses something as straightforward as my shadow clone technique, which requires only 1 seal. Frustrated, Naruto shouted, completely disinterested in the intricacies of hand seals. Fool! C-rank ninjutsu is already the most basic form of offensive ninjutsu. Do you wish for something even simpler? Completing 3 hand seals in 1 second is foundational training for ninjas. It is precisely for this reason. You cannot use the exception of your shadow clone technique as an excuse, Kakashi admonished, raising his cane to scold him. How could Naruto question his reputation as the copy ninja? It is not that he cannot perform ninjutsu with a single seal. He simply doubts whether Naruto possesses the intellect to master such complex techniques. Do not underestimate me. I could transform the multi-shadow clone technique into a single seal ninjutsu. I can turn this C-rank wind release into a technique requiring only 1 seal to execute. Look at me, Naruto exclaimed defiantly, his hands forming seals as chakra surged throughout his body that the technique only Genin can master. Don't waste your chakra, you fool, Kakashi retorted, exasperation evident in his voice as he had long since lost hope for Naruto. Indeed, when it comes to reliability, one must look to Sasuke. How can I know it won't work unless I try? I am determined to master this jutsu. I absolutely refuse to be outdone by Sasuke. In the forest, Naruto's frustrated cries echoed once more. 5 days later, deep within the lush, water-abundant woods, Sasuke stood bare-chested on the undulating surface of a river, as if he were on solid ground. With every movement, running, jumping, dodging, his feet remained securely anchored to the water, as if it were solid earth. Sakura, come out. Suddenly, Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the thicket. Sakura emerged from the foliage, her cheeks flushed and her gaze shyly averted. Her eyes, like shimmering water, occasionally darted toward Sasuke's upper body, her heart fluttering. Sasuke, you look so cool. This was the 3rd time she had come to see him. What was her purpose this time? Have you completed your training in water release? Sasuke stepped closer to the riverbank, donning his shirt as he spoke, ever since Sakura had called out to him for dinner and discovered him training shirtless. This was her 3rd time spying on him. While Sasuke, being a grown man, was indifferent to such matters, the sensation of being watched by a girl was still quite unsettling, even if she were his intended partner. I have completed my water release jutsu training. I just wanted you to take a look and perhaps offer some guidance, Sakura said, her heart racing, but she steeled herself to speak. Now was the moment for Sasuke to recognize her existence. Has Naruto learned it? How is that guy faring? Sasuke inquired, his movements halting as he shifted the conversation. He was not surprised that Sakura had managed to learn that jutsu. After all, Sakura possessed the medical talent inherited from Tsunade, making such a level of water release easily attainable. In Naruto? I'm not sure. Sakura's face fell, her expression turning sour as she gazed at Sasuke with a hint of resentment. What is this? Why is your reaction so lackluster? Discussing Naruto is hardly appropriate for this moment. She lamented internally. Sasuke-kun, you're still so cool. I like you so much. That evening, after having completed his water training and water release technique, Kakashi declared at the dinner table, from tomorrow onward, Sasuke and Sakura will accompany me to the bridge to protect Mr. Tazuna. Sakura's heart soared at this news, secretly vowing to seize the opportunity to deepen her bond with Sasuke. Darn it, I've been outpaced by Sasuke again. Even Sakura. Naruto, who had been heartily eating, suddenly paused, his face contorting with frustration as he bit down hard on his food. If it were only Sasuke, he could perhaps accept it. After all, he had been surpassed by Sasuke more than once. But this time, even Sakura had completed her training ahead of him. How could he accept this? I need some fresh air, he muttered to himself, seeking an excuse to escape as he dashed outside to double his training efforts. All right, I'm full. Time for a walk to digest, Sasuke thought, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he stood up to leave. Sasuke-kun, Sakura called out, immediately rising to chase after him, eager to relish this rare moment alone with him. Sakura, today's training has already exhausted you. You need a rest to recover your chakra for tomorrow's duty to protect Mr. Tazuna, Kakashi interjected, seeing through Sakura's intentions. Unlike Sasuke and Naruto, she needed proper rest to regain her strength. Outside, amidst the trees, darn it, I will not lose to Sasuke or that girl. I will gather my chakra. Naruto shouted in anger, forming hand seals as he began to train with renewed vigor. Yes, that's it. I'll expel the chakra as wind. Just as he completed the hand seals, he steeled himself, ready to unleash his power. Naruto! Suddenly, just as Naruto was about to unleash his technique, Sasuke's voice rang out, interrupting his flow. What is it, Sasuke? I was just about to succeed. Why do you have to disrupt my training? Naruto exclaimed, nearly stumbling as he pointed at Sasuke in frustration that he had finally managed to complete the hand seals in a mere second. Humph. I was going to teach you a training tip, but it seems unnecessary now. A hint of amusement flickered in Sasuke's eyes as he turned to leave. Tip? Naruto's expression brightened instantly, and he hurriedly blocked Sasuke's path. Wait, are you really going to be that kind? In this moment, Naruto couldn't help but feel skeptical. After all, he and Sasuke were rivals. Why would he help him with his training? Believe what you want, I simply don't want my rival to be too weak. I need some sense of accomplishment in competition. Besides, you're training in wind release to complement my fire release technique, Sasuke replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice as he turned to walk away. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted Naruto to have more skills, he would not have gone out of his way to provide assistance. The existence of a system meant that the more skills Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi possessed, the stronger they would become. This would increase Sasuke's chances of triggering rewards. Helping others was tantamount to helping oneself. Sasuke had come to understand this principle. I'm just kidding, Sasuke. Please, tell me the training tip. Naruto pressed eagerly, his playful demeanor resembling that of a cunning little fox. Who said this guy was an idiot? Being adaptable and seemingly foolish is wisdom in disguise, Sasuke thought, sighing internally before finally revealing. The tip is the shadow clone technique. Shadow clones can relay memories back to the original body, meaning they can also serve as a means to accelerate training. Although, given your chakra levels, your clones won't last long. But a tenfold increase in training efficiency should be entirely feasible, that A.S. Sasuke elaborated in response to Naruto's astonished expression. He continued, You see, it's quite simple. Of course, how did I not think of that? Sasuke, you truly are a genius, Naruto exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 10 shadow clones with a resounding poof. Let us begin training, everyone. Ignoring Sasuke's presence, Naruto raised his hand excitedly. The shadow clones eagerly responded, diving into their training with fervor. I've given you the training boost. I hope you won't let me down. Naruto, Sasuke thought as he observed the bustling clones before decisively turning to return to his rest. Behind a tree, Kakashi murmured to himself, Sasuke has already discovered a training method uniquely suited to Naruto. What a genius! However, this method will indeed be exhausting. Naruto is still pushing himself too hard. It seemed that Naruto would not be returning tonight. Kakashi gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure, a subtle smile creeping beneath his mask. It appeared that the bond between the two had begun to solidify. Indeed, they are both comrades one can entrust their backs to. The next day, on the bridge, Sasuke-kun, what do you think of Ino? After much internal struggle, Sakura finally asked, her voice trembling with excitement and anxiety, attempting to glean Sasuke's thoughts. Sakura, if you have something to say, be straightforward. I dislike speaking indirectly with comrades and guessing their thoughts, Sasuke replied, looking at the tranquil sea, his gaze unwavering. I actually wanted to ask, Sakura stammered, her face reddening as she fumbled for words, feeling as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. This left Sasuke momentarily speechless. That you're not Hinata, so why act shy? Sasuke thought, fully aware of Sakura's feelings. However, he had not contemplated such matters at this time. Being younger was one factor, and he currently lacked the strength to protect himself adequately to avoid any melodramatic scenarios. He had no intention of investing too much energy into emotional affairs. If you're asking whether I like you or Ino, well, My response is that I don't know if this satisfies you. Upon seeing Sakura still hesitating with a conflicted expression, Sasuke decided to lay everything bare. Instantly, Sakura beside him was struck as if by lightning. I don't know what kind of answer that is. Observing Sakura's pale and fluctuating demeanor, Sasuke showed no mercy. He did not lie about this matter. Liking the original characters and acknowledging Sakura as the rightful pairing is one thing. But true affection is an entirely different matter. Sasuke certainly intended to find a woman. However, he wished to leave it to fate. He did not want to confine himself merely within the simplistic impressions of the original work. That kind of mindless harem was not his pursuit. Following one's heart was the only correct answer. Having been given a second chance at life, the utmost priority was, of course, happiness. Yet he must not lose sight of his true purpose and become a mere tool for the Uchiha clan to proliferate. So, what kind of girl does Sasuke-kun like? After much internal struggle, Sakura finally mustered the courage to weakly inquire. Not knowing was fine. After all, it wasn't the first time she had been rejected by Sasuke. At the very least, Ino, like her, was also not favored by Sasuke and a girl he likes. Well, I suppose I favor strong, confident, and capable girls, Sasuke remarked with a profound gaze and layered words, causing Sakura to tremble beside him. Strong, confident, and capable girls? So that's it, finally a direction to strive towards. She must become such a woman in order to win Sasuke-kun's favor. In the early morning, good morning, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, Tazuna-sen, Inari, Sakura greeted as she rubbed her bleary eyes and entered the living room. Her expression wearied. In her quest to become a strong girl that Sasuke would like, she had sneaked out to train until her chakra was depleted after completing a protection mission yesterday, which naturally left her physically drained. Let us eat. Kakashi nodded warmly at Sakura, fully approving of her nighttime training. As an elite jonin, how could he be unaware of Sakura's diligent efforts? What teacher would refuse such a conscientious student? By the way, hasn't Naruto returned last night? This fellow seems to be working particularly hard these past few days, Tazuna remarked, glancing at the empty seat beside him while scooping rice. That little brat. Truly one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. What good does it do to train so hard? No matter how much they strive, they are no match for Zabuza, and in the end, they will all perish beside him. Tazuna's grandson, Inari, wore a gloomy expression, snorting disdainfully at the trio's efforts. Inari, upon hearing her son's dispirited words, Tsunami hurriedly stepped forward to admonish him. To avoid further complications. You want to die, kid? If you don't want to put in the effort, that's one thing, but don't deny our resolve. If we perish, what do you think will happen to your family? Sensei, I'll go call Naruto back for dinner. Sasuke did not indulge this brat, rebuking him curtly before standing up to leave. Today was apparently the day Naruto would encounter Haku, since they were destined to become rivals. It would be better not to meet at all. What grandiose talk, regardless. You all will never defeat Zabuza, Inari shouted after Sasuke's retreating figure, using it as an outlet for his inner fear. He certainly understood the consequences of failure. However, he simply lacked the courage to shatter that fear. Inari, how can you say that about Sasuke-kun? Sakura could no longer bear to listen and immediately defended Sasuke. What do you know about Gato? Gato is an existence that is fundamentally impossible to resist. Your understanding of his country, of us, and of Gato is far too naive. Inari roared again, provoking Sakura's fury to the point where she was about to strike this ignorant little brat. Inari, right? I admit Sasuke's words were a bit harsh, but he speaks the truth. As for pain, I'm sorry, both Sasuke and Naruto have endured suffering far greater than you, yet they continue to live bravely and courageously. Overcoming their own pain, Kakashi interjected, providing a counterpoint that allowed Tazuna and his daughter to secretly breathe a sigh of relief on the other side. You idiot! It's time to eat. Sasuke rushed in, finally locating the sleeping Naruto and delivering a swift thump to his head. Ouch! That hurts, Sasuke. Can't you be gentler? Naruto exclaimed, suddenly jolted awake, clutching his head and looking at Sasuke with a face full of grievance. Hurry back to eat. We still need to go to the bridge, Sasuke urged, surveying the surroundings, secretly hoping to beat Haku there. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have been in such a slumbering state. Sasuke, I've completed my training in that wind release technique. I owe you a thanks for your tips, Naruto said, his mood buoyant as he placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, striding forward with confidence. Yes, that's so. I hope you won't let us down. Sasuke replied, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto's arm with a faint smile, preparing him mentally. Huh. Tomorrow or the day after? Instantly, Naruto's previously triumphant expression fell, his face paling. What he meant by completing his training did not equate to absolute success or proficient usage. There was still a 1/3 failure rate. If an attack were to occur tomorrow, he would be in quite the predicament he had initially planned to show off, hoping to integrate his training over the next few days. Is there a problem? Noticing this, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and questioned, internally astonished by the prowess of the shadow clone technique. No, of course not. Naruto quickly responded, thumping his chest to feign confidence, while inwardly he was in a state of panic. Oh, there's a beautiful lady over there. In a moment of desperation, Naruto shifted his gaze and pointed at the approaching figure to divert Sasuke's attention. Who is that? Sasuke snapped back to reality, his eyes sharpening as he beheld a lovely girl in a pink floral kimono walking towards them. It was none other than the enigmatic and popular character, Haku. At the same time, Haku had also spotted Sasuke and Naruto, recognizing them. However, Haku's ninja training had instilled a sense of composure, allowing her to pass by the two with an air of nonchalance. Hey, Sasuke, you've been exposed, you sly guy, Naruto teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he noted Sasuke's furtive glance at Haku. Inwardly, he resolved to take Sasuke to a certain place upon returning to the village that would serve as a reward for the shadow clone training. Idiot, Sasuke retorted immediately, retracting his gaze and adopting a cold expression as he quickened his pace to leave. Haku was indeed an intriguing character, but so what? Their positions were different. He would not gamble his life for mere sentiment. The true world of ninjas was evidently far more brutal and realistic than the narrative. Besides, who knows if Haku is male or female? Don't be shy, Sasuke. Wait for me, Naruto shouted, sprinting after him, prompting Sasuke to hasten his steps once more. Sasuke, Naruto, though I feel a twinge of reluctance, I cannot refuse Lord Zabuza's orders. Tomorrow may very well be your demise. Relish these final bonds, Haku murmured, watching the duo depart with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Bonds she too possessed, and she could stake her life for them. The next day, didn't that little brat say he completed his training? Why did he go out training so late last night? After breakfast, Tazuna remarked, eyeing the soundly sleeping Naruto with a hint of sarcasm. This fellow seemed rather unreliable. Well, let him rest well. We should head to the bridge. According to my estimation, Zabuza's injuries should be healing in these couple of days. We must be cautious, Kakashi said with a solemn resolve in his eyes, turning to Tazuna and Sasuke beside him. Understood, Sasuke nodded in agreement, following Kakashi and Tazuna out of the room. After reuniting with Sakura, the four of them headed towards the bridge. What's going on? What exactly transpired? Everyone. Upon arriving at the bridge, Tazuna observed the injured workers and hastily inquired, have they arrived? Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically at this sight, internally acknowledging that Zabuza had indeed survived. Sasuke, well aware of the unfolding narrative, harbored similar thoughts and remained on high alert. Mist is rising, Sakura suddenly remarked, glancing at the thickening fog in the land of waves, where moisture abounds. Foggy days are not uncommon, but this mist was coalescing far too swiftly. Une mist technique. Zabuza was indeed still alive. Sasuke, Sakura, protect Mr. Tazuna, Kakashi commanded, his chakra surging as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Tazuna, ready for confrontation. Sasuke and Sakura followed suit, flanking Tazuna to form a triangular defense around him. In the next moment, 6 of Zabuza's water clones emerged instantaneously, their eyes glinting menacingly as they brandished their blades. Here they come. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with cold resolve as he unleashed his kunai in a flash of dark brilliance. With a series of splashes, the 6 water clones were obliterated in an instant. Think you could dispose of my 6 water clones so effortlessly? You've certainly grown, Uchiha brat. Zabuza's figure materialized alongside the masked figure. Haku. Of course, Sasuke. You're my most prized student, Kakashi declared with pride, his gaze directed at Zabuza, radiating a chilling aura. Teacher, leave the masked one to me, that I detest opponents who hide behind masks. Sasuke stepped forward. His eyes filled with derision as he regarded Haku. Sasan, how handsome, Sakura exclaimed, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she giggled uncontrollably. This elicited a simultaneous twitch from both Kakashi and Sasuke at a time like this. She was swooning over him. Haku, it seems you have caught their attention. Hence, the Uchiha brat is yours to handle. Zabuza sneered coldly, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Kakashi. This time, he was determined to reclaim his honor. He had already deciphered the tricks of a Sharingan. Let the battle commence, Mr. Zabuza, Haku replied quietly, nodding solemnly as his feet glided, instantly freezing the water beneath him. Utilizing this icy surface, he spun rapidly towards Sasuke, like a top. How swift, Sakura gasped, her heart racing with worry for Sasuke's safety. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke, prepared for the encounter, swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball measuring 5 meters in diameter. With a thunderous roar, the searing fireball surged forth, hurtling towards Haku. Such a futile attack poses no threat to me, Haku stated nonchalantly, sidestepping as he swiftly maneuvered in front of Sasuke. Clash, the slender shuriken met Sasuke's kunai, sending sparks flying. Who claims my attack is futile? Sasuke smirked, his confidence unwavering as he watched the fireball explode nearby, the intense heat evaporating the surrounding moisture. I see, you intended to counter my water techniques. However, you seem to have forgotten that we stand on a moisture-rich sea, and I hold the upper hand. One you could never hope to attain, no matter how hard you train, Haku asserted, one hand steadying Sasuke's kunai, while the other began forming seals. One-handed seals. Kakashi and Sakura gasped in astonishment simultaneously. This was a sight Kakashi had never witnessed before. Detecting Haku's malevolent intent triggered a system alert in Sasuke's mind. Tenfold Surank reward detected. Task. Announce that I am also a genius. Reward. One-handed seals. Almost concurrently, Sasuke's ears picked up the system notification, prompting a rush of delight. What a delightful surprise! If one-handed seals are your source of pride, then I must apologize that it seems I too possess genius. He proclaimed loudly, feigning nonchalance under Haku's astonished gaze. In the next instant, as the reward coursed through him, Sasuke began forming seals with his left hand. How is this possible? Impossible. So incredibly cool. Kakashi, Zabuza, and Sakura exclaimed in unison, their surprise palpable. Seizing the moment of Haku's astonishment, Sasuke completed the 3-seal jutsu in an instant. Lightning style. Lightning serpent. Just as Haku was about to complete his water technique, Sasuke's left hand ignited with electric energy. Lunging towards Haku's head. Haku! Zabuza's expression changed dramatically as he swung his great sword, attempting to divert the impending threat. In that very instant, Kakashi intervened, positioning himself between them with his kunai, blocking Haku's lethal blade. I am afraid your opponent is me. Zabuza, it seems my student is the more gifted one, Kakashi taunted, relishing the moment as he noted Zabuza's alarmed expression. Once again, Sasuke had demonstrated what it meant to be a genius ninja. As the two clashed, Haku retreated swiftly, evading the onslaught. Don't even think about escaping, Sasuke urged, launching his lightning serpent at Haku, who glided effortlessly along the icy surface, narrowly escaping capture. However, with a sharp crack, Haku's mask shattered, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. How stunning, Sakura murmured in awe, captivated by Haku's radiant features. Haku, it seems you've truly met your match. Show mercy, and it may just be your life at stake. Zabuza sighed in relief, his voice stern, acknowledging Haku's formidable prowess. Oh, it is you, Sasuke remarked coldly, his resolve unyielding as he faced the familiar face. You began with one-handed seals as your advantage. I wonder if I can earn further rewards from you. I concede your talent, Sasuke. However, luck will not be your constant companion. From now on, I shall fight seriously. While I admire your bond with Naruto, I refuse to perish here that I will not allow you to sever my ties. Haku declared, determination igniting in his striking blue eyes as a visible aura of ice blue chakra enveloped him. Secret technique. Crystal ice mirrors. Haku's swiftly formed hand seals, and a multitude of icy mirrors materialized around him, reflecting his image. Itachi, you succeeded once more, Sasuke scoffed, his eyes shifting to a deep crimson. He had anticipated such a scenario and was prepared for it. Is this the Sharingan, capable of perceiving all your opponent's movements and countering them in advance? Uncertain of how to defend against my assault, Bai, with an expressionless face, coldly commanded as 3 icy sunbonds swiftly materialized in her grasp. Almost simultaneously, the various manifestations of Bai executed the same motion, unleashing a flurry of sunbon in a 360-degree arc, rendering the distinction between reality and illusion indistinguishable. I saw it. At the moment Bai released her sunbon, Sasuke's pupils constricted as chakra erupted beneath his feet, propelling him from his original position. In the next instant, the ground where he had stood was completely covered by a dense array of sunbon, a precarious situation indeed. Not bad, but now I shall begin to take this seriously. Observing the crimson, single tomo in Bai's eyes, she remarked without surprise, the perceptive power of the Sharingan is truly remarkable. Seriously? That was not even his maximum speed before. Sasuke thought, his pupils narrowing in alarm, his body tensing in readiness. Although he had perceived Bai's movements, they had not been so clear. The single tomo Sharingan's insight still fell short. It begins, Bai sneered, as the sunbon in her hand once again shot forth with reckless abandon. They rapidly traversed through various mirrors, launching from all angles like a tempest. Sasuke's eyes widened as he activated his Sharingan, deftly maneuvering to evade while commencing hand seals. Enduring a barrage was not his style. Thud, 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 caught unawares. Just as Sasuke was about to complete his seals, 3 sunbon pierced his body, interrupting his fire technique. Is this the extent of your speed? Then I regret to inform you, your existence ends here. Observing Sasuke, gasping for breath as he removed the sunbon, Bai seized 2 more icy sunbon and declared fiercely, Damn, the single tomo Sharingan cannot capture all the sunbon in their entirety. There's no choice. Though this consumes chakra, my only option to break through the blockade is to act swiftly. Sasuke's eyes flickered as he resolved himself, a surge of purple-blue chakra enveloping his body. Silent killing technique. Impossible. How could you possibly employ Zabuza's silent killing technique? Upon witnessing the familiar ninjutsu, Bai's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in shock, as his student and subordinate, Bai would never fail to recognize this. Simultaneously, Kakashi and Zabuza, engaged in battle outside, halted their movements in astonishment. Sasuke, how could it be the silent killing technique of the mist? This ninjutsu, which augments physical prowess through chakra manipulation, I can master it myself. Today, you shall know what it means to be an Uchiha. What it means to be a genius. Sasuke feigned indifference, determined to solidify his reputation as a genius. Armed with these enhanced skills, he had no intention of withholding them. Thus, there was no need for concealment. It's not as if these were underhanded tactics. What is there to fear? Should I play the fool and be beaten into submission? Apologies, but Sasuke does not possess a penchant for suffering that a genius requires no justification. Is this the true essence of genius? Hearing the confidence in Sasuke's words, Bai couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. Outside, Kakashi and Zabuza exhibited similar reactions. Then let me test just how much faster you can become. You who dare to desecrate Lord Zabuza. Bai's expression darkened, her eyes gleaming dangerously as her figure darted swiftly amid the icy reflections, the sunbon in her hands unleashing a savage barrage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sunbon launched at Sasuke with even greater velocity than before. However, at this moment, Sasuke's speed was not significantly inferior to Bai's. Aided by the Sharingan, he deftly maneuvered between the gaps in the onslaught of sunbon. Untouched, utilizing the reflections of the mirrors to create deceptive attacks. Yet the true assault consisted of but a single entity. Apologies, but your ninjutsu has been thoroughly deciphered. Sasuke swiftly followed in Bai's wake, dodging while completing his hand seals, fire style, fireball technique. In an almost instantaneous moment, As Bai vanished into a block of ice, Sasuke exhaled a scorching fireball. In the next instant, the superheated fireball collided with the ice, igniting a cloud of steam. Yet the ice did not melt away. Disappointed, I must say, it appears my ice is rather more resilient. Bai's figure reappeared atop another block of ice, calmly remarking, secretly astonished by Sasuke's reaction speed. But so what? The essence of ninja combat lies in deception. Who said I must use fire style to create an opening? Sasuke smirked, a mocking smile gracing his lips as the ice behind him erupted with a thunderous crash. Explosive tag. When did this happen? Bai's expression changed dramatically, not expecting Sasuke to employ such a method to create a breach. Sasuke had no intention of granting Bai a chance to reformulate her ice, laughing as he dashed toward the opening. Once free, with the speed of the silent killing technique, he would utterly annihilate Bai. Without the assistance of the magic mirror ice, Bai's speed would no longer be so terrifying. Don't think you can escape. Bai observed the desperate surge, simultaneously launching Senbon to impede him while channeling Chakra to consolidate her ice. But against Sasuke's speed, it was utterly futile. She could only watch helplessly as Sasuke successfully broke through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the front half of Sasuke's body breached the blockade, three kunai approached in a triangular formation. The sudden turn of events caused Sasuke's expression to change, urgently kicking off the half-formed block of ice to retreat and evade. How could it be Sasuke? I distinctly saw that guy's figure. Outside the magic mirror ice, Naruto's startled exclamations echoed. Sasuke could only twitch his mouth in irritation. After all that planning, how could I forget Naruto's clumsiness? Apologies, it seems luck is still on my side. Seizing the opportunity to restore the ice, Bai spoke coldly, causing Sasuke's expression to darken. Sasuke, I didn't mean to. Recognizing his mistake, Naruto immediately rushed into the magic mirror ice. Apologizing with a friendly smile, eager to fight alongside Sasuke, yet this action only caused Sasuke's vision to darken once more. Idiot, Naruto, what are you doing rushing in here? In this situation, a coordinated effort would be the optimal choice. Although he was well aware of Naruto's tendencies, Sasuke couldn't help but retort angrily. Goodness, that was a swift movement. So fast that he didn't even have time to speak. You're the idiot here. I'm just here to help you. Naruto protested immediately, stubbornly turning away, unwilling to admit fault. Yet as he turned, his gaze was instantly captivated by Bai's beauty. You're that stunning lady from the other day. No, wait, why? Why are you appearing alongside Zabuza? Gazing upon her lovely visage, Naruto asked vacantly, leaving both Sasuke and Bai momentarily speechless. Even at this moment, is the situation not abundantly clear? Fool! He is that mist boy from before. Enough with the chit-chat. We must force our way out. Prepare wind style, Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes and scolded, his gaze fixed on Bai as he prepared his hand seals. She's that mist boy. What a joke, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at Bai in stunned disbelief, completely disregarding Sasuke's command. Naruto, you really are naive. The truth is laid bare before you, and you still question it. Then allow me to let you experience it firsthand. Bai glanced at Sasuke with a smirk, the icy Senbon in her hand once again poised for action. Cooperate with me using wind style. Sensing the trajectory of the Senbon, Sasuke shoved Naruto aside to evade, simultaneously commencing his hand seals. Wind style, stumbling, nearly losing his balance, Naruto snapped back to reality, his face grimacing instinctively. His wind style was not yet fully mastered, but seeing Sasuke already beginning his hand seals, he could only hurriedly follow suit. With no choice but to jump into the fray, he resolved to give it a try. You shall not succeed. Observing the two simultaneously performing hand seals, Bai shouted, once more unleashing a barrage of Senbon. I still have one hand. Sasuke sneered, darting in front of Naruto, one hand forming seals while the other wielded a kunai to block all incoming Senbon, buying precious time that one-handed seals. Upon first witnessing Naruto performing a one-handed seal, he was momentarily rendered speechless, his already unsteady mastery of wind release completely disrupted. Here it comes, Naruto exclaimed as he unleashed fire release. Great fireball technique. Unbeknownst to Sasuke ahead, He let out a loud roar and opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames in the form of a fire dragon. The B-rank Great Fireball surpassed the Great Fireball not only in size, but also in temperature. Its speed, of course, was swifter and more furious. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With his rhythm thrown off, Naruto's pupils constricted once more as he focused and shouted, "Not good." The shocked Bai, already taken aback by the might of the fire dragon, panicked and hurriedly activated his bloodline limit to enhance the quality of his ice crystals. Should the two manage to escape, he would be left with the burden of restraining one of them. If Zabuza were to face two opponents, the situation would swiftly turn against them. Yea? However, at that moment of utmost tension, Bai's movements suddenly froze. Simultaneously, Sasuke's handsome visage darkened to owe their astonishment, instead of unleashing a powerful wind. Naruto, after a spirited shout, failed to conjure the anticipated gust. This unexpected development caused Sasuke's Great Fireball, which was meant to obliterate the three ice crystals, to collide fiercely without merging with the ice. The Chakra, bolstered by Bai's enhancement, coalesced and scathed. What on earth? Naruto exclaimed in frustration. Clutching his head in dismay, he had anticipated a possible failure, but the reality of it was entirely different. Now, it was your turn to defend against my counterattack. Bai, observing the darkened countenance of Sasuke, revealed a chilling glare and immediately began forming seals within the crystal. The strength of both Naruto and Sasuke compelled him to take this seriously. Seals? This is bad. Naruto, charge with me! Sasuke shouted as he noticed Bai synchronously forming seals from all directions. His expression shifting to one of alarm, he hurriedly beckoned and dashed toward a chosen direction, swiftly retrieving 3 shuriken wrapped with explosive tag from his ninja tool pouch and hurling them forth. In the original narrative, Bai did not employ ninjutsu, so who knew what they were about to face next? Explosive tags. Sasuke, why didn't you mention you had these? Naruto exclaimed in delight, his gaze towards Sasuke filled with envy. 3 explosive tags, worth nearly 1,000 ryo, were casually thrown away. Truly, the Uchiha clan was affluent and extravagant. Too late. Ice release. Ice mirror explosion. Just as Sasuke prepared to scold him, Bai's voice suddenly echoed from all directions. In an instant, all the ice crystals erupted, transforming into sharp ice blades, spears, and arrows, simultaneously launching towards Sasuke and Naruto. The shuriken embedded with explosive tags that Sasuke had hastily unleashed were also swept along in the onslaught. This is bad. Observing the sudden turn of events, Sasuke's complexion paled as he thought to himself that things were not looking good. Bai indeed possessed hidden ice release techniques. Multi-shadow, clone technique. In a critical moment, Naruto erupted, creating dozens of clones that filled their surroundings to withstand the incoming attack, buying himself a brief opportunity to form seals. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. Seizing the moment. Sasuke swiftly completed the seals and opened his mouth to unleash a swirling torrent of flames. The Great Fireball transformed into a circular blaze, temporarily warding off the ice release assaults from all sides. Naruto, follow me. After executing this maneuver, Sasuke shouted, seizing Naruto's chakra-laden feet and launching himself forward. With the aid of the silent killing technique and the water walking technique, he deftly navigated through the gaps between the ice blades and arrows, becoming 2 fleeting shadows escaping the encirclement. My apologies, but your attack has failed. Maintaining a distance of 10 meters, Sasuke taunted Bai, a cold smile gracing his lips. Finally, they had managed to escape? Just as Sasuke was about to instruct Naruto to aid Kakashi. A chilling scream erupted from behind. How could this be? I clearly brought Naruto with me. Sasuke froze momentarily, his pupils constricting in shock as he turned to see that Naruto had vanished in a puff of smoke. There, entangled within the ice spikes and crystals, Naruto's true form had been pierced by several ice shards. Shadow clone? I brought the wrong person. How could this happen? Gazing at Naruto, drenched in blood, Sasuke's voice trembled in disbelief. Naruto had been right beside him. There was no way he could have made such a mistake, but alas, damn it, how could Naruto, the protagonist, die here? Over the days they had spent together, Sasuke had come to regard Naruto as a true friend. Now, the thought of his butterfly effect causing Naruto's demise filled him with existential dread. Moreover, Sasuke did not wish to lose Naruto, his comrade. This bond was one meant to last a lifetime. As Sasuke's emotions surged violently, the single tomo of his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. In less than a breath, his two pupils swiftly split into double tomo. The newly formed double tomo continued to whirl, a wave of power erupting from Sasuke's eyes. Naruto, Sakura, catching a glimpse of Naruto stained in blood, gasped in shock, her eyes brimming with anger and sorrow. Although she often found Naruto annoying, it did not diminish her bond with him. She regarded him as a comrade. Now, seeing Naruto on the brink of death, how could she remain indifferent? I'm sorry, Mr. Dasna. I will join Sasuke to avenge Naruto. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Sakura's pale face trembled with determination as she formed hand seals. Ready to charge into battle down the other side, Kakashi halted, his expression shifting dramatically upon hearing the commotion. This was the brutal reality of being a ninja. Those two kids were likely experiencing the loss of a comrade for the first time. Hence their intense reactions. However, Kakashi, you seem rather tense as well. That useless kid is also one of your cherished subordinates. Isn't. Taking advantage of the situation, Zabuza taunted, hoping to exploit the psychological warfare to find a chink in their armor. But Kakashi had no time for banter. He swiftly drew a summoning scroll, preparing for a swift resolution that very moment. Just as Sakura made her move, Naruto's body suddenly erupted in a cloud of white smoke. The ice blades and arrows that had pierced him were violently expelled, his wounds healing at an observable rate. Simultaneously, a crimson chakra exploded for Naruto, enveloping him and shattering the surrounding ice and weaponry into vapor. No, this is impossible. Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the explosive resurgence of Naruto. How could he unleash such terrifying and repugnant chakra after sustaining such an attack? What is this? Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, the black tomo firmly anchored in the crimson orbs that hurts like hell. Sasuke, you idiot, you didn't recognize I was the real one and dragged my shadow clone along. You nearly got me killed. Naruto reopened his eyes, seething with indignation, completely oblivious to the transformation of chakra radiating from his body. The Nine Tails, of course. How could Naruto possibly die here? It was indeed a case of being too close to see the situation clearly. He had momentarily forgotten about the Nine Tails' power. Sasuke quickly regained his composure, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Thank goodness you're okay. Losing Naruto would render the ninja world utterly dull. Naruto, are you all right? Upon hearing the commotion, both Sakura and Kakashi exclaimed in delight. The tide had turned. Idiot, who told you to switch places with a shadow clone without telling me? Sasuke leaped to Naruto's side, scolding him with a grin, his gaze fixated on Bai. From here on out, they would seize the advantage. Your eyes, they've changed to it because someone you care for was injured, allowing your bloodline limit to evolve. What an enviable bond you possess. However, it appears we must now engage in a more brutal struggle for survival. Bai regarded Sasuke with a complex expression, provoking a curious look from the furious Naruto. You talk too much. Sakura, retreat and protect Mr. Dasna. Naruto, now is the time to use wind release. Sasuke snorted dismissively, urging them to strike first. With the temporary surge of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto should be able to unleash his wind release and excel beyond his usual limits. Again? Naruto's expression fell as he weakly protested, but upon seeing Sasuke begin to form seals, he hurriedly followed suit. In no matter, Sasuke had trusted him once again. He could only. Sakura hurriedly retreated to protect Dasna. Is it the same technique as before? Bai, upon witnessing this, instantly comprehended the situation and similarly formed hand seals to prepare for a jutsu. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi bellowed, summoning, earth-style, pursuit Fong technique. 8 ninja hounds erupted from the ground, swiftly biting down on Zabuza, who was concealed within a mist. Next, I will unleash my own unique secret technique. I'm sorry, Zabuza, I must resolve this swiftly. Lightning style, 1,000 birds, Kakashi declared coldly, his hands deftly weaving through the hand seals as his palms crackled with lightning. Although Naruto was unharmed, he needed to quickly check if the seal on the Nine Tails was intact. If the Nine Tails were to break free from the seal, it would spell disaster. As he was forming hand seals to deal with Sasuke. Naruto's by noticed the commotion and her expression shifted. She immediately abandoned her hand seals and dashed towards Zabuza at breakneck speed. At that moment, Sasuke, having completed his hand seals, shouted, "Fire style! Great dragon fire technique!" A roaring fire dragon surged forth. "Wind style! Great breakthrough!" In the next instant, Naruto's voice echoed in unison. This time, there were no unforeseen mishaps. A fierce gale erupted instantaneously. The wind fueled the flames, and the flames amplified the wind's ferocity. The violent whirlwind rapidly transformed the fire dragon into a hurricane of flames that engulfed the entire bridge, roaring like thunder. Kakashi, preparing to unleash Thousand Birds, frowned at the sight, channeling chakra beneath his feet to leap away from the onslaught. Ice style, Ice Rock Fortress. Meanwhile, by swiftly positioning herself in front of Zabuza, urgently summoning her chakra, in the blink of an eye, a robust ice wall took form, shielding the two from the impending attack. The next instant, the scorching gale and searing flames crashed against the ice wall with a thunderous roar. Thanks to Naruto's tailed beast chakra and the intense wind style, the ice wall barely held for half a second before being melted into steam. The 8 ninja hounds sensed the danger and vanished. The residual force of the Jutsu, striking fiercely against the two. "This is too exaggerated," Sakura exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the now clear scene. Witnessing the flames enveloping Bai and Zabuza, the synergy between Sasuke and me is astonishing. No wonder Kakashi-sensei said this was the most suitable jutsu for me. That Naruto's face mirrored her surprise, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. "You two work exceptionally well together." Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi praised, leaping beside them, his eyes locked on the front, preparing for a decisive blow. "This is Thousand Birds." Sasuke cast a glance at Kakashi's palm, where lightning danced, and a thought sparked within him. As a sea breeze swept by, and Zabuza's figures re-emerged. "Well done. You truly are a tool I can rely on." Zabuza, supporting his severely burned body, spoke coldly, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Kakashi. Moments ago, Bai had exhausted her chakra to shield him, resulting in only minor injuries from the hounds. However, given their current state, completing the mission was impossible. "Kakashi, we will meet again." Zabuza glared at Kakashi and the others, uttering a harsh farewell before preparing to leap into the sea for a temporary retreat. "Zabuza, you still look so battered, and that brat who broke my arm is nearly dead. Such a waste. I knew I couldn't rely on you mangy dogs." Sasuke and the others' expressions shifted as they prepared to pursue when a voice suddenly rang out from the bridge's end. Everyone turned to see Gato and his henchmen approaching. "What a pathetic ninja. You've all been played like fools. Now, with you two battered and bruised, I can kill you without spending a single penny to go on. Finish them off." Gato jeered arrogantly, his subordinates revealing dangerous glints in their eyes as they drew their blades. "Fools," Sasuke scoffed, disregarding the armed henchmen and looking at the self-satisfied Gato with ruthless mockery. Though aware of Kato's peculiar thought process, he hadn't anticipated his impatience. By showing up now, wasn't he forcing Zabuza to betray him? "Kakashi, I apologize, but it seems our fight is over. From this moment on, that old man is no longer our target." As Sasuke had anticipated, Zabuza, preparing to retreat, immediately changed his stance, his cold intent evident, given his and Bai's condition. Confronting Kakashi and the others would be challenging, but dealing with Gato was akin to slaughtering a chicken. That's so. I understand. "Naruto, Sakura, protect Mr. Dasna. Leave the rest to me and Sasuke," Kakashi remarked, glancing meaningfully at Zabuza before altering their strategy. While they had the strength to confront Zabuza, unnecessary battles posed unnecessary risks. Should Zabuza retaliate and harm anyone or escape to target them, Kakashi wished to avoid such outcomes. Being hunted by an elite Genin was far from ideal. Has the situation changed? Just a moment ago, we were sworn enemies. How has it suddenly turned into this? Naruto cried out in confusion, struggling to accept the abrupt shift. Exactly. Can we truly trust him, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura followed up, her eyes warily fixed on Zabuza and the unconscious Bai. These two had nearly killed Naruto moments ago, posing a significant threat to Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei. This is the reality of being a ninja on a mission. We often face various complex situations. No one knows what unexpected changes may arise next, so maintaining a clear mind and rationality is fundamental for a mature ninja. Zabuza and his companion no longer have any conflicting interests with us. On the contrary, they are now our allies. Kakashi glanced at the silent Sasuke, subtly nodding as he seized the opportunity to educate the two allies. How could that be? Naruto and Sakura's expressions shifted once more as they exclaimed in disbelief. Hardly able to believe their ears that a transformation this thrilling? You two are nowhere near the level of that brat named Sasuke. Zabuza cast a cold glance at Naruto and Sakura, disdainful, before turning his murderous gaze back to the merchant. Gato, his fierce and bloodthirsty eyes caused Gato to take a step back, his anger boiling over. Quick, kill him! Observing Gato's pitiful state, Zabuza let out a chilling smile, hastening his steps as he brandished his executioner's blade. Kakashi, please refrain from involving yourselves in the upcoming battle. This is a conflict between a fleeing ninja and his employer. As Zabuza passed Kakashi and the others, he left behind those words and swung his blade. The samurai who engaged with him let out a scream, being cleaved in two, utterly outmatched. How terrifying! Naruto exclaimed, witnessing the carnage. Kakashi-sensei, are we really not going to intervene? He asked instinctively. Why should we get involved in a thankless endeavor? They are battling amongst themselves. We should seize this opportunity to recover our chakra and ensure our combat readiness. Sasuke rolled his eyes, reprimanding Naruto as he sat down to regain his strength. His crimson Sharingan, however, remained fixed on Zabuza, keenly observing and absorbing his combat techniques. Zabuza, focused on the art of assassination from the hidden mist, executed his moves with ruthless efficiency. Sasuke would not miss such an opportunity. Naruto, Sasuke is right. Come here, Kakashi concurred, summoning Naruto to him, intending to discreetly check on the status of his seal while feeling quite pleased with Sasuke's performance. This guy truly does not let any opportunity for growth slip by. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Sasuke took their leisurely moments, Gato's side was experiencing sheer panic. Dozens of henchmen had teamed up to attack, but in less than 3 minutes, over 30 had been killed. This left Gato and his men trembling in fear. Their confidence shattered. Yet, the more they hesitated, the swifter Zabuza's killing spree became. Finally, after another 10 were slain, run, one of them screamed, "This is a demon, a true monster. My goodness, ninjas are terrifying." With that, as if a dam had burst, the others panicked and fled, abandoning their weapons and scrambling toward the small boats or leaping into the sea. "You bastards, wait for me," Gato shouted, casting aside his cane as he took off running. But Zabuza, having set his sights on him, would not let him escape. With a swift motion, Zabuza materialized before Gato, the chilling aura of impending death erupting in an instant. "Please, spare me. I am your employer. If you kill me, no one will come to you for missions again. As a rogue ninja, losing trust means a path to certain death. That I will double your payment. No, I will offer 10 times the reward if you continue with the task." Gato fell to the ground, desperation evident as he pleaded. At that moment, he finally grasped the true meaning of Zabuza's intentions. 10 times. Indeed, for us rogue ninjas, reputation is paramount, but a rogue ninja who kills their employer will never find another willing client. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. It was you who struck first. Zabuza's gaze was as cold as steel, a detached smirk gracing his lips as he wielded his executioner's blade with merciless precision. I forgot to mention that we rogue ninjas particularly enjoy dealing with self-righteous employers like you. Only then can we seize your wealth without reservation. As he gazed at Gato's defiant expression, Zabuza's eyes gleamed with avarice. With Gato's lifeless eyes wide open in death, Zabuza unceremoniously kicked him into the sea to feed the fish. "You actually managed to replicate my body technique, little brat. I heard you have learned my silent killing technique. The Uchiha clan truly is formidable. This technique is a closely guarded secret of the Mist Village. Here's a piece of advice. If you wish to avoid being hunted down by the Umbu of the Mist, it's best not to use that technique carelessly, especially in front of Mist ninjas," Zabuza remarked, turning his gaze toward Sasuke, whose eyes blazed a fiery red. Sometimes, having too much talent is not a blessing. As Zabuza's suggestion triggered a C-rank reward notification, the task of refraining from using the silent killing technique was issued, along with a reward of the missed body flicker technique. Sasuke felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the prompt. Such a technique, which enhances body techniques through chakra bursts, would hardly be used frivolously. "You needn't remind me, Zabuza," Sasuke retorted nonchalantly, accepting the system's reward. This caused Zabuza's expression to stiffen momentarily as he scowled at Haku. "Kakashi, this mission ends here. Should we meet again, I shall show no mercy." Supporting the dazed Haku, Zabuza turned to Kakashi, his final words echoing with unresolved frustration over his failure to, of course. "I feel the same." Kakashi replied confidently, dismissing Zabuza's threats with ease. If there were indeed a next time, Sasuke might have grown capable enough to confront Zabuza alone. "Uchiha Sasuke, I hope that when we meet again, it will be as allies, not adversaries. Most importantly, do not forsake the bonds you cherish. They were the key to your victory today and the most precious aspect of your existence," Haku said, mustering his strength to address Sasuke as he prepared to leave. "If possible, I truly didn't wish to resort to such measures. However, Sasuke's overwhelming power had forced him to give his all. Now, in light of the circumstances, Haku sincerely cautioned him. The system registered Haku's suggestion, triggering a C-rank reward. The task of safeguarding bonds was issued, along with a reward of 0.3 chakra. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze toward Haku, softening considerably. In that moment, he felt an unexpected gratitude for the capriciousness he once despised. "You needn't worry, Sasuke-kun will undoubtedly safeguard our bonds. Furthermore, he will not harbor any affection for you," Sakura interjected protectively, having keenly observed the shift in Sasuke's demeanor. She could not allow Sasuke to be swayed by such a formidable and attractive female ninja. Sasuke, slightly taken aback, nodded in reluctant agreement. "Is that so? Ah, I see. You have feelings for Sasuke, but you have misunderstood. I am a male." Haku was initially stunned, then burst into a weak laugh. This left Sakura and Naruto wide-eyed in disbelief, staring at Haku's somewhat disheveled yet beautiful visage, questioning their own perceptions of reality. "Let us go, Haku," Zabuza said coldly, turning his back without a glance as he carried Haku away. Zabuza's audacity, after failing the mission, left Naruto bewildered. How can such a beautiful girl be a boy? This is utterly absurd, he lamented as he watched the pair disappear. "Indeed, she is undeniably beautiful," Sakura quickly chimed in, casting doubt on Haku's honesty. Task completed. Rewards received: missed body flicker technique and 0.3 chakra. The two exchanged glances. Sasuke too received the system's notification. His chakra, already enhanced by the double tomo, surged once more. Sasuke discreetly glanced at his personal attributes. His chakra had grown from 0.6 to 1 chakra. The mist body flicker technique, as its name suggests, allowed for rapid movement through mist, making stealth attacks even more unexpected. "How tiresome. You two are indeed quite dull," Kakashi remarked with a wry smile as he observed the gossiping Naruto and Sakura, before shifting his attention to Tazuna. Now that Kadu was dead, there would be no more disruptions to the bridge-building project. "Mr. Tazuna, you are quite fortunate. The land of waves is poised to embrace genuine hope." Kakashi lowered his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan, sighing in relief. Finally, he could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. After this battle, both Sasuke and Naruto had made significant progress. This C-rank mission was not in vain. "Grandfather, we have come to assist you," Tazuna's grandson Inari exclaimed cheerfully, leading a group of villagers wielding farming tools. Indeed, hope was on the horizon. Tazuna beamed at the spirited crowd, his voice resonating with reassurance. After a sumptuous dinner that evening, Sasuke approached Kakashi's room. "Sensei, I wish to learn that lightning release technique you demonstrated today." Faced with Kakashi's incredulous gaze, Sasuke wasted no time in expressing his intent. With time still left before the completion of the bridge, he had activated his double tomo Sharingan, and his chakra had increased. The timing was perfect for enhancing his abilities. Chidori, that is a high-level A-rank lightning release technique, requiring mastery over Chakra's nature and form. "You are still far too inexperienced," Kakashi frowned, refusing outright without hesitation. Having finally earned a moment of respite, he had no desire to engage in rigorous training with Sasuke. Mastering Chidori required his full attention. He could not afford to slack off. Well, it's not that I don't want to teach you. I'm just being lazy to this. Sasuke's mood darkened. He had hoped to learn Chidori to gain an additional trump card against Orochimaru. Yet here they were, you've activated your double Tomo Sharingan too. Starting tomorrow. I will guide you in Sharingan Jinjutsu if time permits. I will also teach you a B-rank lightning release technique. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, proposing a compromise upon seeing Sasuke's glum expression. Very well, Sasuke acquiesced, though his mind began to wander. Relying on others often proved less effective than self-reliance that if Chidori was off the table. What about the Rasengan? Boruto's lightning release Rasengan was a vanishing compressed technique, providing clear direction for training. Yes, I shall focus on mastering the Rasengan during this time. Time flew by like an arrow, and over a month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura took turns guarding the bridge while dedicating the rest of their time to training. Upon witnessing Sasuke being trained by Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura felt compelled to double their efforts. Naruto diligently honed his mastery of wind release, great breakthrough, while dedicating his spare time to training in water-walking techniques. Meanwhile, under Sasuke's suggestion, Sakura sought Kakashi's guidance in the C-rank water release, hidden mist technique. Upon learning that Sasuke's intention was to complement his silent killing technique, Kakashi readily agreed. As for Sasuke, after studying the D-rank Jinjutsu, Narikuge, and the C-rank Jinjutsu, Fox's heart technique, he skillfully declined Kakashi's offer of B-rank lightning release ninjutsu, citing his desire to solidify his existing skills. In the month that followed, he secretly began to practice the Rasengan. Unfortunately, mastering the true one-handed Rasengan proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Despite being aware of all the steps and techniques required to cultivate the Rasengan, he found himself, like Naruto, stuck at the final stage. Without the assistance of shadow clones, Sasuke could not replicate Naruto's success in completing the technique, which left him feeling immensely frustrated. Now, let us bid farewell here. Grateful for Mr. Tezuna's hospitality over the past few days, Kakashi stood atop the newly constructed bridge, waving goodbye to the crowd before him. Beside him stood the ready-to-go Sasuke and Sakura. Speaking of which, I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Thanks to all of you, this bridge has been successfully built, Tezuna chuckled, scratching his head, deeply appreciative of the group. Inari, Naruto called out, his eyes glistening with tears as he shared a reluctant and heartfelt gaze with Inari. The time they spent together had kindled a spark between them, as Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura prepared to leave. Kakashi nodded at the group once more, then turned to call out. Sasuke and Sakura immediately followed suit. Naruto, with tears in his eyes, waved goodbye to Inari before gritting his teeth and turning to join his companions. At the designated gathering point for Team 7, Naruto could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, Kakashi-sensei is so slow. I'm bursting with energy today and eager to undertake a mission as the sun climbed high in the sky. Naruto's discontent was palpable. What a significant blow it was for such a spirited youth. If I had known this, I would have indulged in a bit more beauty sleep. Equally displeased, Sakura shot a glance at Sasuke, noticing his own irritation, and then raised her fist in agreement. However, she was unaware that Sasuke's agitation had nothing to do with Kakashi's tardiness. Naruto, could you teach me your shadow clone technique? After much internal conflict, Sasuke finally took a couple of steps forward and stated calmly under Naruto's puzzled gaze. He was just one step away from completing the Rasengan training and had no intention of giving up now. If time permitted, Sasuke would not mind slowly mastering the one-handed Rasengan. Yet with the Nin exams looming and formidable foes like Orochimaru and Gaara on the horizon, he needed to bolster his strength. Shadow clones? Naruto exclaimed, taken aback, unable to fathom why Sasuke would want to learn the technique. Nonetheless, he was not about to miss this opportunity to show off in front of Sakura. With a sly grin, Naruto cleared his throat and straightened his posture. The multi-shadow clone technique is an A-rank forbidden jutsu from a sealing book. Even I was fortunate to master it. Even if you're a genius, it will be quite challenging for you to learn. As Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto's antics, Naruto sneaked glances at Sakura while posturing grandly. The sight of Naruto reveling in his own success incensed Sasuke, who was tempted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Naruto, this guy is indeed both brave and shameless. Humph. You need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me whether you will teach me or not. I am not begging you. Sasuke refused to indulge him, embodying the very essence of taking advantage of the situation no, that's not it. I'm not taking advantage. This is merely an opportunity for you to showcase your skills. Is this the attitude with which you wish to learn? Naruto, already prepared to demonstrate, was caught off guard, scratching his head in confusion. Who exactly is here seeking assistance? If you're unwilling, fine. I had initially planned to treat you to a month's worth of meals as thanks. Never mind, I will seek out Kakashi-sensei instead. Sasuke was not about to grant Naruto the satisfaction of a comeback and swiftly change his approach as a strategic retreat. If it weren't for the fact that Naruto's version of a shadow clone technique only required a single hand seal, he would not have been so accommodating to a month of meals. Don't even think about it. Who said I was unwilling? Sasuke, we are partners who recognize each other's worth. How could I possibly refuse you? I was just joking earlier. You must hold me to my word. You cannot back out, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, determined not to miss this golden opportunity with Sasuke. If Kakashi-sensei got wind of it first, he would end up empty-handed. For an entire month, he intended to indulge in all the delicious meals he had previously deprived himself of. A month of meals? Naruto, you can't take this chance to make any unreasonable demands. Sakura interjected, alarmed at the thought of Naruto scheming to take advantage of Sasuke. At the same time, she shot Sasuke a disapproving look. Sasuke was commendable in every way, except for his extravagant spending habits, especially when it came to someone like Naruto. It was utterly infuriating. Haha, of course not. Sakura, how could you think that of me? Naruto chuckled awkwardly, secretly resolving to make Sasuke treat him to a lavish feast. Unreasonable demands. Humph, just wait and see. Sasuke will soon understand what that truly means. From today onward, after we complete our missions, you will teach me to cultivate the shadow clone technique. Oblivious to Naruto's ulterior motives, Sasuke nodded calmly in affirmation. Had he known Naruto's true intentions, he would have scoffed at the absurdity of it all. A fool with deep pockets? Impossible. My apologies. I seem to have lost my way again. Kakashi's voice suddenly interrupted as he approached, drawing the attention of the trio toward the red torii gate. In the next moment, Naruto and Sakura, united in their indignation, pointed accusingly at Kakashi, their voices raised in protest. They had heard far too many insincere excuses. Well, you all seem quite energetic. Therefore, I hereby declare that today's mission is to weed the medicinal herb field. A long-awaited D-rank mission. Kakashi leaped down to join the trio, unfazed by their fury. Weeding? What is this? I was expecting something more exhilarating and advanced. This is utterly disappointing. Naruto cried, his face falling as he protested vehemently against the stark contrast to his expectations. Fool! The previous mission in the Land of Waves was merely an exception. D-rank missions are your standard fare. Now let us go, Kakashi scolded, his brow furrowing at the reminder of the earlier mission's complications. He had taken it upon himself to lead Naruto and Sasuke on a perilous A-rank mission without proper authorization. Although the third Hokage had not voiced any objections, it was clear that they would not be permitted to leave the village for the time being. Still yearning for more thrilling missions? Dream on. 10 minutes later. Sasuke, let me show you just how formidable the multi-shadow clone technique is. With renewed determination, Naruto gazed at the lush, green medicinal herb field as he formed the necessary seals. This was his moment to shine. With a loud proclamation, multi-shadow clone technique, dozens of Naruto clones sprang into existence with resounding pops. Let us complete the mission in one go, as Sasuke and Sakura exchanged incredulous glances. Naruto waved his hand and charged into the herb field. The multitude of clones descended upon the field, fervently working to clear it in a frenzy of activity. Is he trying to show off or genuinely help us complete the task? Sakura mused, her eyes widening at the overwhelming sight of clones working tirelessly in the field. Let him be, Sasuke shrugged, exasperated yet indifferent, as he had no desire to waste time weeding. How does this promote team spirit? But I suppose we can take advantage of his zeal to finish multiple D-rank missions in quick succession. IT will help them catch up for the upcoming joint exam. Observing Naruto's flurry of activity, Kakashi glanced up from his little red book, internally critiquing the spectacle before him. A few minutes later, all done. How about it, old lady? Am I fast enough for you? Naruto beamed proudly as he stood before the client, throwing a smug glance at Sasuke and Sakura. This is the true power of my multi-shadow clone technique. Hey, what exactly are you so proud of? Fast. It was precisely because you were so quick that I couldn't stop you in time. You idiot. You've uprooted all the medicinal herbs I painstakingly cultivated. I asked you to weed out the weeds. The client, a formidable matron, glared fiercely at Naruto and bellowed angrily, delivering a merciless punch. Ah! The heart-wrenching cry of Naruto resonated, leaving him with a swollen right eye. His body continued to be mercilessly battered by the matron. Idiot, the foolish Sasuke and Sakura stifled their laughter, delivering ruthless blows to Naruto's fragile psyche, causing his already weakened spirit to crumble further. This was not the outcome he desired. In the afternoon, at the outskirts of the village, within a small grove, Naruto, with a bruised nose and swollen eyes, stood proudly among the trees, preparing to demonstrate his shadow clone technique with hands poised for the necessary hand seals. Sharingan, activate. Sasuke wasted no time, activating his Sharingan and fixing his intense gaze upon Naruto. Go for it, Sasuke-kun. Sakura, the atmosphere's cheerleader, offered her encouragement, propping her chin up with hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was because Sasuke had promised her that they could share a meal together after their training. Here we go. Ninja art. Shadow clone technique. Spurred by Sakura's encouragement, Naruto grimaced and shouted. Under the intense scrutiny of Sasuke and Sakura, a loud bang echoed as several clones of Naruto appeared simultaneously. Simple, right? Just like that, I succeeded. Noticing Sasuke deep in thought, Naruto couldn't help but boast, all while feeling a twinge of anxiety as he glanced at Sasuke. If Sasuke learned his proud technique with a mere blink, he would lose face, but if Sasuke failed, that meant no lavish meal for a month. Such a dilemma. Under Naruto's anxious gaze, Sasuke pondered for a moment before forming the hand seals. Ninja art. Shadow clone technique. Observing the flow of chakra through his Sharingan, Sasuke gathered his chakra and shouted with determination. With a loud bang, a plume of smoke erupted beside him. However, to everyone's surprise, not even a single clone appeared. Not even a flawed version. Naruto, what's the secret to successfully performing the shadow clone technique? I followed your chakra flow precisely, yet I still failed, Sasuke questioned, his eyes narrowing in bewilderment at Naruto. The double Tomo Sharingan could replicate non-bloodline Jutsu and Taijutsu by observing chakra flow. Logically, as long as the hand seals and chakra flow were understood, success should be assured. It was inconceivable that nothing would manifest. Even with a first failure, there had to be an explanation. The secret, seeing Sasuke's serious demeanor, Naruto dropped his earlier dismissive glee and scratched his head in frustration. That a secret. How could he possibly know? Wasn't it just a bang, and then success? However, in front of Sakura, he couldn't reveal his lack of knowledge. Naruto, you don't really know the secret, do you? Sakura's voice turned skeptical as she observed Naruto's troubled expression. Sasuke, standing nearby, stiffened as the realization hit him regarding Naruto's academic shortcomings. In no way. He truly doesn't know. Ahem. Well, there's a secret, but I can only tell you quietly, and you mustn't tell anyone else. Leaning closer to Sasuke, Naruto whispered, keenly aware of the stakes involved. He couldn't afford to lose face here. Tisich, what are you acting all mysterious for? Sakura couldn't help but scoff, though she kindly took a few steps back to maintain some distance. She didn't want to irritate Sasuke-kun. Sasuke, the secret to this technique is... As Sakura stepped back 10 meters and turned her back, Naruto flashed a sheepish smile at Sasuke and lowered his voice. Anger. Is that what you call a secret? Upon hearing those words, Sasuke scowled, utterly unimpressed. Seriously, do you think this is some transformation from Universe 6? He had foolishly put his trust in Naruto. Well, it seemed he never intended to trust him in the first place. His original plan was to observe the chakra flow using his Sharingan to learn the shadow clone technique, but it had unexpectedly failed. Well, I've told you the secret. I learned the shadow clone technique because I was angry. Therefore, it must be performed in a state of extreme rage to succeed. If you can't learn it, that's your problem. Just don't back out of treating me to dinner. Naruto stole a glance at Sakura, then lowered his voice, his excitement palpable as he continued his ruse. He had shared the secret, and whether it worked or not was no longer his concern. Detecting Naruto's malicious suggestion triggered a 20x C-rank reward. Task: perform a shadow clone technique in a state of anger. Reward: Naruto's version of the shadow clone technique. Just as Sasuke was about to explode in anger, the notification in his ear made him instantly deflate. What a turn of events! However, he knew that anger couldn't be feigned. He had to wait for the right moment. Let us go. It's time to eat. Exhaling a sigh of exasperation, Sasuke turned away, muttering under his breath at Naruto's anxious expression. Since he couldn't learn it, he would have to take a shortcut. Okay, Sakura, let's go. Naruto, taken aback, paused for half a second before fervently nodding and calling out he had prepared himself for a relentless pursuit if Sasuke refused him. To his surprise, Sasuke was being so loyal. Are we done training? Sakura, hearing Naruto shout, was equally perplexed. Was that the secret, and now it was over? However, eager to dine with Sasuke-kun, she hurriedly chased after him. Had they given up? Sasuke was indeed a clever boy. That method was only suitable for Naruto. Simplified ninjutsu, especially advanced forbidden techniques, couldn't simply be learned by observing chakra flow. It was specific to the chakra flow of the practitioner and would be ineffective for others. Otherwise, the second Hokage's numerous, simplified ninjutsu wouldn't have been passed down in such a limited manner. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed the three through a crystal ball, muttering to himself. Well, it seems my predictions were correct. Hokage-sama. Starting tomorrow, please assign more D-rank missions to Team 7. I want them to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam. Kakashi, who had been lounging, suddenly became serious, earnestly appealing to Hiruzen. Have you made a decision, Kakashi? Seeing Kakashi's rare seriousness, Hiruzen responded with a grave expression. Is it too hasty to have freshly graduated Genin participate in the exams, especially someone like Naruto, a Jinchuriki, of course. Sasuke was fully qualified to advance to Chunin.as for Naruto and Sakura. This was merely to assist and gain experience for the next exam. So, I'll leave this in your capable hands. Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded without hesitation, reassuring the third Hokage. I see. You believe in Sasuke's intelligence and strength, which should not be squandered. That incident didn't lead him astray. He is a promising junior I can trust. With Hiruzen contemplating the budding potential of the next generation, he felt immense anticipation that I hope I can witness them grow into Jonin and carry the legacy of Konoha into the next era. Hiruzen smiled warmly, his face radiating satisfaction at the well-reasoned analysis. His gaze shifted to the Hokage rock, bathed in the evening sun, a smile playing on his lips. Former Hokages. This is what we call the inheritance of bonds. Days later, your mission today is to clean up the river and walk the client's dog. Now, follow me to collect the necessary tools at the Team 7 assembly point, the tardy Kakashi announced lazily. Another 2 D-rank missions. Teacher Kakashi, we've already completed several D-rank missions in recent days. Can't we have a more thrilling and adventurous higher-ranked mission? I'm utterly tired of these mundane tasks. Upon hearing yet another D-rank mission, Naruto clenched his fists in frustration, his voice booming. While the recent tasks had been fulfilling, the monotonous low-level missions had become exceedingly tedious. Next time, I'll help you secure a C-rank mission, that's how it is. Kakashi waved dismissively, casting a glance at Sasuke and Sakura before turning to lead the way. Boredom? What a hassle. Accumulating mission counts has been tiring for me as well. Alas, there has been little time to savor the latest publication of intimate violence. Off I go, ignoring the incessant chatter of Naruto, as Sasuke calls out to Sakura and follows closely behind. Wait for me, Sasuke, Sakura. Naruto shouts loudly, hastening to catch up with the trio. In no time, Sasuke and the others follow Kakashi to the task location with their bamboo baskets. Here it is, this river. Clear away all the debris clogging the waterway. Be cautious, as the current here is quite swift. Even if you have mastered the technique of treading water, be careful not to be swept away. Kakashi advises, observing the relentless flow of the river, before casually picking up a small red book to enjoy a leisurely read. That I see. This is far too easy for us. Sasuke-kun, let us begin, Sakura exclaims, her eyes lighting up with understanding as she channels chakra into her feet and steps onto the river surface. Sasuke nods indifferently, similarly summoning chakra beneath him as he strides forward. Damn it, I won't lose to either of you. Naruto, witnessing the pair walk across the water with ease, regains his fighting spirit and shouts as he forms hand seals, having practiced the water-treading technique in the land of waves. He declares, "Here I come." With a surge of chakra beneath his feet, Naruto charges toward the river surface, causing Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi to glance over. However, just moments after he leaps, he finds himself plummeting into the depths below. Splash! With a splash of water, Naruto predictably falls into the river. Help, help! Caught off guard, he sputters and gasps for air, desperately calling for assistance. Quick as a flash, Sasuke reaches out and pulls him from the water, preventing him from being swept away. I warned you. The current here is fierce. If you cannot maintain a stable output of chakra on this swift and unstable surface, you will inevitably fall in. Naruto, it seems your water treading practice is still insufficient. Kakashi shakes his head, offering a judgment that leaves the just rescued Naruto feeling embarrassed. Humph. Even without treading water, I can still perform the task excellently. My speed is no less than that of Sasuke and Sakura. Watch me! Shadow Clone Jutsu! Enraged, Naruto grits his teeth and forms hand seals once more, declaring with fervor. With a series of bangs, 10 Narutos suddenly appear, defiantly glancing at Sasuke and Sakura before diving beneath the water in search of debris. Sasuke merely smiles in response, grateful to expedite this tedious task. Regardless of past or present, Naruto's practical approach makes him a beloved colleague. Time swiftly passes, and an hour later, under the prowess of Naruto's clones, they successfully complete the cleanup. By midday, they follow Kakashi to the home of the client for the dog-walking mission. Naruto, are you certain you want to choose that massive one? Sasuke finally speaks up, unable to hold back his critique as he gazes at Naruto's choice of a ferocious dog. This scene feels oddly familiar. He muses, "Humph, too late, Sasuke. This big dog is mine, and you two can take care of the smaller ones." Despite his inner turmoil, Naruto stubbornly asserts himself, unwilling to let Sasuke steal his thundered, as long as you're happy. Sasuke replies, choosing not to argue further, his gaze turning contemplative. At this point, things have escalated, and the next should be. Don't run off. Just as Sasuke's thoughts race, Naruto's frantic cries pierce the air. Sasuke looks up to see Naruto being dragged away by the large dog, quickly disappearing from sight. "Let's go," Sasuke sighs, beckoning Sakura to join him for a leisurely stroll with the dogs. "Yes, Sasuke-kun," Sakura eagerly agrees, her face alight with happiness. With Naruto gone, this creates a perfect opportunity for a world of two with Sasuke. "Don't go over there. It's a trap zone. Please don't." Just as Sasuke and Sakura leisurely catch up to Naruto, they witness him being mercilessly pulled into a trap by the large dog. The next moment, boom! With a series of explosive sounds, Naruto is dragged out, covered in dirt and looking disheveled. What a nuisance. "Naruto, you'll have to compensate for destroying that trap." Just as Naruto, still grimacing, stands up, Kakashi's biting remark causes his expression to change drastically. "Compensate?" He wails, his voice echoing through the air. "Honestly, what a hassle you are." Sasuke sighs, supporting Naruto as they follow Kakashi, with Sakura agreeing wholeheartedly. How could Naruto turn what should be the safest dog-walking mission into a life-or-death scenario? It's simply unfathomable. Suddenly, a sharp cry of an eagle rings above them, causing Sasuke's heart to stir. "Well, that concludes today's mission. I'll submit the report, and you two can disperse here." Kakashi nonchalantly glances at the ninja eagle overhead, finding an excuse to vanish in an instant. The Chunin exams, which will alter the dynamics of Konoha, have arrived. Watching the ninja eagle soar into the horizon, Sasuke's eyes flicker with realization. "Sasuke-kun, since we finally have a chance to rest early today, Shall we go shopping and grab a bite together? Sakura sweetly clings to Sasuke's arm, her face brimming with joy. They've been so busy lately that they barely had any time for leisure. No way. Sasuke promised me dinner a month ago. I want to join too. Naruto, barely hanging on, springs up, leaving no opportunity for the two to enjoy a date. Naruto, this is a private date between Sasuke-kun and me. You shouldn't interfere. Sakura quickly turns to refuse, not wanting Naruto to disrupt their moment alone. TSK, is this what the lower ninjas of Konoha are like? Even now, they're still engrossed in their silly romantic games. Is it confidence or ignorance? Just as Naruto prepares to retort, a mocking voice suddenly rings out from behind him that it's best not to be too arrogant as a Sunagakure ninja in another village. It could be fatal. Sasuke's eyes flash with a glint as he regards the newcomer with indifference. Arrogant, and it could be fatal? I shall see how you bring about my demise. Kanjiro sneers, his demeanor as haughty as Sasuke's. Without hesitation, he carelessly sends the young Konoha ninja, Konohamaru, flying after colliding with him. With a flick of his finger, an almost invisible chakra thread swiftly darts toward Sasuke. Fool! Sasuke scoffs, his chakra erupting beneath him, instantly obliterating the chakra thread. His eyes instantly turn crimson, and with his hands in his pockets, he completes a one-handed hand sign in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly catches Konohamaru, his eyes blazing with indignation as he prepares to retaliate against Kanjiro. Jinjutsu. Naraku. Mizu no Jutsu. At the moment Kanjiro locks eyes with Sasuke, the illusion technique activates through the Sharingan in an instant. This Jinjutsu reveals the deepest fears of the target, and in that moment, Kanjiro, who had been so arrogant moments before, feels his pupils constrict in terror. It seems he is witnessing something exceedingly horrifying, causing him to tremble and breathe heavily, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Kanjiro. Sensing the shift, Shikamaru's gaze sharpens as she swiftly places a hand on his shoulder, interrupting the flow of chakra. What? When did you form the hand signs? As Kanjiro regained his composure, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he instinctively averted his gaze from Sasuke, inhaling sharply. Just moments ago, he had unwittingly succumbed to the other Jinjutsu in the briefest of exchanges. It was utterly terrifying. This left Naruto, who had been poised to teach him a lesson, wearing an expression of utter disinterest, his eyes filled with disdain. Having arrived, he might as well not cower away. Sasuke, however, offered no response. Instead, he turned his gaze to a nearby tree, speaking coldly. The crimson double tomo of his Sharingan illuminated his pupils, exuding an intimidating aura. Sasuke is so handsome. Upon witnessing such divine features, Sakura immediately cupped her face with her hands, her heart aflame with admiration. Sasuke is so incredibly cool. Simultaneously, Konohamaru and his two companions exclaimed in awe, their eyes sparkling with starlight. Even Temari, standing across from them, was taken by the sight, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush. There's someone. Where? Sasuke, what nonsense are you spouting? Noticing Sasuke's sudden prominence, Naruto looked around in confusion and called out, in the next instant. Kanjiro found himself being reprimanded. Kanjiro, you are embarrassing the village. As Naruto and Sakura stood agape, a grain of sand swiftly materialized beside Kanjiro, taking shape, the red-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes, resembling a gourd, chastised him with an indifferent expression that, I am sorry. Gaara, I didn't mean it, Kanjiro stammered, instinctively shivering as he recalled the terrifying images from the Jinjutsu. Pathetic. You wish to continue embarrassing yourself? Gaara interrupted coldly, his expression unyielding as he turned away. I am quite intrigued by your name. Gaara's gaze shifted to Sasuke, his expression devoid of emotion as he posed the question. A glimmer of bloodlust and desire flickered in his otherwise calm eyes. Rude. Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name? Sasuke quipped, a smirk gracing his lips as he playfully teased the darkened Gaara. Miss this moment, and you might not have the chance after Naruto's verbal onslaught. Gaara contemplated for a moment before voluntarily speaking. I am Gaara of the Sand. Understood. However, I am not inclined to reveal my name to you just yet. Naruto, Sakura, let us depart. with a casual shrug and a lazy smile. Sasuke turned away, leaving Kenjiro and Temari in stunned silence. This unexpected turn of events left Gaara somewhat bewildered. Huh. He leaving just like that. He hasn't even asked for my name, Naruto exclaimed. His confusion palpable as he turned to Gaara. Exactly. I still haven't inquired about their purpose in Konoha. Sakura chimed in, her eyes wary as she scrutinized Gaara and his companions. Are you truly unaware of matters concerning your own interests? Here, this is our pass, that we have come to participate in the joint Chunin exam. Temari produced their pass in response to Sakura's inquiry, her gaze lingering on Sasuke's retreating figure. That handsome guy seems rather intriguing. Chunin exam? Sasuke-kun, wait for me. Sakura's heart raced at Temari's gaze, and she promptly ran after Sasuke to be by the way. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the demon fox, and that Gaara, right? I'll remember you, Naruto called out, hastily following suit with Konohamaru and his companions. Kenjiro's face darkened at Naruto's words, gritting his teeth. Demon fox? That little brat. Those Sharingan, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. An interesting prey, Gaara mused to himself, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he watched Sasuke's departing figure. This sent a chill down Kenjiro's spine, prompting him to restrain himself from acting out that in the Hokage's office. Asuma remarked, so this is this year's top student, Uchiha Sasuke. Quite an impressive lad. He exhaled a puff of smoke while watching the clash through the crystal ball. To maintain Konoha's dignity against the sand-hidden village is truly deserving of the title of genius. That boy Kakashi observed Gaara's silhouette thoughtfully, yet the curve of his lips suggested dissatisfaction. All right, let us commence the recommendation meeting. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adopted a serious expression as he dismissed the ninjutsu, signaling the elite Jonin to step back. Ahem, now we shall officially begin the recommendations for the Chunin exam. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Formally, any Genin team that has completed more than 8 D-rank missions may participate in the Chunin assessment. However, according to Konoha's customs, it is advisable to complete at least double that number. Have you made your decision? Sarutobi's expression was grave as he surveyed Kakashi and the others. Kakashi stepped forward without hesitation. His efforts over the past few days had been for this moment. Hokage-sama, I hereby recommend Team 7, led by me, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, to participate in this Chunin selection exam. Kakashi formed the seal of reconciliation, his expression solemn and resolute. Hokage-sama, I recommend Team 10, led by Asuma, comprising Narashikamo, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji, to participate in the Chunin exam. Asuma followed suit, mirroring Kakashi's serious demeanor. Hokage-sama, I recommend Team 8, led by Kurenai, which includes Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, for the joint Chunin exam. After Kakashi and Asuma had recommended their teams, Kurenai stepped forward, eager to contribute. In an instant, the prospect of 3 newly graduated Genin teams participating in the Chunin exam left everyone present astonished. This marked the first time in 5 years that newly graduated Genin were entering the Chunin exam, and it was unprecedented to have 3 teams appearing at once. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto boasted, Humph, Konohamaru, don't underestimate me. I'm actually quite formidable. I could easily defeat those guys. In an attempt to assert his status as the elder brother, Naruto puffed out his chest. However, it seemed that Naruto had completely failed to react just moments ago. It was Sasuke who had swiftly subdued that individual with a mere glance. With a skeptical expression, Konohamaru remarked, Really? You seemed rather out of it just now. This left Naruto feeling embarrassed and indignant. Konohamaru, you have a keen eye. Would you like to change your allegiance and call me Big Brother? I'm in need of a little brother. Sasuke halted his steps, turning to Konohamaru with a teasing smile. He was not joking. He was entirely serious. Konohamaru's ninja talent could be deemed the best of the post-Naruto generation, comparable to Kakashi's prowess. With just a bit of guidance, he could reach the level of a Kage or even one of the legendary Sannin. Such a little brother would be invaluable to Sasuke's ambition of becoming Hokage. Moreover, he came from a good background, posing no issues whatsoever. The thought excited him a little. Really? Big Brother Sasuke? Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing Sasuke's invitation. His companions, Moegi and Udon, looked equally envious. If you're willing, you can join as well. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he smiled at the two little ones beside him. Udon asked Talon aside. Moegi was an extraordinary genius who had awakened the wood-release bloodline after the first Hokage. With proper training, she could also reach the pinnacle of Kage level. Really, big brother Sasuke, Getsu Moegi, would be honored to be your little sister. The innocent young girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement, nodded eagerly. What girl could refuse such a charming and talented older brother? I know. You cannot. Just as Konohamaru was about to speak, Naruto hurriedly interrupted. What are you talking about? Konohamaru is my little brother. How could he be taken away by someone else, especially not by that guy Sasuke? By the way, Sasuke, it suddenly occurred to me that there is something important we need to discuss. Observing the peculiar gazes of Konohamaru and the others, as well as Sakura's curious stare, Naruto hurriedly sought an excuse and dragged Sasuke away. Remaining here was far too perilous. Either the goddess was about to throw herself at Sasuke, or his little brother was in danger of being abducted. Oh dear, we must leave this heart-wrenching place. Naruto, you fool. I still want to go shopping, dine, and have a date with Sasuke-kun. How infuriating. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly react and roar. Realizing that this was a hard-won opportunity, the date? Could it be that you're Sasuke and I's girlfriend? The newly minted little brother, with his cute yellow face, turned to Sakura with excitement and curiosity. This was a splendid chance to learn about the cool and handsome elder brother. Big sister, could you perhaps share some tales of Sasuke and I's heroic deeds? You must have had some thrilling and dangerous missions together. I'm so eager to hear about them. Konohamaru and Udon also reacted simultaneously, gazing at Sakura with fervent admiration. Girlfriend? Big sister? The nonchalant Sakura's face instantly flushed crimson, and she glanced at the three little ones with a weighty breath of agreement. This title was indeed fitting. Ahem, seeing how pitiful you all are, I shall regale you with tales of the harrowing adventures in the land of waves. In another corner, Naruto, what exactly do you want to discuss with me? Are you perhaps afraid that Konohamaru will abandon you as his big brother? Sasuke halted 2 streets away, his piercing gaze seemingly penetrating Naruto's innermost thoughts. What nonsense! How could I ever think that? Naruto, caught off guard, scratched his head and feigned ignorance, his mind racing for a countermeasure. That was something he had never considered. Suddenly, he spotted the women's bath nearby, and an idea sparked in his mind. Leaning closer to Sasuke, he whispered with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I still owe you for the shadow clone training method. Today is the perfect time for repayment. Watching Naruto's lewd expressions and gestures, and glancing at the nearby women's bath, Sasuke's face darkened, a black line appearing on his forehead. He was a noble warrior, not a peeping Tom. How could he engage in such tasteless behavior? Upon detecting Naruto's suggestion, a C-rank reward was triggered. Task. If you are brothers, then go peep together. Reward. Naruto Sasuke's seduction technique. Just as Sasuke was about to turn and leave, he heard the system prompt near his ear, causing him to pause, his expression turning peculiar. Naruto Sasuke's seduction technique? What on earth is this absurd reward? With this being the first time, don't be shy. Seeing Sasuke's changing expressions, Naruto, believing he had seen through everything, chuckled and grabbed Sasuke, heading toward the alley beside the women's bath. Given his familiarity with the route, it was evident that this was not his first time. This lewd rascal, is he really the passionate Naruto? I think I have a rough idea of the source material for the seduction technique. Observing Naruto's shameless expression, Sasuke inwardly mused as his gaze shifted, his eyes turning a vibrant red. Since we are already here, it would be somewhat disrespectful not to take a look. Well, all of this is for the sake of the system rewards. The next day, the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams? Upon receiving the application form from Kakashi, both Naruto and Sakura erupted in excitement. Although they had heard about it the day before, actually participating was an entirely different matter. Well, the situation is thus. If you wish to participate, please sign the application form to agree. The deadline is 5 days from now, before 3 p.m., at room 301 of the Ninja Academy, Kakashi lazily announced as he squinted his eyes and handed over 3 application forms. Yay! Kakashi-sensei, I adore you! Naruto exclaimed, Snatching the application form with fervor, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Sasuke-kun, shall we participate together? Sakura instinctively turned to ask, her beautiful eyes sparkling with confidence and resolve. Since Sasuke-kun mentioned he likes strong girls. This Chunin exam is a perfect opportunity. She must prove to Sasuke that she is the strongest kunoichi of the new generation in Konoha. Ino can just wait until she becomes a Chunin to be envious and jealous. Of course, Sasuke replied without hesitation, recognizing this as an opportunity to upgrade his system privileges that he couldn't afford to miss it, waiting for the next chance. The C-rank system rewards were simply too lackluster. Recalling the Naruto Sasuke seduction technique he had acquired the previous day, Sasuke couldn't help but shudder. Absurd, simply absurd. So, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, the next few days will have no mission assignments. Prepare for the exam on your own. Remember not to be late. Kakashi cast a curious glance at Sasuke, whose expression was strange, before promptly leaving. With the Chunin exams approaching, various ninja teams from different villages converged upon Konoha. The Jonin among them were not at ease. Surveillance and precaution were imperative. 5 days later, at the Ninja Academy, Irika-sensei, really, why conduct a strength assessment out of blue? I nearly mistook him for an actual enemy. Naruto couldn't help but complain as he walked through the school corridor. Especially after learning that Sasuke had not been assessed, his frustration grew. Did that not imply that they looked down upon him? Exactly. We are all capable ninjas now. Sakura nodded vigorously in agreement, though her gaze subtly drifted toward Sasuke. Sasuke-kun could never be a weakling in a Jinjutsu. We have arrived, Sasuke declared, ignoring the grievances of the two as he paused to observe the crowd ahead. In the past few days, he had not been idle at home. He had mastered 2 C-rank fire techniques, the Phoenix Fire Technique and the Dragon Fire Technique, seamlessly integrating them. So many people. Gazing at the throngs of candidates, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Sakura beside him nodded fervently in agreement. Let us go, Sasuke said, casting a glance at the bustling crowd before leading the way through. Please, let us in. As they reached the front, the trio witnessed the overly enthusiastic Lee, who was anything but passionate. Showcasing his acting skills, beside him stood the talented Neji, the genius whom Tenten had been pining for. Boring, Sasuke remarked disdainfully as he took a couple of steps forward. Shall I dispel the Jinjutsu? Or will you do it yourselves? Sasuke teased the 2 disguised examiners, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. These 2 gatekeepers of Konoha certainly knew how to have fun. They had not had enough of the entrance gate and were now adding drama here. Oh, not bad at all. You actually noticed the Jinjutsu we cast, Guy responded, his eyes glinting with meaning as he smirked. But so what if you noticed? I won't let you pass. Kamizuki Tsukuyami sneered, raising his leg to kick at Sasuke. Yet, undeterred by the assault, Sasuke remained unfazed, because, bang, a swift green shadow appeared, intercepting the examiner's attack. Lee, Tenten exclaimed helplessly, unable to suppress a sigh. This rendered their strategy of feigning weakness a failure. What a nuisance. Meanwhile, Lee, ignoring Tenen's words, cast a confident glance at Sasuke before shifting his gaze toward Sakura. If you're this slow to react, spare me the chatter. Naruto, Sakura, let us move. Lee's attempt to boast was abruptly interrupted by Sasuke's forceful interjection. Ridiculous, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to flirt with his girlfriend in front of him. Moreover, Lee's very presence threatened his own superiority. Was the top student of the previous cohort merely a master of disguise? Such a laughable ploy. With a feigned air of indifference, he shot a scornful look at Neji before striding into the classroom. Simultaneously, his right hand his pocket formed seals to violently dispel the Jinjutsu. In an instant, room 301 transformed into room 201, and the classroom morphed into a staircase corridor. Wait for me. Naruto and Sakura immediately followed suit, leaving the others in bewildered silence. When did he form seals to break the Jinjutsu? Guy was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this the power of the Uchiha? Indeed, it is no surprise that they are the legendary clan. Kamizuki Izumo similarly displayed astonishment, recalling the terrifying Jinjutsu wielded by the Sharingan. What an adorable newcomer, Neji. It seems you've been underestimated, day in and day out. Gazing at Sasuke's retreating figure, a whimsical smile graced his lips. causing Niji beside him to grow cold in demeanor. Is Uchiha Sasuke truly interesting? I hope his strength does not disappoint me, Niji remarked with a cold chuckle, beckoning Lee to swiftly head to room 301. However, Lee's speed surpassed his own, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rapidly pursued. That arrogant fellow, wait a moment. Just as Sasuke and his companions finished submitting their applications and descended the stairs, a fervent shout echoed from behind. Sasuke sighed inwardly, recognizing the impending trouble, and turned with a pained expression. You are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Shall we engage in a duel? Lee's fists clenched as he fixed an intense gaze upon Sasuke, his eyes ablaze with determination. Not interested. Upon detecting Lee's proposition, a C-rank reward was triggered. Task: engage in a duel. Reward: Leaf Great Whirlwind. Just as Sasuke was about to decline with disinterest, a notification from the system rang in his ears, prompting an immediate change of heart. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It must not go to waste. Sasuke, why is it always you? That thick-browed lad, did you come here solely to challenge Sasuke? I am formidable as well. Do you not wish to challenge me? Noticing Sasuke suddenly fall silent, Naruto seized the opportunity, expressing his dissatisfaction loudly. Not interested, Lee retorted directly, igniting Naruto's fury. How infuriating! Witness my prowess. In a fit of rage, Naruto unleashed his chakra and charged at Lee, his fists clenched in determination. Yet his speed paled in comparison to Lee's, who merely sidestepped and delivered a swift strike. Naruto was knocked off balance and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lee's gaze shifted to Sakura, his cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment. MS Sakura, the reason I did this was actually because this unexpected turn of events left both Sakura and Naruto bewildered. However, Sasuke was unwilling to accept such a situation. Jinjutsu, Fox Heart Technique, in an instant. Sasuke's eyes turned a vivid crimson, and he swiftly executed the seals for the Jinjutsu from his pocket. In the blink of an eye, Lee froze in place, only to resume spinning around a pillar without pause. Let us go. Ignore him, Sasuke remarked indifferently, his gaze shifting as he observed Lee ensnared in the illusion at the same time. The system's reward flooded him with clarity. The so-called Leaf Great Whirlwind was merely an expansive, all-encompassing rotating kick. With sufficient chakra enhancement, it could barely be considered a decent ninjutsu for both offense and defense. The Sharingan. Sasuke-kun is so cool, Sakura murmured excitedly as she gazed at his scarlet eyes, her admiration for Sasuke growing once more. Indeed, that thick-browed lad could never measure up to the prowess of Sasuke with the Sharingan. Humph, he merely possesses the power of the Sharingan. Naruto, feeling envious, shot a disdainful glance at the spinning Lee and hastily caught up. Those three youths are Kakashi's elite subordinates. They truly are worthy rivals in my life, and their disciples are equally exceptional. To think that with just one Jinjutsu, I could defeat the beloved student I painstakingly trained. It is the continuation of youth. With a whoosh, Might Guy appeared in an instant, gazing at Sasuke's retreating figure. Filled with uncontainable excitement, he clapped a hand on Lee's shoulder, disrupting the flow of chakra to dispel the Jinja. Guy-sensei? Lee looked at his mentor. Suddenly awakening, his head bowed in shame. Guy's prized disciple. He had been defeated by a mere illusion at first glance. How utterly embarrassing. Congratulations, Lee. You have found a lifelong rival to pursue, as he saw his embarrassed pupil. Might Guy embraced him, tears welling in his eyes, completely misunderstanding Lee's intentions. But you fool. Next time, if you find yourself in such a predicament, simply use the opening gates to disrupt your chakra flow and dispel the Jinjutsu. How could you not know such a simple truth? I shall punish you with 500 laps around the village. Yes, Guy-sensei, but I challenge Sasuke not because he is my rival, but because of Ms. Sakura. You dolt. That reason only fuels my youthful passion further. In that case, let us impose a self-restriction. How about defeating Sasuke before confessing to Sakura? You should be filled with fervor. Yes, Guy-sensei. In the empty venue, the spirited cries of master and disciple echoed vibrantly. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? Sakura inquired, astonished at Kakashi's sudden appearance before the examination hall. That is because this is an exam that requires 3 participants to partake together. While I am confident you would all participate, I still needed to confirm personally. Furthermore, I wish to ensure that you each join the Chunin exam of your own volition, Kakashi explained, his eyes reflecting satisfaction as he observed the three with unwavering confidence. This elicited expressions of delight from both Naruto and Sakura for Sasuke. Upon hearing this explanation, which differed from the original narrative, he sighed softly. The butterfly effect is starting to reveal its prominence. Isn't it? Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you three are the group I am most proud of. Enter now. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he encouraged them again, warming their hearts and invigorating their spirits. Let us go, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke declared confidently, casting a lingering glance at Kakashi. Only he understood the pressure that loomed ahead of him, far greater than that of the other three. The next moment, as the trio filed in, they were met with a sea of people within the examination hall. So many people, Sakura exclaimed instinctively, taken aback by the multitude of ninjas from various villages filling the room. Naruto shared a similar expression, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the throngs of lower-ranking ninjas. Sasuke-kun, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you for ages. Suddenly, Ino's playful voice chimed beside the trio. Before Sakura could react, Ino leaped onto Sasuke's back, nuzzling against him. The soft, delicate sensation of Ino's presence sent a jolt through Sasuke's heart. Has this beautiful flower begun to bloom? Ino, get off me this instant! Sakura shouted, unable to contain herself as she yanked Ino off. She had come to participate in the Chunin exam to confront her strongest rival, not to let Ino overshadow her. Hee, Sasuke-kun is mine, Ino unabashedly teased, rubbing against Sasuke's back provocatively, igniting a firestorm of fury within Sakura. Enough, this is not the time for games. Sasuke rolled his eyes, feigning calmness as he pushed Ino away. He wasn't foolish enough to become the battleground for two girls. This action secretly delighted Sakura, for it confirmed that Sasuke did not favor girls like Ino. What a hassle. I didn't expect you both to participate in this exam. As the two girls engaged in a fiery standoff, Shikamaru's laid-back voice drifted into Sasuke's ear. Looking up, he saw Shikamaru approaching with Choji by his side. I didn't think all of our new students would join. What a rare occasion. We are reunited once more since our last meal together. Kiba followed closely behind, accompanied by a bashful Hinata and the stoic Shino. This time I won't lose to you, Kiba exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Shikamaru, I absolutely must succeed in advancing to Chunin, Naruto declared, puffing out his chest, drawing scornful glances from the others. Advance to Chunin? How is that even possible? Hey, you guys, can you keep your voices down a bit? Just as the group engaged in nostalgic conversation, Kabuto arrived as the self-appointed mediator. And who might you be? The audacity of his speech was quite startling. With her arms crossed in dissatisfaction, Ino questioned the ever-enthusiastic Yakushi Kabuto, who too wore the signature Konoha forehead protector. Under Sasuke's meaningful gaze, I am Yakushi Kabuto. Under Sasuke's penetrating stare, Kabuto began to exhibit the demeanor of an eager upperclassman. Soon, after establishing familiarity, he produced a ninja information card, capturing the attention of the crowd, igniting excitement among Kiba, Naruto, and others. Conversely, Sasuke, well aware of the unfolding narrative, displayed no interest, instead shifting his focus to other shinobi in search of his target. Uchiha Sasuke, are you brimming with confidence or merely arrogant? Kabuto mused, his interest waning as he observed the most crucial target remained silent. Found you, Uzumaki Karen. Sasuke's gaze suddenly halted, fixating on a vibrant red-haired figure within the throng, his interest peaking. This exceptional healer was not someone he could afford to let fall into Orochimaru's hands. Moreover, Karen was destined to be a woman who would accompany him throughout his life, a cherished companion worthy of his utmost devotion. How could he bear the thought of her ensnared by darkness? Upon meeting Sasuke's heated gaze, Karen felt her cheeks flush as she lowered her head. That boy is so handsome. Why is he looking at me? Oh no, this feeling, it's overwhelming, just a single glance. And she found herself unable to forget Sasuke's striking visage. Hey, everyone, remember my name. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will not be outdone. At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain his excitement, his voice booming and drawing the attention of all, causing the atmosphere to drop to an eerie silence. You fool! Don't be such a nuisance, you idiot! Sakura and Ino chimed in unison, exasperated as they glared at Naruto, utterly fed up with his antics. As the sound of approaching sound ninjas reached his ears, Sasuke felt a stir in his heart, his right hand forming a seal within his pocket. You little brat, don't get too cocky. One of the sound ninjas, Sakon, sneered as he charged through the crowd towards Naruto. Simultaneously, his companion, Tsu, set his sights on Kabuto. Naruto! Sakura instinctively shouted a warning as the sound ninja descended upon them. However, Naruto, unaware of Sakon's impending attack, turned around in confusion at the last moment. Get lost! As Sakon closed in, merely 2 meters away from Naruto, Sasuke let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion, his right hand shot forth from his pocket, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Sakon directly in the chest, incapacitating him at the same instance. Kabuto sent Tsu flying. Naruto, next time, be more cautious. Dante, make me clean up your mess every time. Sasuke remarked with a nonchalant smile, relishing the opportunity to undermine Naruto. What? When did he form those seals? This is the prowess of a Konoha Genin. Incredible. Sasuke-kun is so cool. The various Genin and Sakura, alongside Ino, gasped in astonishment. Gaara and his siblings, as well as Kankuro, the sound ninjas, and Karen, cast wary and curious glances toward Sasuke. Everyone quiet down, you rascals, just as the sound ninjas prepared for another assault. A booming voice accompanied by a plume of smoke erupted, commanding attention. Thank you for your patience. I am your proctor, Marino Ibiki. The first exam of the Chunin selection begins now, with Ibiki leading the Konoha proctor team onto the stage. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. What? A written exam. Upon hearing the nature of the first exam, Naruto's eyes widened in horror. This was his weakest point. How could it be like this? Damn it. In this first examination, there are several crucial rules you must heed closely. Ignoring the various expressions of the crowd, Ibiki began to announce the regulations. Naruto must be panicking right now, Sasuke observed, casting a glance at Naruto's trembling figure. Though he himself felt a subtle tension. Passing did not equate to being qualified for Chunin. His goal was to excel in the examinations, achieving high scores at every stage to ensure success. And so, a few minutes later, the first exam officially commences. Answering time, 1 hour. With Ibiki's command, all candidates immediately bent their heads to examine the freshly distributed test papers. Damn it. This is bad. How could Naruto possibly tackle such challenging questions? No, even Sasuke. Sakura lamented, her anxiety escalating as she looked at the exceedingly difficult exam, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, I can't answer any of these questions. Since that is the case, I shall activate the Sharingan. After a brief glance at the questions, Sasuke sighed inwardly as his eyes transformed into a crimson hue. With his double Tomo Sharingan, he intently focused on a fellow contestant who was fervently writing, preparing to replicate his actions. That Uchiha kid is incredibly quick. He has grasped the essence of the exam in an instant and is already in motion. One of the proctors standing at the edge of the examination room noted, drawing the attention of his colleagues. After all, it's not surprising for an Uchiha genius to react so swiftly. I'm quite curious to see what he does next. Another proctor mused quietly, though his gaze remained subtly fixed on Sasuke. Meanwhile, as Sasuke took action, other elite genin also discerned the exam's core and began to implement their strategies. Techniques such as Byakugan, heart turn, insects, ninja hounds, puppetry, sound seals, sand eyes, and mirrors began to emerge. Only a few were still bewildered, scratching their heads in confusion. Damn it, how did it come to this? If I cause Sakura and Sasuke to fail, I will never live it down. How can I ever hold my head high in front of Sakura again? Especially after losing to that guy, Sasuke. Naruto fretted, beads of sweat forming as he stared at his blank test paper, feeling immense pressure mounting in Naruto. Noticing Naruto's distress, Hinata timidly called out to him, at the same moment. Sasuke completed his exam and glanced up to see Naruto, feigning indifference as he rejected Hinata as assistance. Clearly fearful of being caught or sabotaged. IT begins now. Naruto had a faint smile tug at Sasuke's lips as he reached out to write his name, Uzumaki Naruto, on the test paper. Subsequently, amidst the astonished expressions of all proctors and candidates, he nonchalantly stood up. What is he doing? The proctor, observing Sasuke's movements, stiffened, momentarily bewildered. Should he notify the proctor first if he was stepping out for any reason? Sasuke-kun, Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's actions, wore a perplexed expression, utterly confused as she looked at him. Naruto was struck dumb, staring at Sasuke, who had suddenly appeared before him. What is he doing here? Even Hinata beside him was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Sasuke with wide eyes. You fool. Ignoring the curious stares of others, Sasuke scoffed at Naruto, placing the exam paper on his desk before picking up Naruto's paper and walking away to the... Naruto instinctively glanced down, discovering that his exam paper was filled with answers, and at the top was his name, Uzumaki Naruto. It can be done this way. Looking at the paper in disbelief, Naruto thought at that moment. Sasuke was truly his angel. Stop right there, Uchiha candidate. Just as Naruto was overwhelmed with excitement, the booming voice of Proctor Marino Ibiki echoed, commanding everyone's attention toward Sasuke, eager for the unfolding drama. Of course, this did not include Sakura, Naruto, and their close companions. What do you want? The halted Sasuke did not hold back, staring at Ibiki with a perplexed expression. His bewildered gaze suggested that everything was perfectly normal. Little brat, shouldn't we be the ones asking you what you are doing? Such blatant cheating. Do you think we, the examiners, are blind? A furious vice examiner, who had previously been paying attention to Sasuke, exclaimed, having expected some grand scheme from him. And this is all it amounts to? What were you doing just now? His expression darkened as he turned to Sasuke and asked in a stern voice. Hadn't he already stated it? Cheating, right? Are you truly blind? Sasuke rolled his eyes dismissively and retorted, causing the faces of everyone present to darken. Cheating? You know it's cheating? Is there such audacity in cheating? Oomph. As long as you admit it, I now declare that you and your teammates are disqualified from the exam. Seeing Sasuke's sharp tongue, Ibiki's expression soured as he made the announcement, leaving Sakura and Naruto's faces pale with shock. However, just as the two were about to speak, they were intimidated back by a mere glance from Sasuke. I say, Examiner, you and T have forgotten the rules you set so quickly, would you? Everyone has 5 opportunities to cheat. Only after 5 infractions do they lose their qualifications. I've only used 1, and you can only deduct 2 points at most. On what grounds do you disqualify me and my companions? I am merely cheating in a manner that is above board. Sasuke declared with earnest confidence, instantly illuminating the faces of all the exam candidates. Indeed, everyone has 5 chances to cheat. Rather than covertly engaging in a battle of wits with the examiners and squandering precious opportunities, it is far better to be like Sasuke and use 1 chance outright to decisively shift the situation. Such an obvious loophole in the exam. How they not thought of it? Sasuke-kun is right. This is a rule you established. Examiner, you cannot yet determine that he has cheated 5 times. Thus, we have not violated the rules. Upon hearing this, Sakura's spirits soared, and she immediately stood up to vocally support him. Exactly. That's right. Examiner, you can't just go back on your word. Naruto chimed in, causing a twitch at the corner of Ibiki's mouth. These 3 little brats. Have they been used? How amusing. It is unexpected that as the head of the interrogation department, he would be outmaneuvered by the examinees. Utilizing the rules I set against me? Achieving one's goals through specific regulations in a particular scenario, while ensuring that all companions advance. Truly a troublesome little brat. Looking at the earnest expressions of Sasuke and the others, Ibiki let out a bitter laugh. Feeling utterly helpless. Originally, he was the one setting the tasks for the examinees. Yet here he was being turned upside down by them. If he did not acknowledge his own rules, he would be directly denying the authority of the exam. But if he accepted Sasuke's method, then other candidates would follow suit, rendering this information-gathering exam meaningless. He truly found himself in a dilemma. However, how could he allow a little brat to lead him by the nose? Consider yourselves fortunate. Sit down. With a meaningful glance at Sasuke, Ibiki nodded in acknowledgement of Sasuke's actions amidst the excited expressions of all the candidates. Hooray! Long live Sasuke! This is amazing! Naruto and Sakura shouted in excitement, their earlier worries dissipating. Especially for Naruto, he now felt fully confident about passing the written exam. Moreover, Ibiki's gesture also brought joy to many candidates who had yet to answer any questions. With this, They could. All right, everyone quiet down. I am now going to announce the 10th question of today's exam. Just as the other candidates were eager to try their hand, Ibiki returned to the podium and snarled, causing the crowd's expression to shift as they quieted down and turned their attention to him. First, I need you to make a choice. Before the 10th question is released, decide whether to continue or to forfeit. Ibiki's cold gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Sasuke as he announced in a deep voice, "Now, what will you choose, little brat? To take the exam or not? Is there even question?" "Of course, we continue with the exam," Sakura immediately challenged, voicing the sentiment of all the candidates. At such a juncture, how could they give up? Because I must announce a rule that will plunge you into despair. Any candidate who fails the 10th question will be permanently stripped of their qualification to participate in the Chunin exams. Ibiki turned to Sakura with a sinister smile, a revelation that left everyone utterly shocked. How could such an outrageous rule exist? What gives you the right to revoke our lifelong examination qualifications? Instantly, candidates voiced their discontent, creating a tense atmosphere that no, we can emulate that Konoha brat's approach. There's no such thing as failing. At that moment, a clever candidate sprang to their feet and declared, causing the surrounding tension to dissipate. Exactly. No matter what the 10th question is, we could just flip the table like Sasuke did and secure our victory. I am sorry, but I must add a new rule. Any candidate who attempts to exploit the cheating rules will be immediately disqualified. Looking at the crowd brimming with confidence, Ibiki's lips curled into a cruel smile as he made his announcement. In an instant, a storm of reactions ensued that I protest. Why can they do it, but we cannot? Is this favoritism towards the Konoha ninjas? Indeed, you Konoha are clearly crafting favorable rules for your own. In no time, the examination hall erupted into a cacophony of accusations against the examiner panel. With this rule change, how could they confidently approach the 10th question? You lot, shut up! Facing the candidate's accusations, Ibiki lost his temper and bellowed, instantly silencing the room. Favoritism. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not recognizing that loophole sooner. Here, I am the embodiment of the rules. The rules I announced represent Konoha. Now, let us begin. Will you choose to continue or to forfeit? Ibiki looked down disdainfully at the raucous candidates, causing everyone to tense up once more. This was a truly momentous decision. Sorry, I forfeit too. Damn, I don't want to be disqualified for life. Within 3 minutes, many candidates could no longer bear the weight of this rule and chose to withdraw. The emergence of these individuals only intensified the mental strain on the remaining candidates. Even Naruto found himself wavering at this moment. Even with Sasuke's exam paper in hand, he too could potentially fail the 10th question. This would not only affect Sasuke and Sakura, but would also prevent him from participating in the Chunin exams again. Smack! Just as Naruto hesitated, Sasuke behind him suddenly slammed his hand down. This drew everyone's attention back to Sasuke. The essence of being a ninja is to live on the edge, constantly facing unknown risks in a perilous profession. In this brutal world, ninjas fall every moment. Whether they are Genin, Jainin, or even the village leader, hesitation is not my style. If my fate is to be a Genin for life, then I accept failing the 10th question. But this will never be my reason to retreat. I have my own dreams that must be realized, and I will not fall here. My teacher once said, a ninja is one who breaks the rules. If this exam's regulations are yours, examiner, then I too can break your rules, that I will not allow your rules to negate my existence, even if I am destined to be a worthless genin for life. I refuse to be a coward fleeing from reality. Under the astonished gazes of all, Sasuke firmly declared to Ibiki. Sasuke did not speak these words lightly. They came straight from the heart. Knowing the plot, he understood the horrific threats that lay ahead better than anyone. Thus, this was his ninja way. Sasuke's declaration inspired many, casting them in a new light filled with vigor. Indeed, Sasuke is right. We are men who aspire to become Hokage. How can we retreat here? We might as well take the plunge. At worst, we'll be genin for life. The previously hesitant Naruto immediately stood up and shouted, his eyes filled with both admiration and a desire to compete with Sasuke. How could he allow this guy to outshine him again? Damn it, Sasuke-kun is incredibly handsome. I wholeheartedly support you. Indeed, that's absolutely correct. Sakura and Ino immediately chimed in, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Sasuke. I am all in. If it means being a Genin for life, so be it. If I can't even pass this hurdle, then I might as well remain a Genin. If my existence is merely at the Genin level, what difference does it make whether I take the exam or not? I've made my gamble. I refuse to live with regrets in the future. The other candidates, filled with youthful fervor, resolutely solidified their resolve. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the examiners, the tense atmosphere crafted by Ibiki crumbled instantaneously. Tisich, this Uchiha brat has once again inspired everyone to strengthen their convictions and alter their attitudes in an instant. He truly is a troublesome individual. Ibiki glanced at Sasuke, subtly mocking him, though the smile tugging at his lips indicated his approval. This kid might genuinely have the potential to advance to Chunin. Has anyone chosen to withdraw? Observing the candidates brimming with determination, Ibiki inquired once more. Upon witnessing the collective nodding of their heads, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Continuing further would hold no significance. Therefore, congratulations to all present candidates. You have all passed. The very next moment, under the anxious gazes of the crowd, Ibiki's expression shifted dramatically as he proclaimed loudly. Passed? How could that be? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. This outcome was utterly unexpected. The expressions of the other candidates mirrored her surprise and confusion. Why? Why was everyone suddenly declared passed? What on earth is happening? You haven't even announced the 10th question. How could the exam be over? From the crowd, Shino stood up, his brows furrowing as he questioned. Indeed, what is going on here? Ino echoed, equally perplexed, because there was never a 10th question. Or, rather, the choice you just made was the 10th question. Ibiki suddenly chuckled heartily, leaving everyone in utter shock. The choice was the 10th question? What a bizarre exam question! Is it really that strange? This is a dilemma every ninja will inevitably face, just as the Uchiha stated earlier. Ninjas encounter numerous uncertainties. When faced with the necessity of choice, will one choose to break through their limits or succumb to fear? Will they continue to lead their comrades to fulfill their missions? Or will they choose to bide their time, waiting for an uncertain future or opportunity? Among these choices, one will undoubtedly face the ruthless selection between comrades and missions. Therefore, those who abandon their comrades and choose to wallow in despair shall never qualify as Chunin. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ibiki removed his headband, revealing the terrifying scars that crisscrossed his face as he solemnly explained. This impromptu lecture rendered the entire classroom utterly silent. Even Sasuke, who was aware of the unfolding narrative, felt a weight in his heart. The bonds of a ninja are not merely words spoken lightly. Just then, as Sasuke and the others were lost in thought, two piercing sounds shattered the window. With a swift motion, a black cloth was pinned to the wall by two kunai, obscuring the blackboard and Ibiki'd haha. Don't celebrate too soon. The first exam has merely concluded. The second exam is yet to come. I am your chief examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Now, let us move on to the next stage. As Sasuke and the others exchanged bewildered glances. The female version of Naruto, the clumsy Anko, made her grand entrance. This scatterbrained senior sister indeed has quite the charisma. She looks youthful. Her beauty is undeniable. Alas, in Boruto, she was portrayed as a plump ant. Viewing her alluring curves, Sasuke couldn't help but lament the fleeting nature of beauty. Aside from the ageless Tsunade and Sakura, no character seems immune to the ravages of time. Is this girl truly a Jonin? Sakura thought, her forehead adorned with beads of sweat. Hey, Anko, tomorrow is your stage. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ibiki sighed helplessly, his face darkening. This girl is utterly oblivious to the situation. Ha ha ha. My apologies. I got a bit ahead of myself. The spirited Anko immediately deflated, scratching her head in embarrassment, eliciting further silence from the crowd. Is this examiner really a Jonin of Konoha? Ahem, we shall reconvene tomorrow. For the exam location, consult your teachers, and that is all. Anko awkwardly turned, waving her hand as she cheerfully called out, unfazed by how this motion accentuated her alluring figure. Let us go, Sasuke said, casting a lingering glance at Anko before rising to beckon Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke-kun, you were just so impressive. Sakura quickly caught up, wrapping her arms around Sasuke's, her voice sweetly calling out. She even leaned in closer, giving Ino a defiant glance. How infuriating. Sakura is utterly unforgivable. Seeing this, Ino could hardly contain her anger and was about to confront her. However, she was promptly blocked by Shikamaru and Choji. While I understand your feelings, Ino, we should find Asuma-sensei to inquire about the exam location for tomorrow, Shikamaru said, his head drooping in annoyance, prompting Choji to nod in agreement. Shikamaru has a point. Asuma-sensei still owes us a barbecue that he promised to treat us after each exam we pass. Hearing Choji's addition, Ino's face stiffened as she instantly conceded. When it comes to barbecue, Choji would never let her leave alone. Barbecue? Naruto, who was tailing Sakura, perked up at the mention, quickening his pace. Wait for me, Sakura. I actually figured out the secret of the 10th question, but Sasuke got to it before I could. Silly Naruto, how could that be? Ha ha ha. Don't be so heartless, Sakura-chan. I happen to know a reason that even Kakashi-sensei cannot refuse for a treat that What reason? This could work, Naruto.ic. So you're Kakashi's student. No wonder you're so bold as to flaunt breaking the rules. Uchiha Sasuke, I eagerly anticipate your future performance. On the podium, Ibiki watched the retreating figures of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, his gaze flickering eye in his hand. He held the exam paper Sasuke had exchanged with Naruto. Evening, so, this is the reason you all want me to treat you? Kakashi thought as he gazed at Sasuke and the others, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation, while he rubbed his wallet, feeling a pang of concern. Dining is one thing, but to request a barbecue feast is another. There's no way I can cover that without 5,000 Ryo. Of course, Asuma-sensei treats Shikamaru and the others after each exam. Kakashi-sensei, you can't let him outdo you. You wouldn't want us to say you're a miser when we go out to eat in the future, right? Noticing Kakashi's reluctance, Naruto unleashed a barrage of witty remarks. This scheming expression leaves no room to doubt Naruto's cleverness. Sasuke also displayed a disdainful expression, prompting Sakura to join in. Fine, but only this once. Seeing the three of them look down on him, Kakashi reluctantly acquiesced, though the corners of his mouth subtly lifted beneath his mask. Congratulations, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Meanwhile, Sasuke mirrored the smirk on Kakashi's face because, mission accomplished, reward obtained, 10,000 Ryo. Indeed, when Naruto proposed to trick Kakashi earlier, he had triggered a D-rank suggestion mission. As long as they could convince Kakashi to treat them, they would receive a reward of 10,000 Ryo. Sasuke would never pass up free money, which is why he agreed so readily. The next day, this is the second examination venue for the Chunin exams. Konoha's Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Before the foreboding and eerie forest, Anko surveyed the throngs of candidates with a chilling gaze. Instantly, her dangerous expression, combined with the lurking venomous creatures throughout the forest, sent shivers down the spines of most candidates. Is that Orochimaru, Snake Lady? I advise you to treat your father with a bit more kindness. Amidst the crowd, Sasuke stole a glance at a certain long-haired grass ninja, sighing inwardly. The first trial has arrived. Oh, what a chilling and terrifying place. Is this truly the second examination venue? Just a moment ago, I seemed to have glimpsed a centipede of colossal proportions, undoubtedly harboring lethal venom. The sight of such monstrous creatures caused a chill to run down the spines of many candidates, instilling a sense of foreboding. This place must be exceedingly perilous. Are you frightened? Hee, soon you shall experience the true essence of hell. The sinister smile of Gato further intensified the already oppressive atmosphere. You will soon understand what hell truly is, he taunted. Is it really that dangerous? From the back of the crowd, Naruto, standing beside Sasuke, chimed in playfully. Since Sasuke needed to keep an eye on Orochimaru, Naruto and Sakura stayed behind him. This time, they managed to evade Akato's attention, and there was no covert confrontation between Orochimaru and Gato. Now, I shall announce the content and rules of the second examination. The scroll seizing battle. After a lengthy explanation, Sasuke and his companions each received a waiver of liability. Was there any doubt? Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Naruto scoffed at the waiver, signing his name without hesitation. "Do we really have to sign this? Is it truly that dangerous?" Sakura murmured, her concern evident, but upon seeing Naruto's signature, she steeled herself. Sasuke also quickly inscribed his name, and Sakura, with a determined bite of her lip, followed suit. "Let us go retrieve the scrolls." Sasuke nodded to the two and discreetly glanced at Karen before moving toward the isolation chamber, now that they had resolved to give it their all. Hesitation was unnecessary. Naruto and Sakura exchanged a glance and promptly followed suit. Soon, after submitting their waivers, the trio obtained a scroll of earth. Simultaneously, other teams began to collect their scrolls to participate in the examination, with nearly everyone joining in. Sasuke's group, led by a proctor, arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Half an hour later, as the time was confirmed, the examination commenced. Upon reaching the designated hour, the proctor called out, opening the gates. The gleam of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he boldly led the charge into the Forest of Death. "Sasuke-kun, do you have a plan?" Sakura, filled with both anxiety and anticipation, whispered closely behind him. "Isn't it obvious? We must find a scroll first," Naruto exclaimed, wearing a smug expression. "No, we shall head for the tower first," Sasuke retorted without a moment's thought, his expression grave. "Seizing the scroll? With Orochimaru present, what good would that do?" Then what about the scroll?" Naruto questioned, scratching his head in confusion upon hearing Sasuke's strategy. "Fool, whoever acquires the scroll will inevitably head to the tower for assembly. We will simply lie in wait and let them come to us," Sasuke explained, swiftly leaping into a nearby thicket. Naruto and Sakura, realizing the situation, immediately halted in their tracks and followed suit. Before proceeding, "We must disguise ourselves." Observing the puzzled looks from Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke calmly removed his ninja tool pouch. In the next instant, to the astonishment of Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke produced several blank scrolls of similar size from the pouch. "What are these?" Sakura gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. The scrolls bore a striking resemblance to the Earth Scroll they held. "These are merely a precaution, but I bought them for backup, never expecting to use them here," Sasuke explained, intentionally withholding the fact that he had been prepared all along to ensure their promotion to Nin. Sasuke would not waste a single scroll. Subsequently, amidst the astonished expressions of Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke took out ink and brush, disguising all three scrolls as Earth Scrolls. "This way, we mitigate the risk of losing the real scrolls, and we could even use the scrolls to deceive or lure the enemy." Under the incredulous gazes of his companions, Sasuke handed one of the fake scrolls to each of them, retaining one true and one false scroll for himself. "You really are crafty, Sasuke," Naruto remarked, tucking the scroll into his pouch with a mischievous grin, significantly increasing their odds. "Sasuke-kun, you are so clever. Now no one will suspect that the scrolls we carry are all fakes," Sakura complimented in a hushed tone, causing Naruto to feel a pang of jealousy. "Let us proceed." With everything swiftly organized, Sasuke urged them onward. They had only just entered the Forest of Death, and their disguises should keep them safe. Naruto and Sakura followed closely, confidence brimming within them. The trio raced ahead and soon penetrated 2 kilometers into the Forest of Death. "Be cautious." Suddenly, with heightened vigilance, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly grabbed Sakura and pulled her behind a nearby tree, simultaneously kicking Naruto to the safety of another tree. In the next moment, whoosh, a sharp, piercing wind howled, akin to the ferocity of a level 10 typhoon, crashing toward them with devastating force. The overwhelming gale was so powerful that it cleaved the massive tree they had sheltered against in two with a single blow. Fortunately, all three were positioned at the base of the tree, narrowly avoiding being swept away in the space between 2 colossal trees. The dense underbrush was laid to waste, revealing a broad, flat expanse of land that separated Naruto and Sasuke. Has it arrived? Gazing at the remnants of the fearsome wind, Sasuke's heart raced. He had anticipated a delayed encounter with Orochimaru after changing their route, yet the confrontation had come sooner than expected. Enemies, such terrifying foes, Sakura, shielded by Sasuke, sensed his tension and felt her own unease mounting. How could such a dreadful adversary exist in the Nin exam? The fact that it made Sasuke anxious was alarming. Is this wind release great breakthrough? How could it be so powerful? At that very moment, behind the tree, Naruto's legs weakened as he gazed in awe at the traces of the wind release, his voice trembling with astonishment. This was the only attack ninjutsu he was familiar with, and yet the scale and intensity of this assault were utterly outrageous. Naruto, take Sakura and leave this place. Leave this to me. Despite his own nerves, Sasuke gritted his teeth and stepped forward. His once-dark pupils transformed into crimson, their tomo blazing as he fixed his unwavering gaze on the approaching figure. Orochimaru was targeting him. Leaving Naruto and Sakura behind would be akin to delivering them to the enemy. It was better to let them depart and face the challenge head-on. After all, Orochimaru would not kill him at this stage. Moreover, he needed the pressure from Orochimaru to enhance his strength and gain clarity about himself, sacrificing oneself to protect comrades. You truly are unique, Uchiha. Little leaf brat, remarked Orochimaru, his gaze greedily fixated on Sasuke's Sharingan. Yes, it is precisely those eyes. The power of the Uchiha was soon to be within his grasp. Take Sakura and leave. At Sasuke's insistence, Naruto's pupils contracted, and his trembling heart was swiftly replaced by reluctance and shame. Once again, he found himself in this situation. Why? Why did he lack the courage to face formidable foes like Sasuke? Time and again, he was relegated to the role of the one needing protection. Wasn't it merely an exceptionally strong enemy? If Sasuke was unafraid, why should he flee? Sasuke, I refuse to run away. I won't let you have all the glory. Naruto feigned a relaxed grin, drawing a kunai and charging forward. You fool, Sakura. You must leave. Sasuke's expression shifted as he shouted, his chakra surging beneath his feet. Sasuke and Naruto, seeing both of them confronting the enemy and urging her to depart, Sakura resolutely formed seals with her hands, prepared to assist. How could she abandon Sasuke and leave alone? Such foolish bonds. Observing the swift approach of the three, Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle, his dark pupils sharpening, in an instant, a chilling aura, far surpassing that of Zabuza, bore down upon them. Taken aback, all three, including Sasuke, momentarily froze in place. The pupils trembled as they gazed upon Orochimaru, as if staring into the very depths of hell. Their bodies felt as if they were being crushed beneath a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rendering them utterly powerless to act, save for their involuntary shivering. Even Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, was no exception. With a resounding thud, Naruto, standing at the forefront and facing the murderous intent head-on, found a kunai in his hand slipping away unbeknownst to him. His gaze was vacant, fixed ahead as if confronted by an overwhelmingly terrifying visage. Meanwhile, Sakura, positioned at the back and preparing her jutsu, wore a similarly distressed expression. Overcome by fear, she crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her delicate form drenched in cold sweat. Damn, is this the murderous aura of Orochimaru? Despite having mentally prepared herself, she never anticipated it would be this grotesque. Her mind was clear, yet her body quaked uncontrollably before such a formidable presence. A terror so profound, Sasuke, equally trembling, felt a surge of dread, contemplating the notion of fleeing. However, in that fleeting moment, he forcibly suppressed this instinctive thought. Flee. Where could he possibly escape to, having traversed the path of the Uchiha? He was destined to face relentless challenges while seeking survival amid the jaws of death. He had already come to this realization, hadn't he? In an instant, Sasuke's gaze hardened, and his body gradually ceased to tremble. The intimidation of the murderous intent stemmed from the fear within one's soul. By overcoming this psychological terror, the pressure would naturally diminish. Indeed, deep down, I still yearn for the thrill of danger. Otherwise, I would not have set my sights on becoming Hokage. Thus, I shall employ the silent killing technique. Feeling a slight control over his body returning, Sasuke focused intently, forming hand seals with one hand to channel his chakra. In the next moment, under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, a visible surge of chakra erupted from Sasuke. The violet-blue chakra flowed like a beacon in the night, illuminating Naruto and Sakura amidst the darkness. Naruto, Sakura, I will not allow you to perish here. Now regaining control over his body, Sasuke glared at Orochimaru with his crimson tomo, speaking with fierce determination. "You frightened the children, snake ant." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin creeping across his face. "Ah, what an unexpected technique. I find myself increasingly eager to see your performance." With a flick of his tongue, Orochimaru observed the eruption of Sasuke's chakra, recognizing its potency. This level of chakra, combined with the Sharingan, likely reached the standard of 8 Genin, while it paled in comparison to Itachi Uchiha, who awakened his Manjiki at merely 13. Sasuke could still be deemed a prodigious ninja. Not wishing to squander time, Sasuke activated his buff and vanished, leaving behind an afterimage, only to reappear beside Orochimaru. With a forceful kick imbued with chakra, he struck Orochimaru's back with tremendous impact. How swift! Orochimaru's eyes bulged as he was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. Sasuke, unfazed, completed the hand seals with remarkable speed. In a flash, he materialized once more beside Orochimaru. The lightning serpent surged forth with blinding speed, coiling around Orochimaru and binding him tightly. The serpentine head crackled with electricity as it sank its fangs into Orochimaru's shoulder, unleashing a violent arc of lightning. Orochimaru howled in agony as he collapsed, emitting a plume of smoke. Dead? Has that terrifying being truly been vanquished? Naruto and Sakura, recently regaining their senses, gaped in disbelief at the body emitting a charred odor, exclaiming in astonishment, This is simply too surreal." No, this is merely the beginning. Sasuke swiftly returned to their side, his expression grave, shocking both of them once more. "Kik, how did you know I wasn't dead?" "Uchiha Sasuke, I find myself increasingly fond of you." Before Naruto and Sakura could inquire further, Orochimaru's body suddenly spoke with a sinister grin. Then, to their horror, a hand emerged from the corpse's mouth, followed by 2 arms and half of his body. Like a serpent shedding its skin, Orochimaru smoothly re-emerged from the corpse's maw, completely unharmed save for the slimy saliva. However, this time, his appearance was drastically altered. Beneath his long black hair lay a pale, bewitching visage, his elongated, serpentine pupils, adorned with distinctive purple eyeshadow, emanated a primal ferocity and insatiable greed that sent chills down their spines. The magnificent and terrifying Orochimaru had officially made his entrance. What sort of monster is this? A snake demon. As they beheld the transformed Orochimaru, Naruto and Sakura recoiled in horror, their shrieks piercing the air. Finally, his true form is revealed. I knew such a murderous foe would not be easily defeated. You're no mere grass village genin. Who exactly are you? Sasuke, regarding the true Orochimaru, scoffed, feigning ignorance. "Ah, clever observation. No wonder you are the last of the Uchiha clan's geniuses. I find myself increasingly appreciative of you. So, would you care to become my disciple? Follow me, and you shall obtain power greater than you can imagine. Power sufficient to slay that end up be by the way. My name is Orochimaru." The glimmer of desire flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he lured Sasuke, for he was already ripe for use as a vessel. Once he completed his plan, he could directly reincarnate upon returning. Upon detecting Orochimaru's malicious proposal, a system notification triggered. 10x rank reward detected. Task: reject the betrayal. Reward: Orochimaru's body replacement technique that I'm afraid I must decline. With the system's prompt ringing in his ears, Sasuke smirked slightly, resolute in his refusal, but he was destined to become Hokage. How could he possibly betray Konoha? Task completed. Reward: Orochimaru's body replacement technique. Yes, as soon as Sasuke uttered his words, the system's reward flooded his mind in an instant. Yet rather than elation, he frowned slightly. He had presumed that the body replacement technique awarded by the system would be as seamless as Orochimaru's. However, the reality was that without undergoing soft body modification, he could not utilize the technique as effortlessly as Orochimaru did. Each use would deplete a significant amount of his chakra, rendering it more a life-saving skill than an offensive one. You're competing with me for Hokage, yet you expect me to leave the village with you. You snake demon! Naruto exclaimed vehemently, fully supporting Sasuke's rejection. This declaration, however, caused Orochimaru to pause momentarily. Hokage, you aspire to become Hokage? Ha ha, how amusing, truly amusing. In less than a heartbeat, Orochimaru regained his composure, staring at Sasuke with a maniacal grin, his derision and mockery utterly unmasked. He had anticipated that harnessing the Uchiha clan's hatred would lead Sasuke down a dark path. Yet, he never expected this young boy would seek to become Hokage, to sacrifice everything for the very village that annihilated his clan. Sensei, Sir Toby, you truly excel at nurturing your successors. Is it truly amusing? At the very least, becoming Hokage doesn't entail being a vagabond like you in the ninja world. By the way, would you care to wait until I become Hokage to pardon your status as one of Konoha's rogue ninjas? One of the legendary three? Sasuke retorted coldly, dismissing Orochimaru's mockery. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, didn't you also return alongside them? He had effectively bypassed years of needless detours that Konoha's rogue ninja. One of the legendary three. Naruto and Sakura's faces paled as they exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by Orochimaru's alluring yet sinister demeanor. You know my title, yet you failed to recognize me before. Is that simply due to your exposure to me? You truly are the last scion of the Uchiha clan. But Sasuke, you will never become Hokage. Ignoring Naruto and Sakura, Orochimaru spoke meaningfully, his neck elongating as it lunged toward Sasuke's neck. And Uchiha as Hokage? Such ludicrous claims end here. The great leaf whirlwind, through the keen insight of the Sharingan, enabled Sasuke to effortlessly capture the fleeting movements of Orochimaru, utilizing the silent killing technique to amplify his physical prowess. Sasuke delivered a precise kick to Orochimaru's head. Oh naive. Orochimaru sneered as he was struck in the face. His neck elongated instantaneously, coiling like a serpent around Sasuke's legs and lunging towards his neck. Sasuke, cautious, shouted for Naruto and swung his fist towards Orochimaru's head. Sakura, equally resolute, thrust her kunai fiercely at Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru paid their attacks no mind, his tongue whipping out to send both of them hurtling away. With unrelenting momentum, he charged at Sasuke. Yet, in that brief moment of delay, Sasuke swiftly completed the substitution technique with a single hand seal. In the next instant, he stood just inches away from Orochimaru's reach. With a resounding thud, Sasuke's body transformed into a piece of deadwood, his true form appearing several meters away, single-handedly performing hand seals. Sasuke, how much more talent do you have to uncover? Orochimaru paused, surprise flickering in his serpent-like eyes as his elongated neck retracted rapidly. Naruto, use ninjutsu. Sasuke, seemingly unfazed, urged as he formed hand seals once more. Understood, Naruto exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he prepared a wind technique that now's my chance to contribute to. Sakura thought, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she quickly retreated to a nearby stream to form her own seals. Fire style. Great dragon fire technique. Sasuke bellowed as he observed Orochimaru retracting his head. A magnificent fire dragon erupting forth with unstoppable force. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Almost immediately, Naruto's ninjutsu followed suit, colliding with the fire dragon. Instantly, a tempest of flame erupted, engulfing a wide area and sweeping towards Orochimaru. Now's the time for water style. Hidden mist technique. Sakura, witnessing the explosion, unleashed all her chakra to execute the water technique, enveloping herself, Sasuke, and Naruto in thick fog. Sasuke, Naruto, we must escape now, Sakura urged, her chakra nearly depleted as she struggled to reach Sasuke's side. Faced with the terrifying Orochimaru, she could hardly conceive of a path to victory. Thus, utilizing the fog to cover their retreat seemed her best option. Run? Do you not realize that snakes can sense infrared? Just as Sasuke was about to instruct them to flee, Orochimaru's voice suddenly resonated ominously around them. In an instant, his fearsome jaws lunged toward Sasuke. This time, Sasuke had no time to perform the substitution technique. Sasuke! Sakura cried out in horror at the sight of Orochimaru's gaping in that critical moment. Sasuke remained undaunted, forming a single hand sign. His body transformed into mist, vanishing from sight, leaving Orochimaru's jaws to snap futilely at the air. almost shattering several of his fangs. Missed body technique? Orochimaru realized in an instant as he witnessed the infrared heat signatures fade from view. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke reappeared at Orochimaru's right side, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying again. Concurrently, Sasuke completed his hand seals. Lightning style. Thunder arrow. Under the astonished gaze of Orochimaru, Sasuke raised his hand and unleashed a lightning technique. The thunder arrow struck with blinding speed, crashing into Orochimaru, accompanied by a crackling symphony of blue arcs. Multiple shadow clone technique. At the same moment Sasuke released his lightning technique, Naruto formed hand seals and a series of white smoke clouds erupted, revealing dozens of Naruto clones. Shadow clones for cover. Let us go. Sasuke decisively declared, turning to scoop up Sakura and hastily retreating. His chakra was already running low. He could not afford to continue the fight. The most pressing reason was Sakura. He did not want to accidentally lose his original partner. We want TB needing that scroll. You've won, Orochimaru. Naruto quickly followed suit, tossing the fake scroll towards Orochimaru. Moments later, the scroll? What a trivial item. Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully as he obliterated all of Naruto's clones with a flick of his foot, his chakra igniting as he shattered it effortlessly. Sasuke, you cannot escape. Summoning technique. Watching the direction in which the trio fled, Orochimaru smirked wickedly, biting his finger to perform hand seals. With a resounding crash, a colossal brown serpent appeared beneath him, swiftly pursuing Sasuke. Hiss! In the silent forest, the air erupted with the foul, reverberating hiss of the snake, causing both Sasuke and Naruto to change their expressions simultaneously. What a massive serpent! Naruto gasped, his jaw dropping at the sight of the enormous brown python that could encircle 10 men. He had never encountered a creature of such magnitude before. Sasuke, equally astonished, marveled at the unexpected size of the summoning snake. If a mere summoning snake is this large, what would happen if 1,000 snakes were summoned? Would they not trample even a Shinkansen? Damn it, it's coming for us, and it's not after the scroll. Sasuke, take Sakura and go. As the enormous serpent approached at breakneck speed, Naruto gritted his teeth, halting his steps to form hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. After being overshadowed by Sasuke, he was determined to reclaim his moment. Naruto! Sakura instinctively shouted, feeling a newfound reliability in him. I'll be right back. In light of the urgency, Sasuke swiftly agreed without hesitation. With a burst of chakra, he propelled himself several dozen meters away. Sasuke, you don't have to worry about me. Go help Naruto. Realizing she was a burden, Sakura struggled to assert herself. She did not want to be the reason for Naruto's misfortune. Do not worry. He is exceptionally strong. In the upcoming battle, I cannot allow anything to happen to you. Sasuke replied without a moment's thought, urgently searching for a temporary hiding place. With a Nine-Tails power, Naruto would not easily fall to Orochimaru. Sakura blushed, her gaze dreamy as she absorbed Sasuke's seemingly affectionate words. Sasuke-kun truly did care for her. Yet, in an instant, her eyes reddened with resolve, her expression solemn. No, I must try harder. If this continues, I will never meet Sasuke-kun's standards. Moreover, she did not wish to remain a burden to them. She yearned to fight alongside them. Determined, she resolved to dedicate all her free time to training. She could never allow such a situation to recur. Teaching others does not yield results, but experiences impart lessons instantly. In less than a breath, Sakura's gaze darkened as she gained clarity. Unlike her previous musings on the bridge, she now possessed a genuine conviction and goal to grow stronger. Meanwhile, boring little brat. Swallow him whole, Orochimaru commanded, his murderous intent evident as he observed the multitude of Naruto clones. Hiss! Obeying the command, the summoned giant snake's eyes gleamed with ferocity as its jaws gaped wide, lunging at Naruto. The massive mouth loomed over the myriad of Naruto clones, the foul stench overwhelming. I've been waiting for you. Naruto, though alarmed, rallied himself as he and his clones unleashed their combined assault. Wind style, great breakthrough. A torrent of fierce winds erupted from Naruto's clones, forming a wall that repelled the summoned serpent several dozen meters back. This unexpected turn of events surprised Orochimaru, but it was only a momentary setback. Then you shall remain here and entertain him, Orochimaru commanded indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at Sasuke's vanishing silhouette. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, driven by the serpent beneath him, hastening to pursue Sasuke. Do not even think about it, Naruto bellowed, witnessing the scene, as he unleashed his chakra to impede Orochimaru's advance. Yet, the summoned serpent moved with even greater swiftness, its agile tail lashed through the air like a whip, swiftly shattering the majority of Naruto's shadow clones. The serpent then darted towards Naruto, its bloodthirsty gaze fixated upon him and the remaining clones, poised to strike. Damn it, I must eliminate you first, Naruto roared in fury, rallying his clones to charge forth. Thus commenced the fierce battle between Naruto and the serpent. Meanwhile, Kik, how gentle indeed, Sasuke remarked. That girl must be someone you hold dear. I have a sudden thought. If I were to kill her, would you grow stronger? Perhaps awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. Just as Sasuke settled Sakura down to return, Orochimaru's voice emerged, laced with a chilling intent. Oh, you wish to die. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's pupils constricted, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Orochimaru, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting within him. For the first time, anger coursed through him. Admittedly, he felt little for Sakura, his original partner, but after months of companionship, a bond had undeniably formed. If he could not protect Sakura, how could he hope to confront the formidable foes of the future? Kik, it seems my assumptions were correct. Let us see how this unfolds. If you can satisfy me, perhaps I shall spare her. Orochimaru taunted, his eyes gleaming with malice, as three kunai shot forth in a triangular formation. Sasuke's Sharingan swiftly tracked the trajectory of Orochimaru's kunai, and with a flick of his wrist, he hurled two shuriken to intercept them. Bang, 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 the shuriken clashed with the kunai mid-air, altering their course instantaneously. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke's other hand completed a series of hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. In an instant, he captured the flight paths of all kunai and shuriken, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs that sealed off every potential escape route. Moreover, 5 of those fireballs enveloped the kunai, concealing their lethal intent. Though the actions appeared intricate, they were executed in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Orochimaru found himself engulfed by the onslaught, emitting a scream of agony. Yet Sasuke remained unfazed, his vigilance directed toward his surroundings as he formed seals with both hands that in that fleeting instant. The battered Orochimaru transformed into a cloud of earth, scattering to the ground. You managed to see through my substitution technique. Your Sharingan is impressive, possessing power rivaling that of your brother, Itachi Uchiha. With the next breath, Orochimaru reappeared, his gaze fixed on Sasuke with a fervent desire. You talk too much, Sasuke roared, unleashing a colossal fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. This attack is rather juvenile, Orochimaru scoffed, evading with serpent-like agility as he lunged toward Sasuke. Now, lightning release, lightning arrow. As Orochimaru charged, Sasuke's eyes hardened, and in a heartbeat, he drew a kunai, imbued with lightning chakra, and hurled it at incredible speed. Did you think you could rely on one-handed seals to exploit time differences with various ninjutsu? You are sorely mistaken. Orochimaru sneered as he deftly dodged the lightning-infused kunai. However, just as he brushed past it, the kunai exploded with a resounding boom. Explosive tag! Orochimaru exclaimed in shock, his serpentine eyes narrowing as he surged away, moving faster than before, evading the blast while sinking his fangs into Sasuke's nape. Finished? Huh. Orochimaru grinned triumphantly, only to halt as he sensed something was amiss. In the next instant, Sasuke beneath him transformed into a wooden substitute, adorned with countless explosive tags. Boom! In that moment of Orochimaru's astonishment, the tags ignited in a brilliant flash, erupting into a mushroom cloud that obliterated all living beings within a radius of several dozen meters. 3,000 explosive tags. This should suffice for your reckoning. Alas, my little fun's wasted so. Sasuke mused, his gaze flickering as he beheld a mushroom cloud. He had only prepared 3 such explosive tag substitutes as a precaution, never intending to use them against Orochimaru. But the latter's murderous intent left him no choice but to gamble on inflicting significant damage. Binding illusion. Just as Sasuke contemplated his next move, Orochimaru's figure surged from the smoke. Forming seals with a commanding voice, in an instant, Sasuke felt his body immobilized. Unlike the previous oppressive intent, this was a palpable pressure of Genjutsu. Even with his double Tomo Sharingan, he could not break free from the illusion. His consciousness remained clear, yet his body betrayed him. Interesting, all those prior attacks served as a distraction for the final explosion. To be honest, even a Genin would face dire consequences against such a technique. But alas, you are up against me. With his body in tatters, Orochimaru spoke with exhilaration, once more startling Sasuke. For on Orochimaru's face was a glimpse of a feminine visage, the true form of this body. Not merely a vessel for the reanimation, but the essence of the Serpent Lady. Your performance has pleased me. As a reward, I shall spare that girl. Accept my parting gift, Sasuke. Orochimaru's sinister grin widened as he observed Sasuke's expression of horror and rage. In a swift motion, his neck elongated, lunging towards Sasuke. Aware that he could not evade the curse mark with his current power, Sasuke felt a mix of frustration and resignation. Although the curse mark was a manifestation of Sage Mode, it was undeniably grotesque. The first level was bearable, but the second level was akin to a monstrous transformation. Sasuke, just as the moment of despair approached, Naruto's voice thundered. Sasuke could barely register the scene before him as Naruto interposed himself. Braving the oncoming serpent's bite, Orochimaru's curse mark activated as he sank his fangs into Naruto's shoulder. What? Both Sasuke and Orochimaru stared in disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. Especially Orochimaru, who could hardly fathom being thwarted by mere genin. I will not allow you to harm Sasuke, you repugnant serpent. Despite the excruciating pain and the curse's encroachment, Naruto defiantly lifted his gaze, roaring with determination to in that instant. A pair of crimson beast-like eyes met Orochimaru's gaze. So it is you, the Nine-Tails brat. Orochimaru smirked knowingly, recognizing the ferocity in Naruto's eyes. With the Nine-Tails and the curse mark combined, he could only speculate what terror might emerge. However, that was not his concern. His true dilemma lay in the Akatsuki's pursuit of the tailed beast. At least, his curse mark had not gone to waste. The Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki could still serve as a pawn in his plans. Sasuke, Naruto, overwhelmed by the power of the Nine-Tails, collapsed into unconsciousness after a fleeting moment of brilliance. The curse's encroachment was a force he could not withstand. Though slightly taken aback, Orochimaru's interest was piqued. You remain my favorite target. Sasuke, it is your turn now. With Naruto unconscious, Orochimaru lunged towards Sasuke, his fangs poised to sink into the nape of his neck. This time, there would be no unforeseen circumstances. What is happening? I thought Naruto's arrival would provide an opportunity to exploit and weaken Orochimaru. Instead, he has delivered himself as a gift. This is absurd. As the corrosive influence seeped into his body, Sasuke's pupils trembled, and he collapsed to the ground. Keek, I find myself increasingly eager to witness your growth. Sasuke, if you seek the strength to defeat Itachi Uchiha, then seize this opportunity to showcase your abilities during the Chunin exams. Only then will I take notice of you. Between you and Naruto, I shall choose the strongest and grant him even greater power. Observing Sasuke's vacant gaze, Orochimaru chuckled mockingly, subtly inciting him. Bonds are the protective forces that tether us to one another. Yet, when wielded wisely, they can also serve as a catalyst for Sasuke's growth. Detecting Orochimaru's malicious suggestion triggered a tenfold Class C reward. Task: surpass Naruto in the exam. Reward: summoning technique, just before losing consciousness. Sasuke vaguely registered the system's notification. This tightened his focus, only for him to completely lose awareness. With a resounding boom, as Sasuke collapsed, Naruto erupted with the crimson chakra of the Nine Tails. It spiraled in a furious dance around his body, forcefully suppressing the cursed seal's power. This unexpected turn caused Orochimaru, who was preparing to depart, to pause. Lifting Naruto's clothing, he revealed the manifested 8-trigram seal. The Nine-Tails? Although an unintended creation, I find myself eager to witness his growth. Do not spoil my interest. Orochimaru murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening as his right hand momentarily displayed the 5 elemental chakras: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand against Naruto's abdomen, applying a seal. In an instant, white smoke billowed from Naruto's midsection as the unleashed beast chakra rapidly retracted and vanished. Naruto's fox-like transformation reverted to normal in an instant. Naruto. Just as Orochimaru completed his actions, Sakura, drawn by the explosion, hurriedly approached, her eyes wide with concern. Upon witnessing both Sasuke and Naruto sprawled on the ground, she swiftly withdrew a kunai and hurled it at Orochimaru. They are now in your care. Ignoring the kunai assault, Orochimaru merely smiled indifferently and vanished into the ground. Naruto, what on earth has transpired? Sakura, momentarily disregarding everything else, swiftly reached the two, her beautiful eyes narrowing, her voice trembling. She observed irregular black markings adorning both their bodies. With steam emanating from their foreheads, this cannot be. If a battle ensues here, it will surely attract unwanted attention, that we must leave this place at once. In mere moments, Sakura regained her composure and made a decision. Despite her own chakra being nearly depleted and feeling utterly drained, she resolutely lifted Sasuke and moved him several meters away before returning to assist Naruto, like a hamster relocating its nest. She tirelessly rotated her efforts to evacuate them. Beneath the winding, intricate shadows of the trees, a lithe and graceful figure darted swiftly among the intertwining branches. I sensed that malevolent chakra nearby. Damn it. How could such a dangerous individual appear during the Chunin exams? Red Bean swiftly scanned her surroundings, her expression grave as she felt the heat of the cursed seal. Just moments ago, they had discovered the corpse of a Konoha ninja whose face had been erased by a Jutsu. As Orochimaru's former apprentice, Red Bean immediately recalled that terrifying master, the rogue S-rank ninja of Konoha. One of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, Red Bean. It's been a while. Suddenly, a magnetic, raspy voice resonated behind her. This caused Red Bean's nerves to tighten as she executed a graceful flip to adjust her stance and look back. Is it truly you, Orochimaru? Upon recognizing that familiar figure, Red Bean inhaled sharply, her gaze filled with complexity. The sensation of meeting him was entirely different from merely recalling him. In this moment, the bonds of affection and hatred that Orochimaru had once instilled surged within her heart. Why? Why is it that you, an S-rank fugitive from Konoha, have appeared here? I refuse to believe you have returned merely to reminisce. Despite the turmoil within her, Red Bean, a special Jonin of Konoha, pressed him for answers. She needed to uncover Orochimaru's purpose for returning. Red Bean, you remain as reckless and naive as ever. Do you believe you will glean the information you seek in this manner? Or perhaps you are merely being led astray? A flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he sighed, a reminder of why he had once abandoned her. Such a disposition was ill-suited for the treacherous and perilous world of shinobi. You need not lecture me. In that case, I shall risk my life to defeat you and extract the information, Red Bean declared defiantly, extending her left hand as several serpents erupted from her sleeve. Shadow Snake Hand? Red Bean, it seems my decision to forsake you is well-founded. After all these years, you remain stagnant, attempting to utilize my jutsu against me. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, showing no inclination to engage. Unsurprisingly, several venomous snakes lunged at him, pinning Orochimaru against a tree. That I will not allow your escape. Red Bean, undeterred by the situation, swiftly closed the distance. Seizing Orochimaru's right hand, in a flash, she drew a kunai and resolutely pinned their hands to the tree. Now you cannot flee. Orochimaru, allow me to borrow your hand. Gazing at Orochimaru, a smirk crept onto Red Bean's lips as beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. The notion of capturing Orochimaru to interrogate him was merely a ruse. Given her strength, how could she possibly succeed? Her true intent was to ensure their mutual demise. Ninjutsu. Twin serpents. Without hesitation, Red Bean grasped Orochimaru's hand and began forming seals. Kekekek. Red Bean, you are far too naive. Just as she was about to cast her jutsu, Orochimaru suddenly let out a sinister laugh, his body transforming into soil and collapsing to the ground. Earth substitution. Red Bean's pupils constricted in disbelief. When did he form the seals? Your talent pales in comparison to that boy's. He could perform techniques with a single hand without requiring assistance. Orochimaru's true form emerged slowly from behind Red Bean, his expression malevolent as he prepared to strike. Boy, you certainly have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Red Bean's face paled as she swiftly turned to confront him. Yes, that boy. No, those two boys that I've granted them the same gifts I bestowed upon you. Orochimaru licked his lips meaningfully, causing Red Bean to gasp in shock. You scoundrel! You dare to unleash such dangerous powers. Realizing he referred to the heavenly curse seal, Red Bean's eyes widened in fury as she prepared to attack once more. But in that instant, Orochimaru grinned wickedly and formed seals with one hand. The next moment, as Chakra erupted from Red Bean, she let out a muffled groan, kneeling as the heavenly curse seal on her neck ignited with a crimson glow. No, this is intolerable. Feeling her body weaken, Red Bean clutched her neck in despair, her breath coming in rapid, heavy gasps, causing her alluring figure to undulate enticingly, yet hidden beneath her garments, remaining unseen by all. So your objective in returning is them? Unable to attack, Red Bean swiftly altered her strategy, her silver teeth gritting as she sought information from Orochimaru. Perhaps so. Are you envious, Red Bean? Orochimaru remained unfazed, casually teasing his former apprentice. This caused Red Bean to tremble, yet she could not recall any useful information. Red Bean, I sincerely hope you do not interfere with this Nin exam. Should you hinder my enjoyment, the consequence will be that I will reduce the entire village of Konoha to ashes. Observing Red Bean's pale visage, Orochimaru chuckled darkly and issued his warning that in an instant, he activated a ninjutsu and vanished from sight. That scoundrel! Red Bean's expression turned ashen once more, her frustration boiling over as she let out a soft huff of anger. Meanwhile, Sakura, just as in the original storyline, encountered the Sound Ninja Trio. Simultaneously, Lee and the Inoshikacho Trio appear to provide assistance. However, unlike the original tale, due to their camaraderie forged over several meals, Shikamaru and his companions wasted no time, joining Sakura's side. Yet, despite their resolve, they were ultimately overpowered by the Sound Ninja Trio due to their disparity in strength. Thankfully, with the help of the Inoshikacho team and Lee, Sakura managed to avoid the humiliating predicament that had befallen her in the original narrative, even managing to unleash a water-style water prison to provide supporting offense. Regrettably, in the end, she was still captured by the Sound Ninja's kin. Damn it, Sakura! I am truly sorry. Teacher Kai. Today marks the moment when the path of perseverance shall truly blossom. Little Lee, having been defeated by the Sound Ninja Toes, gazes upon Sakura, whose hair is being grasped, tears brimming in his eyes as he stares resolutely. Asa man, he cannot allow the woman he admires to be subjected to such humiliation. Just as Little Lee prepares to unleash the 8 gates, Sakura is on the verge of severing her hair. Meanwhile, beneath the tree hollow, the unconscious Sasuke suddenly erupts with a visible surge of purple chakra. What is that? What is happening? Finally awake, Sasuke's presence assures everything will be fine. Witnessing this scene, Little Lee, Shikamaru, and Ino exclaim in unison. The 3 Sound Ninjas, however, are now gripped by sheer terror. This chakra bears an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru's power. In that instant of shock, the Sound Ninja Jin, with bulging eyes, feels his grip on Sakura's hair snap as his arm is shattered, and he is sent flying by a tremendous force. Sakura, I'm sorry, but from now on, I shall not allow you to suffer any further harm. Sasuke's figure appears in a flash, his crimson gaze fixated on the Sound Ninja Toes, fury radiating from him. Being bullied by Orochimaru is one thing, but now these 3 insignificant pests dare to meddle? If Sakura is forced to cut her hair again, what face would he have as a traveler? Sasuke-kun, are you all right? Sakura, gazing at Sasuke whose half-body glows with the markings of the cursed seal, asks tremulously, her heart racing. This brutal aura emanating from Sasuke is something she has never witnessed before. Though his tone and demeanor remain unchanged, an inexplicable charm lingers in the air. Fear not, this power will not cloud my mind. Sasuke replies coolly, his eyes fixed on the Sound Ninja as he performs hand seals. Understanding the essence of the cursed seal, he knows better than to become arrogant from its power boost. This strength is such that even the current Gaara cannot overcome. What is there to boast about? As for the temptations from Orochimaru's consciousness within the cursed seal space, Sasuke dismisses them with contempt. Thus, he awakens far earlier than Naruto, maintaining his self-awareness while harnessing the power of the cursed seal. Ninja art. Multiple shadow clone technique. To Sakura's astonishment and the shock of Little Lee, Shikamaru, and Ino, two shadow clones of Sasuke materialize with a thunderous shout. Nani? Isn't that Naruto's shadow clone technique? How can Sasuke use this jutsu too? Sakura, Ino, and Shikamaru exclaim in disbelief. Especially Sakura, who knows Sasuke had previously failed to learn the shadow clone technique. How has he succeeded now? Could it be that Sasuke-kun has been secretly training hard? How frustrating. Sasuke-kun is so impressive while putting in all this effort behind the scenes. Mission accomplished, reward received. Naruto's version of the multiple shadow clone technique. As everyone stands in astonishment, a system prompt resonates in Sasuke's ears. Do you think becoming 3 will allow you to defeat us? Trash is trash, and no number of clones can change that. The Sound Ninja Sack sneers, his sonic bomb device charging ominously. Meanwhile, although Toes appears solemn, he remains unconcerned. It's merely a cursed seal. The strength gained by a lowly genin is limited. However, what could Orochimaru-sama possibly mean by trash? I'm merely testing this jutsu. Sasuke's original body scoffs again. As the two shadow clones lunge towards Sack and Toes. Indeed, it was in his anger that he recalled the triggering of Naruto's system mission, so he decided to give it a try. Do not underestimate me. As the shadow clones charge, Sack bellows, preparing to unleash his void slash. But the speed of Sasuke's shadow clones surpasses his own. Lightning release, thunder arrow, utilizing the advantage of one-handed hand seals. The shadow clone completes the seal and erupts first at a blue arc of lightning strikes with blinding speed, crashing into Sack's body before he can react. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Sack collapses, his body enveloped in electric arcs. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Almost simultaneously, the shadow clone facing Toes unleashes a fierce fire pillar from its mouth, leaving no opportunity for Toes to close in. Yet Toes, being an experienced elite genin, disperses the fire pillar with a powerful shockwave at the last moment and swiftly dodges, preparing to counter with sonic attacks. However, the shadow clone, undeterred, eagerly advances, its crimson Sharingan fixed upon him. This is bad. Realizing the ominous nature of the Sharingan, Toes attempts to channel Chakra for his sonic attack. But just as he begins, he sees the shadow clone's face morph into that of Orochimaru. Witnessing that visage of sheer terror, Toes' face pales instantly. Naraka's gaze technique success. Observing Toes' fear, the shadow clone delivers a powerful kick to his head. With a resounding thud, Toes' eyes bulge as he falls to the ground. This is for you. The shadow clone bends to retrieve the earth book from Toes' person, tossing it over before dissipating. The other shadow clone simultaneously dispels itself. Incredible. Watching the battle conclude in mere moments, Little Lee swallows hard, utterly astonished. Is this truly the might of Uchiha Sasuke? The Sound Ninja trio, who had caused him such distress, was dispatched with such ease. How can he possibly defeat Sasuke to confess to Sakura now? Sasuke-kun is amazing. He defeated those despicable foes in just a few moves. Ino shouts, rushing forward to embrace Sasuke, her face alight with admiration. She shows no disdain for his cursed appearance. In fact, she finds him even more captivating. Ino, don't think you could take advantage of this situation. Sakura, initially intending to inquire about the cursed seal, swiftly pushes Ino away, her temper flaring. Sasuke, are you all right? Is Naruto still unconscious? Shikamaru, observing the two women vying for attention, shrugs helplessly and steps forward to ask. He wonders who among them had suggested unity against the Sound Ninjas. Only to squabble now. Women are truly troublesome beings. Ugh. Choji, though silent, munches on chips, his concern evident in his eyes. You need not worry about me. Thank you, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Sasuke replies with a faint smile, closing his Sharingan as the cursed seal markings swiftly retreat back to their origin. He then turns his gaze toward Naruto. It is uncertain whether it's due to the Nine Tails or something else, but Naruto emanates a crimson chakra, showing no signs of regaining consciousness that I hope he can endure this ordeal. Sasuke reflects sorrowfully on Naruto's dark childhood as a Jinchuriki. However, he does not overly fret. Given Naruto's ability to reform his own dark thoughts, the temptations of Orochimaru should not pose an issue, as long as the Nine Tails does not intervene. Wait, Naruto, just as Sakura, embroiled in her squabble with Ino, suddenly reacts, she rushes to help Naruto replace the damp cloth on his forehead. Ever since Sasuke and Naruto fell into a feverish stupor, she has remained by their side until the sound ninjas appeared. Shikamaru, we don't need this. Do you want it? Noticing Sakura's busy figure, Sasuke tosses the earth book to Shikamaru. This is the earth book. It's of no use to you. Is that so? Then we shall not be polite. Sasuke-kun. Ino exclaims joyfully at his words, immediately thanking him sweetly. With this, they have gathered all the necessary scrolls. Ino, you fool, Shikamaru sighs, exasperated by this love-struck teammate. They are currently rivals. Yet she reveals their information so easily. If Sasuke harbors other intentions, they could be in danger. However, it's fortunate that Sasuke is also a trustworthy ally. TCH, am I overthinking this? Oh, I've made my decision. Sasuke, you will be the rival I pursue for a lifetime. Striving to defeat you, this is what Teacher Kai referred to as the fervor of youth. I have come to a realization. Suddenly, the exuberant Lee leaped up, bursting with youthful passion. His somewhat incoherent and emotional speech caused the expressions of both Ino and Sakura to twitch. Just moments ago, he had been sprawled on the ground, and now he appeared to be bursting with vitality. Come forth, Sasuke began to respond, but his gaze abruptly shifted to a certain direction that, I've been discovered. But I assure you, I am no enemy. Sasuke, a crisp, teasing voice rang out from above. With a whoosh, Tenten descended from the tree and stood beside Lee, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration and wariness toward Sasuke. This cold and composed junior undoubtedly represented a formidable opponent. You all? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru's expression froze, and he immediately followed Sasuke's unblinking gaze. His pupils constricted as he spotted Neji Hyuga, motionless on a branch. Uchiha Sasuke, I must concede that you possess the pride to be my rival, that I hope for an opportunity to compete with you in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Neji met Sasuke's gaze. His expression indifferent as he spoke coldly. Regardless of Sasuke's strength or his ties to the same village through Lee, he could never bring himself to seize the scroll from them. This, too, was part of his pride as a genius of the Hyuga clan. I look forward to it. Sasuke smiled in return, not rejecting the notion. Communication might indeed trigger future tasks. This was not him imposing himself, but rather a chance worth considering. And me, Neji Sasuke, you are all rivals I aim to defeat. The neglected Lee immediately shouted with fervor, drawing Sasuke's attention once more. Lee 8 gates. That could work. However, the thought of Kakashi and Gai's unrestricted duels made Sasuke's head throb slightly. The passionate Lee, he wouldn't turn out like that. Would he? Well then, we shall take our leave, everyone, Tenten declared, unable to endure Lee's fiery enthusiasm any longer, signaling him to turn and depart. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, all should leave too. Once Naruto awakens and we locate the scroll, we will rendezvous at the tower. Seeing Gai's team leave, Sasuke turned to bid them farewell. Naruto was still unaware of the situation. He could not linger here with Choji and the others. Most importantly, Ino and Sakura were too noisy together. All right, with your strength, protecting Naruto and Sakura will pose no issue. The 6-person team was indeed too conspicuous, which was detrimental to their mission. Ino furrowed her brow, wishing to object, but Shikamaru preemptively agreed, fearing complications. With Sasuke's prowess, there was no need for concern. Their presence would only add to the mix. Instead, it would be more beneficial for them to gather the scroll and head to the tower for some rest. Indeed, we cannot delay your assessment, especially since Naruto remains unconscious. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she chimed in, unwilling to let Ino linger any longer. That guy will definitely try to steal my chance while I'm attending to Naruto. Sakura, you! Let us go, Ino. Just as Ino's eyes sparked with fury, Shikamaru turned around to hasten their departure. Choji nodded as Sasuke and Sakura, immediately following suit. With their teammates leaving, Ino felt a surge of helplessness. Sakura, do not take advantage of this situation. Reluctantly leaving that remark behind, Ino cast a lingering glance at Sasuke before dashing off. Sakura, we should depart now. Once everyone had exited, Sasuke promptly turned to address Naruto's situation. It was no longer suitable to remain hidden here. They needed to change locations. Yes, Sasuke-kun. Seeing Sasuke prepare to assist Naruto in leaving, Sakura squinted and quickly followed. Under Sasuke's guidance, the two swiftly covered a distance of 2 kilometers until they found a suitable, secluded hollow in a tree to take refuge. The night passed in silence. The following day, after a night of alternating rest, both Sasuke and Sakura had largely recovered. Only Naruto remained in his unconscious state, which caused Sasuke to feel a twinge of worry. Ninjutsu, shadow, clone technique. As dawn broke, Sasuke exited the hollow, forming hand seals to invoke his jutsu. With a puff, 3 shadow clones materialized before him. It was not that Sasuke could not create numerous clones, but doing so would dilute his chakra, weakening both the clones and his own strength. There was simply no need for that. Sakura, you, and my shadow clones will stay here to watch over Naruto. I will venture out to search for food and see if I can find an opportunity to seize the scroll. This way, when Naruto awakens, we can head directly to the tower. Sasuke stated earnestly, his eyes glinting with determination as he met Sakura's curious gaze. Leave Naruto to me, Sasuke-kun. Just be cautious and do not overexert yourself. Sakura readily agreed, showing no signs of dissent. Last night, they could rely on rations, but today they would have to hunt them. Sasuke nodded, gesturing for one of the shadow clones to accompany him. After they departed, the remaining 2 clones stood guard, vigilant and alert. Sasuke, accompanied by his clone, swiftly distanced himself several hundred meters before coming to a halt. Now was the moment to test this technique. Speaking to the shadow clone, Sasuke swiftly gathered chakra with his right hand. His eyes transformed into a crimson hue as he activated his Sharingan. Here it comes. The shadow clone stepped forward, diligently assisting Sasuke in maintaining the flow of chakra. Indeed, Sasuke aimed to expedite the development of the Rasengan. Having acquired the shadow clone technique, how could he not leverage it? As long as he completed the Rasengan, he would be able to personally experience the intricacies of its execution, thus accelerating the progress of developing a one-handed Rasengan. With Sasuke's focused attention, he successfully navigated the final stage, which was already within reach. In less than a breath, a brilliant blue sphere of chakra materialized in the palm of his right hand. The shadow clone Rasengan. Success! Awoo! Just as Sasuke reveled in his triumph, a deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed in his ears. Help! Following that, a terrified scream reverberated through the nearby woods. Sasuke's eyes, now adorned with the spinning tomo, caught sight of a robust black bear pursuing something. The source of the cries was a petite figure, her vibrant red hair flickering in and out of sight. That. Karui. I never expected to encounter her here. A fateful twist of destiny. Observing the silhouette, Sasuke let out a quiet sigh before channeling his chakra and rushing forward. The shadow clone beside him dissipated in a puff of smoke. As the terrifying bear closed in, drooling hungrily, Karui stumbled and fell to the ground in her panic. Roar! Seeing its prey falter, the bear let out a ferocious roar and lunged forward. This caused Karui, who had lost her glasses, to panic even further, her eyes wide with despair. Am I going to die? Memories of her fleeting and tumultuous life flooded her mind, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Rasengan. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her, shouting with a commanding voice. Before Karui could process what was happening, she witnessed the ferocious bear let out a pained cry, spiraling backward at an astonishing speed. The bear's thick paw was shredded by an immense force, the injury extending to its head and abdomen. In an instant, it breathed its last. What is this? Gazing at the familiar yet blurred blue shorts, Karui murmured as she hurriedly picked up her glasses and looked up. Are you all right? As Karui adjusted her glasses, she encountered Sasuke's calm and gentle smile. That very moment, a radiant beam of sunlight filtered through the leaves. illuminating Sasuke's profile. Just that fleeting glance caused Karui's breath to hitch as she caught sight of his handsome and sunny visage. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced, leaving her at a loss for words. The Genin of Grass, Shinobi Village. I saw you at the exam. As Xianglin found herself ensnared by Sasuke's captivating visage, she felt compelled to break the silence. Yes, she stammered, instantly recalling the way Sasuke had gazed at her moments prior. Her face flushing with shyness as she averted her eyes in that fleeting moment of distraction. Her gaze fell upon the scroll in her hands, and a sudden realization struck her. Thank you for saving me. Do you need this scroll? Without a moment's hesitation, Xianglin set aside thoughts of her comrades and the village of grass, presenting the scroll with both hands. This act was not merely one of gratitude and affection. It was also a pragmatic response to her dire circumstances. Having endured a life of hardship from a young age, she had honed her ability to read the room and assess situations for survival. Now, facing the formidable Sasuke, this was her optimal choice. The Book of Earth? I have no need for it, but I do need you. Sasuke disregarded the scroll, his smile serene as he gazed deeply into Xianglin's eyes. His meaning profound need me. The anxious Xianglin was momentarily taken aback by this unadorned confession, her cheeks reddening to an almost crimson hue. Could it be? As that tantalizing possibility crossed her mind, her eyes glazed over with fanciful thoughts. You scoundrel! An outsider from another village. How can I trust you? You would hand the scroll over to a leaf ninja. Just as Xianglin's heart swelled with naive hopes, the voices of her two grass companions abruptly shattered her reverie. This sudden intrusion jolted her back to reality, causing her to tremble as cold sweat trickled down her spine. No, it's not what you think. Instinctively, she turned to explain, but her comrades offered her no chance for clarification. With a swift whoosh, two kunai hurled towards her face. You? Witnessing this merciless action, Xianglin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could they do this? Bang, crash. Just as she stood there, dumbfounded, Sasuke swiftly seized the scroll and flung it aside. The scroll transformed into a fleeting shadow, deflecting the kunai with precision. Unfortunately, this resulted in the scroll being severed in two. Damn it! He destroyed our scroll, one of her comrades exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Sasuke. We need to flee. He's not someone we can handle. The other companion shot a venomous glance at Xianglin before turning to escape, although the order was for Xianglin to be executed if she made any unusual moves. Self-preservation took precedence. Flee? Did I grant you permission to leave? Sasuke's voice dripped with menace as he formed hand seals, unleashing, fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Boom! A massive fireball, 10 meters in diameter, roared forth, sending the two in panic as they attempted to evade its wrath. Sasuke's follow-up attack arrived before they could react, shuriken piercing their calves, causing them to cry out in agony as they collapsed to the ground. We're doomed! Accompanied by their anguished cries, the relentless fireball engulfed them mercilessly. Bang! As Xianglin witnessed her companions consumed by the flames, her legs buckled, causing her to collapse to the ground. Though she understood that their survival posed a threat to her safety, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over her, akin to the grief of a rabbit mourning a fallen companion. With her comrades gone, she knew she would face mistrust even if she returned to the village of grass, even if she miraculously escaped punishment. Doubt and isolation awaited her, for she was the weakest among the trio. In that instant, fear and loneliness surged within Xianglin's heart. Xianglin, is it? Judging by your hair, you must belong to the Uzumaki clan. You, abandoned and attacked by your comrades, can stay by my side if you have nowhere else to go. However, you cannot reveal your identity as a ninja for now. Observing the frightened expression on Xianglin's face, Sasuke shook his head earnestly. According to the narrative, after this exam failure, Xianglin would be isolated by the grass village and sent to a fortress in the northern region of the Land of Grass. It was there that she would narrowly escape death at the hands of Orochimaru. Yet, even in Orochimaru's grasp, she could not evade the fate of becoming a test subject. Sasuke wished to spare Xianglin from such an ordeal, which is why he had decisively eliminated her companions, severing her ties. After all, Xianglin was destined to be his fated companion. Sasuke could not bear to see her suffer at the hands of others. Really, Do you truly need me? Aren't you afraid I might be a rogue ninja? While Sasuke was lost in thought, Xianglin regained her composure, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Remaining by Sasuke's side would undoubtedly mark her as a traitor to the grass village, posing a significant threat to a leaf ninja. Neither the leaf nor the grass village would permit such an occurrence. That is not your concern, as long as you withdraw from the competition and stay in the leaf. I will take care of everything for you. Sasuke flashed a radiant smile, exuding confidence, showing little worry. Those cowards from the grass village, do you think they would dare come to the leaf to retrieve someone? Just wait 2 months until Tsunade is in office, and all problems will be resolved. He was certain that the conditions he offered, combined with Xianglin's Uzumaki lineage, would compel Tsunade to allow her to remain in the village. Then I entrust this to you. Sasuke, my name is Xianglin. After a moment of internal conflict, Xianglin gazed at Sasuke's irresistible face and reluctantly agreed. Her life could not possibly be worse than this. Even if she returned without facing repercussions, her fate would ultimately mirror that of her mother. Compared to that grim future, taking a gamble with Sasuke seemed worthwhile. Most importantly, Sasuke-kun is just too handsome. I simply cannot refuse. There they are, Sasuke, Naruto, and the others. I didn't expect Naruto to also be cursed at Orochimaru-sama. What are you planning? A few dozen meters away from Sakura and Naruto, Kabuto observed Sasuke with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. According to the original plan, was the target not only Sasuke? Could it be for that scheme? As this thought crossed his mind, Kabuto instinctively adjusted his glasses, his expression grave that 1 tail Shikaku and 9 tails Kaibai. Orochimaru-sama, is this truly the time to destroy the leaf? Contemplating this possibility, Kabuto's glasses glimmered as he murmured softly. He immediately turned to lure the enemy closer, as a spy. His usual approach was to strategize meticulously, keeping himself at a distance, and then employing others to do his bidding. Fire style? Peony flower jutsu. However, just as he took action, a voice suddenly erupted from the nearby bushes. Nani? Shadow clone? Spotting another Sasuke emerged to attack him. Kabuto exclaimed in surprise as he dodged. Yet, confusion gripped him. Sasuke, how can he use Shadow Clone? This is completely different from the intel I've gathered. Humph, you are indeed not a simple character. You pretended to be a benevolent senior before, and now you seek to pry into our scroll. The Sasuke clone glared at Kabuto, initiating the confrontation as he propelled himself forward. This man possessed a complete heaven and earth scroll. He could not let this fortuitous opportunity slip away. Under siege, Sakura ensured Naruto's safety. Observing the situation, another shadow clone outside the tree hollow immediately raised the alarm, simultaneously forming hand seals to join the fray. All right, leave this to me, Sakura instinctively called out, drawing her kunai and scanning her surroundings with vigilance. A team assault could not possibly involve just one individual. There had to be others lurking nearby, waiting to ambush. Sasuke, I am not your enemy. The moment his identity was compromised, Kabuto revealed a facade of feigned benevolence. Calling out loudly, enough of your prattle, Sasuke's clone remained unfazed, unleashing a fierce leaf great whirlwind from his legs. In that case, I shall have to defeat you first before I can explain. Kabuto sighed dramatically, feigning resignation as he observed Sasuke's lack of willingness to parley. Hidden beneath his lenses, his eyes glinted with ominous intent, and green luminescent chakra ignited in his hands, forming a single palm in front of him. He unleashed an explosive palm technique aimed at severing Sasuke's leg nerves. Boom! But the instant their legs collided, Sasuke vanished in a puff of smoke, transforming into a shadow clone. A shadow clone. Then you must be the real one. Kabuto's expression shifted slightly, as he quickly turned to focus on the other clone, murmuring with conviction. In the next moment, chakra erupted beneath Kabuto's feet, propelling him toward the shadow clone with astonishing speed. Faced with a Genin's prowess, the shadow clone, possessing only the strength of a Genin, stood no chance of resistance. After barely managing to deflect a few attacks with his Sharingan, it was swiftly incapacitated by a swift strike to the neck, disappearing in a puff of smoke once more. Another clone. Where has the real one gone? Kabuto's expression darkened, instinctively glancing towards the tree hollow. This is bad. At that same moment, Sakura's face paled as she noticed Kabuto's gaze. She had never anticipated how formidable this seemingly familiar senior would be. He had dispatched 2 of Sasuke's clones in such quick succession, and it appeared that he was alone. Had she known, she would have rushed in to assist in the battle earlier. Sakura, I mean you no harm. It is Sasuke who, as he approached the tree hollow with hands raised to explain, Kabuto was abruptly interrupted by Sakura, who had stealthily completed her hand seals, unleashing 3 sharp water needles aimed directly at his face. The unexpected assault caught Kabuto off guard. He had been thoroughly briefed on Sasuke's teammates, believing they possessed no ninjutsu skills. Thus, he had felt emboldened to approach and converse freely. However, the circumstances left no room for further contemplation. In a split second, Kabuto made a swift retreat. With a sharp crack, one of his glasses lenses shattered as a water needle struck it. Do not even think about escaping. Seeing her ambush fail, Sakura immediately hurled her kunai and shouted defiantly. Yet Kabuto, already having anticipated the attack, moved with astonishing speed, his chakra surging as he evaded the kunai and appeared at Sakura's side, executing his palm technique with blinding speed. Just as Sakura prepared to counterattack, a sudden heaviness fell upon her arms, rendering them powerless to rise. Your arm nerves have been temporarily sealed by my chakra. You will be unable to form hand seals for the next hour. Now, we should have a proper discussion. Observing the terror in Sakura's eyes, Kabuto retracted his technique, his tone softening. I have nothing to discuss with you. If you desire the scroll, here it is. Sasuke is nearby and will return shortly. I advise you to take the scroll and leave at once. Realizing her inability to resist, Sakura swiftly kicked the fake scroll towards Kabuto, attempting to assert a semblance of power. This was her only means of buying time. Even if she could not intimidate Kabuto, Sasuke would surely return quickly upon receiving feedback from his clone. A scroll, you say? I have already acquired such items. If you prefer not to converse, we shall wait for Sasuke's return. But before that, allow me to check on Naruto. I possess some medical ninjutsu, Kabuto replied nonchalantly. Turning to approach the unconscious Naruto, his curiosity about the tailed beast host's reactions overwhelming his restraint. Wake up, Naruto! As Kabuto reached out toward Naruto, Sakura could no longer contain her panic and shouted. Simultaneously, she unleashed another surge of chakra in a desperate attempt to delay Kabuto's advances. I mean you no harm, Sakura. Kabuto maintained his pretense of sincerity, preparing to sever Sakura's leg nerves once more. But in that very moment, boom, a torrent of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's body, and as Kabuto turned in shock, the visibly substantial chakra transformed into a long whip, violently striking him and propelling him out of the tree hollow. The sudden turn of events left both Sakura and Kabuto utterly astonished. Thank you for awakening me, Sakura. I will not allow anyone to harm you. In the midst of Sakura's astonishment, Naruto rose abruptly, his expression grave and resolute, surrounded by spiraling crimson chakra. His body bore the same cursed seal markings as Sasuke. The once jovial face now bore a fierce countenance, his blue eyes transformed into a fearsome scarlet. An aura of brutal and malevolent chakra radiated outward. Was that the power of the Nine Tails? Kabuto's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the tailed beast's host enveloped in crimson chakra, his heart pounding with fear. Simultaneously, he felt a tingling sensation in his right arm, which he had raised to block the attack, as the sound of cellular reorganization echoed in his ears, a medical ninjutsu he had hastily applied to himself. Known as healing wound destruction. How dare you take advantage of my unconsciousness to ambush Sakura? That is unforgivable. While Kabuto glared at Naruto, Naruto's gaze turned bloodthirsty as he fixated on him, his voice seething with rage. Just moments ago, had it not been for Sakura's shout that roused him, she might have. Such an occurrence was intolerable for Naruto. Naruto, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Kabuto, seeing Naruto regaining consciousness and preparing to speak, found himself abruptly interrupted. Boom, 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 boom. In the midst of Sakura and Kabuto's astonished expressions, massive clouds of white smoke erupted from all directions. In the next instant, thousands of Naruto clones materialized, encircling Kabuto with relentless intensity. I will never trust you again, you hypocritical and malevolent senior. Charge, everyone, With a fierce shout directed at Kabuto, Naruto raised his arm, prompting the thousands of clones to launch their assault. This is bad, as the multitude of Naruto clones surged toward him. Kabuto's face darkened with urgency. With such a number of clones, he could not hope to overcome them with the strength he had displayed thus far, even if he exerted himself to the utmost. Victory was uncertain. Moreover, such an overt display would surely attract the attention of Konoha. If he would unintentionally expose Orochimaru's plans, he would bear the consequences. After all, Orochimaru had not sent him to provoke Naruto and Sasuke. So was this the only option left? While rapidly engaging with the oncoming Naruto clones, Kabuto's mind raced, reaching a decisive conclusion. Naruto, I truly mean no harm. If it is the scroll you desire, I shall gladly give you these two. Acting on impulse, Kabuto threw the scrolls towards Naruto, shouting in a display of feigned submission. Humph, let this nine-tails brat bask in his moment of triumph. Scrolls. Humph, I am not so foolish. This must be a trap. A fake scroll. In an instant, Naruto assessed the situation, kicking the scroll away with confidence. Simultaneously, he and the 100 clones surrounding him began forming hand seals. Fake? This presumptuous fool! Kabuto, prepared to cease hostilities, found himself speechless, internally cursing Naruto's smug expression. However, the critical issue was not this. The real concern was that Naruto was about to unleash a jutsu. As far as he knew, Naruto only possessed the shadow clone technique. Puff, puff, puff. As Naruto and his clones commenced their hand seals, Kabuto hurriedly attempted to break through the surrounding clones, seeking an opportunity to form his own defensive seals. Yet, the Naruto clones surrounding him were far from ordinary. They were enhanced with the cursed seal's tailed beast power. Their quality and speed far surpassed that of the fragile clones from before, overwhelming him and denying him any chance to form his seals. Wind release, a tremendous breakthrough. In less than a second, Naruto and his 100 clones simultaneously completed the hand seals, shouting explosion. With a flurry of breath, over 100 clones directed powerful gusts toward Yakushi Kabuto, while the remaining clones instantaneously dissipated in the next moment. Under Yakushi Kabuto's incredulous gaze, the myriad gusts coalesced into a super hurricane, howling toward him. Although this formidable wind technique lacked the razor-sharp ferocity of Orochimaru's wind nature transformation, the tremendous air pressure still shattered tree branches, transforming countless twigs and stones into relentless projectiles that bombarded Yakushi Kabuto. In utter desperation, he had no choice but to unleash his chakra and employ medical ninjutsu, enhancing his regenerative abilities with the technique known as healing wound destruction. Humph. Is this all you can muster? Lacking any other offensive means, the power of the Nine-Tails and the Curse Seal merely augmented his chakra. Compared to Shikaku and the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure, Naruto was still far too weak. Observing Naruto's evident frustration, Yakushi Kabuto could not help but scoff in disdain. Such an attack posed no real threat to him. Just as Yakushi Kabuto reveled in his superiority, a sudden voice erupted from Sasuke. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire technique. In the blink of an eye, to Yakushi Kabuto's horror, a fearsome fire dragon roared forth. Crashing into the wind attack, in that instant, the flames intensified the already frenzied hurricane, transforming it into a searing torrent that engulfed the surroundings in a raging inferno, plunging Yakushi Kabuto into a perilous situation. Earth release. Underground submarine voyage. Faced with the imminent danger of life and death, Yakushi Kabuto ceased to conceal his power, paying the price of severe burns as he fully unleashed his earth technique to escape. He got away. Damn it, it's all your fault, Sasuke. Your fire technique was too slow. As the flames receded, Naruto, not seeing Yakushi Kabuto's body, turned and shouted furiously, his eyes ablaze with wildness and malice. Let him flee. Do you wish to kill him as well? Sasuke retorted dismissively. His crimson Sharingan locked onto the cursed seal-enhanced Naruto. This guy seems to have developed a bloodthirsty and volatile demeanor. Is it due to the cursed seal or the Nine-Tails chakra? Regardless of the cause, he remained vigilant. You shouldn't speak to me like that. I am strong now. If he dares to harm Sakura, why shouldn't I kill him? Naruto declared defiantly, casting a challenging glance at Sasuke. Surely, he could now challenge the genius Sasuke. Sakura is injured? Sasuke paused, then immediately dashed toward the tree hollow that he had initially thought he would return just in time, but it seemed he was still a step too late. If only he hadn't escorted Karen to the edge of the forest of death. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, come quickly. This seems to be a genuine scroll. Just as Sasuke approached the tree hollow, Sakura's voice rang out from the nearby woods, instantly alleviating his anxious heart. Thankfully, from her tone, it appeared there was no serious issue to a genuine scroll. Had he misjudged the situation? Behind him, Naruto's eyes lit up, dashing past Sasuke to kneel beside Sakura and examine it. So fast, at least 5 times quicker than my cursed seal transformation. Sasuke stared at Naruto's figure, astonished, but soon relaxed his demeanor. The heavenly curse seal was merely a low-grade sage technique that drew upon the body's potential to attract natural energy. With Naruto's Uzumaki lineage and Nine-Tails chakra, the power he developed would naturally surpass his own. After all, it was all borrowed power, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. It truly is the genuine heaven and earth scroll. Sasuke, this time I have surpassed you. Look, you, the top student, are not so impressive after all. How about a duel? Whoever wins becomes the top student. After inspecting the scroll, Naruto brandished it and challenged Sasuke, who wouldn't want to overturn the rankings and defeat the top student. Naruto was no exception. Moreover, if he could defeat Sasuke in front of the goddess Sakura, just the thought of it made Naruto's heart race with excitement and anticipation, detecting Naruto's malicious intent. A system alert triggered a C-rank 10-fold reward. Task: defend the honor of the top student. Reward: 1 chakra card. Naruto, you seem a bit overconfident that I possess that power as well. On what grounds do you believe you have surpassed me? Hearing Naruto's challenge and the system prompt, Sasuke's eyes ignited with combat fervor, his tone unyielding. Yet internally, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared Naruto had not been significantly affected by the cursed seal. At most, he had merely lost a bit of himself to this sudden surge of power. A good fight would suffice. As he spoke, cursed seal patterns emerged along Sasuke's neck, radiating swiftly across his body. Seeing the two poised for confrontation, Sakura instinctively stepped between them, her voice trembling in an attempt to intervene. Sakura! Noticing the goddess Sakura standing in front of him, Naruto involuntarily murmured, halting his movements. Then, with a sudden shift in his gaze, he looked back at Sasuke. Ew, how do you possess that power too? Gazing at Sasuke, who was likewise transformed by the cursed seal, Naruto felt a surge of indignation. He had finally managed to rid himself of Orochimaru's manipulation to gain the cursed seal's power. How could Sasuke have acquired it too? He appeared so relaxed, making Naruto feel like a fool that if possible, I wouldn't want this power either, but alas, we do not have the luxury of choice. Naruto, since you have awakened, you must have encountered him. Between comrades and power, what is your choice? Sasuke glanced at Sakura before shifting his gaze, probing to see if Naruto had changed. After all, this guy still harbored a Nine-Tails within him. One misstep, and the most reliable ally could turn into the most dangerous foe. Need you even ask? Of course, I choose my comrades. That snake demon named Orochimaru, I will definitely defeat him. How dare he bite me? Naruto shouted without hesitation, refusing to admit that it was Sakura's cries that had roused him. How humiliating would that be? However, why did the tales of the Night of the Nine-Tails differ from what Mizuki had said? Which was true, and which was false? Wait, when did you awaken? Suddenly, Naruto realized something, his pupils widening as he looked at Sasuke, his voice trembling. Sasuke had awakened from the cursed seal before him. Did this not mean he was still inferior to Sasuke? Damn it, unforgivable! Sasuke awakened yesterday. Naruto, this is not the time for recklessness. We have a scroll. We should return to the tower and submit our mission. Sakura interjected hurriedly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear as she observed the cursed seal-enhanced Naruto. The situation of these two must be reported to Kakashi-sensei, without delay. Something felt amiss. No, I must prove my strength. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but then fixed his intense gaze on Sasuke, ready to spring into action. What if Sasuke awakened before him? How could he know who was stronger without testing it? Are you certain? Sasuke's Sharingan flashed crimson, the Tomo rapidly spinning as he locked on Naruto. a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Naruto might be strong now, but he was no longer the same Sasuke from before. Of course, resolute in his determination, upon seeing Sasuke's dismissive attitude. Naruto shouted, erupting with energy in the blink of an eye. Before Sakura could react, he became a blur, dodging around her to deliver a punch straight to Sasuke's face. Gotcha! As Naruto's meteoric strike approached. Sasuke's pupils narrowed, and he swiftly raised his hand to grasp Naruto's fist, capturing it tightly. Almost simultaneously, his other hand began forming hand seals. Naruto, it's not too late to concede, Sasuke urged, observing Naruto's astonished expression as he continued to seal with one hand. I will not lose to you. Naruto glared at the nearly completed lightning release technique, his crimson chakra coiling around him like a whip, striking toward Sasuke. What? Upon witnessing the assault that resembled the cloak of a tailed beast, Sasuke's expression shifted slightly as he unleashed a barrage of lightning from his hand. The two attacks collided fiercely in mid-air, producing a crackling sound before dissipating into nothingness. I could see that moment. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals with one hand once more. In the astonished gaze of Naruto, he completed the hand seals for the Shadow Clone Jutsu with a powerful shout. Boom, boom, boom. A trio of Shadow Clones materialized instantaneously, surrounding Naruto, while one clone assisted Sasuke in rapidly gathering energy for the Rasengan. UVE actually learned my Shadow Clone technique. What is that thing? Naruto exclaimed, feeling a surge of annoyance as he realized his left hand was firmly grasped, rendering him unable to form seals for his own Shadow Clones. While defending against the attacks from Sasuke's clones, he glared at the already formed Rasengan, his anger boiling over to "You've lost, Naruto," Sasuke declared as the Rasengan reached completion, confidently waving the sphere in his hand. He showed no concern about revealing the secret of the Rasengan, knowing he would inevitably utilize it. What is there to fear? Isn't this just a chakra ball? Casting a dismissive glance at the unremarkable Rasengan, Naruto scoffed, still attempting to wriggle free from Sasuke's grip to form his own seals. However, Sasuke had no intention of granting him that opportunity. With a smirk, he yanked Naruto and charged toward a nearby tree that several individuals were embracing. What are you doing? Naruto cried out, his face contorted in anguish as they approached the tree. His left hand was firmly ensnared by Sasuke, leaving him powerless to escape. Realizing the impending collision, Sakura hastily followed, concerned about the potential mishap between the two. Watch closely, Sasuke said without elaboration, and he forcefully smashed the Rasengan against the tree. In the next instant, under the incredulous gazes of Naruto and Sakura, the core of the tree was obliterated by the explosive force of the Rasengan. In less than a breath, a spiraling gash tore through the solid wood. Extending over a meter in all directions, the tree lost its structural integrity. It creaked ominously, and within seconds, it collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust and birds flying. Fortunately, Sasuke, with the Sharingan, observed the direction of the tree's fall and swiftly led both of them to safety, avoiding any accidents. This some kind of joke? Naruto was no longer brimming with confidence, staring at the shattered trunk in sheer disbelief. Had he been struck by that Rasengan, just the thought sent shivers down his spine, rendering his limbs cold. I would have been done for, definitely done for. Not even bones left. In that moment, Naruto no longer yearned for the title of top student. All he wanted was to vent his frustration at Kakashi, questioning why he had favored Sasuke once again. Such an incredibly powerful jutsu. He had to learn it. It was simply too formidable. Simultaneously, Sakura regained her composure. Her face pale, yet filled with mixed emotions. She was elated by Sasuke's prowess, but also painfully aware of the vast chasm between their abilities. I can't keep up. I simply can't. She thought, feeling her body grow weak and limp, bewildered by the situation. Naruto's hostility dissipated. The curse mark retreated, causing him to stumble slightly. The stark contrast in their strengths left him feeling an unprecedented emptiness and furious despair. Now you realize the gravity of your situation, Sasuke teased, having received his reward while retracting the power of the curse mark. Though using the curse mark had been somewhat uncomfortable for him, he managed it well enough that don't get too arrogant. Sasuke, once I master that jutsu, I will defeat you. Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, his eyes reflecting a mix of indignation and frustration. Kakashi-sensei, the biased teacher, would definitely hear about this. "Let's head to the tower now," Naruto exclaimed, suddenly revitalized as he leaped to his feet. "Sakura, are you all right?" Ignoring Naruto's energetic demeanor, Sasuke turned to Sakura, who had her arms hanging limply. "I'll be fine. According to that guy, my arm should recover quickly," she replied, her heart soaring at Sasuke's concern. Sakura's thoughts aligned with the desire to find Kakashi as soon as possible. "Then let us set off." Sasuke nodded in agreement, eager to return and recuperate. The strain of the curse mark had taken a toll on him as well. With their consensus reached, the trio wasted no time in departing. Within moments, they swiftly traversed the few kilometers to the vicinity of the tower. They encountered a group of ambushing lower ninjas, but under the overwhelming strength of Sasuke and Naruto, the foes were quickly crushed. Although they seized the scroll from the defeated ninjas, they did not acquire enough to eliminate another team. The trio entered the tower unimpeded, where they discovered an inscription that read, "Without the heavens, one must prepare wisdom for opportunity. Without the earth, one must pursue essence for gain. If the dual scripts of heaven and earth are ignited, then the perilous path returns to the righteous way." Standing before the notice, Sakura raised her head to read it aloud, causing Naruto to feel dizzy. Sasuke merely shook his head and tossed two scrolls aside. "Sasuke, you," as Naruto began to question him. The earth scroll emitted a puff of white smoke, and in an instant, Iruka dramatically appeared. Iruka-sensei. Upon spotting the newcomer, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "I am your messenger." "Congratulations, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura," Iruka announced, surveying the trio with satisfaction. To reach the tower on the second day was an impressive feat for newly graduated genin. Iruka-sensei, is Kakashi-sensei here? I need to speak with him," Sakura interjected, interrupting Iruka before he could elaborate on the exam's core. "I also have something important to discuss with Kakashi-sensei." Naruto chimed in, immediately thinking of the Rasengan. "Kakashi-sensei, today is the second day of the exam. He should arrive on the fifth day. Bet you'll see him then," Iruka explained, slightly taken aback but still patient. However, he couldn't help feeling a touch of disappointment. Has Naruto already placed Kakashi above him? "Can't we go find Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked, her face paling again as she pressed for an immediate answer. "I have urgent reasons to find him," Naruto insisted, fists clenched and eyes blazing with urgency, prompting Iruka to scowl. "Ahem, it's the Chunin exam period. Kakashi-sensei has his own missions that if you face any difficulties, you can come to me and I'll assist you," Iruka offered, attempting to regain his composure and assert his presence. This only earned him eye rolls from both Naruto and Sakura, who clearly doubted his ability to help with the Rasengan and the curse mark. "Fine, I'll just wait for Kakashi-sensei then," Naruto conceded, feeling resigned. With a sigh, both he and Sakura declined Iruka's offer, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by 1,000-tailed beast bombs. Utterly humiliated. Soon after, following various procedures, the trio accompanied Iruka to the resting area of the tower, an experience the original Team 7 had not enjoyed. "From now on, you will stay here for the next 3 days. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you three will share this room," Iruka directed, pointing a room as the trio exchanged astonished glances. Sakura's face turned crimson, her eyes darting shyly toward Sasuke. "Are we going to live together? I refuse to share a room with that guy." Sasuke, without a moment's hesitation, Naruto shouted his refusal at the top of his lungs. He cast a fierce glare at Sasuke, clearly displeased. If it had been in the past, it might have been tolerable. After all, they had shared accommodations during missions in the Land of Waves. However, now there were evidently other options available. For instance, Iruka-sensei, could you assign Sasuke to a different room? "Sakura and I can manage just fine here." Under the intense gazes of Sasuke and Sakura, who seemed ready to draw their weapons, Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head and made his request. His excited heart was already envisioning a world for him and his goddess. "Naruto, you idiot, I absolutely refuse to live with you. If anyone should leave, it's you." Sakura, unable to contain her frustration, promptly delivered a sharp smack to Naruto's head, roaring in indignation. How could she possibly share a room with Naruto? I dissent as well. Irika-sensei. We will occupy this room. Sakura, you take charge of the arrangements, Sasuke declared, his face darkened as he gritted his teeth, forcibly pushing the now fuming Naruto into the room. He then slammed the door shut, isolating Sakura and Irika outside. What a joke. He would never allow his rightful wife to share a living space with Naruto. That rascal Naruto, he hadn't even made a move on Hinata yet. And here he was, fixated on his own wife. This brother was simply not worth keeping. The arrangement dictates one group per room. Yet here we have 3 suites, Irika lamented, scratching his head in bewilderment as he gazed at the firmly shut door. They were comrades who could trust each other's backs. What was the problem with that? Teacher, your explanations are far too slow. Hearing this, Sakura's head filled with black lines, her beautiful eyes radiating a murderous intent directed at Irika. A 3-person room? Originally, this could have been an opportunity to deepen her bond with Sasuke-kun, but now that chance was lost. What was this? She had come out here only to let them cohabitate. Infuriating, inside the room, hey, what was that for? Kicking me, Sasuke. Naruto turned around, rubbing his backside and glaring at Sasuke in indignation that he simply wished to reside alongside his goddess to cultivate their relationship. What was wrong with that? What do you think? Sasuke coldly huffed, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned his gaze elsewhere to a 3-person room. Was it? How intriguing. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Having noticed the room's layout, Naruto's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting Sasuke's kick as he rushed to open the door to welcome Sakura. Even if he couldn't be alone with Sakura, sharing the same space was still acceptable. Above all, he could not remain in the same room as that guy Sasuke. If you don't want Sakura to be hurt, I advise you to behave yourself. Sasuke's voice floated behind him just as Naruto's hand grasped the doorknob. This caused Naruto to freeze, his body stiffening in place. What do you mean by that? Turning back, Naruto looked at Sasuke, confusion etched across his face. That power Orochimaru bestowed upon us. Naruto, you must have seen him in the consciousness space. Therefore, you should understand that our bodies are in a state of potential eruption at any moment. Although we have successfully suppressed his will, this is by no means the end, but merely the beginning. Sasuke stated seriously, his gaze fixed on Naruto's increasingly pale face, offering little further explanation. Within the cursed seal, there existed Orochimaru's independent consciousness. He could spy on the outside world through Anko and could now naturally monitor both him and Naruto. Thus, it was imperative to exercise caution and vigilance unless Kakashi sealed the cursed mark that, of course, all of this was simply an excuse. Even in a 3-person room, he would not permit Sakura to share living quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Naruto's expression grew grave, a crisp sound of knocking startled him back to reality. So what? I absolutely will not harm Sakura. Naruto's trembling form suddenly regained composure, and with a cold snort, he turned to open the door. Shikamaru? Choji? What brings you here? Where are Sakura and Irika-sensei? In the next instant, Naruto, fully prepared, looked at the newcomers with a bewildered expression. This caused Sasuke, who was ready to intervene, to fall silent. Well, it's a bit of a hassle, but knowing you two were here, Choji and I had to come take a look, Shikamaru said, scratching his head as usual, his lackadaisical demeanor unchanged, while Choji nodded in agreement beside him. After all, the scrolls were given by Sasuke. How could they not come to greet them? Oh, and Ino is here too, but seeing Sakura assigned to another room by Irika-sensei, she went along to stay there. Choji added, causing Naruto to instantly wear a face of despair. Nanny? How can they abandon their teammates? Realizing the situation was hopeless, Naruto could only cry out in anguish, "So close." His gaze then shifted to Sasuke, blaming him for this predicament. Gah, now there are 3 of them. Hinata also went to stay with Sakura and Ino. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, the voice of Kiba Inuzuka rang out at the doorway. Soon after, he and Shino appeared before everyone. Kiba, what brings you here with such good intentions? Upon seeing the guy who loved to steal his spotlight, Naruto promptly pointed an accusatory finger at Kiba. Clearly annoyed. Humph. If it weren't for Sasuke's sake, I wouldn't bother showing up, Kiba retorted bluntly, then turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke, I'm here to share some intel. There's a very dangerous individual. Kiba spoke gravely to the calm Sasuke, shivering at the mere thought of that figure. That guy is far too dangerous. Someone who even scares you? That's quite rare, Sakura replied, astonished, and immediately beckoned the others to enter and close the door to prevent any leaks of the information. If I'm correct in my assumption, you're referring to a ninja from Sunagakure, right? Sasuke's eyes sparkled with insight as he spoke, correctly guessing the answer. Instantly, Kiba and Shino's expressions shifted dramatically. You encountered them? Kiba's breath caught in his throat as he hurriedly inquired, only to quickly negate his own question. But the three from Sunagakure arrived at the tower first. How could you have met them? I encountered them previously. Regardless, aside from me and Naruto, if any of you come across him, surrender immediately without hesitation. Sasuke stated succinctly, cautioning against the butterfly effect that might lead anyone to cross paths with Gaara. At present, even if it is him or Naruto, he can only summon Shikaku to involve Konoha. He cannot directly defeat Gaara. However, the others did not share the same sentiment, their gazes shifting towards Naruto. This guy's strength can be compared to Sasuke's? Ah, it seems the one who knows me best is you. Sasuke, since you hold such high regard for me, I won't hold a grudge over past matters. With all eyes on him, Naruto puffed up with pride, laughing triumphantly, causing the others to cast doubtful glances. Especially Kiba. Naruto. What a joke. He can't even defeat me, let alone take on that guy. Forget it. I've notified you all. Shino, let's go. Feeling underestimated, Kiba's expression turned icy as he huffed and turned to leave without a backward glance. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, casting one last deep look at Naruto before following suit. I guess it because of that. The power Sasuke unleashed before. Shikamaru's wise eyes fixed on the smug Naruto, and suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. The only reason Sasuke would hold such a high opinion of Naruto was due to recognizing him in terms of strength. However, who cares? As far as they were concerned, if they encountered any trouble, they would simply surrender. If the sky were to fall, Naruto and Sasuke would handle it. Meanwhile, among the three girls, Hinata, could you do me a favor? Please help me cut my long hair. Sakura gazed at Hinata's adorable short locks, her resolve firming as she gritted her teeth. She did not wish to relive the experience of being caught by an enemy ninja due to her long hair. Cut my hair? Hinata paused, looking at Sakura in confusion, utterly bewildered by the sudden request. Are you all right, Sakura? Sasuke-kun prefers girls with long hair. But you mean to withdraw from competing for Sasuke against me? Ino exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized Sakura. Their long hair had been grown out specifically for Sasuke. Dream on, Ino. I would never give up on Sasuke-kun. At this moment, I must become stronger. Sakura's fury erupted like an explosion, her voice ringing out with defiance, showing no inclination to retreat. Withdraw from the competition? What a ridiculous notion. Cutting her hair was merely a testament to her resolve to grow stronger. Even if she could not surpass Sasuke and Naruto, she was determined to excel beyond all her female peers. She had not forgotten what kind of girl Sasuke preferred. Long hair? Huh. Let Ino revel in her childish fantasies. 3 days later, at the tower's entrance for the new arrivals, it was finally over. Kabuto, looking utterly exhausted, entered the tower and, after submitting the scrolls, could not help but express a faint sigh that it was not just your reckless decisions that forced us to gather the scrolls anew, but also the fact that we had to wait for your recovery, that a clever little brat like you would have met a swift end, if not for Lord Orochimaru. Red Armor remarked coldly, showing no respect for his nominal superior. This elicited a chilling glare from Kabuto, filled with murderous intent. You seem rather disheveled, Kabuto, a voice suddenly interrupted just as Kabuto was about to lash out. A whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, and Orochimaru materialized, leaning against the wall, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with peculiar colors. After all, they were dealing with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the Uchiha. This was all their intelligence. Kabuto adjusted his glasses to conceal his murderous intent and nonchalantly handed over 2 information cards at the same time. He hinted at why Orochimaru intended to place the Heaven's Curse seal on Naruto. Are you questioning me, Kabuto? Orochimaru replied, of course, not revealing that Naruto was an unexpected thorn in his side, accepting the card with a playful smile. Instantly, this inscrutable expression made Kabuto and his companion shiver. Of course, not all decisions lie with you. do they, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto quickly faked a smile to remedy the situation, fearing any unnecessary misunderstandings. This is precisely why I find you appealing. You are quite clever. Kabuto, Orochimaru said, retracting his gaze with a faint smile, his figure disappearing once more into the wind. That's exactly why I detest clever little brats like you. If you had slipped up just now, it could have brought us all down, Red Armor remarked with a smirk, allowing Kabuto's expression to darken. Let's not linger here. We have no time to waste. The previous Chunin exam has summoned us to the main hall. Kenbi announced, sensing the tense atmosphere and leading the way towards the tower's main hall. Kabuto and Red Armor exchanged a cold glance before following closely behind. Meanwhile, in the tower's resting area, what has been going on with Sakura these past few days? She has been avoiding us. Now that we are together, she still hasn't shown up. She must be angry with you, Sasuke. After all, you locked her outside that day, Naruto exclaimed, cradling his head while following closely beside Sasuke, exaggerating his words. Idiot, Sasuke replied without looking back, scoffing at this conclusion. How could that be? What if it's simply her time of the month? He pondered, shaking his head in disbelief that, Sakura, what happened to your hair? Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Naruto's loud voice suddenly pierced his ears. Sasuke turned to see Sakura alongside Hinata and Ino. However, her beautiful pink locks have been transformed into a neat, short style. Could it be that this world adheres to some narrative correction? Gazing at the somewhat shy Sakura, Sasuke found himself dumbfounded. Sakura, I told you so. You wouldn't listen when I warned you not to cut your hair. Look, even Sasuke-kun has nothing to say. Ino couldn't resist rubbing salt into the wound upon seeing Sasuke's expression, her face alight with glee. Meanwhile, Sakura stood beside them, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nearly on the verge of crying. She had made a resolute decision to cut her hair, yet she couldn't help but worry about her appearance after doing so. Thus, she had hidden away for 3 days to gather herself. Little did she expect Ino. What nonsense are you spouting? Sakura's short hair is beautiful. She truly is the girl I adore, Naruto immediately complimented, attempting to comfort her, causing Hinata, who was about to greet them, to turn pale with embarrassment. Enough chatter. Let us go, or we'll be late, Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's blunt remark, urged while grabbing Sakura's hand. That Naruto, how dare he take advantage of this opportunity to pry into his affairs? Was he not concerned about what would happen if he meddled with Hinata? Sasuke-kun, do I look unsightly like this? Sakura asked nervously, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks as she was seized by Sasuke. Did Sasuke-kun truly prefer strong girls with long hair? Surely, he found this short style more pleasing without a moment's hesitation. Sasuke replied, I find this more visually appealing, without even glancing back, leaving Sakura breathless with surprise. More visually appealing? While this phrase was delicate, it nonetheless conveyed Sasuke-kun's sentiments that, in an instant, Sakura adjusted her mindset and regained her composure. Naruto, why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear Sasuke-kun say we're going to be late? Within a heartbeat, Sakura turned and called out cheerily, urging him along while casting a challenging glance at Ino. You despicable Sakura, you infuriate me. Ino, provoked by Sakura's taunt, exploded in anger and dashed past the equally irritated Naruto to pursue her. Yet a small doubt lingered in her mind. Could it be that Sasuke-kun preferred girls with short hair? Sasuke, he merely finds it visually appealing. Do not overthink it, she chastised herself internally. A few minutes later, the neatly organized promotion teams stood in 7 rows of 21, their eyes fixed intently on the panel of examiners led by the third Hokage along with the Jonin. Among them stood Naruto and Sakura, his long-awaited teacher. Kakashi, first, on behalf of all the examiners, I congratulate you all on successfully passing the preliminary rounds. However, now is not the time to relax. Akane, the chief examiner, addressed the crowd, her gaze intentionally sweeping over Sasuke and Naruto. After 3 days of covert observation, she had determined that the 2 boys Orochimaru mentioned were indeed Sasuke and Naruto. Yet, due to Orochimaru's pressure, she refrained from informing the third Hokage, not mentioning Sasuke. The mere presence of Naruto was impossible to ignore. It was entirely possible that Orochimaru might instigate another Nine-Tails incident in Konoha. Everyone, before the third exam officially commences, I must clarify a crucial fact. which is the true purpose of this Chunin selection that it entails the covert competition between nations. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, coughed and began his lengthy discourse. Humph, this old man is as verbose as ever. I shall not be intimidated, and you, Kakashi-sensei, I finally have you in my sights. Naruto muttered under his breath while standing behind Sasuke, his gaze fixated on Kakashi as if ready to pounce. Yes, finally, we have waited long enough for Kakashi-sensei. Sakura echoed enthusiastically, her eyes scanning over the curse mark on the back of Sasuke's neck, then turning her determined gaze to Kakashi. I don't recall offending them. What are these two plotting now? Kakashi mused, feeling a twinge of paranoia under the fiery gaze of Naruto and Sakura. However, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing the three successfully promoted. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am the examiner for the third round. Ahem, Moonlight Gale, the third Hokage announced, and after his speech, the frail Gale stepped forward, speaking haltingly. The third exam will be showcased before the feudal lords or the leaders of the ninja villages, thus, to present more exciting battles. There are requirements regarding numbers and strength. Now, the preliminaries for the third exam commence. Anyone feeling unwell or unwilling to participate may withdraw at this time, he explained, stuttering through his words, causing a stir among the audience. Is this fellow truly a Jonin examiner? Naruto grimaced, unable to suppress his disbelief. Sensei, you seem to be the most unwell of us all, he remarked. On the other hand, Hinata shared Naruto's skepticism, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. I choose to withdraw, Kabuto interjected, raising his hand to forfeit before the others could decide. Instantly, the eyes of the majority turned towards him. That guy. He really has no injuries, upon citing Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto found himself enveloped in a tempest of mixed emotions. The truth of the heavenly scroll weighed heavily on his mind, compounded by the fact that Sakura's injuries, as Kabuto had asserted, would heal within the hour. This left Naruto in a state of perplexity, unable to ascertain whether the senior was an ally or an adversary. Kabuto, seemingly unscathed, was indeed a medical elite held in high regard by Orochimaru. Concurrently, Sasuke, drawn by the commotion, cast his gaze towards the source with a sense of contemplation. Sakura, observing the two, was torn with indecision, pondering whether to urge them to withdraw from the competition. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, she dismissed the thought. Despite the ominous nature of that entity, the prowess of Sasuke and Naruto had not waned. Rather, it had seemingly flourished. To impede their aspirations of becoming Hokage was an impossibility she could not endorse. Thus, she resolved to seek out Kakashi-sensei, intending to elucidate the situation before making any decisions. I withdraw. Me too. As the trio grappled with their individual thoughts, several others began to withdraw from the competition. Well, since no one else is withdrawing, we shall now commence the first preliminary match, declared Shikumu, his voice somber. That moment, Akamichi Ino activated the electronic screen, initiating the pairing of opponents. All candidates, including Sasuke, turned their attention to the announcement board. A moment later, it read, Akamichi Ino versus Uchiha Sasuke. With that, Shikumu, typically unflappable, calmly instructed the remaining participants to head upstairs. As Kakashi approached, Naruto promptly abandoned Sasuke and Sakura, rushing eagerly towards him. With Sasuke's capabilities, he felt no cause for concern. Sasuke, do your best. Sakura cheered sweetly before hastily following Naruto to report to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Why did you? Naruto, let me speak first. Naruto's attempt to interject was forcefully interrupted by Sakura. Faced with her assertiveness, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Kakashi-sensei, regarding Sasuke and Naruto. Without delay, Sakura recounted the entire situation concerning the cursed seal, including their ability to harness its power in battle. Along with the changes in their temperaments and chakra, it truly at this juncture. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Kakashi's pupils contracted, sensing the gravity of the situation. He had already been discreetly informed by Ino about the cursed seals affecting Sasuke and Naruto, prompting him to consider sealing them promptly to prevent Naruto from spiraling out of control. This strategy would allow him to avoid provoking Orochimaru while ensuring the safety of Konoha. However, he had not anticipated the swift adaptation of Sasuke and Naruto to the Cursed Seal's power. This unforeseen development caused Kakashi, who intended to caution Sasuke against utilizing the Sharingan, to momentarily halt, brow furrowed in concern. This complicates matters significantly. Humph, I did not expect my opponent to be you, Uchiha brat. The voice of Akagane, concealed beneath his mask, dripped with disdain, belittling the so-called genius of the Uchiha clan that Kabuto's defeat was merely a consequence of his incompetence. Now was the time for him to showcase his abilities before Lord Orochimaru. You've languished as a lowly genin for years. Your words are tiresome, shadowy figure, retorted Sasuke, his eyes glinting with cold fury, clearly displeased with this opponent. Having already seized Kabuto's scroll, he found it unfortunate that he was now compelled to engage with this individual. Yet, he was not afraid. A mere Akagane posed no real threat. You insolent brat! Infuriated by Sasuke's words of insult, Akagane erupted, his temper flaring. If not for his mission as a spy, he would not have been so restrained. Now, let the first preliminary match commence. With tension palpable between the two, Shikamaru wasted no time in declaring the battle underway. As his words hung in the air, Akagane formed hand seals, igniting visible chakra in his right hand. Your abilities are quite unique. What will you do now, Sasuke? On the stands, Orochimaru, disguised as a shinobi from the Sound Village, observed with keen interest, his gaze flitting between Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura, are you finished? Now it's my turn, Naruto complained, unable to suppress his grievances as Kakashi ascended the stairs. Naruto, I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to. We will discuss your matters later. Just as Naruto was about to unveil his intentions, Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Sakura, leave their affairs to me. You focus on your exam. Without affording Naruto a chance to respond, Kakashi reassured Sakura before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Time was of the essence regarding the sealing of their cursed marks, and most critically, Naruto. With the Nine Tails sealed within him, Naruto was beyond Kakashi's capabilities to manage. Furthermore, should Naruto adapt to the cursed mark, any misstep could render him a pawn in Orochimaru's game against Konoha. This sealing required the direct intervention of the third Hokage. Now, Kakashi could no longer afford to regard Orochimaru's threats lightly. What is happening? Is he fleeing from the issue? How infuriating. I will not let you escape, Kakashi-sensei. Watching Kakashi disappear, Naruto's eyes burned with a mix of despair and indignation. He was determined to compel Kakashi to teach him that jutsu no. Something even more powerful than that jutsu. A technique that would enable him to absorb chakra merely by touch. Sasuke, fixated on Akagane's chakra-infused right hand, smirked subtly. Knowledge of both himself and his opponent was his advantage as a time traveler. As your senpai, I shall take good care of you, you arrogant little brat, he mused, observing Akagane's increasingly agitated demeanor. With his technique complete, Akagane surged forward, declaring, no matter your jutsu, if my speed surpasses yours, you are merely a living target. Sasuke scoffed, how naive. With a burst of chakra, he propelled himself behind Akagane. How swift. Akagane, taken aback, froze momentarily as he attempted to counter with his hands still poised for defense. However, Sasuke, well aware of his tactics, was not so easily ensnared. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Under the astonished gaze of Lee, Sasuke's leg, charged with chakra, executed a sweeping kick that sent Akagane hurtling through the air, denying him any chance to touch him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. As Akagane was sent flying, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of scorching fireballs. This relentless assault left Akagane with no room to retaliate, forcing him to retreat in a disheveled manner. It appeared that Sasuke had fully adapted to the heavenly curse seal, allowing him to wield his chakra with such finesse that Kabuto's intel had been accurate. Sasuke was indeed a most satisfactory vessel. Now, Sasuke, let me witness the extent of your potential that if circumstances allow, I might even grant you the awakening pill. Orochimaru licked his lips in delight, his pupils narrowing as he formed a single hand seal. In that very instant, just as Sasuke was poised to continue his relentless attack, a surge of uncontrollable energy erupted from the cursed seal on the back of his neck. Snake Lady, This is truly unjust. Without hesitation, Sasuke deduced the source of his predicament, seething with indignation. Curse seals do not simply manifest without cause. Detection of Orochimaru's malicious intent has triggered a tenfold rank reward. Task: Unleash Cursed Mark. Reward: Curse Mark 2. That upon hearing the system's notification, Sasuke was left in no doubt that Orochimaru was indeed meddling with him. What is that? Onlookers, including Shikuru and Ino, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with unease. Though they held little concern, they believed Sasuke had gained complete control over the cursed seal, attributing it to some secret technique. However, the three sound ninjas nearby were gripped by terror, their faces pallid. The nightmare Sasuke had inflicted upon them flooded their minds, leaving them feeling as if they were in grave danger. Is this truly your power? Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of bloodthirsty excitement in his bear-like gaze. In the surge of chakra unleashed by Sasuke, he sensed a chilling and brutal aura. Could this fellow also be a monster? This little brat has given me the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Upon witnessing this, the copper armor's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he bellowed and charged at Sasuke with astonishing speed. This feeling is distinctly different from before. Orochimaru has indeed prepared some underhanded tactics. Nevertheless, it appears I can manage. As the copper armor rushed forward, Sasuke's mind raced with a plan. It's over. Seizing the moment when the curse mark erupted, leaving Sasuke unable to control his body, the copper armor swiftly approached him. Raising his hand with a sinister grin, that he was about to press his right hand against Sasuke's head to absorb his chakra. No, it is you who will meet your end. Just at that critical juncture, Sasuke's tense expression suddenly transformed into one of indifference. In the next instant, to the copper armor's astonishment, the power of the curse mark rapidly receded from Sasuke's body. This left both Orochimaru and Anko with expressions of disbelief. Sasuke had astonishingly subdued the curse mark's eruption solely through sheer willpower. Meanwhile, the copper armor, who was battling Sasuke, was now utterly taken aback. He had been deceived. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. In that fleeting moment of shock, Sasuke deftly sidestepped the copper armor's right hand. Simultaneously, he unleashed a single-handed hand sign for the lightning release, and a spiraling lightning serpent struck forcefully against the copper armor's abdomen. In an instant, arcs of lightning flickered, and the air crackled with electricity. The copper armor let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and smoking. It is over, the referee announced, disregarding the copper armor's pitiful state. As Sasuke shifted his gaze toward the swift winds of moonlight, his eyes inadvertently swept across the disguised Orochimaru in the stands. Curse Mark 2? That thing isn't worth a dog's consideration. I am not Sasuke, who would go to any lengths for power. Besides, the Sage Mode is far more impressive and enhances my abilities even further. With the copper armor unconscious, I declare Uchiha Sasuke the victor. The swift winds of moonlight swiftly conducted a thorough check before announcing, much to Naruto and Sakura's delight, "Hooray! That's fantastic, Sasuke! Sasuke-kun, you were so cool just now." As Naruto and Sakura exuberantly cheered, Sasuke ascended the steps towards the stands. Now, let the second round of battles commence. Following the swift removal of the copper armor by the medical ninjas, the swift winds of moonlight declared once more, "How can this be? No way. Oh my. How could this happen? Naruto-kun." Just as Sasuke turned his back to the screen and ascended the steps, Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison. This left Sasuke slightly taken aback, somewhat bewildered. He had forgotten the matchups for the second round, but he couldn't recall anything that would astonish the 8 strong contenders. Curiously, he glanced back in the next instant. Even Sasuke couldn't help but widen his eyes, gasping in disbelief. The names displayed on the electronic screen were unmistakably Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Hinata. Gazing at the utterly improbable matchup, Sasuke was astonished yet secretly relieved. The earlier short-haired Sakura in copper armor had made him worry about some cosmic intervention that now appeared he had been overly concerned. Naruto versus Hinata. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is bound to be a spectacle in front of a large audience. Strangely, he found himself a bit excited. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the high tower, Lord Hokage, is this truly necessary? If other nations discover our manipulation behind the scenes, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Kakashi remarked, frowning slightly at the manipulated match names. This is unavoidable, Kakashi, that in order to allow Naruto to swiftly break free from the pre-selection curse mark, this is the quickest solution. Hinata was chosen precisely because of her gentle nature. Battling her will not provoke Naruto's emotional fluctuations, preventing the curse mark from erupting again. You have witnessed Sasuke's battle. We cannot allow Naruto to risk another curse mark rampage. The third Hokage sighed, explaining that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. For the sake of Konoha, a little manipulation is justifiable. Hence, he opted for all Konoha's lower ninjas. Even if other villages became aware, they wouldn't be able to accuse him of anything. Unbeknownst to the third and Kakashi, who were present, the curse mark had been deliberately triggered by Orochimaru. Therefore, the initiative was not in their hands. Now, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata Koff, you may come down. Gazing at the names on the electronic announcement, the swift winds of moonlight looked up at the second floor, urging them onward. What's going on? Why is my opponent Hinata? Damn it, I fought hard to get this far. Hearing the swift winds urging, Naruto scratched his head in frustration, exclaiming loudly. For a boy like him to bully a girl was simply unbearable for someone who aspired to be a hero. Yet, he couldn't back out. He simply couldn't forfeit the match. He couldn't lose to Sasuke like this. I concede, it seemed Hinata sensed Naruto's inner turmoil. Her cheeks flushed as she timidly stepped forward. Asking her to battle Naruto? Just the thought made her dizzy. Given her strength, she could never hope to defeat Naruto. It would be best to simply forfeit. What? Hinata, how can you so easily say you give up? We have all worked hard to reach this point. How can we not at least put forth an effort before conceding? Just because we are classmates and friends doesn't mean you should dismiss your own ninja way so easily. Since you chose to participate in the pre-selection, you must strive to see it through, regardless of who wins or loses, that we should not undermine our own efforts. That Naruto's words ignited a surge of passion within him, prompting Hinata's pristine eyes to tremble slightly. Indeed, her training and participation in the exam were all in pursuit of Naruto's footsteps. While proving herself, she also wished to demonstrate her worth in front of Naruto. Didn't she? If it was Naruto who asked. Sakura, you just watched that. I will defeat Hinata and rightfully secure my advancement. I absolutely will not lose to that guy Sasuke. After the celebration for advancing, Sakura, would you go on a date with me? Just as Hinata gathered her courage to respond, Naruto mischievously turned to Sakura, causing Hinata's face to pale in shock. She nearly exploded on the spot. This sudden twist also caused Sakura, caught off guard, to fume with a large vein bulging on her forehead, fists clenched, ready to unleash a roar. However, someone was quicker than them. Get lost, you colossal idiot! Sasuke growled darkly, kicking Naruto squarely in the rear without hesitation. This guy truly had a knack for inserting himself at the right moment. Ah, Sasuke, you kicked my butt! Naruto cried out in surprise as he flew in an arc, crashing to the ground. Hinata, don't worry about it. That guy is tough as nails. Consider it a practical training session. Ignoring Naruto's furious shouts, Sasuke coldly turned to Hinata, inciting her. Yes, Hinata. Let Naruto test your training results. If you manage to defeat him, he will certainly look at you in a new light. Sakura chimed in, still irked by Naruto's earlier boastful remarks. What did he mean by going on a date after advancing? Absolutely not. He shouldn't even think about it. It would be hilarious if Hinata managed to defeat him. Though this seemed improbable given Naruto's current strength, but that did nothing to dampen Sakura's imagination. Go for it. Hinata. As Sasuke and Sakura encouraged her, the Jonin Yuhi Kurenai also stepped forward to offer her support. She knew just how much Hinata valued Naruto's opinion. Perhaps this was the opportunity for Hinata to break through her own limitations. I understand, Hinata's face firmed, her silver teeth clenched as she resolved to proceed. With legs feeling as if they were weighed down with lead, her eyes filled with both shyness and determination as she descended the stairs. This was the renowned widow of Konoha, Yuhi Kurenai. Sasuke cast a subtle glance at the widow series, silently mocking her. Once again, his gaze shifted to the individual who boarded the vehicle without purchasing a ticket, Asuma. Goodness, this fellow with his pronounced brows and large eyes certainly played the part convincingly. Downstairs, as the competition commenced, upon spotting Naruto and Hinata arriving, the long-waiting Shikamaru immediately commanded the others to make their exit, urging the increasingly impatient audience to temper their expectations. "Hinata, are you prepared? I'm about to begin," Naruto called out, glancing at Hinata across from him, and casually exchanging pleasantries as he formed hand seals. "I am ready, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied, her heart racing as she saw Naruto gearing up to unleash his potential. She resolved that she could not afford to miss the opportunity for Naruto-kun to witness her growth. She had to give it her all. Multiple shadow, clone technique, Byakugan, activate. Almost simultaneously, Naruto and Hinata declared. With a thunderous sound, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a line of Naruto's shadow clones standing in perfect formation, fists clenched tightly. "Now is the moment to prove my worth, Naruto-kun." Hinata's eyes brimmed with determination as she activated her Byakugan, focusing intently on the clones as she assumed the gentle fist stance. Neither the Byakugan nor the Sharingan could discern the true body among the clones. They could only be dealt with one by one. As fate would have it, Hinata had no intention of directly attacking Naruto, which suited her perfectly. "Let me behold your strength, Lady Hinata of the main house," Neji observed from the stands, his cold gaze fixed on Hinata. A palpable disdain and loathing emanating from him, startling Tenten and Lee nearby. This was the first time they had witnessed such a side of Neji. "Go," Naruto shouted, seeing Hinata adopt her combat stance. With a flurry of movement, the dozen or so shadow clones erupted forward, swiftly encircling Hinata and cutting off her escape routes. "Daha!" With no elaborate techniques to boast, Naruto's clones surged forward, ready to unleash a flurry of punches. "I am sorry, Naruto-kun," gentle fist, pressure point. Hinata, however, remained unperturbed. With a focused Byakugan, she dodged the incoming attacks, launching in her own gentle fist strikes. As she pivoted swiftly, Hinata utilized the 8 trigrams technique to maneuver among the shadow clones, evading their blows while delivering precise palm strikes. This form of martial arts was the forte of the Hyuga clan. With a final decisive strike from Hinata, Naruto's fragile clone shattered like paper. In less than the blink of an eye, all of the shadow clones had been vanquished. This spectacle drew the attention of Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, who were taken aback. The usually unassuming Hinata had displayed such prowess. Yet Neji's thoughts were far from impressed. Instead, they fueled his contempt. Was this the extent of the main house's capabilities? How could they dictate the fates of the branch families? Especially as he recalled his father's death and the burden of the caged bird seal on his forehead. Neji's resentment surged. That young Hyuga may have impressive eyes, but he was merely a worthless branch family member. Sensitive to malice, Orochimaru immediately honed in on the undercurrents of the situation, then shifted his gaze toward Naruto. Perhaps Naruto could serve as bait to draw the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. "I never anticipated that Hinata would be this formidable. Given this, I need not hold back any longer." Naruto formed hand seals, casting a glance at the seemingly delicate Hinata, showering her with praise. This time, he would not underestimate her. "Naruto-kun, do you acknowledge my existence now?" Hinata gasped slightly, her breath quickening as a blush crept across her cheeks from the intensity of the battle. This was the moment. Simultaneously, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intent as he activated his cursed seal. "And I'm getting serious now, Hinata." As Naruto prepared to unleash his ninjutsu, a sudden pulse resonated from Orochimaru's cursed seal, rapidly enveloping Naruto's shoulder. The crimson chakra materialized around him at an alarming rate. In less than half a second, influenced by the cursed seal, Naruto's eyes transformed into ferocious beast-like orbs, exuding a chilling aura that radiated outward. Simultaneously, Naruto's was ensnared in a struggle influenced by the cursed seal and the chakra of the Nine Tails. "This is bad." Kakashi, arriving on the scene, was taken aback, swiftly removing his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Prepared for the worst, should Naruto lose control, he would intervene without hesitation to halt the match. Has he lost control again? The third Hokage's expression darkened at the sight, realizing that despite their precautions, this scenario had unfolded. Yet, Hinata had not provoked any extreme actions. Could it be that? The third's murky eyes suddenly glimmered with a fierce determination as he surveyed the area. This chakra, did it resonate with the beast within me? Yes, indeed. This chakra is so potent that it stirs that entity within me to agitation that I must eliminate him. Only then will I quell the turmoil in my heart. My mother would surely appreciate his essence. In the stands, Gaara's ecstatic mutterings alarmed Temari, who rushed forward to stabilize his emotions. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the others stood in stunned silence. Niji Lee, the Sound Ninja, and Kankuro exhibited expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom Naruto's strength. Guy Asuma and Kurenai exchanged grave glances, their expressions laden with concern. What was Kakashi thinking? They hoped this wouldn't spiral into a major crisis. Please, Naruto, don't lose control, Hinata pleaded inwardly, her heart racing not from fear, but from the bewildering transformation of Naruto before her. This was not the Naruto she knew. Don't make me look down on you. If you lose to such power here, I will unhesitatingly intervene to halt the match and secure Hinata's advancement. Just wait and see. You'll be relegated to the audience while we compete in the official matches. Suddenly, Sasuke's voice rang out loudly from the stands, drawing everyone's attention to him, his Sharingan gleaming ominously. Naruto, unleash the determination to become Hokage. If you succumb to this power, I will regard you with the same disdain I hold for Sasuke. Sakura chimed in, caught up in the fervor of the moment. If it were merely a match against Hinata, she would have cared little, perhaps even mocking him. But this was a contest of Naruto's own resolve. Kakashi observed the two, a flicker of surprise and pride crossing his features. The third Hokage shared a similar sentiment. Focusing intently on Sasuke, it seemed that the desired effect of the Sharingan, suppressing the Nine Tails, was beginning to bear fruit. The only unforeseen complication was the cursed seal concocted by his former disciple, Orochimaru. In light of this, as a teacher, he could not remain idle any longer. I'm sorry, Naruto, he murmured, finally resolving to interrupt the exam. Regardless of whether Sasuke could halt Naruto, even if he succeeded, it might lead to a rift between them. Thus, the responsibility fell upon him, the teacher. Get away! Just as Kakashi steeled himself to take action, Naruto's thunderous voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. You won't even think about it. Sasuke, Sakura, I will absolutely not sit in the audience while you steal the spotlight. For the third round of the official selection exam, I will undoubtedly participate. To the astonishment of all, Naruto declared, as the cursed seal rapidly receded, his voice resonating with conviction. His fierce, beast-like eyes regained their brilliant azure hue. The colossal fool, upon witnessing Naruto regain consciousness, felt a wave of relief wash over Sasuke, prompting him to respond with a casual remark. Fortunately, Naruto exhibited a vigorous reaction to his provocations. Should Naruto unleash his potential here, the ensuing butterfly effect would undoubtedly alter the course of events in Konoha. Whether it be Orochimaru or Shikaku, Sasuke could not afford any alterations to these pivotal narratives as they pertain to his very existence. Hinata, let us continue our battle. As Naruto swiftly withdrew his gaze, brimming with fervor, he turned towards Hinata, eager to engage in a fierce confrontation. Just as he was about to unleash his jutsu, Hinata's timid voice unexpectedly interrupted. I surrender. This sudden declaration struck Naruto like a powerful blow, deflating his momentum instantly. However, this turn of events elicited great joy from the third Hokage and Kakashi. Hinata, why would you surrender? You are undeniably formidable. Naruto lamented, his expression contorted with disappointment, striving to ignite Hinata's fighting spirit. Yet, under the silent cue from the third Hokage, the swift moonlight gale seized the opportunity to step forward, proclaiming loudly, "The victor is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto, weren't you looking for me? Let us discuss matters now. With a resounding thud, Kakashi appeared at that very moment, whisking Naruto away towards the medical room where the third Hokage awaited. Oh no, I haven't sought out Sasuke or Sakura yet. And I haven't even defeated Hinata, Naruto exclaimed, his protests fading as Kakashi hurriedly escorted him away from the training ground. Naruto-kun, I am truly sorry, Hinata expressed, her face etched with concern as she watched Naruto's figure vanish. Although she was unclear about the circumstances surrounding Naruto, she sensed that it was far from favorable. Under her Byakugan's gaze, she had observed the expressions of the third Hokage and the other Jonin. leading to her decision to surrender. Of course, there was also the undeniable fact that she felt outmatched by Naruto. In a single day, two individuals had managed to break free from the influence of my cursed seal, Sasuke and Naruto. You both possess remarkable talent. Nevertheless, my objectives have been accomplished. A sinister smile played upon Orochimaru's lips as his gaze flitted between Gaara and Sasuke. Tobi-sensei, you have fallen for my ruse in the medical room. Naruto was about to inquire about the Rasengan when he was abruptly interrupted by the stern visage of the third Hokage. Naruto, the cursed seal on you must be addressed by Lord Hokage. Kakashi explained gravely, observing Naruto's bewildered expression. Cursed seal? Is this what you mean? Naruto's face shifted dramatically as he instinctively tugged at his collar, revealing the heavenly cursed seal. Indeed, it was that very cursed seal. Upon witnessing it, both the third Hokage and Kakashi's expressions turned serious. Naruto, swiftly remove your clothing, Kakashi urged, moving to block the door in a state of alertness. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's intense gaze remained fixed on the cursed seal. Deep in contemplation, what? Remove my clothes? Naruto recoiled, taking 2 steps back as he scrutinized the intentions of the third Hokage and Kakashi with suspicion. These two individuals, one a brooding lecher and the other an unseemly elder. Could they possibly be contemplating something inappropriate? Fool, what on earth are you imagining? If you wish to prevent the cursed seal from going haywire again, you must strip down and accept the sealing, Kakashi chastised, his frustration evident, and I cannot forfeit my chance to participate in the official selection exam after barely passing the preliminaries. If I must perish, so be it. I refuse to allow Sasuke to act so arrogantly. Naruto, in a flurry, began shedding his upper garments with haste, his countenance one of humiliation as he fumbled with his trousers. Determined not to be outdone by Sasuke, he thought, no need for the pants. Just as Naruto was about to unfasten his trousers, Kakashi quickly interjected, halting him. Relief washed over Naruto, grateful that the situation was not as he had feared. Yet, doubt crept in as he pondered, can Lord Hokage truly handle this formidable issue? And what about Sasuke? He bears the same curse. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he turned to the third Hokage, pointing at the curse seal with a look of disbelief. Rest assured, Naruto, I still possess considerable strength, the third Hokage reassured with a chuckle, stepping closer to inspect Naruto's abdomen. The priority now was to ascertain whether the cursed seal had compromised the seal of the Nine Tails. This was the crux of the matter. You need not worry about Sasuke's cursed seal. I will take care of it, Kakashi added, prompting Naruto to sulk. Sasuke. Sasuke. Always Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei is clearly biased toward him. Naruto, focus on gathering your chakra. The third Hokage urged, his brow furrowed in concentration. Kakashi, too, revealed his Sharingan, prepared for any eventuality. Chakra, Naruto queried, glancing at the third Hokage in confusion, but he complied and began to form hand seals to gather his chakra. As he did so, the 8 trigrams seal manifested on his abdomen. Observing the intact sealing technique, the third Hokage sighed with relief. As long as the Nine-Tail seal remained intact, he could allow Naruto to continue participating in the competition and develop normally. However, just as he began to relax, the 5-element seal appeared around the 8 trigram seal, causing his pupils to widen in realization. I see. In order to prevent the Nine Tails from interfering with the cursed seal, the 4th Hokage employed the 5-element seal to isolate the 8 trigram seal. While this arrangement prevented the cursed seal from being affected by the Nine Tails chakra, it inadvertently hindered Naruto's growth. The 4th Hokage's intention was to convert the excess chakra of the Nine Tails into Naruto's chakra, thereby continuously enhancing Naruto's strength to combat the Nine Tails. If this situation persisted, it would severely impede Naruto's development. Should Naruto one day lose control of the cursed seal, the Nine Tails would seize the opportunity. Orochimaru, do you truly wish to unleash the Nine Tails? The seasoned 3rd Hokage quickly discerned the underlying implications and formulated a plan. Naruto, do not move, he commanded, feigning calmness as he summoned chakra of 5 elements from his fingertips. Without Naruto fully comprehending the unfolding events, the 3rd Hokage suddenly struck, pressing his hand upon Naruto's shoulder as he shouted. 5-element sealing. Taken by surprise. The pain from the 5-element seal caused Naruto's eyes to bulge as he cried out, collapsing to the ground. The 5-element seal rapidly formed around the heavenly curse seal, severing its link to Naruto's chakra, trapping it within the 5-element seal. As Naruto struggled against the excruciating pain, preparing to voice his grievances, the third Hokage swiftly raised his hand and pressed it against Naruto's abdomen. 5 elements unsealing. With the third Hokage's command, the 5-element seal began to dissipate, and Naruto, on the verge of unconsciousness, finally succumbed to the darkness. Kakashi rushed forward, cradling Naruto in his arms, casting an inquiring glance at the third Hokage. "This will suffice," the third Hokage replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded at Kakashi, assuring him of Naruto's sealing. Presently, Naruto's condition was identical to before, as long as the Nine-Tails did not go berserk. There was no need to worry about Naruto succumbing to the cursed seal. When the Nine-Tails eventually rampaged, would the cursed seal even matter? The sheer power of the Nine-Tails would effortlessly suppress the cursed seal. A nearly flawless resolution had been achieved. Meanwhile, in the preliminaries, the fourth match begins between Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno. The duel commences as Tsuki no Kaze observes the two with peculiar expressions and raises his hand to declare the start. "I never expected it would be us facing off, Sakura." "Neither did I. Ino, did I want to hold back?" "What did you say? Who needs your mercy?" "I am stronger now. Today I will show Sasuke-kun who is most worthy of his attention." "You've angered me, Sakura. Bring it on. Ino, you have no idea what Sasuke-kun truly needs or desires. You are destined to lose." In the stands, Sasuke watches the verbal sparring below, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. No matter the world, rivalry and jealousy are eternally themes of women. Hence, he refrains from rushing to define their relationship. In terms of bonds, brothers offer far greater value. Am I late? Is it already Sakura's turn? With a puff of smoke, Kakashi's languid voice appears beside Sasuke. No, the timing is just right. "What about Naruto? How is he faring?" Sasuke inquires, his gaze unwavering from Sakura, and Ino. He is well aware that Kakashi has gone to attend to Naruto's curse seal. Yet he did not expect him to return so swiftly. "Naruto is fine now. However, Sasuke, once Sakura's match concludes, you must accompany me. I need to assist you with that mark upon you." Kakashi's eyes glimmer with seriousness as he peers through Sasuke's collar at the same curse seal Naruto bears. Upon detecting Kakashi's suggestion, a C-level reward is triggered. Task: comply with the suggestion to seal the cursed mark. Reward: storage sealing technique. Just as Sasuke is about to politely decline, the system task activates, leaving him somewhat conflicted as he prepares to witness the battle for Lee's title. Although the storage sealing technique appears unimpressive, it is an exceedingly practical, low-level sealing technique. Very well. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Sasuke nods in agreement. Given his current strength and physical condition, he should not lose consciousness. Sealing the curse mark and returning should be timely. All right. Seeing Sasuke readily acquiesce, Kakashi's concerns ease as his focus shifts back to Sakura. Water release, water needle technique. After several rounds of taijutsu exchanges, Sakura seizes an opportunity to launch an attack. 3 slender, sharp, transparent water needles surge toward Ino's chest, concealed by the light. Bang! At that critical moment, Ino's face reveals a smirk as her chakra surges, propelling her away from her original position. Simultaneously, she swiftly completes her hand seals, taking advantage of Sakura's moment of vulnerability. "Sakura, your water release technique was already exposed in the battle against the Sound Ninja. Don't think I didn't see you secretly forming seals just now. Now is my time to counter." Ino confidently points her hands at Sakura, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she activates her prepared secret technique. Ninjutsu. Heart turn technique. Oh no. Sakura's pupils constrict as she attempts to evade, but she is a moment too late and falls victim to Ino's surprise attack. Is it over with that secret technique? Sakura will find it difficult to resist. Kakashi observes the almost inevitable outcome with a sigh, lamenting Sakura's insufficient strength. "Not necessarily," Sasuke interjects, his gaze fixed on the silent Sakura, surprising Kakashi with the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. Even a Genin can temporarily control a Chunin. Sakura has no chance. That girl possesses a rare dual personality. Seemingly aware of the doubt, Sasuke's calm voice resounds again, causing Kakashi's usually placid gaze to flutter. A dual personality? Ninja with such traits exhibit high resistance to mind control techniques and general genjutsu, making them natural genjutsu specialists. But how does Sasuke know this? It appears that Sasuke does not disregard Sakura's existence, as he outwardly seems. Naruto, it seems you are out of luck. Just as Kakashi's thoughts swirl, Sakura suddenly raises her hand to speak that it seems she is about to declare her surrender. However, the moment she lifts her head, a fierce change overtakes her expression. A look of torment crosses her face as she lets out a muffled groan, half kneeling. Ino, you will leave my body. I refuse to lose to you in front of Sasuke-kun. You wretched girl. In the unseen depths of her consciousness, Sakura roars in fury, tightly gripping Ino's consciousness, causing Ino to falter and collapse under the pressure. Release. With no choice left, Ino reluctantly relinquishes control over Sakura's body, the consciousness swiftly retreating back to her own. You dare control my body to surrender? Witness my strength. Ino pig. Reclaiming her body, Sakura bellows fiercely, charging toward Ino with a punch that I refuse to lose to you. Broad forehead. Ino, not to be outdone, immediately retaliates with a punch of her own. The scene transforms into a spectacle of two girls brawling. Amidst their scuffles, they hurl insults at each other, targeting their shared idol. Sasuke, this unexpected turn of events leaves everyone momentarily dumbfounded, glancing between the two girls and then back at Sasuke. Sakura, Ino, Hinata watches the two engage in their jealous skirmish, feeling a mix of anxiety and envy for their courage. Meanwhile, Sasuke's expression darkens. Are these two intent on knocking each other out once more? Nevertheless, the bonds of ninjas are forged through relentless competition. After this battle, Sakura and Ino will surely evolve. This is our final strike. In the absence of any intervention, Sakura and Ino engage in a fierce exchange for several minutes before finally reaching their ultimate confrontation. Suddenly, without any warning, Sasuke leaps into the arena, launching himself off the ground. As everyone watches in shock, filled with curiosity, he grips one of each of their fists. The protagonist has arrived? Oh, what a passionate display of youth. But why is the protagonist not me? Woe is me. Lee exclaims, his eyes burning with excitement, causing Tenten and Niji beside him to instinctively distance themselves. Here he comes again, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke! At the same time, Sakura and Ino look at Sasuke with a mix of shame and confusion. Yet, recalling their earlier disgrace, they wish they could vanish into the ground. How could they momentarily forget that Sasuke was also present? This ends here. Observing the girl's embarrassed expressions, Sasuke's gaze deepens, and he states coolly. He then shifts his attention to referee Suki no Kaze. Referee, they forfeit. As Sasuke speaks again, both Sakura and Ino tremble slightly. I will heed your words, Sasuke-kun. Without hesitation, Sakura immediately agrees and nods to forfeit. Although she wishes to shine brightly and capture Sasuke's favor, her current strength is evidently insufficient. She can accept this draw and will simply strive to improve in the future. Damn it, I wanted to say that too. Ino exclaims, unwillingly admitting defeat, frustrated with being one step behind Sakura. Clearly, they share similar sentiments. Both are uncertain who would have won that last punch, and it's better to end it this way without losing face in front of Sasuke. Ahem. Then please exit the stage so we may commence the next match. Suki no Kaze coughs weakly, urging the three to leave promptly. Sasuke-kun, I need to go to the restroom. No, I must go too. The two battle-worn girls, disheveled and bruised, suddenly cry out in unison, racing towards the restroom. Sasuke, now you realize the importance of image. What were you doing earlier? In the basement of the towering structure, Sasuke sat bare-chested at the center of the sealing technique, while Kakashi, with blood-stained fingers, meticulously inscribed the intricate seals. The vivid crimson symbols extended from the cursed mark, enveloping his body in a menacing aura. Even Sasuke, well aware of the unfolding narrative, couldn't help but feel a slight stir within him. Leaving aside other considerations, this seemingly simple yet complex blood technique required at least 200 milliliters of blood to inscribe as Sasuke's mentor. Kakashi was certainly not one to utter empty words. Sasuke, just endure for a moment. With the seals completed, Kakashi instructed him to begin forming the hand signs. Sasuke nodded, his nerves instantly heightened. It wasn't fear of pain that gripped him, but rather the lurking presence of Orochimaru nearby, which compelled him to exercise utmost caution. Sealing technique. As Sasuke remained vigilant, Kakashi completed the hand signs and pressed against the nape of Sasuke's neck, commanding in a low voice that in an instant, the blood seals surrounding Sasuke seemed to come alive, rapidly surging into the outer perimeter of the cursed mark, forming a circle of black seals that encapsulated the heavenly cursed mark. Sasuke felt as if countless venomous insects were burrowing into his body, a sensation akin to heart-wrenching agony, causing him to involuntarily let out a low growl, gasping for breath like a bull. Fortunately, the sealing was completed in less than 3 seconds, as anticipated, bolstered by newfound power and vitality. He did not faint on the spot, he merely felt a temporary weakness, his body limp and drained. Mission accomplished, reward received. Storage sealing technique. Should the cursed mark flare up again, the sealing technique should suppress it. However, this seal is predicated on your will. Should your resolve waver, the cursed mark will erupt once more. Almost simultaneously, the notification of the reward and Kakashi's urgent reminder arrived. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke replied politely, swiftly grasping the essence of the storage sealing technique. Now, whenever he wished, he could seal weapons or supplies within a blank scroll, a true essential for both home and travel that I never expected you to master such a level of sealing technique. You've truly grown, Kakashi. Just as Sasuke prepared to don his clothing and depart, Orochimaru's raspy voice suddenly pierced the air. Simultaneously, a chilling and oppressive chakra enveloped the Orochimaru. Kakashi's pupils constricted, swiftly turning to face the source. Bracing himself for confrontation, "It's you," Sasuke replied, his expression grave, his pitch-black eyes transforming into crimson with Tomo. Initially, he had presumed that with his consciousness intact, Orochimaru might not show up. How naive of him. "Sasuke, flee at once. Even if it costs me my life, I will hold him off here," Kakashi urged without hesitation upon hearing Sasuke's alarm. In that same moment, a brilliant blue light surged in his hand, arcs of electricity crackling. Readying the most potent attack, Raikiri. "You know I won't run, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke retorted without a second thought, fully aware that Orochimaru was more eager than anyone else for him to survive and grow rapidly. With no immediate threat to his life, what was there to fear? Even if the worst came to pass, he had means to deal with Orochimaru. Did Orochimaru truly think he was incapable of playing mind games? Hadn't he watched 720 episodes for nothing? Sasuke, Kakashi, unaware of Sasuke's thoughts, felt a mix of relief and profound shame. If he had not been so lax all these years, perhaps they wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. This could not continue any longer. Kukuku, Sasuke, you remain so exceptional that it stirs my desires," Orochimaru sharply critiqued, his gaze fixating on Sasuke's Sharingan. Such beautiful eyes, a pity they were merely a pair of Tomo. However, their ability to suppress the cursed mark's eruption was impressive. It seemed that Sasuke's ocular talent might even surpass Itachi's. "Is your target Sasuke's Sharingan, Orochimaru?" Kakashi probed, sensing the glint of greed in Orochimaru's eyes. If Sasuke was indeed the target, then there was less to worry about regarding Naruto. The Uchiha power is formidable, is it not? You've already acquired it, and I too yearn to possess it, Orochimaru stated ominously, showing no regard for Sasuke's presence. This revelation darkened Sasuke's expression once more. He was no avenger, willing to forsake everything, even his own body, for revenge. Wasn't Orochimaru afraid of repercussions for such reckless ambition? No, this wasn't recklessness. It was Orochimaru's confidence. It was this very confidence that ultimately led him to a fate worse than death. Suddenly, as Sasuke expressed his disdain, he grasped the underlying truth. Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin. How could he lack his own pride? Had he not been struck down by Itachi, would have fixated on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, you have already felt the power of the cursed mark deeply. Would you consider altering your path and joining me? I will grant you the true power of the heavenly cursed mark. Before I obtain the Uchiha power, I will help you eliminate that man. Uchiha Itachi Orochimaru's gaze shifted, his words now a direct temptation to Sasuke's very soul. Sasuke, do not be deceived. He seeks your Sharingan. Upon hearing Itachi's name, Kakashi's expression shifted beneath his mask, urgently warning, fearful that Sasuke might be blinded by vengeance. However, Sasuke, standing behind him, appeared quite the opposite, his expression curious. Detecting Orochimaru's malevolent suggestion had triggered a tenfold rank reward. Task: reject the invitation. Reward: perfect awakening pill. The awakening pill? The mysterious pill that liberates the second cursed mark. He had no interest in the second cursed mark before. What use would this hold for him now? Nonetheless, he need not choose an answer for any reward. But then again, if Orochimaru were to consistently bring him gifts, he wouldn't mind that at all. There would always be next time if this one didn't work out. At that moment, Sasuke's gaze toward Orochimaru was not as frigid as before if this became a regular occurrence. Perhaps he would accept this newfound father figure. Have you made your decision, Sasuke? Seeing the change in Sasuke's expression, Orochimaru felt a surge of hope and pressed on as anticipated. Sasuke still harbored a deep-seated hatred for Itachi. This shift also caused Kakashi's expression to darken. Since you are so eager to assist me in revenge, then bring me Itachi's corpse as proof of your sincerity, and I shall acknowledge it. Just as Kakashi was about to intervene, Sasuke, with a teasing glint in his eyes, declined. Instantly, this response altered the expressions of both Kakashi and Orochimaru. Especially Orochimaru, whose pale complexion grew even more sinister. If he could defeat Itachi, why would he need to seek Sasuke? Wasn't this a slap in the face? I will come looking for you again, Sasuke. With memories of his own helplessness under Itachi's Mangeki flooding back, Orochimaru turned and left. Disinterested. The Uchiha Mangeki, he would surely obtain it. What is going on? Where are Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-kun? The preliminaries are about to end, and they haven't shown up? On the spectator stands, Sakura anxiously scanned her surroundings. Leaning against the railing, her agitation evident. Beside her, Ino and Hinata mirrored her unease. If neither Sasuke nor Naruto appeared, it would surely spell trouble. Meanwhile, below the stands, the combatants were none other than Rock Lee and Gaara. Ah, my apologies. We arrived late. Just as the three girls worried, Kakashi's languid voice resonated. Sakura turned to see Kakashi and Sasuke materialize in an instant. You're too slow. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura reflexively exclaimed, only to realize she had almost forgotten something. Sasuke-kun, where's Naruto? Remembering the voice that usually joined her in criticizing Kakashi, Sakura scanned the area and immediately inquired, I'm here, Sakura. I didn't expect you to be concerned for me. It truly moves me. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Naruto's boisterous voice echoed as he hurried down the nearby stairs. This declaration left Hinata, who had mustered the courage to approach, momentarily stunned in place. Had he recovered so quickly? Was it the Nine-Tails' influence? Gazing at the lively Naruto, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, understanding the situation in his heart. Sakura, what is the current status? Sasuke, ignoring Naruto's self-indulgent sentimentality, turned to speak with a feigned calmness. His gaze, however, fell upon the lively Lee downstairs, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed he had made it just in time. Sasuke-kun, after you all left, Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto, hastily summarizing the situation to ensure that Sasuke and Naruto quickly comprehended the current events. The match they had missed was, for the most part, consistent with the narrative Sasuke was aware of, with the only variation being Neji versus Inuzuka Kiba, the outcome of which was, of course, a foregone conclusion. Neji emerged victorious. Now, only one match remained. Downstairs, is this all they have to offer? Insufficient, lacking power. They do not excite me like they do. Upon witnessing both Sasuke and Naruto appear simultaneously, Gaara abruptly raised his head, eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty fervor. This tedious contest should come to an end. With Gaara's heightened emotions, a tempest of sand surged forth violently towards Lee. This prompted Lee to react urgently. leaping onto the stone fingertip of the seal of reconciliation. Now is the moment to witness the fruits of my training. Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, Neji, you shall see the blossoming of the Konoha lotus once more. This time, the protagonist of youth shall be none other than myself. The azure beast of Konoha, seated in a meditative posture, cast a fervent gaze at my guy, who had removed his weights. Lee, remove them. This is your moment to unleash your youth and embody the ninja way. As if sharing a telepathic connection, my guy gave a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Kai-sensei. Lee, overwhelmed with emotion at his teacher's approval, swiftly unfastened his weights, holding them in his hands. Weights? A trivial ruse that in the face of such an assault. Utilizing ninjutsu is the most rational course of action. Exactly. When I encounter that sand ninja, I will undoubtedly surrender outright. Regardless, the boy with the watermelon rind still possesses a formidable taijutsu that in the stands, the uninformed genin buzzed with discussions. Just then, Sasuke's expression shifted, his eyes transforming into a crimson hue. Boom! In the next instant, as the weight struck the ground, a tremor resonated, sending dust flying. Nanny? No way. How is that possible? Is he even human? In an instant, incredulity spread across the faces of the onlookers in the stands. Carrying such a terrifying weight while maintaining that speed was simply unfathomable, with the azure beast of Konoha making a dramatic entrance. Let me witness your moment of glory. Sasuke's eyes remained fixed on Lee, lamenting inwardly. The existence of the fifth gate in the preliminary rounds culminated in a finale where he could only unleash the sixth gate. If he emerged from this battle unscathed, Sasuke would find it hard to believe. This feels much easier now. While others remained in shock and discussion, Lee shouted with excitement, vanishing from sight at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In nearly the same breath, Lee appeared directly before Gaara, delivering a clean and decisive punch against the sand defense. Gaara stood in stunned silence, unable to react as the sand merely passively defended. So fast! In the stands, Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, gaped in astonishment at the series of afterimages. Although he knew Lee was swift, he had not anticipated such incredible velocity. This speed had surpassed the enhancements he had achieved under his silent assassination technique. However, now, with 2 chakra cards, his silent enhancement was even more formidable. He could only wonder to what extent this power could reach. By akin. In less than 2 breaths, Lee forced Gaara out of his sand defense, delivering a ferocious blow that left everyone present dumbfounded. In a way, that bushy-browed guy is so powerful. Gaping at the shattered floor beneath Gaara, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Such an attack was beyond anything he could withstand without activating his cursed seal, which had already been sealed by the third Hokage, not to mention that he had no intention of harnessing the power of the Snake Sage, or Orochimaru. Did Lee win? Sakura instinctively inquired, feeling a twinge of recognition for Lee, especially since he had helped in the Forest of Death just days prior. Not yet. Sasuke coldly interrupted Sakura's hopeful fantasy, causing both Naruto and Sakura to momentarily hold their breath in disbelief. No way, that overwhelming attack could not. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed as Gaara, struck, transformed into sand, cascading to the ground. Simultaneously, Gaara's true form rapidly reassembled behind Lee Nanny. Sand clone? No, it must be a sand substitution, reluctantly accepting the truth. The crowd watched as Gaara once again commanded the sand to ruthlessly assault Lee. Yet, due to the side effects of the Byakuren, Lee could only retreat in a desperate scramble. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. Lee abruptly retreated, creating distance, his expression resolute. Everyone has already defeated their opponents. How can I falter here? Today marks the moment I embody the ninja way. Neji, this is the forbidden technique I have prepared for you. The 8 gates. Opening the first gate, opening the second gate. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lee roared, his passion igniting in an instant. With 3 gates opened, Lee's veins bulged, his skin turning a deep crimson akin to a boiled shrimp. Chakra surged around him, his figure enveloped in a green steam. But that was not all. He clenched his fists tightly, a fierce expression on his face. The 4th gate, the healing gate, opened with another eruption of energy. The green aura surrounding Lee surged exponentially. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. In a spectacular display, Gaara found himself helplessly pummeled in midair, unable to defend himself. The situation shifted dramatically. This is the forbidden technique Lee prepared for me. In the stands, Niji's eyes widened, his scalp prickling with cold sweat. Such speed and attack intensity could not be halted even by the strongest defense. How could one counter Lee's onslaught? In that moment, Niji felt a flicker of fear as he watched Lee's relentless onslaught of flashes. This is the final strike. Observing Gaara, whose sand armor had been stripped away, Lee let out a furious roar, unleashing his ultimate attack. The fifth gate, the door of limit, opened as Lee unleashed his most powerful fifth gate. His body was once again rent with pain, yet simultaneously a more ferocious power surged within him. Ready to erupt, in the next instant, inner Byakuren, a thunderous punch collided with Gaara's chest, crashing him into the ground, leaving his fate uncertain. It over. That bushy-browed Lee is truly astonishing, Naruto exclaimed, staring at the unsteady Lee. His mouth agape as if a whole egg could fit inside. Wait, that hand! Suddenly, Sakura gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she spotted Gaara's outstretched right hand. The others shared a similar reaction, especially Hinata and her companions, who had witnessed Gaara's power firsthand. Sand coffin. Under the incredulous gazes of Lee and the others, Gaara activated his jutsu. Once more, a hand of sand rapidly took shape, rushing towards Lee with a crushing force. Weakened by the aftereffects of the fifth gate, Lee was powerless to evade, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared by the sand around his left arm and leg. As his limbs faced imminent destruction, the situation grew dire. Lightning release. Thunderbolt arrow. In a moment of desperation, a bolt of lightning appeared, severing the sand with a thunderous might. In an instant, Sasuke materialized before Lee, astonishing all present. Sasuke, by doing this, you are declaring Lee's surrender. Why do you intervene in the match? Kakashi interjected, hastily questioning Sasuke to prevent Might Guy from harboring any resentment. He was also puzzled, wondering how Sasuke had learned the C-rank lightning technique. However, considering Sasuke's Uchiha lineage, he dismissed it as merely a low-level jutsu. Sasuke. Simultaneously, the unsteady Lee turned to Sasuke, his expression one of reluctance that he acknowledged that he was currently incapable of contending against Gaara. But what did that matter? How could the flames of youth be extinguished in such a manner? He regarded Sasuke as both a lifelong rival and a romantic adversary. How could he possibly accept such a defeat? There is no longer any necessity to continue, is there? If you do not wish to become a mere shell of yourself, the best course of action now would be to undergo surgery in the medical room. I do not wish to lose a rival like you here. Sasuke turned his face to gaze at Lee, speaking calmly, causing Lee's pupils to constrict in excitement. A rival. Do you acknowledge my existence now? Sasuke Lee, who had previously held some reservations, was instantly moved to tears, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit as he looked at Sasuke. This fervent display of emotion made the corner of Sasuke's eye twitch slightly. Were it not for the concern that Lee might suffer lasting injuries from being crushed, he would not have intervened. How could Sasuke overlook the presence of Lee, whose talent rivaled that of Guy? Even Guy, from Kakashi's generation, nearly defeated the Sage of Six Paths during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Therefore, as a peer of the same generation, once Lee becomes Hokage in the era of Boruto, he will emerge as another remarkable figure. These are all part of his foundation, one of the powers to confront that suits Suki. Sasuke could not possibly stand idly by at that moment as Sasuke and Lee locked eyes. Gaara's expression twisted into a snarl as he erupted once more. In an instant, countless grains of sand transformed into sharp torrents, hurtling towards the two. Yet, in the face of this unavoidable assault, Sasuke remained utterly motionless. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, Kakashi and Guy appeared in a flash, dispersing all the sand attacks. The match has concluded. Kakashi's gaze fixed coldly on Gaara as he announced the result with apparent nonchalance. Lee, that's enough. Although it pains me to admit it, the enemy is indeed a formidable opponent. Sasuke is correct. Youth is about growing through continuous setbacks. This defeat serves as a precursor for a more splendid resurgence next time. Guy exclaimed passionately. making it impossible for Lee to suppress his emotional turmoil. Indeed, Teacher Guy, Lee. Teacher Guy, Lee. Unsurprisingly, the emotional display between the passionate mentor and his disciple unfolded once more before all present. This caused Naruto, who was preparing to descend, to momentarily black out, clutching the railing to halt his movement. Boring. Witnessing the heartfelt display between Guy and Lee, Gaara was suddenly reminded of the past with Yashimaru, and he felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Even in Sasuke's presence, he could not muster the desire to fight. Ahem, the victor of this match is Gaara, the late-arriving Kazekage announced, while the medical team rushed in. Well, Sasuke, although I, as the loser, have no right to lecture you. That guy is truly exceptional. You cannot defeat him solely through taijutsu. Hence, ninjutsu or jinjutsu would be the best means to confront him. I eagerly anticipate your use of the Sharingan or ninjutsu to overcome that opponent. Lee, now being carried on a stretcher, suddenly turned to remind Sasuke, causing him to tremble slightly. Having detected Lee's suggestion triggered a C-level reward. Task: acknowledge the suggestion. Reward: Hyogetsu. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, a flicker of surprise ignited in Sasuke's eyes. Hyogetsu is a technique that can only be utilized upon opening the first gate of the 8 gates. Could it be, contemplating the 8 gates? Sasuke promptly nodded in agreement to Lee, who was being carried away. Task completed. Reward: Hyogetsu. Almost simultaneously with Sasuke's nod, the reward regarding Hyogetsu arrived as anticipated. As Sasuke had surmised, he also comprehended the first gate of the 8 gates. The first gate: excessive consumption of physical energy enhances strength and speed, allowing for the explosion of 100 physical power. Now, let us commence the final match. Moonlight Gale turned his gaze toward the last 2 participants. Choji and T.S.A.S. he spoke. Sasuke and Kakashi ascended once more. Guy naturally rushed to accompany his beloved disciple for medical treatment. Damn it, Sasuke, you just had to steal the spotlight again. Upon seeing the 2 approach, Naruto was the first to jump forward. Foolish Naruto, Lee was a valuable ally who helped us. Sasuke-kun is not stealing the spotlight, Sakura immediately shouted, causing Naruto to deflate instantly. Meanwhile, the final match downstairs officially commenced. To Sasuke's boredom, the battle took an unexpectedly dramatic turn. The Sound Ninja TS, who should have emerged victorious, was actually defeated by Choji due to the severe injuries inflicted upon him by Sasuke. The list of participants advancing to the next round was officially announced after a drawing. The first match, Naruto vs. Neji. The second match, Shikamaru vs. Temari. The third match, Sasuke vs. Gaara. The fourth match, Shino vs. Kankuro. Choji was fortunate enough to receive a bye. After a lengthy discourse, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, solemnly declared, "Now, for the next month, I implore you all to gather intelligence or engage in final training to present an exhilarating battle for the feudal lords and village leaders." Understood. Everyone naturally had no objections, and Naruto and Sasuke were particularly eager. Their blazing gazes simultaneously turned toward Kakashi, causing a jolt of concern to strike him. This is troublesome. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. Just after announcing the disbandment, Naruto and Sasuke spoke in unison, with Naruto's eyes filled with longing. Well, I know you all are eager for special training. However, you are all quite fatigued today. Let's postpone it until tomorrow. We'll meet at the usual place. Kakashi quickly sought an excuse to make his exit, needing to find Naruto a special training instructor. Otherwise, given that guy's temperament, he would undoubtedly bring trouble upon himself. Damn it, running off irresponsibly again. He must be off to see something strange. Naruto exclaimed in frustration as he witnessed Kakashi vanish in an instant to Sasuke's chakra sphere ninjutsu. I haven't even had the chance to question him about it yet. Idiot. Sasuke shot Naruto a disdainful glance before turning to leave. This guy is truly a troublesome blonde. He had merely intended to confirm the matter regarding Chidori. Tomorrow will suffice. It is also the perfect opportunity to arrange things for Karen today. Sasuke-kun. Sakura instinctively began to follow. But as soon as she spoke, she promptly regained her senses. She had already resolved to work hard in her training to catch up with the 2. How could she revert to her former self? Naruto, see you tomorrow. With this thought, Sakura quickly called out and changed her mind to return home for rest. Even if she did not participate in the matches, she intended to take part in tomorrow's training. Naruto to the edge of the Forest of Death. Beneath a massive tree hollow, Karen's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, her face radiant with joy as she gazed in a certain direction. Moments later, with a whoosh, Sasuke appeared in a flash. Karen, use the transformation technique to become a small animal. I will take you away from here, Sasuke urged with a gentle smile, initiating a plan of deception. Today marked the 5th day since the second round of exams had begun, and Konoha would soon search the Forest of Death to confirm the list of casualties to ensure Karen's safety. The only option was to outsmart them. First, feign death to escape, allowing the Grass Village's elite ninjas to leave without inquiry. Then, wait for the 5th Hokage to take office before making further plans. For this purpose, Sasuke had discarded Karen's forehead protector at the site of the previous battle against the Black Bear. In the intervening days, the Black Bear's remains had already been consumed by wild beasts. The gruesome forehead protector and 2 charred corpses could only attest to the demise of the 3 Grass Village ninjas. Small animal, that Karen's gaze grew hazy, as if in a dream, and with a poof, she transformed into a small squirrel. Sasuke wasted no time, swiftly placing Karen into his arms and fleeing at great speed. Meanwhile, concealed within his embrace, Karen's tiny squirrel head appeared to be blood red. They sped away like the wind. Sasuke quickly brought Karen to the former Uchiha clan grounds, now a restricted area of Konoha. Regardless of his identity or the upcoming training and battles, he could not allow Karen to remain in his apartment. Moreover, it is easy to invite a deity but difficult to send one away. Only children yearn for a life of frivolity. Adults aspire to freedom and unrestrained existence. Taking that step would be akin to embarking on a road of no return. Thus, why rush into cohabitation? The next day at the 7th Squad Assembly Point, Kakashi-sensei once again stated, "We have only 1 month for training. This is far too irresponsible." Naruto, filled with frustration, shouted in anger at Kakashi, who had yet to appear, and Sakura, sharing in his agitation, had mentally prepared herself for the grueling training ahead. To her dismay, this delay was a significant blow to her motivation. Those two to Sasuke observed the gritting teeth of Naruto and Sakura, his gaze drifting to the sealing wristband on his arm. Having acquired the storage sealing technique, Sasuke was determined to put it to use that he had spent the night crafting this wristband, concealing within it the perfect awakening pill. Although he had declined the cursed seal, it could serve as a vital safeguard in dire circumstances that, if absolutely necessary, he would have no choice but to accept it, no matter how unseemly it might be. After all, one cannot be handsome to death. Such a fate would be foolishness to— good morning, everyone. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice cut through the air, drawing the attention of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura simultaneously. In that moment, Naruto and Sakura once again voiced their ire. Meanwhile, Sasuke's gaze flickered to the figure beside Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing with that lecherous fellow?" After a brief pause, Naruto pointed at the individual and shouted an inquiry. The newcomer was none other than Ebisu, the elite instructor of Konoha. Instantly, Sakura shot him a scornful glance that Kakashi's acquaintances truly were a motley crew. Naruto, what kind of joke are you making?" Ebisu, feeling the weight of Sakura's disdain, hurriedly attempted to laugh off the awkwardness, trying to conceal his peculiarities that, "So you two know each other? Then, Naruto, I'll leave you in his hands. Sakura will have a month of free time, and Sasuke will come with me," Kakashi remarked, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes as he glanced at Ebisu, preparing to lead Sasuke away. Noticing this, Naruto quickly pushed Ebisu aside and shouted in unison with Sakura, causing Kakashi to pause mid-step. "Kakashi-sensei, I want special training too. It's always Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, you're so biased." Upon seeing Kakashi turn back, both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed with excitement once more. This caused Kakashi's expression to darken. Indeed, Naruto was always finding ways to trouble him. However, compared to Naruto, Sasuke needed him more. A month might be tight, but it was sufficient for Sasuke to undergo a transformation. Naruto, on the other hand, would only see marginal improvement. "Fool, Ebisu is indeed quite formidable. If you're truly unwilling, I wouldn't mind switching with you." Kakashi, troubled by how to explain, found Sasuke stepping forward with a meaningful look. If Naruto was willing to exchange, he wouldn't mind testing the waters with Jiraiya. No, he asked the instructor Kakashi-sensei, found for me. Upon seeing Sasuke's serious expression, Naruto immediately rejected the idea loudly. Sakura, standing nearby, cast an astonished glance at Ebisu. Could this unassuming teacher truly be more capable than Kakashi-sensei? Well, Sakura, aren't you in need of special training too? Why not join Naruto? Kakashi, seizing the opportunity as Naruto agreed, casually suggested while giving Sasuke an approving nod. When it came to understanding Naruto, Sasuke was undoubtedly the most adept. Ebisu-sensei, let us hurry. I want to learn an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. One that doesn't require hand seals. With Sakura accompanying him, Naruto quickly changed his demeanor, dragging Ebisu along. Like a sly fox, he sneaked away, grinning. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and Kakashi, then, gritting her teeth, decided to chase after them. Teacher, what will our special training entail? Sasuke, not feeling disheartened, turned to Kakashi and asked directly. Jiraiya had come specifically for Naruto. Encountering him would likely yield no true teachings, merely a test of waters. Sasuke, you must prepare yourself mentally. This is a jutsu of ranked difficulty. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Sasuke, his tone serious. What? You mean you can use a jutsu without hand seals? Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, resembling a deceived child. If he couldn't even do that, how could he claim to surpass Kakashi-sensei as an exceptional shinobi? I may not possess that high-level jutsu, but my training will suit you best. I've heard you've already mastered the tree climbing and water walking techniques. I've devised a rigorous training plan for you. Naruto didn't know. I don't want your special training. I'm off to find Kakashi-sensei. Realizing he had been tricked by Sasuke, Naruto wasted no time, turning on his heel to flee. Naruto, Sakura shouted, attempting to stop him, but Naruto was not about to give her the chance. Multiple shadow clone technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, producing dozens of clones that left Sakura utterly dumbfounded. Shadow clone technique. In the presence of this elite instructor, it's hardly impressive. Sakura, you should head to the third training ground and wait for me. I'll soon bring Naruto back to you. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses with a confident smirk, swiftly dispersing his shadow clones to pursue Naruto. What is going on? Watching the two vanish in an instant, Sakura's pent-up frustration finally erupted. Meanwhile, atop a small hill, Sasuke mused, I didn't intend to teach you this ninjutsu so soon. However, that guy named Gaara is no match for you in your current state. During our previous battle, you should have copied Lee's taijutsu with your Sharingan. Now, what you lack is speed and sheer destructive power. Training Chidori is the perfect solution that it combines chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, providing piercing destructive power that surpasses even Lee's abilities. The lightning nature transformation simultaneously stimulates cellular activation, granting you a temporary speed on par with Lee's. This is a high-level lightning release technique that only the Sharingan can utilize perfectly. Pay close attention. Kakashi spoke with unprecedented seriousness, ready to impart his knowledge. As his words fell, Sasuke triggered a new task. Task detected. Pay attention to Kakashi's advice. Reward. Triple enhancement for training Chidori. Understood. Hearing Kakashi and the system's notification, Sasuke nodded, focusing intently. With a triple enhancement, he could undoubtedly complete his training in Chidori ahead of schedule and master it thoroughly. Perhaps he could even attempt the S-rank Raikiri. As Sasuke absorbed the training techniques and experiences, the system's rewards silently descended. Meanwhile, as Naruto was cornered by Ebisu, the wheels of fate began to turn. What is that? Just as Naruto found himself cornered in a hot spring, Ebisu's expression changed, his anger flaring that in broad daylight. Someone was spying on the women's bath. Such a tantalizing and provocative act. He had never indulged in such a thing. How could he not feel envy and hatred? Whoever you are, I will not allow such shameless behavior. Ebisu charged forward, his righteous indignation flaring as he confronted the quaking figure in the shadows. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he prepared to make his escape. But just as he turned, a loud crash echoed. A large blue-striped toad materialized out of nowhere, its long tongue whipping like a whip, ensnaring Ebisu and knocking him unconscious. How cool! Watching the sudden appearance of the giant toad, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. If only he could summon such a powerful toad, it would surely astonish Sasuke. Perhaps it would even capture Sakura's eager attention. Keep it down. Don't disturb this esteemed one while gathering materials. The white-haired man atop the toad smirked, feigning reprimand. Gathering materials? Who exactly are you? Naruto finally snapped to attention, pointing at the man with astonishment. Good question. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the white-haired toad sage. Jiraiya, at your service. The man, adorned with an oil headband and wooden clogs, flaunted his long hair with flair. A sage? If you are a sage, can you use ninjutsu without hand seals? Naruto's spirit soared, seizing the opportunity to inquire once more. Ninjutsu without hand seals? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Yet he nonchalantly extended his hand to demonstrate the Rasengan. This was his pivotal opportunity to captivate Naruto. He could not afford to falter. Otherwise, a mere Ebisu would hardly compel him to summon a toad. Sage, truly a sage, could you perhaps guide me in mastering ninjutsu? Witnessing Jiraiya effortlessly conjure the Chakra sphere, which Sasuke required shadow clones to produce, Naruto instantly abandoned his pursuit of Kakashi that if he could master this Rasengan technique and summon the Great Toad, he would undoubtedly steal the limelight in the third exam. Training? Absolutely not. I still have materials to gather and have no interest in babysitting you. You little brat. As Naruto took the bait, Jiraiya promptly refused. Employing a strategy of feigned disinterest, he offered Naruto no chance to respond, leaping away swiftly. The toad beneath him also transformed into white smoke, returning to Mount Myaboku. Gathering materials? Humph. What a euphemism for peeping. Wait for me, you lecherous sage. Naruto pouted disdainfully, yet his actions belied his words as he hurried after Jiraiya, leaving a fainted Ebisu sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Sakura, at the third training ground, was on the brink of a meltdown. It was supposed to be quick. The sun was nearly setting. Eventually, Sakura did manage to wait until evening for Ebisu, securing a one-on-one elite training session. Meanwhile, as Team 7 diligently engaged in their rigorous training, other participants commenced their preparations as well. Time swiftly approached the eve of the competition. Just as in the original storyline, Naruto successfully received Jiraiya's guidance and learned the summoning technique, for the first time confronting the Nine Tails. He unleashed its chakra to summon the toad, Gamabunta. However, his long-cherished Rasengan showed little progress, remaining at its initial stage that on a certain mountaintop, Sasuke opened his crimson Sharingan, swiftly forming hand seals with his right hand. Boar rat snake, Chidori. Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, Sasuke completed the seals in an instant, concentrating as he shouted, "Chirp, chirp, chirp!" In a flash, accompanied by the sound of chirping, Sasuke's right palm shimmered with lightning arcs. The moment Chidori took form, Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and he became a mere blur, exploding forth like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's Chidori pierced through a massive boulder, shattering it as though it were mere paper. Unexpectedly, your single-handed seals seamlessly aligned with Chidori. Thus, in the application of Chidori, you have surpassed me. Kakashi praised him, thoroughly satisfied with Sasuke as his pupil. Unfortunately, my Raikiri is still not sufficiently refined that I wonder how Naruto is faring. Sasuke chuckled softly, glancing towards the direction of Konoha, recalling the toad Gamabunta he had encountered days ago. Well, I've learned Raikiri too to its just not as smooth as Chidori in execution, but that's not a problem. Can Ti still perform Rasengan with my left hand? If 1A isn't enough, then how about a plus A? You'll find out tomorrow. Let us go, return home, and rest well tonight. Kakashi, recalling the intel Ebisu had provided him, regarded Sasuke with a knowing smile. The Chidori Sasuke, the toad Naruto. He suddenly found himself looking forward to the competition the following day. Upon detecting Kakashi's suggestion, a D-rank reward was triggered. Task: return home to rest. Reward: Konoha's secret transference technique, the ultimate 1,000-year kill. The next day at the Uchiha Shrine, Sasuke, where is this? Kaguya, following behind Sasuke, curiously inquired as she gazed at the solemn architecture steeped in historical significance. This is the Uchiha family shrine, Sasuke replied casually, taking a few steps toward the legendary tatami, activating a mechanism. With a look of astonishment, Kaguya descended into the basement. Sasuke's family shrine? Why are we here? Kaguya blushed slightly, her gaze darting away from Sasuke as she observed the empty basement, save for a solitary stone tablet. Shrine? Just the two of us? Could it be a Sasuke? Isn't this a bit too fast? Aren't you competing today? The precocious Kaguya instantly associated their visit with marriage and parental introductions, her voice barely above a whisper. Such matters seemed a touch premature for her. Kaguya, you should stay hidden here and not venture out. Regardless of what transpires or what you hear outside, pay no mind. Wait for me to return. Sasuke, with his mind preoccupied, reiterated his instructions after setting down the prepared food. Although having Kaguya accompany him to the Chunin exam would provide a safety net, allowing for timely healing, Sasuke had no intention of doing so. With his strength, he could ensure his own safety, but Kaguya was not so fortunate. If any melodramatic scenarios unfolded, it could lead to disastrous consequences. After all, Orochimaru possessed an innate charm for temptation. Upon hearing Sasuke's unrelated admonition, Kaguya found herself momentarily bewildered. In any case, it is settled. This place is utterly secure. Looking at the adorable Kaguya, Sasuke couldn't resist tapping her forehead, offering a gentle smile before departing. This was a place even Shinra Tensei could not destroy. Beyond this, Sasuke could think of nowhere else that would provide him with such peace of mind. What events would unfold today? After Sasuke vanished for a while, Kaguya finally came to her senses, murmuring softly. She touched her forehead, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing with worry, to the Chunin exam venue, when Sasuke arrived. The place was already teeming with people, every seat occupied. The grand hall buzzed with excitement, as lords from various nations, merchants, wandering ninjas, and the citizens of Konoha gathered in anticipation of the rare and thrilling battles. Simultaneously, many were placing bets, eager to make a profit. Sasuke, why are you alone? Isn't that idiot Naruto with you? As Sasuke entered the expansive arena, Shikamaru lazily inquired. That fool. Who knows? Sasuke shrugged indifferently, casting a complex glance towards the third Hokage's direction. After today, their next meeting would be through the reanimation jutsu. For Sasuke, there was a profound sense of witnessing the transition of eras, regardless of whether the third Hokage was a schemer or a benevolent figure. He would sacrifice himself to conclude everything. This was also the will of fire he upheld, transforming himself into nourishment for the new generation's revitalization. Therefore, Sasuke had no right nor desire to intervene. Whether it was his Uchiha identity, the need for the third Hokage to weaken Orochimaru, or to pave the way for Tsunade, as well as his own interests, all these were valid reasons for the third Hokage's impending demise. All deeds, both virtuous and vile, would find their final resting place today. Naruto wouldn't dare be late for such an important occasion. Would he? Ino, rarely speaking, jolted Sasuke from his thoughts as he glanced towards the entrance. That idiot, he wouldn't pull off another unexpected entrance. Would he? Just as Sasuke pondered this, Naruto's familiar shout echoed abruptly. As everyone turned to look, they beheld Naruto being unceremoniously thrust into the venue, resembling a dog eating excrement. Sasuke, Shikamaru. Haha, I made it just in time. Sasuke, I've learned an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. You're going to be blown away today. Upon seeing Sasuke again, Naruto sprang up confidently, exuding exuberance, remembering Gamabunta's imposing presence. Naruto wore a boastful grin. Sasuke, you probably won't survive a slap from Gamabunta, right? Idiot. Sasuke spat dismissively, fully aware of Naruto's capabilities, even better than Naruto himself. What are you bragging about? Well, since everyone is here, let us face the audience boldly. Today you are the stars. The newly appointed referee, Nara Shikaku, interrupted, prompting everyone to focus. Only Sasuke gazed at Shikaku's retreating figure with a smirk. Kaze, you've just added another widow to Konoha. Moments later, now, for the first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji, please step forward. After the fervent cheers and attention from the audience, Xianjian turned to the crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke promptly made his way towards the spectator area, leaving Shikamaru stunned, who immediately followed suit. Dinksy trailed closely behind upon witnessing this. "Sasuke, what are you planning to do?" Shikamaru queried, perplexed as he reached Sakura and Ino's side. "Or money," Sasuke replied tersely, handing his backpack to Sakura. "Sakura, Ino, there are approximately 200,000 Ryo in here. Place bets on Naruto winning across several platforms, quickly." As the others looked on in shock, Sasuke leaned in closer to the two girls, urging them in a hushed tone. "Betting on Naruto to win? No way. Sasuke, aren't you worried that Naruto might lose the match?" In an instant, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, and Dinksy voiced their doubts. "If that fool actually loses, then I'm the one who placed the bet. And I'll have him pay me back." Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he made an astonishing remark, leaving the four speechless as, "Oh, you're betting on Naruto," ensuring no loss either way. Meanwhile, Naruto was blissfully unaware that Sasuke was planning to profit from him. Confidently gazing at Neji, "Your Byakugan and Gentle Fist have already been deciphered during my battles with Hinata. As long as I maintain my distance and attack from afar, the Gentle Fist poses no significant threat." From several meters away, Naruto boasted, completely dismissing Neji's capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, Neji had mercilessly decimated Inuzuka Kiba, leading Naruto to underestimate Neji's true strength, thinking he was only on par with Hinata. "Oh, not compare me to that trash. Today, I will demonstrate the true might of the Hyuga's Gentle Fist." Neji's expression darkened with fury upon hearing Naruto liken him to Hinata. Veins bulged around his Byakugan, and he stood poised, ready to unleash his Gentle Fist techniques. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. In response, Naruto quickly formed seals and shouted, producing over 50 Shadow Clones with a resounding bang. The electrifying scene sent the audience into a frenzy. "On my mark," Naruto commanded, gesturing grandly as dozens of Shadow Clones simultaneously drew kunai and launched them at Neji. The barrage of kunai transformed into a widespread assault, targeting Neji from all angles. "Boring," Neji scoffed, effortlessly tracking the trajectory of every kunai with his 359-degree Byakugan vision, swiftly evading them. When faced with unavoidable kunai, he knocked them away and surged forward with alarming speed. "This guy is even stronger than Hinata." "Everyone, attack together," Naruto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, while simultaneously forming seals. The Shadow Clones immediately sprang into action, initiating a chaotic flurry of punches. Such an offensive could easily be dealt with by Hinata, let alone a prodigy like Neji. The sounds of punches breaking through the air echoed as Naruto's fragile clones were swiftly obliterated. Just as Neji seemed poised to break through the onslaught, Naruto completed his hand seals. "Wind release. Great breakthrough," Naruto shouted once more, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. This time, the strength of the wind release surpassed previous attempts, creating a formidable pressure that temporarily hindered Neji's approach. "Now's my chance." The remaining Shadow Clones shouted as they launched kunai from all directions, again targeting Neji. The rapid succession of attacks left the audience in awe, their eyes filled with anticipation. Yet despite the seemingly unavoidable assault, Neji's expression remained cold and unfazed, in the blink of an eye. Under the astonished gazes of Hinata and Hayashi, Neji's chakra erupted, and his body spun rapidly. Blue chakra enveloped him, forming an impenetrable defense, returning heaven. Has the branch family already surpassed the main family? Hayashi gasped, astonished at the familiar Gentle Fist secret technique. "Neji, brother." Hinata trembled beside him, feeling increasingly inferior in comparison to the genius Neji. She undeniably felt like the trash he had described. "What?" Down below, Naruto was taken aback as Neji's returning heaven shattered all his Shadow Clones. "How is he so much stronger than Hinata?" "You have entered my Bagua domain. This ends here, Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Amidst his shock, Naruto attempted to form seals, but Neji's confidence shone through as he unleashed his attack. With chakra-infused palms, Neji struck Naruto's chest, instantly disrupting Naruto's chakra flow and extinguishing his jutsu. But that was not the end. A relentless barrage of strikes followed. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Like a tempest, Niji's gentle fist rained down upon Naruto, 64 palms. In the face of disbelief from Naruto, Hayashi, and Hinata, the final onslaught descended mercilessly. With a resounding crash, Naruto was sent flying from the last strike. You are forever destined to be at the bottom. That is an unchangeable fact. Your fate is to be defeated by me. You are now sealed at every point. Even if you unleash that previous power, it will not alter this outcome. Niji coldly reprimanded Naruto, his expression unwavering. As he unleashed his most potent assault, he had not forgotten the overwhelming force Naruto had exhibited when he activated his Cursed Seal. Although Curse Seal Naruto may not rival the strength of the Fifth Gate Lee, he certainly possessed the power of at least the Third Gate Lee, without the severe aftereffects and time constraints. To conserve strength for the final victory, Niji had no choice but to act decisively. Humph, do not underestimate me. Fate? I do not believe in such things. I will surpass Sasuke and become Hokage. There is no way I can lose here. Shaking with determination, Naruto rose once more, his face resolute as he formed seals with his hands. That's futile. No matter how much you boast, you cannot gather chakra. Becoming Hokage is a destiny only those who bear the burden can achieve. You, the perennial underdog, will never claim that title. It is time to announce the results. Niji sneered dismissively, turning to urge Shinjin to conclude the match. Naruto, you cannot lose to that arrogant guy, Sakura shouted, sensing the dire situation. Naruto, if you lose this match, you'll be facing a debt of 200,000 Ryo. Do not give up, Ino echoed, causing Naruto's expression to shift. 200,000? Why would losing the match incur such a debt? No matter. This is not the time for such thoughts, stupid fox. Lend me your chakra. As he caught the referee's questioning gaze, Naruto felt a rush of urgency. Activating the landlord's superpower, he transferred the risk. In the next moment, the chakra of the Nine Tails erupted from within Naruto, a menacing aura swirling around him. The crimson chakra surged visibly, breaking through all the blocked chakra points that no, this cannot be. How can you possess such powerful chakra? This energy is unlike anything before. What kind of monster are you? Niji stared in shock, his Byakugan straining to comprehend the spectacle before him. Monster? I am no monster. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a shinobi of Konoha. Naruto roared, empowered by the Nine Tails chakra, his form blurring as he appeared before Niji in an instant. With a mighty swing, he delivered a fierce punch towards Niji, who hastily attempted to block with returning heaven. This time, bolstered by his formidable chakra, Naruto withstood the collision with returning heaven. The resulting shockwave swept through the arena, enveloping it in clouds of dust. It is over, Sasuke remarked with a nostalgic sigh as he witnessed this familiar scene. So, Sasuke, did your 200,000 Ryo just go down the drain? Shikamaru quipped, glancing at the fallen Naruto as the dust settled. Sasuke remained unfazed, his wealth seemingly unshaken by the loss. As for seeking repayment from Naruto, Shikamaru figured that was merely a jest, not to be taken seriously. No, it was Naruto who emerged victorious, Sasuke declared with a slight smirk, deducing the outcome amidst Shikamaru's astonished expression. This revelation caused Shikamaru's countenance to shift as he immediately turned to look back. At that very moment, Naruto surged forth, delivering a punch that shattered the earth and defeated Niji. The underdog triumphs over the genius. Niji, who was rendered incapable of further combat, finally succumbed, and the two began their long-overdue exchange of banter. This elicited a secretive shake of the head from Sasuke. What a farce. The underdog defeating a genius. Yet in the end, it was the true genius who utilized his advantages to overpower the false one. In this era, any talent pales in comparison to him and Naruto. 4 years of scaling the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Did they truly believe this was a jest? Yet, it seems such destiny could only endure until Boruto's saga. But for now, destiny? He is destiny incarnate. Shikamaru, it's your turn, CHG reminded through a mouthful of potato chips, his gaze conveying more than mere words could express. Their mutual understanding had long transcended the need for formality. It's truly troublesome that everyone anticipates Sasuke's battle. Why should I, as a mere supporting character, feel anxious? Shikamaru lamented, glancing at Sasuke, who appeared utterly unmotivated. And so what? Whether protagonist or supporting character, each has their own intrinsic value. Shikamaru, if you view yourself as a mere side character, then fulfill that role competently. Aid the protagonist in overcoming obstacles. This. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Shikamaru, aware of the underlying implications, for he had high hopes for this fellow. After all, he was to become his trusted strategist in the future. How could he afford to be so lax? Those mundane documents and files were meant to be entrusted entirely to Shikamaru. Who decided that supporting characters should always alleviate the protagonist's burdens? Shouldn't it be the other way around, with the protagonist safeguarding the supporting character for an easy victory? Shikamaru countered, seemingly seeing through Sasuke's intentions as he waved his hand dismissively, albeit uncertain of Sasuke's true motives. Yet he sensed that some troublesome matter awaited him. Daha. Who knows? Sasuke replied nonchalantly, though he was aware that once Shikamaru entered the fray, the Chunin exams were as good as secured. So, hurry and get down there, Shikamaru. Without warning, Naruto appeared and kicked Shikamaru, sending him tumbling. Hey Sasuke, I've already won my match. Now it's up to you to defeat that sand ninja. If you get eliminated before me, you won't witness my newly learned techniques, Naruto proclaimed, casually resting a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, exuding an air of boastful pride. Naruto, you've grown stronger. Perhaps you are the one who will defeat him, Sasuke asserted seriously, causing Naruto to momentarily freeze in surprise. Sasuke has acknowledged my strength so quickly? But that guy is a formidable opponent even the proud one couldn't conquer. While I appreciate your sentiment, Sasuke, I still wish to face you in the finals. Naruto's playful demeanor suddenly shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, CHG beside them felt the pressure mount, rapidly chewing through his chips. Although he had been fortunate enough to have a bye, he remained oblivious to who his opponent would be. If it were Sasuke or Naruto, he would feel secure, yet the prospect of facing the Sand siblings was fraught with uncertainty. This thought compelled CHG to devour his snacks even more voraciously to quell his nerves. Tamari? On the sidelines, Shikamaru, hidden behind a tree, was confronted by Tamari, who unleashed a whirlwind of fierce wind blades with a furious shout. In an instant, a barrage of razor-sharp gusts erupted, sweeping through the trees, maiming and severing countless trunks. What a nuisance! I never anticipated this woman to be so formidable. Though I don't care much for the title of Chunin, losing to a woman would be too humiliating. Shikamaru sighed in resignation as he observed the terrifying wind blades was past him. Quickly surveying his surroundings for strategy, he swiftly removed his jacket to create an artificial shadow. The next moment, his shadow lunged like a serpent, aiming directly for Tamari's feet, forcing her to evade. Just as she believed she had reached the limits of Shikamaru's abilities, his artificial shadow emerged just in time. The shadow coiled and extended like an invigorated serpent, eliciting beads of sweat from her brow. Humph, is this your limit? If so, then this ends here. Tamari narrowly dodged Shikamaru's second attack, and with a mocking grin, she began to weave hand seals. Yet, in that instant, her body suddenly stiffened, her hands separating uncontrollably. Nanny? Shock washed over Tamari's face as she realized her body was no longer under her control. How could this happen? I clearly evaded the shadow's maximum range. Look behind you. At that moment, Shikamaru reappeared, explaining how he had used his shadow to divert her attention while launching a surprise attack through the hole Naruto had created. The audience was astounded by this display of strategic finesse. Just as everyone believed Shikamaru would claim victory, he unexpectedly chose to surrender. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Damn it! Why would Shikamaru forfeit when he was so close to winning? Naruto exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. Naruto, it is premature to draw conclusions, Sasuke remarked with a knowing smile. Shikamaru had indeed struck gold. Not only had he earned his Chunin status, but he had also garnered the favor of the Sans Tamari. If he remained uninvolved years down the line, he would undoubtedly secure a beautiful partner. A double victory. No, I must teach that guy a lesson, Naruto declared, ignorant of these intricate layers, and leaped over the railing into the arena. Now it's our turn, Sasuke urged Gaara, his gaze shifting in anticipation. The likes of Orochimaru and his allies must be itching to make their move. I'll wait for you down there, Gaara responded, ready to spring into action. As Sasuke leaped into the arena, he wore a slight smile, his chakra surging beneath him. Sasuke Uchiha. Finally, the moment had arrived. He had come for the Uchiha name, and he was determined to see if this descendant of the Uchiha could live up to the legends. Indeed, I have wagered everything on his victory, as so have I. May the heavens ensure he does not falter. The audience buzzed with excitement as the two descended, the atmosphere electric. Such fervor left Sakura and Ino in awe, pride swelling within them. "Let me witness how you defeat him, Sasuke," Lee exclaimed, invigorated by Sasuke's composed demeanor, showing no signs of his previous injuries. After a month of treatment in Konoha, Lee had nearly fully recovered, only temporarily unable to utilize his 8 gates technique without causing further damage. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninja spies led by Kabuto remained tense, awaiting orders to unleash their Jinjutsu. Outside the village, the Sand Forces appear to receive their commands, preparing for a large-scale summoning technique. The calm before the storm had officially descended. Last, the highly anticipated battle of the Uchiha youth commenced, leaving everyone to wonder if his strength would meet their expectations. In the stands, the disguised Orochimaru, feigning as the Kazekage, regarded Sasuke with eager anticipation. Lord Kazekage, you are too gracious. That young man from the sand is impressive as well." The third Hokage observed with a glimmer of suspicion, aware that both Orochimaru and the specter of death lingered, foreseeing that this Chunin exam might not unfold without incident. Uncertain, one wonders what role the esteemed Kazekage will play in this scenario. Although Gaara is commendable, facing the esteemed Hokage of the Uchiha clan from Konoha is an overwhelming challenge. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Orochimaru, masquerading as the Kazekage, once again feigned a smile, his gaze intensely fixated on Sasuke, whose eyes sparkled with determination. The prior performance of Naruto, wielding the Nine Tails Chakra, was merely noteworthy. He has encountered such power before. Thus, one ponders the current prowess of Sasuke on the sidelines. Uchiha Sasuke and Shikaku's Gaara prepared for combat. Now, let the match commence. As Genkin listened to the fervent cheers surrounding him, he abruptly raised his hand to announce the beginning of the duel. In a flash, as Genkin vanished from sight, Sasuke's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve, creating distance between himself and his opponent. "Kik, mother, you shall soon savor the delight of fresh blood." Gaara's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty fervor, and he began to tremble with excitement. A whirlwind of sand erupted from his gourd, encircling him. There was no need for tedious probing. Today, I shall make all present aware of what it means to be Uchiha. With a swift motion, Sasuke mimicked a signature move of Lee S., his voice low and commanding. "This is the final battle to assess Chunin. It must be spectacular, with this foundation and subsequent performance. It should suffice." As Sasuke spoke, his lightning-infused chakra rapidly stimulated his cellular activity, enhancing his speed. With the dual chakra infusion, his chakra ratio surpassed his previous self. Naturally, his speed and physical strength were incomparable. Sand binding coffin. Witnessing Sasuke's audacity, Gaara wasted no words and immediately initiated his ninjutsu assault. In an instant, a colossal hand of sand surged toward Sasuke. "Here it comes," Sasuke responded with a cold chuckle, his feet pivoting as he vanished in a blur. In the next heartbeat, he appeared before Gaara. Leaving the audience in sheer disbelief, lightning struck. Gaara's sand defense swiftly rose to intercept Sasuke. Yet at that moment, Sasuke's speed equaled that of the open gate Lee. Gaara's sand could not keep pace. Sasuke deftly maneuvered around the sandy barrier, positioning himself within its confines. Leaf Great Whirlwind, under Gaara's astonished gaze. Sasuke delivered a ferocious kick to his face. The force propelled Gaara backward, causing all his sand to cascade to the ground. To the spectators, it seemed as though a mere afterimage of Gaara had been sent flying. This exhilarating spectacle ignited the atmosphere, with gasps of awe echoing throughout. This the Uchiha. Truly remarkable. As expected from a prestigious lineage, I knew my wager was astute. The weak Suna ninja is utterly unworthy to contend with the Uchiha. Indeed, I had heard whispers of this individual undertaking A-rank missions, but to stake everything on such a shocking upset. How disappointing! Has it concluded so swiftly? The Uchiha is formidable, yet the opponent is too feeble for it to be worthwhile. Indeed, this battle has failed to showcase an exhilarating clash. In the audience, shouts of frustration erupted as Gaara was sent sprawling. Meanwhile, Lee was left speechless. Sasuke had achieved in a month what had taken him years of toil to attain in terms of speed. It was simply unfathomable. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Sasuke. Lee's expression twisted with bitterness as he gazed at Sasuke, filled with a sense of unyielding rivalry. Such a prodigy is undoubtedly a lifelong opponent worth pursuing. One cannot merely attribute his strength to the Sharingan. Even without it, Sasuke is an undeniable genius. Upon hearing Lee's appraisal of Sasuke, Kakashi furrowed his brow, voicing his dissent. Sasuke's talent cannot solely be attributed to the existence of a Sharingan. Since his graduation from the academy, his growth has been astonishingly apparent. Each rigorous training session yields unexpected surprises. The Sharingan alone cannot facilitate the completion of A to S rank ninjutsu in merely 1 month. Kakashi, upon hearing Kakashi's commendation of his pupil, Guy instinctively prepared to interject. Yet, just as he was about to speak, his expression shifted to one of shock. How can you possibly possess that guy's speed? Impossible. This time, I will eliminate you. Gaara howled with a twisted visage, unleashing a torrent of sand toward Sasuke. However, Sasuke's speed was beyond the reach of such grains. He surged forward, encircling Gaara with astonishing velocity. In less than a breath, the explosive techniques akin to Lee's re-emerged on the battlefield. This scene left both Guy and Lee in utter astonishment. Could it be that what Lee had failed to execute previously? Sasuke would now endeavor to attempt I shall strip away your sand armor entirely. Sasuke cast a confident smile at Gaara, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson, enhancing his perceptive abilities. Ha! Too bad I've already discerned the flaw in your technique. Gaara, recalling his previous thrashing, erupted in madness. With a clap of his hands, all the sand hastily flowed back to envelop him in defense. 2 slow .8 gates. Open. Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he concentrated, for his performance had not yet concluded. With that, as he broke through the first gate, the restrictions on his brain were lifted, unleashing a surge of speed and power at 100%. Stimulated by the active cells, his physical speed surged to an unprecedented level. In a flash, Sasuke appeared beside Gaara, launching him into the air. Even with the sand's urgent defense, it could not match Sasuke's speed. With rapid, powerful strikes, Sasuke relentlessly assaulted Gaara, sending him soaring through the air amidst a whirlwind of fury. Not again. No. How could I be struck down by the same technique twice? Gaara's heart raced in terror as he beheld Sasuke, who appeared before him as if in a blink, unperturbed by Gaara's shock. Sasuke wore an enigmatic smile as he unleashed a devastating kick. With a resounding thud, Gaara felt a crushing blow atop his head. As he bore the agony, his form plummeted rapidly. Yet in that split second, Sasuke seized the opportunity, propelling him back into the air once more. That a relentless barrage of high-speed strikes ensued, igniting the crowd, though it did not reach the sonic boom level of Lee's attacks. Each blow landed with unyielding force. In an instant, the iconic scene of Lee was vividly reenacted. How could he possess Lee's speed when opening the 3rd gate? Though not as exaggerated as Lee's 4th gate. Sasuke's utilization of the Sharingan for timely reactions and coordination allowed him to replicate his previous assaults. Sasuke had truly pushed taijutsu, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan to their utmost limits, as he witnessed the striking resemblance to the preliminaries. Guy was left astounded. However, relying solely on taijutsu would not secure victory against Gaara, especially since Sasuke could not unleash the Rinnegan. Why would Sasuke endeavor to expend so much energy on such attacks? Upon hearing his teacher's admiration, Lee was both thrilled and skeptical. Perhaps it is for the final blow. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with insight, causing both Guy and Lee to change their expressions dramatically. The final blow. Sasuke is so cool, absolutely magnificent. Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino were oblivious to the rest, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they cheered loudly. Although Lee's taijutsu had been astonishing, there was no comparison to Sasuke's breathtaking display. Especially with Sasuke adorned in a sleek black ensemble, his coolness was off the charts. Thus, Not only were they captivated, but the audience comprised of other spectators and ninjas was equally thrilled. This spectacular duel was worth every penny. However, while some reveled, others despaired. In the waiting area, Naruto stood in stunned silence. Damn it, Sasuke has learned the techniques of that browed guy. How could he possibly be so formidable? Gazing upon what appeared to be a replica of Little Lee, Sasuke, Naruto clutched the railing tightly, unwilling to accept the situation as he shouted in frustration. The momentary superiority he felt from mastering the summoning technique dissipated entirely, leaving only a profound sense of loss and jealousy at the distance Sasuke had put between them. This guy, who was worried just moments ago about Sasuke's ability to win, he was torn between concern for Sasuke's safety and the resentment of being surpassed by him. Truly a conundrum. Beside him, Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at the agitated Naruto, muttering his grievances. Yet beneath that a flicker of empathy stirred within him. As a fellow peer, he too felt the stark gap between himself and Sasuke. Bang! As the crowd fervently focused their attention on the loud exclamations, Sasuke once again delivered a powerful kick that sent Gaara soaring into the air. With a swift whoosh, he appeared behind him. This could it be? Gaara, whose body was tattered and torn, narrowed his eyes, his features contorting into a grotesque snarl. Lightning release. Thunder Snake. Sasuke paid no heed to Gaara's astonishment. The completed lightning technique instantly transformed into electric ropes, ensnaring his body. In the next moment, the paralyzed Gaara was yanked into a rapid spiral descent. Boom! With a resounding crash, the tranquil arena was abruptly transformed into a massive crater. Sasuke, however, managed to retreat several dozen meters just before making contact with the ground. Phew, that should suffice, he said, slightly out of breath, yet maintaining his composure as he surveyed the dust-laden pit at the center. That moment, he closed the door on his technique to alleviate his physical burden. For now, it was no longer necessary. Haha. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, how amusing, truly amusing. You have once again allowed me to experience this sensation. I shall end your life. Your blood will undoubtedly be exquisite. Just then, as the dust settled, Gaara's frenzied roar echoed through the arena. Sasuke focused intently, witnessing the cracks in Gaara's sand armor shatter into grains of sand. Feel the dread. Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara's bloodthirsty gaze ignited with murderous intent as he bellowed once more, his hands forming seals as the surrounding sand rapidly surged to envelop him. Simultaneously, as sand materialized at high speed, its fierce gaze fixated on Sasuke. I see it coming. Sasuke remained unperturbed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. If Gaara wished to thwart him, he could certainly unleash his power once more. However, he could not afford to do so. If Gaara were truly pushed to unleash Shikaku in desperation, Sakura, Ino, and others would be in grave peril. Thus, this time, he aimed to injure Gaara and shift the battlefield. What a perfectly still target. It would be a disservice not to take a shot. Gaara, Sasuke mused as he eyed the firmly entrenched sandball. With a playful glimmer in his eyes, he retreated to the top of the wall. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Sasuke's expression hardened as he formed hand seals. In the next instant, as he completed the seals, a surge of lightning flickered in his right hand, with countless arcs of electricity coalescing in his palm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Almost as if the moment the ninjutsu was formed, the sound of 1,000 birds echoed throughout the venue. This stunning display left everyone momentarily speechless. While the ordinary spectators marveled at the breathtaking effects of the technique, the true ninjas regarded Sasuke's Chidori with incredulity. It was astonishingly magnificent, manifesting chakra to a visible extent. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Ino gazed at the dashing Sasuke, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she experienced her first genuine flutter of excitement. Were those chirping sounds? Sakura, having witnessed Sasuke's Rasengan, inquired again in awe. That is the unique rhythm of the lightning chakra colliding during its explosion, akin to 1,000 birds singing. Thus, the name of this ninjutsu. Chidori, also known as Raikiri, the exclusive creation of the copy ninja Kakashi. Might Guy, recognizing the familiar Chidori, eagerly provided the answer, leaving both Sakura and Ino astonished. But why does a ninjutsu have two names? Ino asked, her head tilted in confusion. Because Kakashi once used Chidori to sever lightning. Hence it is also called Raikiri. However, Raikiri is simply a more advanced form of Chidori. Only when Chidori is employed to cut through lightning can it be deemed Raikiri. Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu, while Raikiri is an S-rank technique. Might Guy elaborated, leaving Sakura and Ino thoroughly amazed. Sever lightning? How is that even possible? That ninjutsu is utterly infuriating. Kakashi-sensei, how could you impart such a formidable technique to Sasuke? Naruto fumed, his frustration boiling over in the waiting area. Those two stunning techniques, both bestowed upon Sasuke. Unforgivable. If he weren't so intent on not missing this crucial moment, he would have already lost his composure. Gulp. Not far from Naruto, Temari discreetly swallowed hard, her expression tense with anxiety. This was not due to Sasuke, but rather because of Garadai in this state. It was evident that Gaara was poised to unleash Shikaku. Whether it was due to a shift in plans or a fear of Shikaku, she could not maintain her calm that, of course, her companion, Kankuro, felt the same unease. Meanwhile, Sasuke paid no mind to the thoughts of others. As Chidori took form, he sprang into action. Chidori was, after all, a cutting technique executed through a thrust, stimulated by the lightning chakra. Sasuke surged forth almost in the blink of an eye, with the insight granted by his Sharingan. Gaara's defenses appeared as mere illusions. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious crowd, the razor-sharp Chidori erupted with a piercing cry, plunging forcefully into the sand-balled, "Blood! It's my blood! I'm bleeding!" "Mom!" Suddenly, Gaara's terrified scream pierced the air from within the sandball. Without hesitation, Sasuke swiftly withdrew, creating distance and denying Shikaku the chance to strike. That S. Kakashi S. On the spectator stands, the third Hokage sat up abruptly, his face a mask of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Kakashi would so swiftly impart this technique to Sasuke. Beside him, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, narrowed his eyes, satisfaction gleaming in his gaze as he regarded Sasuke. The current Sasuke was a far cry from the one he had seen a month prior. His rate of growth was surpassing that of Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, truly worthy of being the vessel I have chosen. This prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan. Thus, your performance shall conclude here. Orochimaru thought to himself, fully acknowledging Sasuke's potential. Simultaneously, just as the task was completed, a reward was granted. The summoning technique did I in that instant. Sasuke felt as though he had forged a pact with the Dragon Cave. Moreover, his proficiency and experience regarding the summoning technique melded seamlessly in an instant that it could be said that as long as his chakra was sufficient, he could summon the Great Serpent right now. The summoning heritage of the Dragon Cave, it seemed there was no need to worry about seeking out a place to learn sage arts. Sasuke felt a surge of joy. This was indeed the most powerful reward he could utilize in the Boruto storyline. The sage arts of the Dragon Cave were no less formidable than those of Mount Myaboku. Jinjutsu, Nirvana technique. While Sasuke reveled in his triumph, the Sound Ninja, led by Kabuto, simultaneously initiated their illusionary technique. In an instant, countless white feathers descended from the heavens, as an A-rank hypnotic Jinjutsu enveloped the entire arena. Here it comes. Upon perceiving the white feather, Sasuke's Sharingan sharpened, unleashing a surge of ocular power that instantly dispelled the illusion. The illusion faded. Sasuke raised his gaze and witnessed a signal erupting from Orochimaru's position, indicating the third Hokage's ascent to the rooftop. The battle commenced. Almost simultaneously with Sasuke's dispelling of the Jinjutsu, Temari and Kankuro surged forward, targeting the injured girl. To the outskirts of Konoha, a pre-prepared summoning technique was activated, prompting over a dozen sand shinobi to swiftly form hand seals and proclaim their incantations. With a resounding boom, an exaggeratedly large brown, three-headed serpent emerged, effortlessly crashing through the Konoha walls, creating a gaping breach. "Quickly, the operation begins," roared the leading Jonin, charging headlong into Konoha to initiate the invasion. That on the rooftop, the four sound shinobi, freed from their restraints, rapidly took their positions at the corners, simultaneously activating the barrier. In the blink of an eye, 4 violet light screens arose, intertwining to form a violet cube, isolating the expansive rooftop within a barrier of purple flames. A Konoha Umbu, caught off guard by the sudden barrier, suffered severe burns, his fate uncertain. Below, Gaara, ignoring Temari and Kankuro's pleas, glared fiercely at Sasuke, murderous intent radiating from him as he clutched his arm. "Calm down, Gaara," came a swift admonition from Maki, who appeared beside him in a flash, determined to prevent Gaara from further jeopardizing their plans. Just then, the referee, Genma, materialized before Sasuke. "Examiner, is the Sand Village declaring war? It seems my Chunin exam is drawing to a close. Next, I must thwart the invaders and protect my comrades." Without waiting for Genma to speak, Sasuke stood resolutely, fixing his icy gaze on the opposition. This was a pivotal moment for his promotion to Chunin. He needed to demonstrate both responsibility and strength. "My apologies, Sasuke, but the situation is as it stands." Genma acknowledged Sasuke's swift transition into combat readiness with a nod of appreciation. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary dialogue. "You take Gaara and retreat. I will hold them off. Hurry and ensure his recovery. He is our trump card in the Sand Village." Sasuke's fierce demeanor prompted a change in Maki's expression, who urged them onwards. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances before swiftly escorting Gaara away. "A plan? A trump card?" Genma's expression grew solemn as he processed the implications of their conversation. "Sasuke, your prowess is comparable to a Chunin, even a special Jonin. I will engage this enemy. You must stop that sand shinobi named Gaara. Remember, this is warfare, not an exam. Not pursue the enemy too deeply. Avoid falling into a trap." Genma's decisive orders brought a spark of hope to Sasuke's heart. "Mission acknowledged," Sasuke replied promptly, the system's reward triggering within him. Task: obey the instructions. Reward: body flicker technique. With the newfound reward, Sasuke swiftly mastered the body flicker technique, a remarkable version tailored by Genma, embodying years of accumulated experience and skill. In an instant, he channeled Chakra into the ground, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he was airborne, leaping from the high walls of the venue, pursuing his target. Body flicker technique. I had underestimated this individual's strength. But then again, Sasuke is indeed the brother of that remarkable person. Genma marveled as he observed Sasuke's rapid departure, his concerns momentarily alleviated. Letting him escape? Then I shall eliminate you first, and then pursue him. Maki's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she silently prayed for Gaara to awaken Shikaku. In the audience, Kakashi's brow furrowed with worry upon witnessing Sasuke's solitary pursuit of Gaara. The chakra emanating from Gaara felt decidedly unusual. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi eliminated an enemy before slicing his finger to perform the summoning. Underneath Sakura's astonished gaze, the ninja dog Pakin made his grand entrance. Sakura accompanied Pakin to awaken Naruto, then bring him to collaborate with Sasuke. This is an A-rank mission, a significant task since the Land of Waves. He should be quite excited, Kakashi instructed, prompting a thoughtful reaction from Might Guy nearby. The route to the waiting area may not be secure, although Lee cannot utilize the 8 gates at the moment. He can still provide protection. Take him along, Sakura. Guy swiftly appeared beside Lee, dispelling his illusion while directing his words to Sakura. Understood, Guy-sensei. I will protect you with my life, Sakura. Lee exclaimed, his chest puffed with excitement as he awoke to the great responsibility of safeguarding his goddess. In the waiting area, Shikamaru lamented that Sasuke has actually gone after them. This is problematic. There are 3 enemies. Despite my reluctance to get involved, how can I abandon a comrade? With a resolute sigh, he approached Naruto and Choji, who were sound asleep. Reluctantly, Shikamaru dispelled their illusions, awakening them. Follow me. We can discuss everything else on the way. As Naruto and Choji appeared bewildered, Shikamaru interrupted their queries and led them away. Naruto and Choji exchanged confused glances, hastily following him. Shikamaru, are you being polite? Suddenly, Pakin halted mid-stride, sensing something amiss. What is it? An enemy? Sakura asked, her vigilance heightened, while Lee scanned their surroundings warily. They had just eliminated a Chunin enemy together. No, it's Naruto. He on the move, pursuing Sasuke. Pakin sniffed the air cautiously, confirming the familiar sense of Team 7. Moving. So Naruto has dispelled the illusion. Wait, he asks with Shikamaru and Choji. I recall Shikamaru can also dispel illusions. Sakura exclaimed, a wave of realization washing over her. Shikamaru and Choji, there are indeed two distinct presences beside Naruto. Quickly, follow me, Pakin urged, raising his paw to scratch his head thoughtfully before redirecting their path. Sakura and Lee hastily followed suit. On the rooftop, amidst the violet flames, the third Hokage confronted Orochimaru. Kazekage, are you truly prepared to tear apart the treaty and betray Konoha? If you withdraw now, there may still be a chance for negotiation. The third gazed unwaveringly at the kunai poised at his throat, exuding calmness as he sought a peaceful resolution. That ha ha ha. Even now, you cling to such naivety. The so-called peace treaty is merely a smokescreen. From this moment forward, history shall take a new turn. You really are becoming senile, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru revealed his true intentions, shedding his facade to unveil his sinister visage, causing the third's expression to darken. Did you not expect my involvement? This is a united front between the sand and me. Orochimaru mocked, his eyes gleaming with malice. Are you surprised, Sarutobi-sensei? How do you find this welcoming gift? I call it the Konoha collapse plan. If not for Sasuke disrupting Gaara's technique, you would have witnessed something truly entertaining. Orochimaru lamented, disappointment evident as he realized the unforeseen complication. He had not anticipated Sasuke's capability to injure Gaara. Interesting events? It seems Sasuke inadvertently saved everyone present. The third concluded, piecing together Orochimaru's intentions. Your objective was always Konoha and Sasuke, wasn't it? Naruto was merely bait to divert our attention. The third's pupils contracted as he deduced the truth, launching one final probe. Ha ha ha! You grasped the situation too late, Sarutobi-sensei. That is why I urge you to hasten your selection for the fifth Hokage, for today marks the day of your demise, Orochimaru declared bluntly, swiftly retreating to distance himself. Clearly, you understand that you cannot kill me. Now, allow me to rectify the past mistakes I've made. Orochimaru, having regained his freedom, bore a cold and fierce gaze, the chakra belonging to the shadow looming heavily in the air. Poised for release. Outside the venue, in a certain forest, damn that guy. I must kill that guy. Gaara, supported by Kankuro, cried out menacingly, causing the siblings nearby to feel a shiver of dread. I in this state, would he suddenly erupt? How perilous. Want to kill me? Then don't run. Abruptly, Sasuke's voice rang out beside the three. This caused Kankuro and Temari to change countenance, halting their steps immediately. The next moment, with a whoosh, Sasuke appeared before them, blocking their path. I'll hold him off. Temari, narrowing her eyes at Sasuke, stepped forward to urge Gaara behind her. Get out of the way, Temari. With the target in sight, Gaara had no mind for any mission. Gaara! Kankuro hastily called out to stop him, but this only fueled Gaara's fury that he raised his hand, ready to unleash a sand attack on Sasuke. Just as Kankuro and Temari were a loss. A smirk graced Sasuke's lips. The chakra surged, awakening cellular activity with a speed akin to Lee unburdening himself of weights. With a resounding thud, a blur flashed, and Gaara was sent flying, crashing into a tree. Blood spewing forth. The wound previously inflicted by Chidori reopened, blood gushing uncontrollably. You really never listen, do you? Unlike me, Gaara enjoys heeding advice. Sasuke taunted Gaara, whose expression had drastically shifted, causing Kankuro and Temari to pale in fear once more. Is he really provoking Gaara? Isn't he afraid of an explosion here? Quickly, take Gaara away. Without hesitation, Temari waved her iron fan and commanded urgently for the two to retreat. That will wait for you ahead. Kankuro clenched his teeth, resolutely turning to lead the volatile Gaara away swiftly on the battlefield. It was no time for familial entanglements. If you don't want to die, it's best to abandon the pursuit of me. Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke was not relentlessly pursuing them, Temari warned, her expression easing. This was not due to any feelings for Sasuke, but rather a fear that Gaara's outburst might lead to Shikaku's rampage against the handsome Sasuke. It was about buying time for Gaara to recover from his injuries. Given Sasuke's strength, she knew she could not hold him off for long. Detecting Temari's malicious intent triggered a double rank reward. Task: continue pursuit. Reward: zero point 0.1 Chakra out on the other side. Simultaneously with Temari's words, Sasuke received a system notification. Apologies, but I have no time to indulge in your little ninja games. Sasuke, observing the anxious Temari, chuckled lightly, his form transforming into a blur as he vanished from sight. Where did he go? Above or below? Temari gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she searched frantically, just as she thought Sasuke had bypassed her to continue the chase. He suddenly appeared before her. His crimson Sharingan bore down on her, causing her breath to hitch. Jinja, Naruto's vision, in that fleeting moment of daze, Sasuke completed the hand seals for the illusion. Instantly, Temari's eyes widened in horror as Shikaku's terrifying visage materialized before her. Wah! Startled, she emitted a soft whimper, curling up and trembling like a frightened animal. Her legs weakened. Unable to support her, she fell from the tree. Is Shikaku really that horrifying? Watching Temari incapacitated by direct Jinjutsu, Sasuke curled his lip and swiftly caught her, placing her beneath the bushes. Without a second thought, he continued his pursuit. Task completed. Reward: 0.1 Chakra. Temari, is this what you call listening to advice? Shikamaru, are you even capable? At this rate, by the time we catch up to Sasuke, the fight might already be over. Watching Shikamaru engrossed in tracking, Naruto exclaimed in frustration. I'm not particularly adept at tracking. Rather than complain, I should help find traces of sand to determine our direction. Shikamaru replied with a furrowed brow, cursing his own impatience and oversight in forgetting to bring along trackers like Ino or Hinata. Just as Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji were focused on their search, Sakura's voice suddenly called out from behind them. Sakura, you guys are here. Turning around in surprise, Naruto exclaimed, his gaze curiously landing on the ninja dog Akin. This is Kakashi-sensei's tracking ninja dog. He issued an A-rank mission for us, Sakura explained succinctly, bringing delight to Naruto and Shikamaru. With the assistance of a ninja dog, the task became significantly simpler. However, with the team now expanded to 6 members, they would need to reorganize their formation. Shikamaru puffed out his chest, feeling a sense of relief as he looked at the bolstered team. This should be less perilous, right? Though ninja beasts were also comrades, the mere encounter had him treated as a child. Let me pat your paws as a reward. It feels good. Seeing Shikamaru engaging so readily, Akin lifted his paw and barked. Enough chit-chat. Now that we have so many people, let us charge in. Eager to see Sasuke, Naruto urged loudly, preparing to prompt Akin to lead the way. Idiot, this is a state of war. Who knows if other enemies will appear? I think Shikamaru is right. Sakura scolded, pointing at Naruto before turning to Shikamaru, awaiting his orders. While she was anxious to find Sasuke, she still possessed the common sense that, in no time to waste. Akin, you take the lead. Naruto, you'll be in the second position for offense that I'll be third for support and adaptability, while Sakura will be behind me, ready to assist as needed. Choji, Lee, you'll pair up at the rear to defend against any potential pursuers. This will be our temporary formation. I'll adjust as circumstances change. Shikamaru recognized the urgency of the situation. Quickly outlining the formation, this kid managed to devise the optimal formation in less than a second based on each person's abilities. This guy is already qualified to be a Chunin leader. Akin mused, nodding discreetly. Though he was a ninja dog, his insights were on par with seasoned ninjas. With a swift motion, Akin confirmed Sasuke's presence and immediately led the way forward. Sasuke, wait for me. Eagerly, Naruto dashed after him, the others following closely in formation. Unbeknownst to them, the sound ninja pursuers had also received information from Kabuto and were closing in. Meanwhile, on the other side, swish, 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 several shuriken suddenly sliced through the air, darkening Kankuro's expression as he quickly shifted positions. Damn it, they caught up so quickly. What happened to Temari? Seeing Sasuke reappear, Kankuro's heart sank, filled with trepidation. To have inflicted severe injuries on Gaara, this adversary was surely formidable. Temari hasn't been. Who knows what might have happened? Sasuke replied with a hint of mockery, his gaze fixed on Gaara. The distance should be safe enough now. Damn it, it seems I'll have to deal with him myself. Gaara, if you still recognize your identity as a Sand Shinobi, then hurry and leave. Don't let my and Temari's sacrifices be in vain. Seeing Sasuke's relaxed demeanor, Kankuro took a deep breath and resolutely spoke. Faced with Sasuke, he acknowledged his slim chances of victory. However, he believed he could delay him for a while. Kankuro. Hearing such seemingly caring words, Gaara's pupils constricted, turmoil brewing within. Memories of Yashimaru surged forth, causing him a splitting headache. Apologies, but your opponent is me. Just as Gaara wrestled with his memories, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Sasuke's path. Shino, I had thought you would not come. Upon seeing the arrival, Sasuke smiled indifferently, displaying no overt surprise. Have you already discovered my insect? Truly, you are the esteemed Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's calm demeanor, Shino felt a jolt of anxiety and sighed in resignation. He had foolishly believed his actions were shrouded in secrecy, only to find otherwise. This was precisely why he could bypass Shikamaru and Naruto to confront Sasuke directly. Sasuke, I shall leave this fellow to you. I must contend with Gaara and finalize our unresolved match. Adjusting his sunglasses, Shino fixed his gaze on Kankuro, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. He would not allow his examination opponent to be handed over to another. Detecting Shino's suggestion triggered a C-rank reward. Task: abandon the battle against Kankuro. Reward: Insect Clone. Upon hearing the reward of Insect Clone, Sasuke's lips twitched. Insect Clone? Without a doubt, it would require nurturing insects before use. Who in their right mind would desire such a thing? I apologize, Shino, but we are currently in a state of war, not an examination. We should prioritize our collaboration against Gaara. I shall take the offensive while you provide cover. In an unusual display of decorum. Sasuke asserted this to avoid having insects within his body, causing Shino's expression to darken. Was there really such a significant difference? Gaara, move quickly. On the opposing side, hearing Sasuke's response, Kankuro's face shifted drastically as he shouted urgently. Just dealing with Sasuke alone was challenging. Facing both of them simultaneously was perilous. However, his urging failed to sway Gaara, igniting the fury within him instead. The agony of betrayal by Yashimaru flooded his mind. Step aside. That individual is mine. Suddenly, Gaara erupted, launching a punch that sent Kankuro flying. Simultaneously, the sand behind Gaara surged forward, enveloping his injured half, and the form of Shikaku, adorned with violet patterns, emerged. Half human, half Shikaku, with claws and a tail. This was the manifestation of Gaara's unique transformation. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, come forth. Do you not intend to stop me? Kill me, or I shall kill you. Only then can we truly demonstrate our worth. The Shikaku-possessed Gaara roared, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with murderous intent directed at Sasuke. What manner of monster is this? For the first time witnessing the power of a tailed beast, Shino exclaimed in a tremor, his earlier composure shattered. Therefore, I assert that we must prioritize eliminating this creature. Unfazed, Sasuke stood resolutely in front of Shino, having long prepared himself mentally for this encounter. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's unwavering bravery as he shielded him, Shino momentarily froze in place. This guy exhibits not a shred of fear, or perhaps, in safeguarding his comrades, he has conquered his trepidation. It's out. That monster has emerged. These two are doomed. Staggering to his feet, Kankuro gasped, his voice quaking as he turned to seek Temari. Regardless of her fate, he needed to evacuate her from this place swiftly. How delightful. Uchiha Sasuke, you truly astonish me. Witnessing you remain unafraid only intensifies my excitement. Indeed, you are a monster. Observing Sasuke's calmness, Gaara's madness surged anew. His voice booming with exhilaration, saliva spilling forth as his countenance twisted in malevolence. Such a horrifying sight sent chills down Shino's spine, his face paling. Monster? I am no such thing. Sasuke scoffed at the claim. Forming hand seals as arcs of electricity danced from his palm, illuminating the surroundings. This is the lightning release technique I employed earlier. Having witnessed Chidori at close range, Shino could not suppress his astonishment. His fear of Gaara dissipating significantly. Shino, obscure his line of sight with your insects. I shall take the lead. Sasuke instructed, his Chidori gleaming fiercely in his hand. I see now. I understand. Shino's body trembled as he comprehended Sasuke's strategy. His resolve reignited. If Sasuke can fight so fiercely as his companion, he could not simply stand by trembling. Are we to confront them together? Ha! Then I shall slay you all. Upon seeing Chidori re-emerge, Gaara's memories of previous pain drove him into a frenzy. Sand Shuriken. Shikaku's claws flung forth, sending dozens of sand shurikens hurtling towards the duo. Just as Sasuke prepared to counter with Chidori, countless insects surged from Shino, forming a barrier that deflected the shurikens with remarkable speed. Though I am not adept at defense. You shall not harm my companion, Sasuke, Shino commanded coldly, directing the swarm of insects toward Gaara's eyes. Faced with this physical obstruction of vision, even Gaara struggled to disperse the insects in time, prompting Sasuke to glance sideways. No wonder they say Shino is the most reliable among the 10-10. He truly is dependable. Without hesitation, Sasuke utilized body flicker technique to dash toward Gaara. Hearing a piercing shriek, Gaara felt a jolt of agony in his arm, driving him to madness. Though he could not see, he distinctly sensed Shikaku's claws being violently severed by Chidori. Roar. Never having experienced such humiliation, Gaara let out a thunderous roar, his chakra surging forth to disperse all insects. You dare to sever my arm, Uchiha Sasuke? How much more amusement will you bring me? Gaara bellowed, his sight restored, as the sand within his gourd expanded, enveloping his arms and head entirely. In an instant, he transformed into a miniature Shikaku, entering a semi-tailed beast state. Che! In the face of Gaara's howls, Sasuke spat disdainfully, his eyes flickering with otherworldly hues. What is all this noise? He has yet to experience the full extent of Chidori. However, now is the time to fervently pursue my promotion to Chunin. Shino, I will draw this fellow away. Hurry and relay the information. Inform them that the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure has appeared. Urge the village to evacuate the populace to prevent further casualties. Do not hesitate. Go now. Resolute in his intent, Sasuke whispered urgently to Shino that he was determined that such valor, coupled with the necessity of reinforcements post-battle, would surely secure his promotion to Chunin. Sasuke, Shino's pupils dilated as he was about to voice something. But Sasuke had already vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. Do you not think you can escape? Seeing Sasuke attempt to flee, Gaara roared, his claws gripping the tree trunk, propelling him forward like a slingshot. AS for Shino? Apologies, but such a minor character as he was beneath Gaara's notice. Wait for me to return with reinforcements. Sasuke. Watching the two dart away, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, Shino gritted his teeth and retreated swiftly. In that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the bonds among ninjas that the same time. Wait, we have pursuers. The alert Parker halted abruptly, his nose twitching as he spoke with a grave tone. Pursuers? How many? Shikamaru's expression shifted, anxiety evident as he inquired, fearing the worst had finally arrived. 2 small squads, 8 individuals. No, 9.8 in the front, 1 trailing behind. Parker sniffed again, providing a slight sense of reassurance. They number 5. And while 5 against 9 poses pressure, it is not entirely hopeless. I advise you not to celebrate prematurely. The opposing force consists entirely of Chunin, and possibly even Jounin. What shall we do now? As Parker noticed the group's rising tension, he spoke up to dispel the illusion, silencing the area. What more is there to say? Of course, we must risk our lives to stop them. I will intercept them. In less than a breath, Lee was the first to speak up passionately. Liu. Seeing Lee once again step forward, Sakura felt a surge of emotion. This marked Lee's second act of bravery, given Lee's current strength. Remaining would mean certain death. How could she remain indifferent to such spirit? Do not worry, Sakura. To protect my comrades, the azure beast of Konoha shall once again shine today. Seemingly sensing Sakura's concern, Lee was invigorated. Shouting with fervor, Sakura, he continued, though I may not know you well, we are all comrades. How could I allow you to face this alone? Besides, with your strength, you cannot hold them off for long. However, if you join forces with me and Choji, we can create a perfect ambush. Shikamaru cast a glance at Choji and Lee before resolutely stating that a trap had already been laid. Shikamaru, I can also participate in the ambush. Naruto interjected hastily. Not one to shy away from danger, and no need. You and Sakura should go assist Sasuke. If our plan unfolds smoothly, we will catch up to you shortly. Remember to leave us markers for guidance. Shikamaru decisively declined. Who will go to support Sasuke then? With just Sakura and that ninja dog? Naruto pressed that let's go. Naruto. With this kid's cunning, they should manage just fine, that a new situation has arisen on Sasuke's side. We must accelerate, Parker urged, sensing Naruto and Sakura's hesitation as he swiftly led the way. The peculiar, immense chakra emanating from ahead instilled an unsettling feeling within him. Please, Shikamaru, Choji Lee, Sakura said, her face tightening with concern upon hearing about Sasuke's predicament. And she quickly followed suit. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Naruto nodded solemnly to the trio, gritting his teeth as he too pressed on. Sasuke, please don't let anything happen to you, that we cannot linger here for too long, especially not with potential enemies nearby. Choji Lee, listen to me, Shikamaru called out to the two, watching Naruto's retreating figure as he initiated their ambush strategy. 9 enemies. They were, but with Choji and Lee by his side. He felt undaunted even against 9 Jonin. Beneath the lush canopy, 8 figures darted through the woods like arrows, closely following the trail. Wait, these footprints seem off. The leading Chunin's expression shifted slightly as he halted to examine the ground. The disordered tracks indicated they had been discovered. These kids are already panicking, another scoff, but as he turned away, suddenly his body froze, his arms unconsciously drew out shuriken, raised in defense. This is the kid's shadow imitation technique. Damn it! The leading Chunin exclaimed in a fit of rage, taken aback by how they had been outmaneuvered by mere children. Humph, don't underestimate us kids, Shikamaru drawled lazily as he emerged from the nearby bushes. Beneath his feet, a shadow as dark as ink entwined tightly around the 8 sound ninjas. I guess it just 8 of you, Shikamaru sighed, disregarding their disgruntled cries. What a hassle. Things have not unfolded according to my ideal plan. Just as the lead Chunin began to speak, sensing the gravity of the situation, Shikamaru did not grant him the opportunity and swiftly signaled. His chakra would not control the enemy for long. Human bullet tank, with expressions of sheer terror, the 8 sound ninjas beheld the explosive sound surging through the woods. Choji, who had not participated in the earlier skirmish, unleashed his full power, transforming into a 5-meter wide, high-speed spherical force barreling towards them. Enhanced by secret techniques, the sheer might of the rapidly rotating ball was staggering, effortlessly shattering solid stone and earth. The horrifying scene rendered the 8 sound ninjas pale with fear. If struck, they would surely meet a dire fate. In a critical moment, a hidden sound Jonin could no longer contain himself and intervened. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 explosive kunai shot forth like arrows, aimed straight at Choji. Simultaneously, he dashed towards Shikamaru, intent on disrupting the shadow imitation technique. Here they come. Shikamaru's gaze sharpened as he commanded the 8 sound ninjas to hurl their shuriken at the incoming attackers in an instant. Dozens of shuriken formed an impenetrable net, intercepting the assailants. Simultaneously, several shuriken flew back, deflecting the explosive kunai aimed at Choji. Leave that to me, Lee shouted, launching a powerful punch at the attacker's face, causing the sound Jonin to flounder amidst the onslaught of shuriken. Meanwhile, Choji, unaffected, crushed the 8 sound ninjas with overwhelming force. Take that. The air was filled with anguished cries as the sound ninjas were ruthlessly trampled, resulting in 5 dead and 3 severely injured, leaving a grim scene in their wake. What? The sound Jonin's eyes bulged in horror at the shocking sight, realizing that despite his caution, he had fallen into a trap. Seizing the opportunity, Lee retreated to Shikamaru's side, followed closely by Choji. Now it was 3 against 1, and according to their contingency plan, they coordinated their actions. Shikamaru fixed his gaze on the sound Jonin while retracting his shadow, biding his time for the right moment. Using shadows to ambush and eliminate my 8 subordinates. What a terrifying kid, the sound Jonin seethed, a mix of anger and fear washing over him, faced with the shadow binding technique. If he slipped up, he would face a life-threatening crisis. This was genuinely perilous. Now, seizing the moment as the opponent's expression faltered, Shikamaru issued the command. Lee and Choji immediately coordinated their attack, while Shikamaru slipped into the nearby foliage. Poised for action, the sound Jonin's face darkened further. This was bad. While Shikamaru appeared unthreatening, the real danger lay in the hidden assault. In such a state, he could not possibly contend with the other 2. Is this your battle plan? But I have an even better option, he scoffed, quickly exchanging blows with them before he turned and fled. Troublesome, a genuine Jonin is indeed not to be trifled with. Observing the fleeing figure, Shikamaru's pupils constricted as he dashed from the bushes, manipulating his shadow to pursue. Should the enemy escape and conceal themselves for a continued ambush, the situation would turn dire for them. Human Bullet Tank, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Choji and Lee shared similar thoughts, flanking left and right to block the escape. Just as the trio anticipated a pursuit, the Sound Jonin suddenly sported a gleeful expression, turning to charge at Shikamaru. Cursed it! I've been deceived! Shikamaru realized in a flash of anger, promptly retracting his shadow to defend himself. Yet the Sound Jonin speed far surpassed theirs, as Choji and Lee turned. A sharp kunai pressed against Shikamaru's neck. You are far too naive, kid. The true ninja who has clawed their way out of the mountain of corpses does not rely solely on cunning to turn the tide. I acknowledge your talent, but your lack of strength is your only weakness. Once I kill you, the other two will be dealt with swiftly. The Sound Jonin lectured with a menacing gleam in his eyes, inciting further rage in Lee and Choji. There's no choice, Lee thought resolutely, secretly gathering strength to unleash the 8 gates. Even though this would exacerbate his injuries, there was no time to hesitate. Forget about me. You two must escape. Seemingly sensing Lee's movements, Shikamaru's expression changed, and he shouted. He could not afford to let this fatal mistake lead to the downfall of all. It's over. The Sound Jonin growled, raising the kunai in his hand, poised to strike down. In a split second, the Sound Jonin was suddenly sent flying, his eyes bulging in shock. This unexpected turn of events instantly altered the course of battle, disrupting Lee's explosive charge. Apologies for the wait. You three did splendidly. Shikamaru, Choji, and Lee, Asuma, sporting a beard, appeared before them, wielding his weapon. The fact that 3 genin had managed to annihilate 2 Chunin squads was astonishing. Even Asuma could not help but gasp in awe. Shikamaru's command prowess was indeed exceptional. Asuma! Shikamaru collapsed on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, relieved to have survived. That I must train harder. I cannot allow this mistake to happen again. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, where else can you run? In a state of partial-tailed beast transformation, Gaara unleashed a ferocious roar, and the frenzied sand erupted like a barrage from a machine gun. The time is nearly upon us, murmured Sasuke, hidden behind a tree, as he swiftly retrieved a soldier pill and consumed it to replenish his chakra, aware of the challenges posed by the Chunin exams. He had adequately prepared himself. Next up was Chidori and Rasengan. Amidst the swirling sands of the tempestuous forest, the piercing cry of Chidori resonated sharply, capturing Gaara's attention. At last, you dare to show yourself. Uchiha Sasuke, you are my prey. Feel the terror. Gaara's beastly eyes fixated on Sasuke as he bellowed fiercely. The claw of Shikaka transformed into a colossal hand of sand, lunging towards Sasuke with lethal intent. The half-tailed beast's sandy appendage sliced through the air like a razor, effortlessly cleaving through massive tree trunks as if they were mere paper. Chidori, unfazed by the onslaught, Sasuke surged forward, brandishing his Chidori with unwavering resolve. Ah! Yes. Perish here, Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara, finding delight in Sasuke's audacity, concentrated a significant portion of his chakra to confront the attack head-on. He would not underestimate Sasuke's chidori. In the blink of an eye, Gaara propelled himself off a tree trunk, accelerating with ferocious speed. Boom! The two collided with a thunderous clash, Chidori and the sandy hand tearing through each other with brutal ferocity. Yet at the zenith of Gaara's exhilaration, Sasuke's figure suddenly dissipated in a puff of smoke. This unexpected turn left Gaara momentarily dumbfounded as he hovered in the air, bewildered. Just as Gaara's shock took hold, Sasuke reappeared behind him with a swift movement, a Konoha's secret ninjutsu. Rasengan, with the back door wide open. Sasuke roared, unleashing the Rasengan with devastating force. Caught off guard, Gaara felt an icy stab of pain shoot through his spine as the Rasengan violently shattered his half-tailed beast form with a thunderous crash. He tumbled to the ground, trembling and bleeding profusely. How could you, using a clone to distract me and targeting my weakest point? You scoundrel! Gaara glared at the panting Sasuke, perched in the tree, his voice a mixture of rage and trepidation. Had it not been for his half-tailed beast state, that attack would have surely torn him asunder. Yet even now, he lay gravely injured and unable to move. This imminent sense of death was a terrifying first for Gaara. It appeared his concerns were unfounded. The Rasengan was indeed more effective than the explosive tags of Chidori. That it was worth sacrificing my principles to end this fight. Sasuke exhaled, gazing at the trembling Gaara. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. It is best to avoid summoning Shikaku. If possible, Gaara's voice trembled with desperation. How could I possibly lose to such a wretch? Confronted with the dread of failure and mortality, Gaara could no longer suppress the darkness within him, his voice a hoarse roar. Unaware of the unfolding events, he believed he was teetering on the brink of death. For the slimmest chance of survival and the mission of Sunagakure, I have no choice, he declared. Come forth, if you wish to be released. I shall grant you the opportunity. Kill him, kill them all. Gaara's blood-curdling shout reverberated through the forest, causing Sasuke's expression to darken with alarm. Is he truly capable of summoning Shikaku, even in this state? Boom! Just as Sasuke prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a sandy arm erupted from within Gaara, charging forth with alarming speed. That broad violet appendage could only belong to Shikaku. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Sasuke, recognizing the impending doom, instinctively sought refuge, but was met with a familiar voice that erupted like thunder. In an instant, a tempestuous wind surged forth, propelling Shikaku's massive claws aside. Naruto, you have finally arrived. Relief washed over Sasuke as he materialized beside Naruto with composure. With Naruto present, what havoc could Shikaku wreak? Sasuke-kun, I'm so glad you're on. Sakura leaped into Sasuke's embrace, her anxiety palpable as Sasuke. What manner of beast is this? Naruto stammered, his complexion pale as he gazed at the colossal shadow shrouded in dust of the beast. Sakura murmured, suddenly realizing the magnitude of their predicament. Turning her gaze, she trembled as she beheld the immense figure obscured by smoke, towering like a mountain, dwarfing the surrounding trees as if they were mere weeds. The overwhelming sense of pressure was almost suffocating. Sasuke, we must flee. This creature is beyond your capabilities. Akin trembled, terrified, as his sole mission was to ensure Sasuke's safe return. Upon detecting Akin's suggestion, a D-rank reward was triggered. Task, retreat, reward, special dog food x10. I will hold it off with Naruto. You and Sakura must escape. We cannot leave this creature unchecked so close to the village. Without hesitation, Sasuke firmly declined Akin's urging. What use was dog food in this dire situation? Was he truly so careless as to waste it? Nobody is leaving here today. Huh. The price for releasing me is your lives, with a sinister cackle. Shikaku's howl echoed across the land, unleashing the chakra of the tailed beast like a tempest. What in the world is this monster? Naruto and Sakura struggled to maintain their footing, clinging to tree branches as they beheld the terrifying visage of Shikaku emerging from the dissipating dust. Akin clung desperately to the branch, fearful of any lapse in vigilance. Yet Sasuke could only sigh in resignation. He had not anticipated that Gaara would unleash Shikaku so swiftly. He wondered if Wanta could withstand it. Die, human wretches! Shikaku's immense head loomed over the three, its massive claws swiping as it screeched. In an instant, the surrounding sand enveloped them in chaos. Damn it! It intends to crush us alive. There's no way I can allow Sasuke, Sakura, and myself to perish here. As the sand pressed down with ferocity, Naruto's voice rang out with determination. Now is the time to display the fruits of my training in the face of life-threatening peril. He summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails, biting his finger to form hand seals. Fool, your seal speed is too slow, Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he bit his own finger and grasped Naruto's right hand. This was a matter of life and death. He could not leave it to chance. Previously unable to summon the Great Snake due to insufficient chakra, the presence of Naruto's Nine Tails chakra changed everything. We're brothers. Borrowing your chakra is not too much to ask. Naruto's astonished expression registered. Sasuke smoothly completed the hand seals, channeling the Nine Tails Chakra in tandem, and in the next moment, both bloodied hands pressed against the sand. With two thunderous eruptions, colossal clouds of smoke erupted, shattering the sandy confinement. Nine Tails? If Naruto is here to collect rent, then what is this second landlord doing here? This is Sakura, gazing at the expansive crimson skin and the giant yellow-orange serpent eyes beneath her, found herself speechless. The size of this creature rivaled that of the sand monster. Not only Sasuke, but Naruto too had summoned a gigantic toad. Looking back and forth between Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura was left in a state of disbelief. When did these two become this powerful? How is it possible that Naruto and Sasuke can summon such colossal beings? Above the toad's head, Pakin's eyes widened in shock. That a toad is one thing. But how did a snake emerge as well? This is utterly surreal. Meanwhile, Naruto clenched his fists, fixated on Sasuke, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Sasuke, how could you possess such formidable summoning techniques alongside your mastery of lightning release ninjutsu? This is a technique I have painstakingly mastered. How can you summon such a colossal serpent? Witnessing his arduous efforts overshadowed and surpassed by Sasuke, Naruto cried out in despair and fury. How could he ever catch up to such a Sasuke? You're so noisy. Why is it you again, brat? Wait, who are you? Frosmata, startled by the sight of the crimson serpent before him, was about to unleash a tirade. You foul toad, do you wish to be devoured so close to me? Almost simultaneously, a one-eyed crimson serpent, rivaling the great serpent, roared violently. This startled Frosmata, who immediately leaped back to maintain his guard. When did such a ferocious serpent appear in the dragon's cave? How was I not aware of it? Gazing at the crimson serpent before him, Frosmata felt a lingering dread and uncertainty. The toad's natural enemy is a snake. How can one not fear? Dragon's Cave. What is that place? Naruto inquired eagerly, swallowing hard as he beheld the terrifying crimson serpent. This serpent was far more fearsome than the one encountered in the Forest of Death. The Dragon's Cave, a gathering ground for summoned serpents, it is the birthplace of the Great Serpent, which was once known as one of the three fears alongside me. Frosmata reminisced, his gaze shifting towards Sasuke atop the serpent's head, his eyes glinting with intrigue. That youth, could he be the new summoner of the Dragon's Cave, if Naruto's words are to be believed? He seems to be a companion of his. Could they be on the verge of forming a new trio of fears after all these years? You bastard, come down here. Meanwhile, the crimson serpent's single eye flickered with a frenzied bloodlust as it roared angrily. Its crimson tail swept towards Sasuke and Sakura above. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's Sharingan accurately tracked the trajectory of the attack, whisking Sakura away to safety. Wind release. Vacuum bullets, just as Sasuke vanished. Shikaku unleashed a gust of wind towards the crimson serpent. The instinct of a tailed beast warned it that this serpent was even more dangerous than the toad. Whoosh! Faced with the violent wind bullets. The crimson serpent advanced rather than retreating, its tail generating a sonic boom that shattered the wind attack. How dare you ambush me? Foul raccoon. The already savage crimson serpent was instantly incensed by Shikaku's provocation, transforming into a blur as it lunged forward with its gaping maw. Shikaku, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of wind bullets in retaliation. Boom! 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 The crimson serpent dodged the wind balls with serpentine agility, instantly generating a tempest that obliterated vast swathes of trees and rocks, leveling the expansive forest. Yet, the crimson serpent swiftly maneuvered in front of Shikaku, launching a deadly constriction, its razor-sharp fangs sinking into Shikaku's shoulder. Such terrifying wind release ninjutsu. Naruto swallowed hard at the sight of the chaotic wind pressure. Fear etched across his face. Hiss! That creature is even more ferocious than the great serpent beside him. Frosmata was also somewhat astonished at the crimson serpent's brutality. If he were to face this creature alone, the situation could turn dire. I never expected to summon that rascal, Shinya. With a swift motion, Sasuke appeared above Frosmata, accompanied by Sakura. Indeed, the one-eyed crimson serpent was none other than the rampaging beast, Shinya, introduced in the Boruto series. Due to the unruly nature of the great serpent and the heavy burden of Orochimaru's legacy, Sasuke had summoned another serpent at random to avoid complications. Little did he know that, bolstered by the power of the Nine Tails, he would summon a grand prize, the tempestuous Shinya. What does it matter that you can summon a great serpent, Sasuke? It appears to be disobeying your commands and is intent on devouring you. Now, you and Sakura shall witness my prowess. Frosmita, it's time for us to act. Seeing Sasuke's predicament, Naruto immediately mocked him, eager to prove his superiority. Hadn't his diligent training finally borne fruit? Naruto, when did I ever say I would assist you in battle? The opponent is Shikaku, and that Shinya is dangerous too. I refuse to engage in such a fight. Just as Naruto stood with arms crossed, brimming with confidence, Frosmita's rejection astonished him into silence. What? Didn't you say you would take me on as your underling? Frosmita, now that your underling is in trouble, as the elder brother, you must lend a hand. Naruto's expression fell, indignantly slapping Frosmita's skin, shouting in frustration, but we haven't even shared the sake of brotherhood yet. That doesn't count. I'm not yet 18 and can't drink alcohol. Frosmita. Watching Naruto and Frosmita bicker, Sakura's expression darkened. They were far too naive. What utter fools. Observing Naruto's fleeting bravado, Sasuke scoffed, his gaze then turning to Shinya. Though this was an unplanned summoning, it presents an opportunity to remove Shinya's reverse scale. Naruto, I entrust Sakura's safety to you, that I will subdue Shinya for a joint offensive. Determined to act, Sasuke instructed before darting toward Shinya. Frosmita, if you refuse to act honorably, I must uphold my own sense of duty. I cannot allow Sasuke to face this risk alone. If you still recognize me as your underling, please escort Sakura and pack into safety. Naruto's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Frosmita, resolute. He would not stand idly by in this situation. Naruto, I will accompany you. Witnessing her repeated role as a burden, Sakura gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision. If Naruto and Sasuke were willing to fight, so would she. Did you just call me a little brat? You three hold on tight. Today, I shall show you what true righteousness means. Frosmita exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his bulging toad eyes gleaming fiercely. Without waiting for Naruto, Sakura, or Pakin to react, Frosmita leaped high into the air. His 40-meter-long blade was drawn in an instant. Begone, foul serpent, die! As Frosmita swung his blade, Shikaku emitted a cry of alarm, unleashing a furious roar. Its mouth glowed with white chakra, aimed directly at Shinya's head, intending to obliterate it from close range. Sensing the impending wind release, Shinya only grew more frenzied. Who dies is yet to be determined. You foul raccoon! In the midst of Shikaku's surprise, Shinya roared, unleashing a stream of gray liquid toward Shikaku's head. This was Shinya's unique secret technique, petrification. Any creature touched by this liquid would rapidly turn to stone. However, while Shikaku was unaware of Shinya's secret technique, it simultaneously unleashed its wind release. Despite the potency of Shinya's technique, it was merely a liquid. Within moments, the wind release dispersed it into mist in a flash. Shinya deftly evaded the wind release, its serpentine body coiling tightly as it bit down on Shikaku's neck. What an opportunity! Frosmita's eyes lit up as he brought his 40-meter-long blade crashing down toward Shikaku's head. Bastard! Enraged, Shikaku, as a tailed beast, had never been so beleaguered. Without hesitation, it unleashed a chakra blast towards Frosmita. Though this sudden attack was not as fearsome as the vacuum bullets, it still deflected Frosmita's blade towards Shinya. Foul toad! I shall devour you! As the blade came crashing down, Shinya roared and swiftly released Shikaku, pivoting to bite at Frosmita. It did not consider Frosmita a comrade. Chidori. In an instant, Sasuke appeared, wielding Chidori to strike at Shinya. Lightning release. Witnessing Sasuke charge towards its reverse scale with lightning in hand, Shinya roared in fury, entering a state of frenzy. Its blinded right eye had been lost to a betrayal by its former summoner. Struck down by lightning. Now, seeing Sasuke approach with lightning, how could Shinya not be enraged? In the blink of an eye, One Tai's great sword came crashing down upon Shoha with fierce intensity. However, due to the influence of Shinya, the blade did not strike Shoha's head, but instead severed his right arm with a sound reminiscent of clashing weapons. The tremendous recoil caused one Tai to lose his grip on the sword, creating distance between them. Meanwhile, as Shinya retaliated, Sasuke swiftly retreated, drawing Shinya into a furious charge towards the side. The scene suddenly transformed into a stalemate of three formidable forces. "You bastard! You actually severed my arm." Wind release. Ranked Dan, Shoha, seething with rage at the sight of his severed limb, unleashed another barrage of attacks towards one Tai. Cunning human brat. Perish. Simultaneously, the ferocious Shinya directed a stream of petrifying liquid at Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke, wielding Chidori, felt his cellular activity amplify exponentially. His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards Shinya's vulnerable spot. "You little brat." Upon witnessing Sasuke's Chidori nearing his weak point, Shinya let out a deafening roar. His blinded right eye snapping open, a pupilless white orb appeared before Sasuke. In that instant, as he beheld the white pupil, Sasuke's dual Tomo Sharingan began to spin furiously, unleashing its power in the blink of an eye. His consciousness entered Shinya's mental realm. Sasuke was momentarily dazzled as images of Shinya's memories unfolded before him. Outside a desolate fortress, Shinya fought alongside his former contractor against invaders. For reasons unknown, the contractor suddenly betrayed Shinya, launching a lightning attack from behind that injured him. When Shinya awoke once more, he found himself amidst the ruins of the fortress, his right eye blinded. "You insufferable brat, how dare you intrude upon another's inner world?" Suddenly, Shinya's consciousness materialized before Sasuke, his massive form glaring fiercely with an untamed spirit. "Shinya, I shall not extract your weak point. Removing it would render you docile, a version of you that may not be suitable for what lies ahead. If you are willing to become my ally, I will assist you in regaining your sight and ensure you never face betrayal again. It is even conceivable that I could help you evolve into a dragon. Should you reject this sincerity, I shall summon you once I grow stronger. However, by then, you will merely be my summon." Sasuke contemplated for a brief moment, his gaze resolute as he focused intently on Shinya. He understood that his future adversaries would only grow more formidable, and a gentler Shinya would not be fit for battle compared to the ferocious version. Thus, to destroy Shinya for immediate gain would be hasty. Once he awakened the three Tomo or Mangekyou Sharingan, even a volatile Shinya would have to submit. This time would not be long, and he was willing to wait. How amusing. I might believe that a human brat could help me restore my sight. But the idea of transforming me into a dragon is utterly ludicrous. Little brat, if I kill you now, everything will end. At Sasuke's bold proclamation, Shinya erupted in laughter, his left eye radiating a chilling murderous intent. "You cannot kill me. Not here, nor outside." Unfazed, Sasuke retorted, his crimson eyes emanating waves of power as he fixed his gaze upon Shinya. The cursed seal on his neck activated of its own volition, the black markings rapidly spreading crimson across his half of the body. Almost simultaneously with the activation of the cursed seal's power, Sasuke's consciousness broke through Shinya's mental realm. Sage Chakra? Shinya, recovering his awareness, gazed at the cursed seal on Sasuke with slight astonishment, recognizing the power of sage techniques that he was all too familiar with, as it inherently contained immense sage chakra. "Shinya, I have no time to waste with you. Reveal your choice." Sasuke offered no opportunity for delay, swiftly forming the summoning contract with a single hand, ready to unleash its power. Should Shinya refuse, he would release the summoning and join the fray, utilizing the power of the cursed seal. "You little brat." Witnessing Sasuke's determination, Shinya's serpentine pupils constricted, his expression complex, as long as Sasuke withdrew the summoning. Even with all his abilities, Shinya would be powerless to fight back, given Sasuke's demonstrated strength and potential. He far surpassed Shinya's former contractor. Just considering Sasuke's Sharingan alone was a power beyond Shinya's capacity to resist. Refusing now would only lead to being relegated to a mere tool in the years to come. Thus, he had no choice. "That little brat said your name is Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, correct? I shall provisionally accept your terms, but only for this instance that I need to see whether your strength can match mine in battle before making a final decision." Shinya begrudgingly conceded, his teeth gritted in irritation at being outmaneuvered by Sasuke. Detecting Shinya's agreement, a C-rank reward was triggered. Task: defeat Shoha. Reward: Shinya's recognition. Then it is time for us to act. Shinya. Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaped atop Shinya's colossal form. Brimming with confidence, Shinya, it seems you are quite the proud one. With a resounding boom, a massive wind jutsu whizzed past, shattering trees and rocks, forcing Temari and Kankuro to dodge hastily. They were nearly a kilometer from the battlefield. Was there truly no safe haven? Damn it, are those two monsters as well? Kankuro exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he glanced at Shinya and One-Tai's imposing figures. Shoha, a one-tailed beast, was a terrifying entity that instilled fear in their hearts. A weapon of war that Tsunagakure had high hopes for. They never anticipated being thwarted by two lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha. No, we cannot afford to be too far from them. Gaara must not encounter any mishaps. Beside him, Temari, equally pale and alarmed, bit her lip, making a decision. In this precarious situation, no one could predict the outcome. Above all, they could not allow Gaara to be captured by Konoha. Apologies, but your opponents are us. Just as Kankuro was about to respond, Shikamaru's voice rang out from nearby. Swish, swish, swish. Shikamaru, Choji, and Lee swiftly appeared, blocking their path. Damn it, this is troublesome. Seeing Lee and Shikamaru's arrival, both Kankuro and Temari displayed expressions of unease. Regardless of Lee's strength or Shikamaru's intellect and shadow imitation techniques, they posed significant danger in this forest. Is it the strength of Sasuke and Naruto? They actually summoned such massive toads and snakes. It is truly terrifying, Kankuro exclaimed, fear evident in his eyes as he observed the three monstrous figures from a distance. Good grief, I didn't realize they were such dangerous opponents. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed Asuma to assist others. Temari lamented, her mind racing with anxiety. They could only hope that Sasuke and Naruto could defeat that monster, or at least stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Shikamaru shook his head, sighing, a profound sense of urgency settling in. They were far too distant from Sasuke and Naruto. Meanwhile, wind release, rank Dan, water release, iron cannonball. The fierce clash of ninjutsu between Shoha and One-Tai erupted again, stirring clouds of dust. Great Toad Sage. Think of something quickly. At this rate, we won't last long. Naruto shouted in panic at the sight of yet another wave of ninjutsu canceling each other out, while Sakura and Akin wore similarly distressed expressions. I am well aware of that. The only solution is to awaken the medium and send Shoha back. However, I lack the sharp fangs and claws to grasp it, so I must wait for the right moment to place you atop its head. While I may lack claws, my fangs will suffice. You two draw its fire, and we shall seize the opportunity to awaken the medium. Just as Naruto was fretting, Sasuke's voice suddenly rang out beside him. At the same time, Shinya's massive form appeared beside One-Tai. Sasuke? Sasuke-kun. Upon witnessing Sasuke and Shinya coexisting peacefully, Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in delight. The great Toad Sage, however, instinctively tensed, regarding Shinya with wariness. What does this mean? You foul toad? It appeared that the tension within One-Tai was palpable, prompting Shinya to suddenly reveal his sharp, serpentine fangs and unleash a savage interrogation. The instinctual dread of a natural enemy caused beads of sweat to form on the forehead of the frog. One-Tai, sending chills down his spine. Thus, I find myself detesting the Serpent Clan even more. Uchiha brat. Let us proceed as you suggest. Observing the astonishment on Naruto's face, the frog, One-Tai, cast a harsh remark before charging toward Shikaku. Boss, you wouldn't be afraid of that snake, would you? Naruto inquired with a peculiar expression as he noticed One-Tai as evident disquiet. Quit the chatter. Do you dare to believe I would toss you aside right now? One-Tai retorted in a fit of anger, further affirming Naruto's certainty, causing his expression to fall. What is this? It is one thing not to be as formidable as Sasuke, but why is even the summoning beast so cowardly? The simple-minded Naruto remained oblivious to the concept of a natural enemy. In the face of equal or even unequal strength, how could a frog not fear a serpent? Shinya, you approach Shikaku while I awaken a medium. Sasuke commanded Shinya, unaware of Naruto's thoughts. Shinya offered no reply, swiftly darting toward Shikaku. Haha, troublesome creatures have gathered. I shall eliminate you all at once. I refuse to return before even having made my entrance." Shikaku exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes upon witnessing the alliance of One-Tai and Shinya. With a gaping maw, a mass of purplish-black chakra rapidly formed and began to coalesce. Simultaneously, Gaara above also plunged into a state of alertness to prevent any unforeseen events. "Do not even think of employing that technique," One-Tai bellowed in fury, unleashing a blast of iron cannonballs to swiftly interrupt Shikaku's gathering of tailed beast chakra. "Ha ha ha! Foolish frog, you have fallen for it." Shikaku cackled joyfully as he retaliated with a wind release, sending One-Tai flying. Then, with a swift twist of his head, he gathered a wind bullet aimed at Shinya. "You foul raccoon, do not get too cocky." Before Sasuke could interject, Shinya roared, hurling several large trees to counter the wind bullet. In that moment of Shikaku's surprise, another stream of petrifying liquids surged forth. Unaware of the depth of the situation, Shikaku instinctively swung his arm to block. With a splatter, the petrifying liquid adhered to Shikaku's arm, the stone effect activating instantaneously. "What is this substance?" Shikaku gasped as he watched his arm rapidly succumb to petrification. Spreading across his body, he immediately summoned tailed beast chakra to resist the encroaching effect. Yet even under the immense power of the tailed beast chakra, Shinya's petrifying technique could not fully immobilize Shikaku. However, the petrification continued unabated. "Hurry over. I need to extract Gaara," Sasuke urged, simultaneously forming hand seals to create a shadow clone. In the next moment, the sound of chirping echoed above Shinya as the crackling arcs of lightning drew attention. "Even from Shinya, Chidori," Sasuke shouted as he connected the Chidori in his hand with that of a shadow clone. Just as Shinya approached Shikaku, Sasuke and his clones swiftly separated, unleashing a blue arc of lightning directed at Shikaku. "Stay away from me!" Shikaku roared in fury, gathering wind release to blow Sasuke away. "Foul raccoon!" Just in nick of time, Shinya lunged forward, clamping down on Shikaku's jaw to alter its trajectory. Yet Shikaku was not one to concede easily. His unpetrified tail swinging wildly to strike both the boy and the serpent. "Do not think you can succeed." In a flash, One-Tai, the elder frog, appeared and firmly grasped Shikaku's tail, thwarting its assault. Almost simultaneously, the lightning unleashed by Sasuke and his shadow clone forcefully cleaved through Shikaku's ear, slicing off half of his crown. "Look at this!" Observing Gaara being tugged downwards by Shikaku, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Gaara's face. "Damn it! I've just emerged within the confines of the four purple flames formation." Orochimaru's face twisted in horror, sweat pouring down as he yelled in panic. Before him stood the third Hokage, grasping his shoulder with a vice-like grip. A force that penetrated the very soul emanated from the third Hokage, burrowing into Orochimaru's body and tugging at his spirit, rendering him immobile. Do you not comprehend? In Konoha, everyone is willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the village. As its pillar, I am no exception. Allow me to utilize the sealing technique of the fourth Hokage, the dead demon consuming seal, to take you from this world. The third Hokage gasped, his murky gaze radiating determination and a willingness to die for Konoha. "Dead demon consuming seal. Are you jesting? Who would choose to die alongside you, a flickering candle in the wind? My plan to obliterate Konoha is nearing its fruition. I have set this windmill of destruction in motion. There is no way I shall perish here," Orochimaru bellowed, enduring the agony of his soul as he secretly urged the Kusanagi sword forward, intent on eliminating the third Hokage first. "Sarutobi!" The enraged Enma exclaimed as he gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, prompting the third Hokage to resolve himself. If this deadlock were to continue, he would surely succumb before sealing the first and second Hokages, rendering his efforts futile. "Orochimaru, it seems the time has come for farewell. Although I cannot take your entire soul, I can certainly strip you of your jutsu and forbidden techniques that I once taught you that what defines a ninja is not chakra or techniques, but belief. When protecting those most dear, a ninja's true power emerges. As the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to burn, illuminating the village and allowing new leaves to sprout. After my demise, Konoha will welcome a new Hokage to safeguard the village. This is where it ends, Orochimaru in that moment. As Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly terrified, the third Hokage faced death with serenity. As he spoke, the spectral figure of the Shinigami behind him swung its blade downward. Stop! At that moment, Orochimaru finally glimpsed the Shinigami-esque spectral form and let out a chilling scream. Seal! Yet the third Hokage remained unfazed, commanding the Shinigami's great blade to mercilessly harvest Orochimaru's remaining soul. My hands, you wretched old man, you have taken my jutsu and forbidden techniques. Orochimaru cried out in anguish, his hands hanging limply at his sides, searing with pain. It is all over. Orochimaru, as your teacher, I shall await you on the other side. The third Hokage, drained of strength, finally revealed a satisfied smile as he collapsed, his eyes slowly closing in exhaustion. In a moment of haze, he seemed to see the distant frogs and serpents fighting in unison through the gaps of trees and barriers. Moreover, they were victorious. Had Konoha's new sprouts already blossomed? With a fleeting thought, the third Hokage smiled gently as he closed his eyes. Almost simultaneously, ouch, that hurts, Gaara groaned, clutching his head as he opened his eyes to find Naruto right before him. Beside him stood the fierce and towering summoning beast, Shinya and Wentai. You guys, Gaara's gaze flitted between the two summoning beasts and the severed head of Shikaku, his worldview seemingly shattered. How could such a terrifying existence be defeated by two mere Chunin from Konoha? We're not fools. We must leave this place. As Naruto was about to boast, Sasuke suddenly appeared and delivered a kick, sending Gaara flying. He then swiftly leaped to Naruto's side, almost simultaneously with Sasuke's actions. Wentai retreated, discarding Shikaku's tail. Shinya also released Shikaku and fell back several meters. In the next moment, the petrification technique, now free from the tailed beast Chakra-esque suppression, rapidly spread, and within a breath, Shikaku was left standing in a petrified state. However, due to the loss of an arm and half a head, the lifelike stone form of Shikaku appeared quite tragic. How terrifying. Sasuke, why didn't you mention this earlier? You almost turned me to stone. Naruto exclaimed, his pupils dilating in fear, his face turning green with fright. Had they been a moment later, would they not also have become stone statues? Fool! Sasuke rolled his eyes in exasperation, turning to Gaara. Do you wish to continue? We shall accompany you to the very end. At that moment, Gaara's expression darkened, a mix of shame and anger washing over him, setting aside the fact that the wounds behind him had yet to heal. Even if they did, what could he possibly do? Shikaku had already been transformed into a stone statue. What more could he achieve? Glancing instinctively at Shinya and Wanta, Gaara turned away, collapsing onto the ground in silence. Naruto, I'll leave him to you. Realizing that Gaara's mental defenses had been shattered, Sasuke promptly entrusted him to Naruto and turned to leave. That creature is a manifestation of your own body, isn't it? I can truly empathize with your feelings. Gazing at Sasuke's retreating figure, Naruto's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This secret was not something he wished to share with Sasuke or Sakura. However, he felt a kindred spirit in Gaara with whom he could confide. Upon hearing this, Gaara's vacant eyes flickered with disbelief and a hint of acknowledgement as he regarded Naruto. Only a monster could defeat a monster. Thus, was this individual also a monster? Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Shinya huffed indignantly, eyeing Sasuke with irritation. Although he admitted that Sasuke's lightning technique was impressive, there was no way he would concede that point from now on. I shall rely on you, Sasuke remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he made his decision. Despite Shinya's insincere demeanor. I never said you passed my test, but since you have requested my assistance, I shall begrudgingly cooperate for the sake of regaining the light. Remember your promise, Uchiha Sasuke. With that, Shinya dismissed Sasuke's opportunity to respond, vanishing in a puff of smoke. This fellow had initially intended to recruit a few subordinates for daily use, but now Sasuke could only sigh in resignation, retracting his cursed seal and closing his Sharingan. Task completed, reward received. Shinya's approval. Since the battle has concluded, I must take my leave. Wanta, observing Shinya's departure, called out to Sakura perched above them, and soon transformed into smoke to return to Mabuku. You were so impressive just now. Sakura exclaimed, leaping toward Sasuke, her sense of urgency amplified tenfold. With Sasuke and Naruto growing so powerful, along with their terrifying summoned beasts, how could she ever hope to keep up? It felt insurmountable. You must be suffering as well. Gaara, those inexplicable curses, the hatred, the loathing, and even the hostility. I've experienced them all myself. Indeed, such anguish could lead one to feel suppressed, agitated, and even driven to madness. Yet this was not a justification for us to evade reality or succumb to despair. By striving to transform ourselves, we can surely earn the recognition of others and alter our fates. Thus, I have endeavored to change, and I have gained the acknowledgement of Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, and others. I believe that one day, I will earn the recognition of the entire village, not as the demon fox they speak of, but as Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha Corps. Gaara, you can achieve this too. Don't come near me. I have no need for such things. My very existence is to kill. Do not think that way. Gaara, is there not someone whose acknowledgement you desire? Acknowledgement? Yashimaru. As Sasuke and Sakura approached, they overheard Naruto's heated exchange with Gaara. This caused both to pause momentarily. Sasuke-kun, what does Naruto mean by demon fox? Sakura instinctively inquired, confused. She had heard the term a few times, but could not grasp its true meaning. Within Naruto resides a creature akin to that tanuki. A powerful fox. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke chose to speak the truth, knowing Sakura would eventually learn. Fox, a fox. Sakura gasped, her body trembling in shock as she stared at Naruto with wide eyes. This guy is a creature like that as well. The horrifying image of Shikaka lingered in her mind, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Sasuke, aren't you afraid? She asked timidly, glancing at Sasuke, who remained unfazed. What is there to fear about that fool? All I know is that he is Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke chuckled lightly, striding towards Naruto as Sakura looked on in surprise. Naruto! As Sakura's heart skipped a beat, memories of Naruto flooded her mind in an instant. Her anxiety dissipated. After all, he was still the same Naruto Uzumaki she had always known. The attention-seeking fool, suddenly. A radiant smile spread across Sakura's face as she hurried to catch up with Sasuke's retreating figure. She believed that no matter the circumstances, Sasuke would intervene to protect Naruto, just as he had done for Gaara today. Yet, why did Sasuke have such unwavering faith and understanding of Naruto? Naruto! Sasuke! Just a few steps later, they heard the shouts of Shino and Shikamaru, causing both Sasuke and Sakura to halt, awakening Naruto and Gaara as well. Shino? Hinata! Sakura exclaimed in surprise, puzzled by the situation. Apologies for our tardiness. With a flurry of movements, Hinata arrived alongside two Jonin, Shikamaru and Shino, who immediately rushed towards Gaara. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with realization upon seeing Hinata. The situation in Konoha was indeed dire. His gaze shifted to the two Jonin in action. Were they members of the Sealing faction? Yes, we owe you thanks for thwarting Orochimaru's scheme, Hinata confirmed, her eyes glimmering as they landed on Sasuke. The Crimson Serpent he had summoned earlier was undoubtedly his doing. Although it was clear that Sasuke aimed to stop Shikaku, how had he acquired Orochimaru's summoning technique? This could be a significant issue for Konoha, given Orochimaru's sensitivity at present. Where are Shikamaru, Choji, and Lee? Sakura inquired anxiously, glancing at Shikamaru, who had come alone. Choji and Lee, they're not in danger, are they? Do not worry, Sakura, Shikamaru reassured, recognizing her concern and gesturing for her to calm down. On our way here, we captured Gaara and Kankuro, and Choji and Lee are watching over them. Then I encountered Shino and Hinata, and that is how it went up. I see. Sasuke nodded, amusement in his eyes. It appeared they had caught all of them in one fell swoop. That's wonderful. Sakura clapped her hands in delight, relieved that everyone was unharmed. Sasuke, we cannot afford to let our guard down. We must hurry back to the village to thwart any further threats, Naruto urged. Having noticed their companion's arrival, there's no need for that. Naruto, the village has already entered its counteroffensive phase. Our current task is to ensure that Gaara is not taken by Tsunagakure. Hinata interjected, her voice firm. The value of the One Tail's Jinchuriki surpassed all else. as long as he was secured, Konoha would hold the upper hand in any negotiations or battles to come. Meanwhile, on the desolate streets of Konoha, several Sunagakure shinobi were scouring for enemies. With a flurry of movements, a few umbus suddenly appeared to block their path. "You shall not take another step forward." In the shadows, the cold gaze of Umbu Yin drew forth a long blade, radiating a menacing aura. Meanwhile, on the other side, the shadow binding technique, the heart disruption technique, and the multiplication technique were unleashed by the elder generations of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with the likes of Hachiji and Dingzwa, who executed their secret arts to swiftly eliminate a dozen Sunagakure ninjas in one corner of Konohagakure. Today, I shall show you what it means to be a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan. Facing a multitude of foes, Hyuga Hizashi remained aloof and indifferent as a tempest of violent chakra erupted from his chakra points, forming a swirling vortex of Byakugan. "Ah, Yamalo!" The crowd barely had time to scream before they were violently hurled away by the force of the Byakugan. Their fates uncertain. "AT the Chunin exam venue. Release!" cried the four members of the Sound Four in unison, causing the enormous four purple flames formation to dissipate. Orochimaru, along with Drubu and Sakan, immediately supported the severely weakened Orochimaru and fled. Meanwhile, Doi and Kiduru stood guard, ready to fend off the pursuing Umbu. "Should we give chase?" Kakashi pondered gravely as he observed Orochimaru's retreating figure. "No, wait." Kakashi mused, declining the suggestion, for pursuing Orochimaru now held no significance. A wise decision. Then farewell, everyone. Kabuto discreetly cast a glance at Makido before forming seals and vanishing in an instant. "Let's first check on Lord Hokage," Kakashi declared, his expression suddenly serious, leading the way towards the rooftop of the viewing platform. Without hesitation, Genma and Might Guy followed closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the trio reached the rooftop, the surrounding jonin of Konohagakure hastily gathered. Aside from renowned ninjas like Asuma, Kurenai, and Ibiki, one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, was also present. All eyes fell solemnly upon the deceased third Hokage, their gazes heavy with sorrow and complex emotions. It seemed even the heavens acknowledged the mourning. The previously clear sky had darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. A multitude of black-clad leaf ninjas formed two rows, bowing their heads in silent tribute, exuding a solemn atmosphere. Centered around the Hokage building, nearly all the villagers of Konoha gazed mournfully in that direction. Today's memorial was held in honor of the third Hokage and the other fallen heroes who sacrificed their lives for the village. Before the mourning hall, the Hokage advisor, Mito Gate Kichiru, recited the eulogy with a heavy heart. Beside him stood another Hokage advisor, Konoha's high-ranking official, Tsunade. "Sasuke, why did Grandpa Hokage have to die?" Amid the crowd, Naruto stood beside Sasuke, his face etched with profound sorrow. The inconsolable Konoha wailed in front of him. "This is the life of a ninja, risking one's life for a mission or to protect something dear. For the third Hokage, sacrificing himself for the village was the greatest affirmation of his role as Hokage. And we were no different back then, were we? The only difference is that we survived. This is the fallacy of survivor bias." Sasuke stared blankly at the portrait of the third Hokage, his attention drifting as he discreetly glanced at the Hokage advisors on stage. For these two old-timers who had survived from the days of the first Hokage to the era of Boruto, Sasuke couldn't help but admire their longevity. However, this time, it might be different. "Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, it's time for us to pay our respects." Kakashi suddenly interrupted the trio's reverie. As the three stepped forward in line to lay their flowers, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Soon, the memorial ceremony reached its conclusion after the floral tributes. Sasuke, along with Naruto and Sakura, followed Kakashi as they descended from the rooftop of the Hokage building, just as brilliant sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the earth below, lifting the heavy hearts of the gathered crowd. "All right, that'll be all for today. You all performed admirably," Kakashi commended, nodding approvingly at the trio. "Naruto, Sakura, feel free to engage in some recreational activities. Sasuke, come with me." "Huh, why is it always Sasuke? Kakashi-sensei, you are so biased." Naruto exclaimed, his fiery gaze fixated on Kakashi, his face a portrait of dismay. Sasuke has surpassed him in so many ways. Why must it always be Sasuke? Sasuke? Foolish this isn't about a new jutsu. It pertains to routine inquiries regarding your promotion to Chunin. Kakashi sighed in exasperation, causing Naruto and Sakura's expressions to shift dramatically. Teacher, do you mean concern about the promotion system? Sasuke could barely contain his excitement as he pressed for answers. He had assumed that the elevation would commence only after the fifth Hokage took office, never expecting it to arrive so swiftly. Most importantly, it seemed his efforts had not been in vain. This segment was absent from the original narrative. However, there's one question I need you to answer, Kakashi stated, an unusual glimmer in his eyes as he offered a cryptic response before leading the way. Sasuke, stirred by curiosity, immediately followed. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, just mentioned Chunin. Chunin. Sasuke is about to be promoted to Chunin. Naruto exclaimed, his voice quaking in disbelief as he watched the two retreating figures. What? How is that even possible? Naru, it seems we must return and prepare gifts, Sakura replied, her eyes crescent-shaped in excitement as she nodded vigorously. In a corner of Konoha, Kakashi stood opposite Sasuke. Sasuke, although the Chunin exam was interrupted due to unforeseen circumstances. Your performance has garnered considerable recognition from several Chunin and Jonin. Furthermore, capturing the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure alongside Naruto during this invasion has been quite commendable. Under normal circumstances, your promotion to Chunin would be assured. However, there is a query from above regarding your connection to Orochimaru's summoning technique. Kakashi paused deliberately, studying Sasuke's reaction, and upon seeing Sasuke merely frowning slightly, he continued, Sasuke, why did you utilize Orochimaru's summoning technique? The last inquiry clearly bore a tone of concern and gravity from Kakashi. Yet, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated something more pressing than this. Orochimaru's summoning technique? Naturally, it was bestowed upon me by Orochimaru himself, Sasuke replied, casting a disdainful glance at Kakashi, his demeanor unapologetically forthright. Instantly, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, it was Orochimaru, the one who instigated the invasion of Konoha and assassinated the third Hokage. How could he possibly report this to the higher-ups? Don't look at me like that. This wasn't my doing, and if you had come to inquire, you would know that the serpent initially intended to devour me. But I managed to turn the tables. If this prevents my promotion at Chunin, then that's an issue for Konoha. Not me. Orochimaru's objective was to have me enjoy his power for defection. However, I shall demonstrate through my actions that his schemes will not succeed. My goal is to become Hokage, not to betray Konoha. Sasuke stood tall, his chest puffed out, facing Kakashi's scrutiny with unwavering resolve, opting for transparency instead of evasion. This matter had been contemplated during the execution of his summoning technique. Rather than meander around the subject, he chose to straightforwardly shift the blame onto Orochimaru. In this situation, no matter how he explained himself, he was already entangled with Orochimaru. Thus, there was no need for subterfuge or concealment. Ahem, well, I understand your position. Let the new Hokage decide. Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine under Sasuke's incredulous stare. Chuckling awkwardly as he turned to leave, Sasuke was right. This was not his fault. If he truly harbored any ulterior motives, would he have fought so fiercely during the invasion? Guess I won't be able to unlock new privileges until the fifth Hokage takes office. Sasuke mused, watching Kakashi's retreating figure in silence, disappointed that he had assumed he would gain new authority ahead of time. Yet upon reflection, who the fifth Hokage would be was information only he possessed. Kakashi and the others' actions were understandable. Perhaps they believed the fifth would be chosen within the next few days. Meanwhile, atop a certain building, Jiraiya, you are aware of the village's current situation. Though Konoha has suffered greatly, we have also captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. However, our greater concern lies with the Sand Village, that we must expedite the confirmation of the fifth Hokage selection. Whether for negotiations with Sunagakure, stabilizing public sentiment, or deterring other ninja villages, we require a new Hokage, a leader endowed with formidable strength and influence, such as you, one of the legendary three, is the optimal choice. Thus, there is no escaping any longer. Maido Iemen and Tsuinoko Haru have approached Jiraiya with a clear objective, to persuade him to succeed as Hokage. Such troublesome matters are not for me, especially when there is still another candidate. Isn't there? Jiraiya, maintaining his usual carefree demeanor, outright declined, yet a flicker of anticipation and nostalgia danced in his eyes. Tsunade, it has been a long time since we last the Uchiha residence in Konoha. Sakura stood bashfully at the entrance, her cheeks flushed. Sasuke, I've just returned from delivering vegetables from Korin, and Kakashi-sensei asked me to inform you that there's something for you to attend to at the marketplace. Upon seeing Sasuke, Sakura gazed at his handsome face, her eyes shimmering with affection as she conveyed her message. Damn it, should I really offer my first kiss as a promotion gift to Sasuke? What if he rejects me? Wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? Nevertheless, I truly wish to do so. Why has Kakashi-sensei suddenly sought me out?